Don't move, you.
No, don't shoot me.
Okay, if you do like I say.
Yes?
Get up that dough. Come on, get it up. The money in the drawer, I just saw you counting it. Get it up.
I have no money. Business has been bad.
Business has been great. We've cased this store for a week. Pull open that cash drawer.
No, I can't.
Okay, so I'll do it.
No.
I know what you're thinking. I'll be a cinch to describe the cops. Dark, medium height, wearing a mask, a checkered suit, and a gray hat.
Oh, I wouldn't go to the
Oh,
cops.
yes, you would. Now back away from this drawer.
Yes.
Good boy. No money in here, huh? Business is bad.
Well,
You're the...
No, don't. I'm an old man.
You're lucky you lived this long. Take this money. And here's a receipt for you.
Oh.
You're not unconscious. Don't fake it. I don't want you to be out completely.
You've got your money now. Now, what do you want?
I want you to be able to describe me, and I want you to see this. Look at me. Keep looking at me.
What for?
I want you to be able to tell the cops you were held up and robbed at midnight by a guy wearing a checkered suit and a gray hat. I want you to tell them this.
Where are you? I can't see you.
Of course you can't. I've made myself invisible. Tell the cops that. See if they believe you.
Holy mackerel, you're hurt bad. Here, I'll put my coat under your head and I'll go phone for an ambulance. Here you are.
Thank you.
What happened to you? I saw somebody with a gun backing away just now, but all of a sudden he seemed to vanish. Did he shoot you?
I left my house a few minutes ago.
Take it easy.
Exactly midnight. Man in mask, checkered suit,
Man in a checkered suit.
gray hat,
Yes.
held me up. I resisted. He shot me.
The police will be interested in that. I'll call and tell them that just as soon as I call a doctor for you.
Thank
Shouldn't be too hard to find a man in a checkered suit and a gray hat. Only how are they going to find a man who vanishes?
Police department.
Oh, police, come quickly. My name is Martin.
Yeah?
I've got a store on Main Street. A little while ago, exactly midnight. Man in a mask, checkered suit, and a gray hat held me up.
What?
He hit me on the head.
Huh?
He thought I was unconscious, and then he made me come to, and after he hit me, he stood over me a minute and told me to describe him. And then he disappeared into thin air.
Wait a minute. A masked man in a checkered suit slugged and robbed you at midnight on Main Street and vanished? What's going on? We got 2 other reports in the last 2 minutes that a guy answering that description committed 2 other crimes in 2 different parts of town, all at midnight.
Oh, I don't know anything about that. All I know is I'm hurt. Please, send someone over here right away. This is serious.
Sure, I know, Mr. Morton. It's serious, but it sure sounds awful funny to me.
Well, Vance, what do you make of it? 3 crimes, all taking place at midnight in different parts of the city, and all by a man answering the same description.
I don't know what to make of it, Markham, except to dismiss it by saying it's impossible, which you answer immediately by saying, I know it's impossible, but it happened.
I've left out the most startling bit of information of all, Vance. If you think the 3 situations are fantastic, I want you to hear a witness to one of the crimes. Wait till you listen to his story. Come with me.
Right.
I have a policeman guarding him in this store right here, Vance. Just wait till you hear what he has to say.
All right, Markham, I'll wait. It will have to be something to be more unusual than 3 crimes by one man committed at the same time in 3 different parts of this city.
It is. In all my years as a district attorney, I never heard of anything like this. So come in here with me.
Hi, D.A. Hello, Mr.
Hello,
Vance.
Collins.
Aye.
I think our friend Mr. Frank here has calmed down a little, D.A.
Yes, I'm all right now, Mr. Markham, only I still say that what I told you actually happened.
Well, suppose you tell me, Mr. Frank.
I heard shots at midnight, and I started to run toward them. I saw a man on the ground. He'd been hit. I saw a masked man in a checkered suit backing away, his gun in his hand. And then while I watched him, he whirled around and became invisible.
Invisible?
See what I meant, Vance?
Completely invisible. I could see him 1 minute very plainly. A second later, he'd vanished. I know it sounds ridiculous, but it happened just that way.
Well, perhaps, Mr. Frank, he passed beyond your range of vision.
But that's impossible. I could see the drugstore on the corner, and that was 50 yards in back of him. He just vanished into thin air.
The same thing happened in the other 2 crimes, Vance. The thug just vanished.
You know, Markham, come to think of it, anybody who can be in 3 different places at the same time might be able to do a little thing like become invisible.
About time the boss got here, don't you think, Pete?
Yeah, sure.
What's with you?
Yeah, nothing. Just thought of something funny.
Yeah?
Can you imagine the look on the cops' kisses when they get a description of you?
Yeah.
Medium height, dark hair, wearing checkered suit and gray hat. Then they get the same description of me and the same one of Eddie.
That's part of the boss's plan, Pete. Boss is awful smart.
I'll say.
Awful smart, awful cool, awful tough, and awful crooked.
Yeah,
You know, if I had my choice of any 4 things in the world, those are the 4 I'd want.
sure, if you had 'em, what else would you want that you couldn't get awful easy? But you know something?
What?
One thing I wouldn't want is for the boss to be sore at me.
I know what you mean. Sometimes I... Oh, hello, boss.
Hey, boss, everything went smooth tonight. Georgie and Eddie and me did just like you told us. Wore the clothes, made sure the suckers got a good look at us. I had to shoot a guy, and Georgie here had to knock a guy in the noggin, but what's that? The other boys haven't reported in.
None of the rest of my boys is working tonight. You both did very well. Where's the money, the fruits of your activities? The results of my well-formulated planning?
Fruits? What fruits?
I got all the loot, Miss Walker. Got it all here ready for you on the table. Here, look.
I can see it's there. And I think you know me well enough by now not to try holding out. And now, how would you like to hear about our next job?
Personally, I'd like.
What is it, Miss Walker?
Gentlemen, where, besides the bank, is there better than $25,000 in bills of various denominations lying around, waiting for us to pick it up?
Search me.
That would hardly help us any.
Hey, that's a pretty funny joke.
Gentlemen, the situation I described is real. I know where there's about $25,000 in cash, just waiting for a smart young man in a checkered suit, but carrying a submachine gun this time, to grab it.
I'm young.
Well, I'm the smart one. Send me, Miss Walker, huh?
I'll send you both, and Eddie will be there, too, wearing his checkered suit.
Yeah.
I might even have a couple of more boys in checkered suits scattered around, in case of a tie.
Whatever you say goes, Miss Walker. But where is this 25 grand that's just waiting to be taken?
I'll let you know, Pete, when the time comes. And, when the time comes, you go.
Just listen to the suckers having a wonderful time.
Sure, Ted. Just listen to this. This is the money they've paid for having that wonderful time. Must be over $20,000 here. Not bad for one night. One nightclub.
You better put that money away. It's making me nervous. Let's go into the office.
Okay. I'll stick it in the safe in a minute. Kind of like the idea of holding this kind of dough in my hand. Makes me feel important. Now, one of these days, I'm going to have a club of my own.
It's great when it shows a profit, but you can lose your shirt if things go bad.
I'll take my chances. I'm a little tired of being here night after night, checking the waiters and keeping books. Someday I'm...
Okay, you both of you freeze.
Stick up.
That's right. We won't need all these lights in here in case somebody gets nosy and looks in. I can see good enough for what I want.
And what is that?
All the dough in front of you guys. Want to live to report that a masked man in a checkered suit did the sticking up, shove all that money in a bag, and make it quick. Ain't that I'm nervous, you understand, just as this Tommy gun is.
Do it, Ted.
I'll be darned if I will. I'm going to show this...
Silly boy. Now, you other guy going to be brave and dead or smart and alive? Work fast before somebody pokes his head in here.
I'll get you your money.
Step on it, then. Too bad the customers can't see this act. This would really be a floor show for them. Because as soon as I get that dough, me and the dough are going to disappear right before your eyes.
No, I'm sorry, Markham. I haven't found out a thing.
You read about the murder at that nightclub last night, Vance?
Yes, the checkered suit killer again. And he did his vanishing act again, I understand. He's getting a little too cute, Markham.
Cute. He's getting ridiculous. There's no known way of arresting a man who can be 3 places at once and turn invisible at will.
There's a reasonably simple explanation for all that, Markham, I'm sure. For instance, there isn't one man involved, but 3 or possibly 4, all answering the same general description and all wearing checkered suits.
That's right.
As for the...
I beg your pardon. Mr. Vance?
That's right. I'll call you back, Markham. I have a visitor.
Good enough. Bye, Vance.
Goodbye. Please come in, won't you? You make a very attractive picture framed in the doorway, but this chair will be just as flattering, I'm sure.
Thank you. Vance, do you know who I am?
The fallacy of my life is that I am so very familiar with a lot of things that aren't half as interesting.
Thank you. The fallacy of my life is that I've heard too many things that aren't half as interesting.
It would surprise me greatly if this kind of talk was the reason you came to my office.
You needn't be surprised. It isn't. Vance, my name is Walker, Elise Walker, and we have business to discuss.
Have we?
Yes.
What about?
Well, it's about this crime wave now going on. The shootings and hold-ups done by the man in the checkered suit. According to the papers, the police are baffled.
You mean because they can't figure how one man can be in so many different places at the same time?
Something like that.
That's easily explained. The crimes are being committed by more than one man. I still don't see what brought you to me, Miss Walker.
I have been rather indirect, haven't I?
Mm-hmm.
Vance, I came to you because I want $1 million.
Well, your desire is understandable, but your coming to me for it isn't. I don't have $1 million.
Oh.
And haven't you heard, Miss Walker, getting $1 million isn't quite as easy as that. You've got to do something more than just go up to a total stranger and ask for it.
Yes, I know all that. But still, I want the $1 million, and strangely enough, I think you're going to want to get it for me.
I'm a little selfish that way. I always had the idea that I was going to make my first $1 million for myself.
Oh, it isn't your money I want. It's the city's.
It isn't information I want, it's clarity.
All right. Now, before I begin, let me tell you this. If you were twice as clever as you are, you could never prove this conversation between you and me ever took place. And if you ever accuse me of saying what I'm about to say, I'm going to laugh it off.
I think you've made your point. Now, what is this about $1 million?
I want $1 million for turning over to you, or to the police, the men in the checkered suits, the men responsible for the recent robberies and shootings.
Where are you going to find them?
I know where they are.
Oh,
And I know where the $1 million are, too.
do you?
Yes. They're in the city treasury. You can go to your friend Markham, the district attorney, and act as intermediary in the deal.
Yes, I suppose I could if I had any inclination to.
Oh, you have regard for people, Vance? You don't want to see innocent people being killed. That's right, isn't it?
That's right.
Very well, then. I can stop all that. But if you don't go to see Markham, and when you see him, sell him on the idea of giving me $1 million, then this city will see the greatest crime wave, the most horrible reign of terror in its history. Think it over, Vance. You have until tomorrow.
This is District Attorney Markham. The checkered murder case opened when 3 different people in various parts of the city reported they had been assaulted at the same time by a masked man wearing a checkered suit who became invisible. Philo Vance is certain that a gang is at work and indicated to me that he had something terribly important to say, but believed he'd wait for further developments. All he said was that an attractive woman was involved in the checkered gang, a woman whose identity I do not know and whose whereabouts are a complete mystery. She might be...
Where's Pete, Georgie? He was supposed to be back a half hour ago.
Search me, Miss Walker.
I have an idea he stopped off somewhere after he completed his mission. If he did, I wish he hadn't.
Pete's okay, Miss Walker. And you know something?
What?
He looks good in a checkered suit. Me, I've got his color and I'm his height, but on me, nothing looks good. I wish I looked good in checks like he does.
I wish you were here. He's supposed to have a report on the bank vaults over at First National. I told him to put on a blue serge suit and to rent a safety deposit box so he'd get close to the inside and draw a sketch for us.
Oh, that's our next job, huh?
Yeah.
You sure did a pretty one on that nightclub. How much we get on that, Miss Walker?
You'll get your...
Hey,
Where have you been, Pete?
Where you sent me? Over to the bank.
What kept you so long?
I got delayed.
You left there over an hour ago. Where have you been?
I had to go see my girl. She called me up. I had to go see her.
She told you to go see her, and I told you to come right back. But you listened to her.
Oh, a half hour one way or another don't make no difference.
It does to me.
Now, wait a minute, boss. Ain't you getting a little silly?
What?
He said, ain't you getting a little silly? A guy's got a right to see his girl once in a while. Guys get... Miss Walker.
Boss, don't.
I go to see my girl. The boy shoots me. Honest, boss, it wasn't worth it.
Well, Georgie, any questions?
Not me, boss. I ain't got any girl.
Perhaps I should have waited until after he told me the bank plans. Oh, now you'll have to go.
That my next assignment?
Yeah, no. No, get rid of this body first. I don't care what you do with it, but get rid of it. And do it on schedule. That understood?
Sure. Why not?
By tomorrow morning at 11, I want the plans to the bank vault and a description of how you got rid of the body.
Okay.
And, tell Eddie what happened.
You mean that you knocked off Pete? Why should I do that?
Why?
Yeah.
Because he has a girlfriend, too.
The day's almost over, Vance, and your mysterious lady friend hasn't called you.
I know, Markham, but she will. She was very definite about wanting to cross her gang for $1 million.
What kind of a mind would dream up an idea like that, Vance? It's the strangest and most unreal thing I've ever heard of.
Of course, it's ridiculous, my friend, but that doesn't make the woman any the less dangerous. The idea is not normal, and probably she isn't either. But the fact of the matter is that she is a menace.
Well, what are we going to do when, as, and if she calls or appears?
I don't know. All I know is what we're not going to do. We're not going to give her any $1 million.
What kind of a woman can she be, I wonder?
She could be an attractive one, if it weren't for her eyes. They're ice cold. What was it the man said once? The eyes are the windows of the soul.
That's right.
Miss Walker, if that quotation has any basis in fact, has a frosted soul. Personally, I'd feel more at home with...
Oh, finally.
I hope it's she. Hello?
Vance?
That's right, this Miss Walker.
Yes. I told you I'd call. I'm calling.
You want to know what decision I've made as to your proposition?
That's exactly what I want to know. Have you spoken to Markham?
You can deliver the checkered killers?
Definitely.
Mr. Markham is with me now. He'd like to know that for sure. Can he meet you somewhere?
Why not? I'll drive down to the end of Neck Road and be waiting for him in about an hour.
It's rather late for an unescorted young lady to be in that deserted section.
I have nothing to worry about. The only thing people fear in this town is the checkered gang. And they work for me. Remember?
You realize, of course, that instead of sitting here in my car, I could arrest you this minute, Miss Walker, after what you've told me.
Oh, you couldn't make it stick, Markham, and you know it. Why didn't Vance come with you to meet me?
He didn't say. Getting back to you and your proposition, you know, there's never been anything quite like this done in any city.
There's never been anybody quite like me in any city.
Yes, yes,
Let me tell you something that I didn't tell Vance.
yes.
Suppose you do catch one of the checkered killers. There are half a dozen waiting to take his place. They're all well paid and well organized. $1 million is cheap to get rid of them.
$1 million of taxpayers' money used to make a deal with a criminal organization.
Why not? Who's going to benefit if there's no checkered gang? The public, of course. This makes sense. Very good sense.
Not to me, it doesn't, boss.
Who are you?
Apparently he's one of my boys, Markham. Checkered suit, mask, dark. Who are you?
You said it right, lady. I'm one of your boys.
Mhm.
One of your boys that followed you out here to find out what was going on.
What?
I found out. Uh-oh, Miss Walker, don't do that.
What are
I
you-
better take your hand
No,
back.
give
It's
that
liable
back.
to go up, give me.
Look, whoever you are, I'm not
Shut
going to...
up. Boys, this is the district attorney. And you were going to make a deal with him, weren't you?
Well,
I don't know what I'm going to do with you. But as for the DA, he gets this. I think he'll be more comfortable laying out here in the road, so out of the car he goes. Move over to the wheel, boss. driving me back to the hideout where I can tell the boys what you were up to. They're gonna have something to say about what you was trying to do. And they're gonna do more than just say it. Believe me.
The next thing I knew, Eddie, she yanked out a gun and shot Pete.
Yeah?
Right where you're standing.
Holy
Shot him like she was
smoke.
putting on lipstick. That's how calm she was.
Oh, she's ice, that broad, Georgie. Ice.
Then she tells me what to do about the bank vault. Says to get rid of Pete's body, just like that.
Yeah.
Honest, that dame is tougher than any guy I know.
You ain't kidding, Georgie. You ain't kidding. No, sir. Well, did you get rid of it?
Sure. Think I want to...
Okay, in you go.
What's the matter?
Don't
What
listen
is
to
it?
him. He's
Easy,
lying.
guys, relax.
Oh,
I just brought the boss here so you could hear what's been going on.
Don't believe him. He's making the whole thing up.
yeah, what whole thing?
The boss was trying to make a deal to turn all of us into the district attorney.
Don't be
Wait
fooled.
wait a minute. You with the gun. Who are you?
I'm wearing a checkered suit, ain't I?
Yeah?
I'm wearing a mask, ain't I?
Yeah.
I'm one of you guys. She hired me yesterday. I followed her out the neck road about an hour ago and heard her make a deal with the DA, so I dragged her back here.
That's not true. I never saw him before. I'll prove it to you. I'll yank off that...
Keep your hands away from...
There we are. See, boys? It's Philo Vance.
Grab his arm, Eddie. Grab the gun.
I'll get the gun. You get him. Eddie, use your blackjack.
Ah. Well, Miss Walker, we done it. We knocked him
Yeah.
cold. Good, grabbing his gun like you done. That made it easy. Only he put up quite a scrap.
So that's Philo Vance, huh? He sent a friend of mine up. This one's on me. Give me your gun, Georgie, huh?
Sure. Here you are.
Thanks. Vance, you can't hear me, but just for luck, I'm saying goodbye.
Nobody in that room move.
What?
My men have machine guns.
That's Markham. He's bluffing. He's alone. Let him have it, boys.
Okay, hold it, everybody. Right. I said hold it. Keep me covered from here in case they're not as dead as they look. I'm going in through this window.
Okay,
right.
Just hope we didn't get here too late. That's Vance lying on the floor. If he's been hurt... Vance.
Hello, Markham.
Easy, old boy.
Finally got here, eh?
Yes.
Mr. Swell Scrap, my friend. I almost handled the two of them.
You missed a rather interesting gun battle. Both of the men are dead, as you can see, and I think the girl...
Girl is still alive, D.A. Oh, I don't think she will be much longer. Your cops shoot too straight.
Yes, they do. Well, Miss Walker, I think the best thing we can do is get you to a hospital.
Oh, don't kid me. I never last the ambulance ride. Well, I guess this is it, eh? Funny, I wanted $1 million, and this is how I get paid off. I wanted gold and got paid off in lead.
Well, Vance, I'd say that the only thing I don't understand about the checkered gang is how they turned invisible. That still sticks in my mind as impossible.
It is, Markham. The invisible gimmick was a trick. The checkered suits were only checkered in front. The back was solid black. That applies to the back of the gray hats they wore, too. They worked in darkness or semi-darkness. The whole thing was planned to have a theatrical effect on the victims.
And it practically had the same effect on me. You're quite an actor yourself, Vance. When you showed up in that checkered suit and mask out on Neck Road, I wasn't sure it was you at all.
I wanted it that way. The blank cartridge I fired at you didn't hurt any, did it?
No, but the bump when I landed on the road did. You ought to be more careful how you throw corpses out of the car.
A corpse couldn't complain. Only did it so it would be logical for Miss Walker to drive me to the hideout so you and the police could follow us.
Oh, I see.
It was the only way I knew to get her to take me to the gang.
Well, you saved the city $1 million tonight, Vance. And tonight saw the end of Miss Walker's overambitious plans.
That it did. But Markham, most important of all, tonight saw the end of the checkered murder case.
Really, Vance, don't you think you're being a little obvious?
Don't you think she rates it, Markham? Have you ever seen a more beautiful woman?
You've been staring at her for an hour. Is our foremost private investigator doing some really private investigating?
That is a leading question, Markham. The district attorney should know better than to prompt a witness. Besides, you haven't conceded that she's beautiful.
I concede.
Oh, she's much prettier than that, my friend. Besides, I'm certain she's been trying to attract my attention.
Vance, she's dining with a gentleman. Both of them seem to me to be minding their own business. Are you sure you're not using a little hopeful imagination?
Quite. Do you know the man she's with by any chance?
No, I don't. Fact is, I can't make out his face very well. You can see a scar on it. I imagine he's about 40, and he's relatively bald and quite stocky.
There's something familiar about him. And there's something very lovely about his blonde companion.
Yes, there is.
I think she's... Markham, did you see that?
Did I see what?
They're leaving, and I could swear she indicated she wanted me to follow her.
You intend to go after her?
Yes.
Vance, wars have been fought over less. Well, our check is paid. Let's go.
They just passed the head waiter. We can probably catch them in the foyer before they get into the street.
All right, but after we do catch them, then what?
That all depends on whether I did get a signal from the lady. Well, here we are.
Too late, Vance. They've already gone out the street door. Oh, no, the man is still here. You see that chap, the one with the scar? Oh, there he is, sitting over there in that chair.
The man is still here. That's the breaks I get. Come with me a minute, will you?
Right.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Well, what is it?
The young lady you were dining with, would you mind telling me where she is?
What are you talking about?
He's talking about the young lady you were dining with. We've been watching the two of you inside for over an hour.
I'm very sorry, but I'm afraid you gentlemen were mistaken.
What do you mean?
I haven't been with any young lady all evening.
Come on now, Miss Foster. Tell the sergeant what you told me.
No, I can't talk.
What's going on, Williams? What is all this? This is Miss George Foster, Sergeant. Foster, eh? It was her husband who was murdered a couple of hours ago? That's right. Sergeant Heath is up at her house now, looking the place over. I found her on my beat, crying, just like she is now, so I brought her here to headquarters. I see. Mrs. Foster. Mrs. Foster.
Yes, what is it?
You want to take it easy, Mrs. Foster. Let Officer Williams take you back to your house.
No, I don't want to go back there. I don't ever want to go back. My husband was shot. I saw him shoot my husband. I don't ever want to go back to that house.
You saw who shot your husband, Mrs. Foster? Did you know the man?
No, I didn't.
Can you describe him?
Yes. Yes, I know exactly what he looks like.
Well, that'll help us find him. Williams, take down the description Mrs. Foster gives you. Then take her into the rogues gallery and see if she can find the man in our files. We're liable to crack this case without leaving headquarters.
Hello, Philo Vance speaking.
This is Markham Vance. Are you entirely recovered from that little restaurant scene last night?
Not quite. I'd hate to believe that girl wasn't attractive enough to stay in my memory overnight. Don't tell me you found out something about her.
No, that isn't the reason for my call. A man named Foster was murdered last evening, Vance, just about the time we were having dinner.
Between 7 and 8 o'clock, you mean?
Yes, his wife saw the killing, was able to describe the man who fired the shot. More than that, she made a positive identification from a rogues gallery photograph. The killer was a man named Norman James.
Really?
Yes, really.
Well, you're entitled to an easy case once in a while, Markham. This sounds as if you have one.
Does it?
Well, doesn't it?
Listen, the man Mrs. Foster positively identifies as having killed her husband at 7:30 last night is the man we watched every minute between 7 and 8. The man who was dining with that beautiful blonde.
Daddy,
What do you want?
what goes on a red 9? A black 10?
A black 8. Look, beautiful. Babies can play solitaire. Why can't you?
Maybe because I'm not a baby. What goes on a red queen?
A yellow pumpkin.
What?
Don't bother me. I'm busy. I'm reading.
There's a very good picture of you in the papers, Norman.
Ah, it's not so good.
Oh, I think it's beautiful. Shows that scar on your face so clear. Daddy,
Now, what is it?
that Mr. Vance you told me to make eyes at in the restaurant's awful cute.
That Mr. Vance happens to be awful smart. You make sure you never talk to him. Never see him again. You understand that?
But he doesn't know who I am. How could I ever talk to him or see him?
You know who he is.
Sure.
You could go to see him. Only, baby, you're not that stupid, are you?
Who says I'm stupid?
You do every time you open your mouth.
What?
This newspaper says that I'm going to be arrested for murder. Because of you, the district attorney and Philo Vance are going to be my alibi. They'll swear they saw me in the restaurant with you at the time George Foster was shot.
Now, Mrs. Foster, please calm down for just one moment. You seem to have made a terrible mistake.
It wasn't a mistake, Mr. Markham. I swear it wasn't. I saw the man who killed my husband. It was this Norman James, the man whose picture I picked out from the police files.
Mrs.
I couldn't
Foster-
have been mistaken. I saw him. I'll never forget his face when he shot my husband. He did it, I tell you. He did it.
Mrs. Foster, I dislike saying this to you, but it would be physically impossible for him to be in the restaurant where I saw him between 7 and 8 o'clock and at your house killing your husband at the very same time. Now, wouldn't it?
I don't know, and I don't care.
And there is a possibility, of course, that Norman James had a twin brother, in which case I can figure out what happened. We're checking into his background now.
Look, Mr. Markham, you're the district attorney. You know all about murders and alibis and all that sort of thing. I don't know anything about them. All I know is my husband was killed, and I saw the man who did it, and that man was Norman James. I swear it was Norman James.
I don't doubt either your sincerity or your identification, Mrs. Foster, but there are certain... Oh, excuse me. Come in.
Mr. Markham?
Yes, Williams, what is it?
We made a thorough check on Norman James' background, Mr. Markham. He was an only child. No brothers or sisters, twin or any other kind. That's definite.
I see. Thank you, Williams.
Right.
Well, now what? So the man had no twin brother. I saw him kill my husband, and you say you saw him in the restaurant at the same time.
I not only saw him, I spoke to him in the foyer.
Well, then what does this mean?
Mrs. Foster, I say to you in all sincerity, I wish I knew.
Daddy, I've got it.
What?
A black 2 goes on a red 3, right?
Betty, baby, you're a genius.
Then take me out somewhere for dinner. Geniuses get hungry, too, you know.
You're going to stay right here in your apartment. You'll have your dinner sent in. You're not going to move out of this place until I say so.
Why do I have to stay right here in my apartment? Why can't I go out?
You can go out during the day, but keep away from any place where a man might see you.
Oh?
I don't want Philo Vance tracking you down. I don't want them talking to you.
I I never talk to strangers.
Somehow, Betty, baby, what you have makes strangers talk to you. Right now, I'm on Easy Street. Nobody's got a thing on me. And except for one little detail, I'm completely in the clear.
Hey, who could that be?
Could be the detail I was talking about. Right on time, too. I'll go to the door. You take my gun out of my topcoat pocket. You'll find a silencer in the other pocket. Screw down the end.
Which end?
Never mind, I'll do it myself.
All right.
I'm coming, hold everything.
I'll get your gun and silencer out. You can put it on yourself.
All right, all right. Hi.
Hi.
You know Betty.
Sure.
Pleased to meet you.
You know that guy, Dope.
Oh.
Well, James, you know why I'm here?
I most certainly do, and you're right on time. You came for the payoff, right?
It's right.
Here's the gun and silencer, Daddy.
What's that for?
Nothing. I just want to keep them in my suit pocket, that's all. How much would you say I owed you?
What you promised? $5,000. Your life is worth that, isn't it?
Yes, it is. But your life isn't.
Hey, don't!
Oh. Gee, Daddy. Is he dead?
Wait a minute while I make sure. Yeah, he's dead all right.
Gee, alive one minute and dead the next. That's life, isn't it?
Yes, my brilliant accomplice, it is.
You know, Daddy, when you said for me to get you that gun, I was scared.
Why?
I thought maybe you were going to kill me.
Why would I kill you, genius?
Why?
Yeah.
Well, because. Because I know too much.
We're almost at the morgue, Vance. You want to tell me now why you developed a sudden interest in a very ordinary shooting?
Yes, Markham. You called me a little while ago to tell me that an ex-heavyweight fighter named Joe Stockton had been found shot to death.
That's right. After quitting the ring, Stockton became a strong-arm man for a racket gang. This sounded to me like just an ordinary gangland rubout. I called you only because I'd promised to advise you of anything that happened since George Foster was killed.
That, of course, is the mysterious murder that has me confused.
You've got a lot of company.
Oh?
Mrs. Foster positively identifies Norman James as her husband's murderer. And we saw James in a restaurant at the time of the murder. Now, how can that be?
It can be very easily.
It can?
Yes.
Well, maybe you'd better tell me as long as it's so easy.
Well, this Joe Stockton, the one whose body we're going to see, he's about 5'10".
Just about.
Heavy set.
Yes, why?
Practically bald, about 40.
Why, yes. How did you know?
I didn't know. I merely surmised.
Oh.
And I also more than surmise now that I can give you the details of how Norman James could have killed George Foster. One more question. Did Stockton have a scar on his cheek?
Definitely not.
Oh.
What's the O for?
It's for the sudden collapse of a beautiful theory. I take back all my previous questions, Markham. They mean absolutely nothing now. I'm afraid I don't know how Norman James could be in two places at once after all. Nor do I know how I can ever again find that beautiful blonde.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Scarface murder case opened with the killing of George Foster. Foster's wife, who saw the murder, positively identifies Norman James, still at liberty, as her husband's killer. But Vance and I are certain we saw James in a restaurant at the time of the murder. The killing of a petty racket strong-arm man proves no clue, even though Philo Vance believed it might at first. At the moment, Vance and I are questioning Mrs. Foster again.
Neither Mr. Markham nor I are doubting you, Mrs. Foster. But what reason did Norman James have to kill your husband?
Reason. Is the reason important? I saw him do it. Isn't that enough?
Not with the situation we find ourselves in, Mrs. Foster.
Well...
It'll be your word against his, and he has us to back up his alibi. Perhaps your giving us a reason for his killing your husband might help us.
All right. My husband borrowed money from Norman James. I never knew his name, but I'd seen his face when he came to the house. My husband was supposed to pay him a very high interest rate, and he couldn't pay it. He couldn't pay James back, so he was killed.
So that's Norman James's racket.
That's right.
That second murder could have explained all this so easily, Markham.
But it didn't. What are we going to do to break James's alibi, Vance?
If I could find that blonde he was with at the restaurant, that might do it.
I don't see how.
I do, but it's too early for me to explain. Lend me an officer from the homicide department, a telephone book, and I might be able to locate her.
You don't know her name?
No, nor where she lives, but let me have what I asked for, and there's still a chance I can trace her for you.
For me?
No, I beg your pardon. For both of us.
That's all, sir. Shave, haircut, massage, all finished. Pay the cashier, will you, please? Who's next, please?
I am, Charlie.
Ah, it's you, Mr. James. You want a shave, maybe?
I want something, Charlie. But there's no maybe about it. You owe me $100. I want the 100 or $10 interest.
Mr. James, I wanted to ask you something. Things are a little
They're
tough.
tough for me, too. You wanted the money, you asked me for it. You got it. You know you'd have to pay me, didn't you?
Yes?
Well, what are you waiting for?
I haven't got it, Mr. James. Maybe I'll have it for you tomorrow.
Tomorrow, huh?
Yeah, tomorrow, sure. Give me another day, will you, Mr. James? Just one more day.
Okay. That'll be $2 more interest for that extra day. I'll be back tomorrow about this time. Better have the money, Charlie. Or the interest.
I'll try.
If it'll help any in your trying. Remember what happened to George Foster? He owed me money and he didn't pay. So I paid him off.
Oh, never mind, thank you. Goodbye.
Well, any luck, Williams?
Hello, Mr. Vance. Any more numbers for me to call?
There are only about 3 more on my list. I think I'll make the next call myself.
Okay, you try for luck. Here's the phone.
Thanks. Let's see.
We called about 30 numbers, didn't we, Mr. Vance?
So far, yes. I'm sure this has to work.
Oh, maybe if I knew what you were trying to do.
Shh.
Hello, Salon.
How do you do? My name is Philo Vance. I'm trying to find a girl.
I wish you luck, brother. Happy hunting.
Just a moment, please. I'm hoping that this particular girl is one of your customers.
Well, what's her name?
Well, I don't know.
Oh, you're a big help. What's she look like?
She's blonde.
That's big news.
I'd say she was the kind of girl who'd come into your establishment about 3 times a week. Does that help any?
Well, it might. Give me a little bit more to work on.
She's about 5'8", very attractive, very smart dresser. Her hair is blonde, but not golden.
Platinum, huh? Dark eyebrows, nice mouth, gray eyes.
Well, I don't know what color her eyes are. Do you know somebody that answers that description?
Yes.
Well, that's fine.
Does that make me a landmark for tourists?
You are, as far as I'm concerned. I'm coming down to see you right away.
You're the district attorney. You've got to help me. Norman James will kill me, just like he killed George Foster. He'll kill me.
I know, Charlie. I heard you. You're a barber and you borrowed money from James and can't pay him back. Is that it?
Well, he lends money to a lot of us people. Barbers, newsstand men, taxi drivers. But we have no security, so he charges us high interest. And when we don't pay, he has us beaten up. He killed George Foster. He told me he did. You got to protect me. You got to arrest him.
I could arrest him, of course. I could have had him arrested when Foster's wife identified him for us. But I'm sure I can't make a charge stick against him.
Well, what does that mean? That he can take me out and kill me if he wants?
No, I'll see that you're protected all day tomorrow and up until the time when Philo Vance gets the evidence he needs against James.
Why can't you arrest him? Why don't you put him in jail? He threatened me, didn't he? Charging those high rates of interest is illegal, isn't it? Why can't you arrest him?
Perhaps I will. In any event, Charlie, you have nothing to worry about. I give you my word that you won't be bothered by Norman James again.
Daddy.
Don't bother me, will you?
A lot of men say I bother them. Isn't that silly?
Everything they put in your face, they left out in your head, kid.
I bet you don't think I have any brains.
That's the only bet you ever made that you had a chance of winning. What do you want?
I want to go out.
Where to?
The beauty parlor. What do you think? Gee, you're stupid.
Yeah, I know. You've been to the beauty parlor once this week already.
You said I could go any place where there weren't any men, didn't you?
Well,
there's no men in a beauty parlor except Antoine. He just does my hair.
you need work on the inside of your head, kid.
Oh, can I go, Daddy? It's only right down the street. I'll be back in a couple of hours. It doesn't take long for my hair to dry.
Okay, go ahead. You'll pester me to death if I don't let you.
Oh, thanks.
And when I go down to see Charlie the barber, you'll sneak out anyhow. So go ahead. I'll pick you up there.
Okay.
What are you going to have done?
I think I'll have my hair just a shade lighter. Don't you think that'd be becoming?
I guess
Just a shade lighter.
I don't know. Where I sit, you're lightheaded enough already.
You know something? I don't mind sitting under this hairdryer at all. Not a bit.
I am glad, madame.
Madame?
Yes.
I'm not a madame. I'm more of, whatever it is that means I'm younger.
Yes, miss.
You know, you're cheating me. You ain't French.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. I like you. I like you as well as I liked Antoine. Except your mustache is cuter. I think I'll have you every time I come in here. I'm a very good tipper.
Oh, I'm sure you are.
Oh, I'm sleepy. Noise from that dryer makes me sleepy.
Well, why not sleep a little then?
I can't. The noise from the dryer keeps me awake.
Oh.
Can you play solitaire?
I imagine so.
I just learned to play.
That's quite an achievement.
Sure amazed Daddy.
Daddy?
Oh, forgot you're new here. I met Mr. James. He's waiting for me downstairs.
I hope he won't mind waiting a little longer.
He'll wait. Got a lot of patience. He has to have with me. The only time he doesn't have any patience is when he's jealous.
Oh, he's jealous?
I'll say. He killed a guy just because he took me out once. How do you like that?
Joe Stockton?
That's a guy?
Uh-huh.
Say, you read the papers, don't you? So do I. Gee, the things you can learn.
Yes, I know. From other things besides newspapers.
What?
Oh, it doesn't matter. You say your friend Mr. James is waiting for you downstairs?
Yeah, but he won't mind.
Well, we won't keep him waiting long. I'll just turn the dryer up a little so we can get everything over in a hurry.
There's Daddy. I mean, Mr. James.
That's nice.
Standing over there in the doorway waiting for me, just like I said he would be. Oh, thank you very much for doing my hair so well.
Oh, it's quite all right. And I think I want a word with your daddy.
Sure, I'll get him. Daddy!
Yeah, baby.
Come on over here.
Look, kid, let's get moving. We gotta...
This nice man wants to speak to you. He just did my hair. Don't you think it looks beautiful?
Hello, James. We meet again.
You're Philo Vance.
That's right. And after what your friend here just told me, I think I've got all I need to turn you over to the district attorney.
After what I told you, I didn't tell you anything. Besides, I saw Philo Vance in the restaurant. He didn't have a mustache.
The one this guy's wearing comes off. Can't you see it's a phony? Better you dope I could beat
I
you.
don't think you can do anything at all, James, except come with me to see Mr. Markham.
That's one man's opinion. Bet he talked you smart enough to put everything together. I'm getting out of here.
I doubt that.
Okay, Vance, let's play rough.
All right.
Oh, you've killed him, Vance. You've killed Daddy.
No, my dear, I didn't. I just knocked him out. I didn't kill him. I wouldn't dream of sparing the state all that trouble.
I'm a patient man, Vance, a very patient man, but I'm also a very curious one. Now, we know from his confession and from what his girl Betty told us that Norman James did kill George Foster and later the ex-prize fighter Joe Stockton. But we did see James in the restaurant at the time Foster was killed.
Did we?
Of course we did. He was sitting over in a corner with his girl. The girl was making eyes at you claimed. Then they left, we followed, and there was James sitting in the foyer.
Markham, Do you remember why I thought the prize fighter, Joe Stockton, would have a scar on his cheek when we were en route to the morgue to identify him?
Yes, but he didn't have. I told you that.
It was Joe Stockton who was in the restaurant, Markham, not Norman James.
Oh, don't tell me that. I spoke to James myself. So did you, in the foyer.
Oh, that was Norman James. But the man in the restaurant, the one we saw with the girl between 7 and 8, was Joe Stockton.
Stockton?
He was built like James, sat in the shadows so we couldn't really see his face, and he made sure we noticed the scar on it.
You mean the scar was just makeup that was put on Joe's cheek?
Exactly. Now, here's what happened. The girl had instructions to attract my attention. Your attention, that is, because you're the district attorney, and you were to be Norman James' alibi.
I see. It was all set up for us to follow the two of them out the door. Then they were to disappear into the street, and Norman James was to be found by us seated in the restaurant foyer. He denied there had been a girl with him to intrigue us, to make sure we remembered him.
That was the plan, and it worked.
Yeah.
You see, James had time to kill George Foster between 7 and 8 and to get to the restaurant afterwards, just as we were leaving.
And then later, James had to kill Joe because of the possibility that Joe would either blackmail him or talk in the future.
That's right. Huh? It was a very clever plan, and it almost worked. I figured the girl would be a key to all of this, and I also knew that a girl such as she would be a beauty parlor addict. She'd go to one several times a week, probably a swanky one. So I called all the better beauty parlors in Midtown and finally found the right one.
You most certainly did. That was quite a trick, finding a girl in a big city without knowing anything about her.
Thank you. After I found her, I also found a way of making her talk. The result you know. She put Norman James right in the middle of a double murder rap.
Put him in the middle and us at the end of the Scarface murder case.
Can't you go any faster, driver? We've got a train to catch.
You'll make it, Mac. Don't worry.
Relax, Markham. There's really no use in starting off a vacation weekend by worrying about anything.
You know, Vance, I still don't believe we're going.
I imagine that nobody has ever started a vacation without that immortal line, Markham. You're quite certain no murder case came up this morning that you're running out on?
Now, you know better than that, Vance.
I know you're too good a district attorney to walk out on a crime just to rest, even for a weekend. I'm satisfied we're missing nothing.
And I'm equally satisfied that we'll find nothing exciting up at Northville, Vance. It's lumber country, peaceful country, very rarely any trouble.
Perhaps you're right.
I certainly hope I'm right.
Well, there we go, Markham, starting off a vacation weekend with entirely different viewpoints.
Couple more ought to do it, Johnny.
Right, Frank.
I'll take it from here. You just stand by.
Check. That did it. She's starting to splinter.
Out of the way, everybody. Timber!
Yeah, that's that. In an hour, she'll be hauled down to the stream and be on her way to the mill. I'll get down there this afternoon and look things over. Haven't been down there this week.
Don't let the boss find that out.
Like as not, he won't like it.
Bill Avery? I don't think I care whether he likes it or not.
Hey there, you two.
Speak of the devil, you can talk to Bill if you like. He makes me sick. Got some checking to do, Bill. I'll get to you later.
I'm just as glad Johnny left, Frank. Don't think he likes me.
Like as not, he don't.
Well, I'm not very worried. Want to talk to you anyhow.
Not right now, Bill. I got lumber to look at.
Do it later. Anybody wants to know why you're not working, tell him boss wanted to talk to you. I am the boss, remember, Frankie.
You never were one to let anyone forget it. Don't it bother you none that I got this here axe in my hand?
You wouldn't do anything about me, Frankie. You were going to do something. You'd have done it a couple years ago when I took over this mill.
Like as not, you're right. Only don't get no ideas that I forget things.
Like the fact that this mill was your dad's till I produced a deed to it after he died? I bought the mill and all this ground in Northville from him just for his death. And you know it.
Do I? I'm glad you told me.
Well, there goes another one. I get a swell feeling when a big one like that gets cut down and crashes.
I know what you mean. Like as not, I'd get the same kind of feeling if a big one like you was cut down and crashed, too.
Everything all right at the mill today, son?
Yeah, Mom. Everything is all right.
William,
Look, Mom, keep knitting, will you? Leave me alone. I want to read the paper. Mill's shut down for the day. I don't want to talk about it.
I've been meaning to talk to you about something else, William. About Doris.
Well, what about her?
She called a little while ago to say she was on the way over. Doris is a nice girl, William. You've been seeing her for 5 years. You should be married to her.
Oh, I should I? Just like that, huh? Just because you say so.
Well,
Okay, now I'll tell you something. I'm not going to marry her, ever. And I just assume we didn't discuss it any further.
Don't talk to me like that, William.
Why not? It'll make you feel any better. I've taken care of Doris in my will. Taken care of her very nicely for these 5 years, but I'm not going to...
That's probably Doris now. Come in.
Good evening, Miss Avery. Hello, Will.
Good evening, Doris. Why, hello, Johnny.
What'd you bring that brother of yours along for? Bodyguard?
Maybe she isn't the one that's going to need one, Bill. Evening, Mrs. Avery.
Johnny.
I want to talk to you, Bill.
Oh, Johnny, you promised me you wouldn't start nothing. You promised, Johnny.
Isn't anything I'm starting, sis. Something I'm finishing. Mrs. Avery, would it be putting you out too much if you went upstairs with Doris?
Hey, what is this?
Hey, it wasn't none of my doing, Will. Honest, it wasn't. Johnny just made up his mind to come with me tonight. And you know Johnny when he makes up his mind to do something.
Come on, Doris. I'll show you the scarf I crocheted. Finished it this morning, and I'm starting on a sweater for you.
All right, Miss Avery, I'd love to see it. Maybe you show me that cross stitch you did. Yes, I'd like to.
Okay, Johnny. What's this all about?
It's right simple, Bill. Like you suppose, it's about Doris. You've been seeing her for 5 years, keeping every other fellow away. When you gonna marry her, Bill?
Suppose I tell you I'm not going to marry her.
Then I'll tell you that that's something you should have decided 4 or 5 years ago. Little late for that kind of thing, I'd say.
Well, go ahead. Say it. If you have anything else to say that too and get out.
I haven't anywhere to go.
You haven't, huh? All right, then I have. And right now. A man can't stay in his own house without being hounded to death. Tell my mother and your sister that I've gone out.
Sure, I'll tell them. Only you're not going very far, Bill. Fact is, you haven't got very far to go at all from now on. Okay, men, keep those logs from jamming. Roll them, but keep them straight. Hey, Mike, take care of that one. It's going down Belly's side. Keep 'em moving now. Keep 'em pointing toward the mill.
Morning, Johnny.
Hiya, Frank. Just want to straighten out the boys on that timber we cut yesterday. Keep those logs rolling now. Keep 'em going downstream. What's going on?
Oh, nothing much. I thought maybe you'd like to knock over a couple of big ones with me this morning. Brought your axe here in case you did.
Okay with me. Come on. There's a big baby just waiting for us yonder.
Uh-huh.
Glad you brought that axe of mine. I know what I'd really like to do with it. I was over to Bill Avery's house last night.
Well, like as not, I know what you mean. Johnny, look.
I'm looking. That's Bill Avery. Looks like he got caught under this tree just as she was falling.
He's dead, Johnny. That tree did it, all right.
Yeah.
Landed right on top of him. Hey, this thing here wasn't no accident, Johnny.
No, I reckon it wasn't. Only as far as anybody else is concerned, it was an accident, wasn't it, Frankie? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Better wake up, Markham. We're almost there.
Well?
Sorry, Vance. Must have dozed.
Dozed? You've been fast asleep for the past 2 hours. Fine way to start our weekend vacation.
Oh, I don't know. Vacations are for doing things you don't get a chance to do while you're working. Like sleeping.
Well, don't tell me this business of being a district attorney keeps you up every night.
No, Vance. It only seems as if it's every night. Did this stop Northville?
That's what the conductor said. Well, let's go, Markham. Our bags are at the front door already.
I'm ready. 2 whole days with nothing to do but play and fish. Oh, it sounds beautiful. I didn't even let the office know where I was going.
Neither did I. Well, this is it. This is Northville. I'll hop down and take the bags, Markham. Hand them to me, will you?
Here you are. 1.
Yeah.
2.
Right.
Well, nobody else seems to be getting off this train.
Good. At least we know we've not been followed. The only person inside is that old fellow over at the station window, Markham.
What's more reasonable, then, that we talk to him?
Nothing. Let's do it.
We've got to talk to somebody, I suppose. We've got to find our hotel, get those bags moved, get directions to the fishing ground. Hello there.
How do you do, sir?
Hello, Sonny. Who's your friend?
Well, let's say his name is Smith.
Well, if that's the way you want it, it's okay with me. What's you want it for? Horse stealing?
I was, but they dismissed the charge. Where is everybody?
Here I am. What's on your mind?
Oh, we'd like to know where our hotel is.
What happened, Sonny? Lose your hotel? Dang careless of you.
Oh, brother. Look, my friend, we had a reservation at the Northville Mansion House. Now, how do we get there?
Take a cab.
And where do we find the cab driver?
That's me.
Well, that's fine. Now, can we get the baggage agent to move our bags?
Sure. That's me, too.
Versatile, aren't you? How do we find the way to the fishing grounds?
Get a guide.
And that's...
Nope. That's my brother.
And where is he?
He's to the funeral. Everybody in town's to the funeral. Bill Avery. Never saw a town so happy a fellow was dead. Owned the mill here, did. Only got it in a swindle. Hires lots of folks from around here. Only he don't pay 'em hardly nothing. Weren't very well liked, I can tell you that.
Everybody disliked him, eh?
Yep.
What did he die of?
Vance?
Oh, we're still on vacation, Markham. I didn't mean anything by it.
Want to know what he died of, huh? Well, a tree fell on him. Of course, somebody had to cut that tree down, but somehow nobody bothered to figure that out.
Well, here goes our vacation. I can see that. I think I'll send a notice to the fish around here saying, we're busy. Don't bother biting.
What's that you say, mister?
Well,
You know, you talk awful funny. You're the type of fellow they call character, ain't you?
Oh, no.
I beg your pardon. Is Mrs. A... Well, hello there.
Hi.
You're baggage agent, cab driver, and also butler for Mrs. Avery?
Nope. Just happened to be town sheriff, that's all. Say, mister, you asked a lot of questions at the station a little while back. I'd like to know why.
Certainly, Sheriff. You see, I'm Philo Vance.
Philo Vance? The investigator?
That's right.
Mountain High Moses. I read about you. Come on in. Miss Avery ain't at home, but come on in. She'll be back soon. Come
Thank
on.
you.
Yeah, Miss Avery stayed a little extra while at the funeral. Doris came here to fix her some tea, so it'll be here when she got home. Oh, Doris, come here.
Yes, Grandma, I'm coming. You want me about something?
Doris, this here is Mr. Philo Vance from the city.
How do you do?
Hello, Doris. I'm going to wait for Mrs. Avery, but I'd like to talk to you.
All right, Mr. Vance.
You were engaged to Mr. Avery, weren't you?
Well, I guess you couldn't hardly call it that, Mr. Vance. It's something I'd like to think, though.
You must feel very badly about the accident.
No, now you come to say that, and I come to think of it, I don't feel bad at all.
Oh?
Can't understand why either, Mr. Vance. Oh, there's Miss Avery now. Someone to see him, Miss Avery. Mr. Philo Vance.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Vance.
How do you do?
Hello, Clem.
Hello, Miss Avery.
Won't you please sit down, Mr. Vance?
Thank you.
I'll take your hat and coat, Mrs. Avery.
Oh.
Your bag and gloves, too, if you like.
No, just my coat, please, Doris. I'll keep my hat and gloves on. Going out again soon.
Yes, ma'am. I'll take it in the next room with me.
Thank you, dear. And now, Mr. Vance, how can I help you?
Miss Avery, this Vance here is a private investigator.
Oh?
I know this isn't any of my business, but I thought that if there were any doubt about your son's death being an accident, perhaps I could be of assistance.
Well, excuse me. I'll go get Doris. Fix a cup of tea for me.
All right, Clem. You're a stranger in Northville, Mr. Vance, yet you've already heard that my son's death might not have been an accident.
Yes, I have. Do you feel that it was?
No, but I haven't any idea who might have killed him.
I've heard the names Frank Joyce and Johnny Stanley mentioned in that connection.
Yes, and I can understand why. Maybe you also heard Doris's name mentioned, Mr. Vance. My son wasn't very good to her while he was alive, even though she is taken care of in his will.
Really? But cutting down a tree, could a girl
do that? I wouldn't know, really. But women in this part of the country are very strong, Mr. Vance, and very active. I'm sorry I can't tell you anything that might help you.
I'm sorry, too. But I take it that's a signal for me to go.
If you don't mind.
Very well. Goodbye, Mrs. Avery. And if I didn't know better, I might think that you didn't want whoever murdered your son to be caught.
I'm not surprised that you say that, Mr. Vance. As a matter of fact, I don't.
This is District Attorney Markham. The tree trunk murder case opened with the finding of the body of mill owner Bill Avery underneath the trunk of a freshly hewn tree. Vance and I, on vacation in the town of Northville, found, after talking to Avery's mother, that suspects are Frank Joyce, from whose dad Avery is suspected of swindling the mill, Doris Stanley, Avery's girlfriend, and Johnny Stanley, her brother. Vance has decided to interview Johnny Stanley and finds him at work cutting down a tree. It seems the young Stanley...
I got work to do here, Vance. Talking and working don't go too good together.
You're very adept with that axe, Mr. Stanley.
Why not? Been handling one since I was 14.
It strikes me as being singularly appropriate that a lumberjack with a grievance, such as you had against Bill Avery, would find some sort of poetic justice in making sure he died the way he did, pinned under a fallen tree.
That the way it strikes you? Well, what do you know?
Oh, I haven't any proof, Mr. Stanley. But I think I'm going to postpone the end of my vacation until I do find some.
Sorry. The axe slipped.
My foot isn't sorry. Another inch or two, and that axe of yours would have done quite a job on it.
Yeah, I know. Too bad. Now I gotta take time to clean the dirt off before I go to work on this tree again. Well, take a good look at that axe, if you like. And at my back, Vance. Want to see how the logs are moving downstream.
Interesting young man.
Vance. Oh, Vance, I've been looking for you.
Oh, hello, Markham. Well, this is quite a vacation we're having, isn't it?
Personally, I prefer our original intention, fishing.
Well, this is relatively the same thing. We have a murderer to catch. That's the principal difference. If our bait is right and our technique correct, we'll land him.
Hey, Frank! Frank!
Yeah, Johnny?
Hop over here, will you? I want to talk to you. Those logs are going downstream, okay?
Check. Like as not, they don't need me to send them down to the mill anyhow. What's up?
Walk up here a little way with me. I got to talk to you.
I know what about, too, don't I?
That's right. It's about Bill's death and those two city fellas who've been buzzing around.
You mean Vance?
Yeah, he's one of them. Talk to you?
A little while ago. Had an idea I knocked over a tree so that it fell on Bill.
He's got an idea everybody around here knocked over that tree. Make a deal with you, Frank.
Like as not, I'm going to say okay.
That's what I want to hear. Look, Frank, whatever we know about Bill Avery's death, we keep to ourselves. You keep your mouth shut, and I'll do the same. Well?
Suits me fine. Never did like strangers butting in the business of us peaceful folks at Northville.
Hello, Johnny.
Afternoon, Mrs. Avery. Looking over the mill?
Yes, I am.
Awful hot for you down here, ma'am. Ought to take off that coat.
I don't mind.
Suit yourself. Only you couldn't get me to wear a coat nor gloves on this job. Roast to death. At least take your gloves off.
I really don't mind, Johnny, honestly. And, Johnny, I've got to talk to you. It's about Doris.
Wait till I turn off this saw. There. Now, what about Doris, Mrs. Avery? She been carrying on over Bill's death?
She's been crying all morning. Keep saying it's her fault. Johnny, what does that mean?
You know as well as I do. Only we're the only ones that are going to know.
Well, somebody's over by the door, Johnny.
Yeah, I know, Mrs. Avery. Whoever it is, come on in. Is that Mr. Vance again?
Good afternoon, Mrs. Avery.
Oh.
Hello, Johnny.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vance.
Vance, what do you want here at the mill? More of your stupid questions, because if you do, I got no time to listen. I got work to do with this saw. Excuse me, Mrs. Avery.
Johnny, it isn't stupid questions that I want. I want some intelligent answers. Would you mind turning off that saw?
All right.
Thank you.
Well, let's get this over with. I got work to do.
You want me here, Mr. Vance?
Very definitely, Mrs. Avery. You can help me a great deal. You see, my investigations find nothing except that a lot of people wanted to see your son dead.
Yes, that's probably true.
In view of that and the fact that this case has been singularly unproductive of results, I wanted both of you to know that Mr. Markham and I are leaving here in the morning.
Good.
You're leaving Northville tomorrow, Mr. Vance?
Yes, I am. That means that if I don't find your son's murderer tonight, that will leave only the sheriff to look for whoever it is. And somehow I don't believe the sheriff is going to look very hard. I'm playing a long shot, Markham. When we get to the Avery house, I'll know if it worked.
As long as I'm in this race somewhere, Vance, perhaps you'll tell me what it is you're betting on.
Certainly. I had Doris Stanley call her brother and Frank Joyce over to Mrs. Avery's. I wanted the four of them and the sheriff there when we arrive.
And what's the long shot you spoke about?
If they're there and things work out the way I plan, I think I can prove to you who murdered Bill Avery.
That's what I like about you, Vance. We work side by side in a murder investigation, and you come up with a statement like that. Personally, I haven't found anything yet that points to any one of the suspects.
I have. Points rather definitely, too, I'd say. You'll find what I mean when we get to the Avery house.
Can I get you something, Mrs. Avery?
No, thank you, Doris. I'm glad you're starting to feel better.
Oh, yes, ma'am. I feel better now.
I'm glad you do, Doris. Glad you do.
What's this mystery all about? Why did you call me?
I can't tell you. I promised not to.
Like as not, that means you promised to call me here, too, and promised not to tell why.
Yes, Frank, I did.
Well, who'd you promise, sis?
I can't tell you that. I promised that nice Mr. Vance.
So that's what it is. I thought this was something I could do for Mrs. Avery. Well, that settles it. Come on, Frank.
I'm with you, boss.
Wait a minute, boys. Have either of you anything to hide from Mr. Vance?
That's a mighty sharp question, Miss Avery. Should have thought of that one myself.
We got nothing to hide, nothing. That is, not that we know of.
Well, then why not wait? Doris, I believe I will have a glass of water, please.
Oh, sure, Miss Avery. And then while we're waiting, would you show me how to make that crochet stitch? You promised.
I know I did. I'll show it to you in a few days, Doris.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. I'll go get you that water.
Look, Johnny, like as not, you're going to stick around here and wait for that Vance, but I'm not.
Okay, Frank. If he wants us, let him come get us. Mrs. Avery?
Yes?
Tell Vance when he comes that we've got no...
Good evening, everyone.
Oh.
Come in, Markham.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Vance.
I see that Doris did as I asked her to. I owe her a debt of gratitude.
You don't owe me nothing, Mr. Vance. And here's your water, Mrs. Avery.
Thank you, dear.
Well, those are very fine lace gloves you're wearing, Mrs. Avery. Make them yourself?
Yes, I did. They match this collar and the cuffs.
So I notice.
Miss Avery's going to show me how to crochet in a couple of days, Mr. Vance.
I wouldn't be surprised. Now, you two men, Johnny and Frank, This meeting was arranged for your benefit.
We don't need any benefits or anything else from you.
Look, Johnny, I don't think I'd talk to Vance like that if I were you.
No? Who's going to stop me?
But if I were you again, I wouldn't try to find out.
I don't know what anybody else is going to do, but I'm getting out of here.
Please don't go yet, Frank. I want you particularly to be here.
Yeah, for what?
To hear me tell all of you who murdered William Avery.
Maybe I don't want to hear that.
Maybe you already know.
Mr. Vance, may I ask what we're waiting for? That is, if you do have something to tell us.
Of course, Mrs. Avery. Oh, Sheriff.
Yep, that's me. Ain't had nobody to arrest in 3 years, but I'm sheriff.
I'm afraid that record of yours is due to be broken momentarily.
That's what I don't like about strangers. Always starting something new.
Oh, thank you, Sheriff. Before I name the murderer of Mr. Avery, I'd like to say that Johnny here and Frank and Doris all had motives for killing him.
And what if we did? What does that prove?
Nothing. I also would like to look at Mrs. Avery's glove, if she doesn't mind.
Why the glove, Vance? What'll that tell you?
Nothing, actually, Markham. It will merely convince me. Please, Mrs. Avery?
You want to see my glove? Which one?
Either of them will do.
Well, I have a pair just like these in this drawer.
Please, Mrs. Avery, I want to see the glove that you're wearing.
Very well. Here you are.
Thank you. Markham, would you look at Mrs. Avery's hand? The back of the hand is very interesting, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, strong hand, Vance.
Yes, it is. Now I want you to see the palm of Mrs. Avery's hand. Look at it, Markham. Look at it, everybody.
Blisters?
Oh, no.
Yes,
What's
blisters.
that?
And the blisters got there when Mrs. Avery wielded the axe to fell a tree on top of her son so his death would look accidental. You killed him, didn't you, Mrs. Avery?
Yes. Yes, I did. But I had good reason. He was hurting everyone he knew. He was mean. He was dishonest. But I still wouldn't have done it if I hadn't found that he wanted to have me put away in a mental institution. I would have died there. I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy.
No, Mrs. Avery, I'm sure you're not. Now I know all of you have resented Mr. Markham's and my presence in Northville. You felt that you can best run your own lives without interference.
That's right, Vance. We did feel that way.
Very well. I leave you with an officer of the law, your own sheriff, and a confessed murderer, Mrs. Avery. I'm sure you'll see to it that justice, whatever it may be, is served. Come on, Markham. We're due back in the city in the morning.
Vance, now that we're on our way home, how did you know Mrs. Avery committed the murder?
Well, every time I saw Mrs. Avery, she was wearing gloves. No matter what the occasion or lack of occasion, she wore gloves. She had also promised to show Doris how to crochet, but she postponed the instructions. Why?
Well, because her hands were blistered from the axe, just as you said. And how simple it all sounds now. Mighty strong woman she was to be able to cut down a big tree, Vance.
Yes, that's true. She did have strong hands. Too bad she tried to take the law into them. Well, Markham, our vacation is ended.
Yes, it is, Vance. And so is the tree trunk murder case.
Please, Daniel.
I'm sorry, dear. I just can't help being nervous. The man wants $100,000. That's every bit of money we have in the bank.
He'll kill you if you don't give it to him, though. He said he would. Oh, give him the money, Daniel. You know what happened to George Morrison.
I won't do it.
Oh,
I
please.
told him I wouldn't do it on the telephone this afternoon.
But
I told him I wouldn't go to the police. But I wouldn't pay him the money either.
Oh, Daniel, you did the wrong thing.
Maybe that's what's making me nervous.
Oh, my dear.
A killer who whistles. Who just whistles and kills.
You told him you weren't going to call the police.
Yes. I told him I didn't have $100,000, but he laughed. As if he knew I had.
Daniel, I won't have you working yourself into a breakdown. I'm going to call the police. Daniel.
Those footsteps. Maybe it's our butler. He could be coming downstairs.
Daniel, that can't be our butler. You know it can't.
It's the killer. It's the whistling killer.
Go away. Go away, you. Don't. No! You killed him. You murderer, you thief.
I tell you, Vance, you've got to do something. This isn't any scientific murder series. There aren't any clues. All we know is that 3 people were murdered by the whistling killer.
I know, Markham. Believe me, I understand the complications. Undoubtedly, all 3 victims, Morrissey and Mr. and Mrs. Daniel Stewart, had been threatened and refused to pay.
Why didn't they call me? What good is being a district attorney if people won't call on you for help?
By the same token, what good is being a private investigator if there's nothing to work on?
Vance, I never heard you talk that way.
But what else can I do? There isn't a single place for me to begin working. What do we know? Tell me, what do we know?
Well, we know the Stewart's butler heard someone whistle, then shots. He was on the 3rd floor, and by the time he came down to the library, Mr. Stewart was dead, and Mrs. Stewart lived only long enough to say that the killer wanted $100,000.
Where does anybody go from there? What do I do? Investigate the butler?
No, he's been with the Stewarts for years, absolutely beyond reproach. The butler's out, Vance.
I know he's out, but who's in? What do we do for suspects? How do I find a killer nobody living has ever seen?
I don't know, Vance. All I know is that if there's anyone in the world who can do it, that person is you.
Steady, Dad. Mullins.
Joe, Mike. I've got a statement from the DA on the whistling killer murders.
Give.
District Attorney Markham urges any citizen who was approached by the whistling killer to call him immediately in the interest of law and order, etc., etc., etc. The DA asks we put it in a box on page 1.
I'll take it up to the city editor. Nothing more to the statement?
That's it. The usual business about the law being more powerful than any criminal. Police have several leads they're tracking down, you know.
Can do. Maybe the item will give the DA something to work on. I guarantee he doesn't have a thing on that whistling killer right now.
Sweetie! Oh, sweetie, I've been waiting for you. Oh, honey, it's good to see you. Sit down. Here, sit here in your favorite chair. That's it now. Come on now, honey, put your feet up. Right here on the stool. That's better, isn't it? Are you hungry, darling?
Uh-huh.
Well, I'm going to fix you something super special. Here, let me open up your collar, huh? Is that better? Now, you sit right there and don't you move. I know you worked very hard last night. I've been reading all about it in the newspapers. Say, you killed 3 people already. The whole town's looking for you. Nobody knows who you are, but every cop's on the muscle. Don't that scare you? Don't it make you nervous? Don't... Hey, how do you like that? He's fast asleep, just like a baby.
No, Markham, not a thing.
I
This
know.
is the most helpless situation I've ever been in.
Nobody's called in after that item I had put in the newspapers either, Vance. Does this mean we'll have to wait for somebody else to be killed before we do something about the whistling killer?
I sincerely hope not. The very moment you hear any...
Mr. Vance, I've got to talk to you immediately.
Hello, Vance.
Please, Mr. Vance.
I'll call you back, Markham. I have a visitor. Goodbye. Well, it's a little late for me to ask you in, my friend, but would you mind closing the door?
Vance, my name is Wilbur Jones. I've received a warning. The whistling killer.
You've got to do something to help me. I don't dare go to the police. You've got to help me. Somebody has to help me.
Take it easy, please, Mr. Jones. I was just talking to the district attorney. We knew the Whistling Killer would look for another victim. He hasn't been successful in getting any money so far.
He's killed 3 people, and I'm going to be the 4th unless you do something to prevent it. He warned me against going to the police. He said he'd kill me if I did. I don't dare go near the district attorney. I came to you. You've got to help me.
How much money does he want?
$150,000. Every cent I have in the world. I won't give it to him. I can't. It's taken me years to save it. What right is he to demand I give it to him? Mr. Vance, do something. Please do something.
When is the killer going to be in touch with you again?
I don't know. He didn't say. He's too smart. He won't take a chance on calling and having the phone call traced. He'll come up to me on the street maybe when I'm alone. He'll kill me. He'll kill me sure, Vance.
I don't think he will, Mr. Jones. Something you've told me has given me the first clue I've had on this case.
Something I've told you?
Yes. I want to telephone the bank where Mr. Stewart kept his money. We know the Whistling Killer asked Stewart for $100,000.
Yes?
If I find out one thing at the bank, I'll have the one thing I need to start work on catching him. And you can bank on that.
Yes, come in.
Hello, Dad.
Oh, hello, son.
Hi.
Well, come on, sit down.
Thanks. But I have no time, Dad. I'll guess what I came in for.
Well, I don't have to guess. How much do you want this time?
$100, Dad.
Oh.
A big night tonight.
But, Jimmy, you're spending a lot of money lately.
Why not? Who taught me to spend money but my ever-loving father?
Well, that's not the point.
All your fault, Dad. You brought me up wrong. Well, 100, Dad?
Now, look here, son. I'm not made of
now,
money.
Now, Pop, listen. How would you like it if James Whitby Jr. went out with $1.30 in his pocket? What would people say? About you?
This is nothing to joke about, Jimmy.
Who's joking? James Whitby Jr., young banking executive, with $1.30 in his kick. Is that funny?
Oh, all right, Jimmy. I'll give you the money this
Thanks,
time.
Dad. I know you would. Maybe you won't have to keep shelling out like this, Pop. Not much longer, anyhow.
Oh?
If plans I have come through, I won't have to ask you for a dime, ever.
Come on, Markham, give.
Now, Joe.
Our readers want to know what progress the police have made on the Whistling Killer case.
There's nothing I can tell you, Joe. Not a thing.
When interviewed in his office, the district attorney asserted that the police are running down several clues and an early arrest is anticipated. Want that?
No, I don't.
Well, then you'd better get...
Joe, can I tell you something off the record?
That's against my better judgment, but go ahead.
Philo Vance called me on the telephone a little while ago.
Vance?
Yes. He said he had found a connection between Daniel Stewart, the man who was killed with his wife, and another man who shall be nameless, who came to him after being threatened by the Whistling Killer.
Oh, you mean there is a break coming up in this case?
If you don't print that. You know Vance, Joe. You know all he needs is one little opening, and he'll crack this thing wide open.
That's right.
Just between you and me, an early arrest is anticipated. At least by me.
Mr. Whitby, you were the head of the Leighton Bank for many years, weren't you?
Yes, Vance. Yes, I was. I still have an interest in it. Why do you ask?
You knew Daniel Stewart?
Well, I met him. He was a client of the bank.
I have a very important question to ask you.
Oh? Well, go ahead, by all means.
Your bank has 2 branches.
That's right.
What official of your company would have knowledge of the depositors in both branches?
I don't think I know what you mean.
I guess I haven't been very clear. Let's say that I had $100,000 in your Main Street branch.
Yes?
And a friend of mine had, let's say, $200,000 in your Maple Street branch.
Uh-huh.
How many people would know both figures?
Oh, well, now, let me see. Oh, I imagine none of the tellers would know about both branches.
I know that.
The vice president in charge of accounts would have supervision over both branches.
And who is he?
My son.
Anyone else, Mr. Whitby?
Now, let me think. There's...
Get down on the floor! Did you get him, Mr. Whitby?
No, I didn't.
Well, come on. Let's get after whoever fired those shots.
All right, I'm with you.
You couldn't have gotten very far. We'll get out this door and...
No. It's locked.
Whoever did it was pretty cute. Locked the door from the outside. Mr. Whitby, have you received any communication from the Whistling Killer? Well, have you?
Yes, I have.
That's what I thought. I'm on the right track, anyhow. Only one thing puzzles me right now.
Well, what is that, Vance?
In all probability, that was the Whistling Killer who fired those shots. But I wonder why he didn't whistle.
Stop it! What are you hitting me for? I didn't say I was going to do it. I only said I might if you didn't treat me. Let it out. Cut it out. Cut it out. Cut it out. Will you... Where are you going? Where are you going? Clip me, will you? What for? What did I do? Nothing, that's what. Well, now I'm really going to give you something to clip me about. Who do you think you are, anyway? You clip me for nothing. Well, you're never going to do that again, I can tell you.
District Attorney Markham speaking.
I've got something to spill to you.
Who is this?
This is a dame who's calling up to do you a great big favor.
Yes?
Malcolm, you're trying to find out who the whistling killer is, aren't you?
We most certainly are. Do you know? Who is it?
It's a guy who's going to be awful sorry that he...
He what? Hello? He what? Hello, what's the trouble? Hello, are you still there? Hello? What were you trying to say just a moment ago? I didn't get you. Hello? Hello? Hello, what's happened? Hello? Hello, are you there?
This is District Attorney Markham. The Whistling murder case concerns the killing by an unknown extortionist of several people, the most recent of whom was shot while talking on the telephone to me. Philo Vance, appealed to for help by a man named Wilbur Jones, uncovered something that sent him to a former banker named James Whitby, and from Whitby learned that his son, James Jr., knew the exact deposits several of the victims maintained in their bank accounts. He's about to explain the significance of this to me in my office, and I'm very...
It's reasonably simple, Markham. Just before she died, Mrs. Stewart was able to tell her butler that the whistling killer had demanded $100,000.
Yes, I know.
That $100,000 represented every cent Stewart had in the bank. Somebody knew that.
Or it was a coincidence.
Well, it might have been, except that the Wilbur Jones who came to me told me that the whistling killer had demanded exactly the same amount as he had in the bank. And both Jones and Stewart used the same bank, although different branches.
Oh, I think I'm beginning to understand. And I'm frank to say it's about time I did. We almost had a break on this case, that phone call I got from the girl who was shot. She didn't live long enough to talk.
We'll make our own break, Markham. As you know, James Whitby told me that his son would know how much depositors in both branches of the bank would have in their accounts. But I've uncovered the strangest thing.
Yes?
Yes. I discovered that Mr. Jones is a director of the bank, and that he, too, might very easily have access to the accounts.
You mean the man who came to you for help is a suspect?
Why not? That device has been tried before, pretending to be a victim so that suspicion is removed. I've got to do some more checking. I want to find just how many people would know about the deposits in both bank branches. Then I have a plan to make the whistling killer show his hand.
It sounds very interesting if one of the bank employees is the killer. What goes on from here, Vance?
I go on from here, Markham, on to a series of questions with which I won't bore you. The next time you hear from me, I'll have some answers for you.
Yes, sir? Mr. Jones in.
Who shall I say is calling, please?
James Whitby, Jr.
One moment, please.
Hello, hello. What is it? What is it?
Mr. James Whitby, Jr. to see you, Mr. Jones.
Whitby. No. I won't see him.
Very well, sir.
Wait. Wait just a moment. Maybe I'd better send him in.
Yes, sir. Through that door, Mr. Whitby.
Thanks. Hello, Jones. Come in. Now, listen, Whitby. I don't want you to do anything foolish. I want you to listen to me for a minute.
Just hold the phone, Jones. I came to see you, remember?
I know what you came about. But you've got to give me time.
Let's start from the beginning.
Well?
I walked in here for one reason, Jones, because I want you to lay off my father.
What?
That's it. Lay off my dad.
What are you talking about?
He told me a shot was fired at him when he was talking to Philo Vance yesterday.
I know that. The whistling killer fired that shot.
Is that what you think?
Yes, and you're the whistling killer.
What?
I figured it all out. When I told Vance about the amount of money I was asked for, he figured it was somebody at the bank. You know how much everybody has deposited. You've got to be the killer.
Now, you leave me alone or call for help. That's a good act you're doing. But you have as much opportunity to look at our account as I have. You know the amount each depositor has. But I'll give you a break, Jones. You lay off my father, and I won't tell anybody what I know.
What you know? Just what is it you know?
That you're the whistling killer, of course.
Markham speaking.
This is Vance, my friend.
I've been waiting for your call, Vance. Means you've asked all your questions, doesn't it?
It most certainly does. Are there any newspaper men in your office at the moment?
There generally are, a few within call. Why?
I want you to make an announcement to them, Markham. Here's what I want you
Hey, quit pushing. What's the matter? You think you're in the whole train? Shut up and get lost. Guy can't come home from work and suddenly read his paper without getting into an argument. Well, just give me a little room to read my paper. I won't be no while. Okay, so you got room. So shut up. Go ahead, read. Big front page story. Yeah? What about? Oh, read it yourself. You kept shoving to get yourself room to read. Somebody's pushing me to the other side. What's on the front page? First, I get shoved around. Now I got to read to the guy. It's about the whistling killer. Hey. Yeah, you could say that again. Only this time he didn't kill nobody. This time the papers say he made a date to call on Philo Vance. You ever hear of Philo Vance? Yeah, sure. Who hasn't? That killer's got some nerve fooling around with Vance. So he's got some nerve. So what? When's he going to see Vance? The paper says the guy called Vance and said he... Oh, sorry. This is my stuff. Well, you got room now. Read it from your own paper.
I could use another C-note, Dad.
What?
Yeah. Another 100.
Another 100? Look here, boy. I gave you $100 the other night.
I guess you did, but it's gone. I meant to ask you for it today down at the bank, but you left before I had a chance.
Well, you might as well know this. I'm not giving you any more money, Jimmy.
But, Dad...
I don't have it.
Come on now, Dad. Let's stop with that talk. You got plenty of dough. You got stocks, bonds...
I don't have any more.
You don't? What happened?
The wrong stocks went up. The wrong ones went down.
Oh, what's the difference? You got plenty of cash. Come on, Pop, 100. That's all I need, 100.
No. And that's definite.
Pop, you wouldn't want me... Who's there?
Philo Vance.
Philo Vance. What does he want here?
Open the door and see. What's the matter, Jim? What are you afraid of?
Nothing. Nothing. I'll open it. Hold it, Vance. I'm on the way. Well?
You're young Whitby?
Well?
That's my son, Vance.
He doesn't seem particularly pleased to see me. How are you, Mr. Whitby?
I'm pretty well, thank you.
Oh, what do you want here, Vance?
I merely want to invite you over to my office, young man.
What for?
To meet the whistling killer.
What? What are you talking about?
Just that. The whistling killer is calling on me. Your son won't be alone. Mr. Wilbur Jones will be there, and District Attorney Markham.
Well, what do you want with me, huh? I'm not going there. I won't go.
I think you can convince him differently, can't you, Mr. Whitby?
Well...
My office in an hour. Perhaps you ought to bring your son, Mr. Whitby. Just to make sure he gets there, of course.
I tell you, Mr. Markham, I have work to do tonight at the bank.
But
There's
Mr.
no reason
Jones...
for me to be here at Vance's office jeopardizing my life.
He's right.
You can say that again.
I'm sorry, Mr. Jones, and my apologies to you, Mr. Whitby, and your son. Vance said he'd be here at 8 o'clock. It's only 7:30 now.
Well, look, what's all this business about the whistling killer?
Vance believes the killer will keep his word and be here, providing we don't have the building surrounded by police. And we're doing without any policemen for that reason.
Well, I don't think I understand, Mr. Markham.
I can explain it partially, I believe. Mr. Whitby, the whistling killer has been in touch with you demanding money.
Yes, he has. I told that to Vance.
And you, Mr. Jones?
Well, Vance knows that. I told him the killer was after me. What is he trying to do? Set me up here in this office to make it easy for him?
I honestly don't know what Vance is trying to do. Mr. Whitby, Jr.?
Well?
No threat from the whistling killer to you?
Well, what could he get out of me? Which leads me to ask, what am I doing here?
I'm sure Vance will explain that. He was most anxious to have you. I believe he called on you in person, didn't he? So I'm quite certain.
Wait, listen. It's the whistling killer.
The whistling killer? He's coming here?
Coming here to kill me. Markham, you have a gun. You must have a gun.
No, I don't carry one. Now get down behind Vance's desk.
That's for me. I'm for you.
Come on, Junior. Duck down.
Okay. Dad, come.
I'm staying here, son. I want to get this over with.
Dad, don't be crazy. He'll kill you. Dad, he'll...
Vance.
What
What's going on?
I never heard of anything so ridiculous in my life.
When everybody is quite through reprimanding me for pretending to be the whistling killer, I'll explain all
I
this.
should think you would.
Yes.
Thank you very much. This little experiment was very necessary, gentlemen. Definitely necessary.
All right. It was necessary to scare all of us to death. But what did it prove?
What did it prove, Mr. Whitby?
That's what I said.
Nothing very much, except that you are the whistling killer.
Now, Vance, he's going for a gun. No, Dan, no more killing.
Let go my arms, you fool. Let go.
I'm afraid you'd better help the young man, Markham. After which I'm sure you'll see to it that the whistling killer talks.
All right. What's the point of my denying it? I'm the whistling killer. Although how you knew, how I gave myself away, I'll never know, Vance.
It so happens that I don't know either, Whitby. Vance?
Let's see if I can start from the beginning of this case and bring it right up to date. I'll admit that some of this is pure supposition, but I believe you lost all your money in the stock market. Correct, Mr. Whitby?
It's your story, Vance.
It's correct.
Thank you, Markham. Anyhow, Whitby hit upon the idea of the whistling killer, an idea that would cloak his identity. He investigated the bank accounts of his friends, found just how much cash they were worth, and went to work.
There was a girl killed, wasn't there, Vance? How do you explain that?
That, Whitby, was your girlfriend, of course. You two probably had a falling out. Incidentally, when Markham was talking to her on the phone, just as you shot her, he heard your whistle, which was how I could imitate it in my office.
You still haven't told me how you found me.
I will. There are some details to fill in. One of them was the shot that was fired when you and I were together, Whitby. You see, your son knew you were the killer. I'm sure he did. He fired that shot, missing purposely just to throw me off.
Young Whitby knew about his father?
I think so. He went to see my client, Wilbur Jones, and accused him of being the whistling killer, to keep Jones from suspecting Mr. Whitby here. After all, there are only 3 men who had access to the accounts in both branches of the bank, the 2 Whitbys and Jones.
As you say, Vance, this is all hypothetical, although it does sound completely logical. But let's get back to your office when you named Whitby here. How could you do that?
When I, impersonating the whistling killer, came to the door, Markham, you and young Whitby and Jones were behind my desk. Only Whitby here was in the open, with a much-feared killer closing in. Why would he stay out in the clear?
No reason, Vance.
One reason. Because he knew it wasn't the whistling killer at all. It couldn't be. He was the whistling killer, so he knew he had nothing to fear. He realized it was a trick.
Oh. So that's how I gave myself away, huh?
Yes.
You imagined the killer would do just that, didn't you, Vance?
I hoped he would. But we were in the middle of this case before I got the idea for it.
It doesn't matter that you got the idea in the middle, Vance. It only matters that we've reached the end of the whistling murder case.
District Attorney Markham speaking.
Oh, is that so?
Hello, dear. Sorry, force of habit on the phone. Besides, how was I to know it was my wife?
You mean you couldn't tell by my ring? I'm surprised at you.
Well, it's about time somebody was surprised at me and not at Philo Vance, as people usually are. It's been giving me an inferiority complex. Thank you for nipping it, darling. Now, what do you want?
Nothing. Just thought perhaps you were working so hard you'd lost track of the time. It's 11:30.
It is? Wow, I did lose track of it all right. I had so many things to clear up down here at my office that I...
What's the trouble?
Someone's at the door, I think. I'll call you back, Edith.
All right. But don't work too hard, please. Goodbye.
Bye, dear. I'm coming. Hey, what the...
Thank goodness I found you in.
Easy now.
Help me.
You're hurt pretty bad. Put your arm around my shoulder. That's it. Now, let's get over to this chair. There. Now, who are you and what happened to you?
I've been shot.
I'd better call a hospital. You wait right here while I get to the
Don't
phone.
bother, Markham. I'll never live till the ambulance gets here.
Hold your head up while... No. It can't be.
My face surprised you, didn't it?
I should say it did. You're the image of Philo Vance.
I know. That's why they killed...
I couldn't help it, Tommy. Now stop hitting me.
If I ever
get away from these two lugs holding me, you wouldn't slap me around that way.
It's going to teach you that I won't tolerate mistakes, Joe. No mistakes. The one thing I won't tolerate is mistakes.
How could I tell? The guy... You showed me a picture of Philo Vance. I shot a guy I thought was Vance. It was the image of Vance, I tell you. Anybody would have thought it was Vance.
Let him go, boys. Joe, wait for me in the next room.
Sure. Sure, boss.
Mike, you better go with him to make sure he stays put and see that he stays there. Let them go would be a mistake, and I won't tolerate mistakes.
Okay, Mr. Orchid. Come on, you.
Eddie, you stay with me.
Don't worry about Joey, boss. He'll be with me when you want him.
I'm quite certain he will be. Eddie. Perhaps it was my mistake that let me send Joe to kill Philo Vance. I won't tolerate mistakes even if I make them. Certainly can't afford a second one. A Vance must be killed, otherwise he'll prove it was I who did the Hendricks job. Any suggestions on how we're to do it? I'll figure it out myself then. This time I'll plan it very carefully. And just to make sure, I'll let you help me do the job. How about that, Eddie? Like that? Good. While I figure out how this is going to be done, you go out and get me an orchid to bring to my girl Penny. Got to remember about Vance, but I don't want to forget about her.
Yes, operator, this is District Attorney Markham, and I'll hold the phone.
Hello, Markham.
Oh, Vance, where are you? I've been trying all day to reach you.
I'm in a little town about 300 miles from the city, Markham. And I think I've got good news.
Yes?
I've found a young fellow who admits being with Tommy Orchid when Orchid killed that man Hendricks last week.
Well, that's fine, but it's not important, Vance.
It isn't?
Not in view of what's happened here. Vance, a man was killed last night for one reason and one only. Because he looked like you.
What?
Sorry, Vance. That new secretary of mine put flowers on my desk this morning.
She'll learn about you and your allergy to flowers. But what about this man who was killed because he looked like me?
You hurry back and I'll tell you the whole story. It's very apparent that somebody thought he was getting you out of the way.
Yes, it is. There's only one reason for getting me out of the way. That's because I was getting in the way.
Like the orchid, Penny?
It's beautiful, Tommy, but you don't have to bring me one every day.
Who says I don't? I'm Tommy Orchid, and I always bring my girl an orchid every day.
Believe me, that isn't the fascination you have for me. I could do without orchids.
But not without me, huh? Well, you're not making any mistake, Penny. I don't tolerate mistakes. They're bad for business.
Let's forget business for a while, can't we?
Yeah, sure, right after we get a little matter out of the way. Ever hear of a man named Philo Vance?
Yes, definitely.
Think you can handle an assignment that concerns him?
Maybe.
You better be sure. I don't tolerate any mistakes, Penny. Not even from you.
Come in.
Vance, where are you?
I'm in my private office. Come in here, whoever you are.
Don't worry, I'm coming. Hello, Vance. I'm Tommy Orchid.
Oh? Sit down.
I'll do this standing up. Vance, lay off me.
How do you mean?
My boys find you grabbed some kid who used to work for me in a town called Centerville, about 200 or 300 miles from here. And that he talked about the Hendricks killing.
Your boys have pretty good information.
They don't make mistakes. I don't tolerate mistakes.
I think you made one by coming to my office. What do you want?
I just want to tell you what you know, and that's nothing. All you have is some punk kid saying I killed Hendricks. Just his word against mine, and me with a solid alibi, just in case.
I don't doubt your alibi or your reason for coming to see me. You are not threatening me by any chance?
Me? That would be a mistake, Vance, and I don't make mistakes. I could point out to you that a fellow who looked like you was killed yesterday. But that wouldn't mean anything to you, would it?
Nothing, except that the man was killed by mistake by one of your gunmen. And that's a mistake I don't like, and I'm going to do something about right now.
That's pretty tough talk, Vance. You probably know about me. I don't carry a gun, so you think you can say anything you like.
I carry one. Here it is. But it's going over there in the corner now. Now, look, Orchid, you had an innocent man killed yesterday.
That's your opinion. Can you prove it?
I don't need any proof of what's going to happen now. I'm not the law. I don't have to handle you with gloves.
I don't think you can handle me at all, and this'll prove it.
Down where you belong now, Orchid. Oh, no, you don't. You don't go calling with that gun of mine. I'll get it first. Now, get up.
All right, Vance. I'm glad you didn't let me get to that gun. If you had, I'd have used it on you. And that would have been a mistake. And
I know you don't tolerate mistakes. You made one when you came to see me, though.
Did I? I doubt it. Maybe I had a reason. But listen, and this is no maybe. You've got nothing on me, and you're never going to get anything on me that'll hold up in court, no matter how you try or what you do. I'm too smart for that. Remember what I said, Vance. I'm too smart for that, and you.
Hello.
Is this Philo Vance?
Yes?
My name's Penny Daly. Vance, what would you give to get the real dope on Tommy Orchid?
What are you getting for giving it to me?
I'm Tommy's girl, and he wants me to do something that concerns you. Only I'm afraid.
Of what?
It doesn't work out the way he wants, and it won't from what I've heard of you. He'll kill me. I know he will.
Where are you now?
In my apartment, 50 Lincoln Boulevard.
Stay where you are. I'll be right up, and we can get down to facts.
Eddie, don't it make no difference to you what the boss tells us to do? But Joey was our pal. He wanted jobs with us. And Tommy Orchid says to knock him off just because he made one little mistake. And we do it.
We do it or we get it?
Yeah, I guess that's right. I don't never want to cross Tommy Orchid. That can't be no good. Hey, Eddie, suppose one of us made a mistake. One of us. And Tommy says you or me's got to get knocked off. Yeah, I wouldn't do that to you. No, why should I? You're my pal. Hey, look, Eddie, if Tommy ever says for you to give it to me, you wouldn't do it, would you? Well, you don't have to think about it, do you? What's there to think about? You wouldn't knock me off for no reason just because the boss says so, would you?
No. I'd knock you off in a minute, Mike, for no other reason than to keep in practice. Just remember that.
a minute. Who's there?
Miss Daly, I'm Philo Vance.
Wait a second. Come in, Vance, quickly.
Now, there's no need to be nervous, Miss Daly. You'll tell me what I think you can tell me. We'll have Tommy Orchid in jail before the day is over.
Good. What is it you want to know?
First of all, why you've decided to talk.
Because I have a strange desire to keep on living. Look, Vance, what I know about Tommy, I never wanted to know. The jobs he's pulled, his gang, all of that, I never wanted to know it, but I do.
I see your point. And as long as you do, you're a constant threat to the safety of Mr. Orchid.
That's right. Now he wants me to get you out of the way. That's an assignment, and I don't want any part of it. Only I don't know what to do.
You did exactly what you should have done. You called me. Now, I'll tell you what I want.
Go ahead, I'm listening.
A man named Hendricks was killed a week ago. I know Tommy Orchid did that job. I found one of the boys who worked for him in a little town, and he told me after I coaxed him. But that's not proof.
Well?
Tommy has an alibi for the time Hendricks was killed. I want you to get proof that that alibi is a phony. Can you do it?
I think so. If I could find out what alibi he's using.
You can do that, too. Very easily, unless I underrate your charm. Or unless Tommy Orchid does.
I'll have the information for you. Then what do I do?
Wait here. District Attorney Markham and I will be up at 11 tomorrow. Is that all right? Can you be here?
Fine. I'll walk you to the door.
Thank you. Keep away from Tommy Orchid, and don't forget about 11 o'clock tomorrow.
Don't worry. I'll keep away from him. Goodbye, Mr. Vance. Be safe.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Okay to come out now, Tommy?
Good work, Tilly. Very good work.
What else did you expect, Tommy?
Nothing else. You were very convincing. In fact, you almost convinced me. Hiding in another room is kind of tough when the conversation between two people can mean a chair for a time.
I didn't make any mistakes, did I?
No. I'm glad you didn't. You know why.
Okay, then. What happens now?
Now we'll wait until tomorrow morning. Vance and the DA will be here, and you tell Vance where he can find all the evidence he needs to grab me.
Where will that be?
I trust you, baby, but not that much. Wherever it is, it's the place where Vance won't get any evidence, but where Eddie and I will get him.
This is District Attorney Markham. The murder case we're working on is a week old, and Vance has all the information he wants to pin it on Tommy Orchid, but he still lacks evidence. He is enlisted as an ally Penny Daly, former sweetheart of Tommy's, immediately after an innocent man was killed merely because he looked like Vance. Certain that this is the break we've been waiting for in trying to get Orchid, Vance and I have gone to call on Miss Daly at her apartment. It is 11 o'clock.
You have all the information we want, Miss Daly?
Practically all, Mr. Vance.
Excuse me. Miss Daly, we'll want to put you in police custody for a while. You won't mind that?
Mind it. I'd love it. Only you can't do it until this afternoon, Mr. Markham.
Why not?
Because I haven't the one thing I need most. The name of the man alibying for Tommy. I know he lives in the suburbs someplace, but I won't know where till this afternoon. I have to get all my information from Tommy's boys. You said to stay away from Tommy, and I haven't seen him in 2 days.
That's all right. We can phone you then. Right, Vance?
Yes. Let's go, Markham. I'll phone you later, Miss Daly.
Do that. And thank you both for your trouble.
That's quite all right. Goodbye, Miss Daly.
Goodbye.
Well, Vance?
Well, it seems that we've finally caught up with Tommy Orchid, Markham.
Yes, it does. And I'm very happy about the whole thing.
I'm not.
What?
Markham, a man as smart as Tommy Orchid must be caught in the act of killing somebody if you're going to be sure you get a conviction. I'm going to make sure we catch him doing just that.
Oh, really? Who is he going to be killing?
Who? Me, of course.
You did a good job, Penny. I'm proud of you.
Thanks, Tommy. I was pretty convincing. Vance trusts me completely.
What a set. He's supposed to be smart. We'll take care of him, Eddie. Uh-huh.
What makes him so talkative? Tommy, Vance ought to be phoning soon. What do I do then?
Penny, you didn't make any mistakes when you talked to Vance and Markham, did you?
Tommy.
Okay. Just asking, that's all. I want to make sure. I won't tolerate mistakes, you understand that? Anybody works for you understands that, Tommy. I hope so. Oh, get that, Penny. And, for being a good girl, I'll bring you 2 orchids every day.
Be quiet now, both of you. Now, I just give Vance that address and tell him what you told me, Tommy, that's all?
That's right, but make it convincing.
Leave it to me. Hello?
This is Philo Vance. Is everything all right?
Yes. Vance, listen. Tommy Orchid's worrying about his alibi. That fellow I told you about.
Go on.
The man's name is Rogers. He has a cabin out by Lake Laura. Tommy's going out to see him tonight.
Good. Now, you do this. Tell him that I phoned you and said I was going out there earlier.
Uh-huh.
Tell him I found out about Rogers somehow. And see that Tommy goes out there after me.
I think that will be easy.
Good. Now, here's something that will be a little more difficult. Tommy will come after me, I'm sure. After he's sure I'm there alone, which I will be. He'll have a gun. But you see that there are no bullets in that gun. Can you do it?
Say yes, then.
Why, yes, I can do it. Don't worry, Vance. Everything will be the way you want it.
In that case, Miss Daly, I'm quite certain everything will be the way you want it, too.
What are we doing in this shop, Vance?
Making a few purchases I'll need tonight, Markham, that's all.
I wish you'd let me go with you out to that Rogers cabin.
No good, Markham. I won't need you, and if you or the police are anywhere near, Tommy Orchid won't show up. I can handle this all right, I'm sure.
I certainly hope so.
Yes, sirs. What can I do for you, please?
To be perfectly honest, I haven't the slightest idea. Vance?
I'd like a piece of tarpaulin about 10 yards square. Black, if you have it.
Oh, we have it, sir.
Good. How long will it take you to put a wooden border on it?
Well, you want wood on all 4 sides?
On 2 sides. Give me the other 2 pieces of wood. I'll put them on myself when I get to the place I'm taking the tarpaulin.
I can have it for you, sir, in about, half an hour. Anything else?
Yes, I want a pulley and about 25 yards of rope.
Mm-hmm.
And I want it painted black.
But painted black?
Don't look at me. I don't understand why either.
Painted black, if you please. Can you have that in a half hour, too?
Well, sure, I guess so. Will that be all?
Yes, I think so. Thank you.
Now, Vance, why do you want the stuff you just ordered?
Don't you know?
Don't I? How could anybody know?
Well, you can't figure it out, Markham. But neither can anyone else. And that includes our friend Tommy Orchid, who has a surprise waiting for him.
Oh, hi, Eddie. Come on in. Sit down. What's the matter, Eddie? Did Tommy tell you to come see me?
Uh-huh.
Well, what for?
He gave me a message for you.
For me? Hey, wait a minute, Eddie. I didn't do nothing wrong. I didn't make no mistakes.
Tommy says you did.
What did I do?
Something about Joey's body. They found it.
I didn't do nothing with it, Eddie. I just dug a hole for it out in the country like I was told to do.
They found it. And they knew it was Joey.
I just couldn't leave him laying there, Eddie. I had to do something else. I got a rock, a piece of board. I put it over his head. After I buried the body, that's all.
You put his name on the board?
For sure. It was that pal, wasn't he? Bad enough we killed him. You want we should have left him laying there without nobody knowing about who he was? Okay, then. I didn't do nothing wrong, did I, Eddie?
Not according to me. But according to the boss, you made a mistake.
Eddie, don't!
And the boss don't tolerate mistakes.
Eddie, you did a very fine job on our ex-ally, Mike.
Thanks, boss.
I hope I can do as well on the assignment I've given myself. The removal of Philo Vance.
That's where we're headed for right now, huh?
Yeah. We're going to the old Rogers cabin where Mr. Vance is waiting for me. Only, he thinks I'll arrive alone and with my gun unloaded.
You planned this good, Mr. Orchid.
It was well planned, Eddie. Very well planned. I don't tolerate mistakes, and I definitely won't make them myself.
What happens if this Philo Vance ain't right there waiting for us like a sitting duck?
Eddie, listen. As far as he knows, my girlfriend Penny's working with him. She put on a good act, a great act. It would have convinced me. It certainly convinced Philo Vance that she was double-crossing me. We've got to get rid of him before he proves definitely that I killed Hendricks. This is my chance to do just that.
The Rogers cabin is miles from the nearest town. Nobody will hear me kill Vance. Nobody will see me remove the body. Mm-hmm. All right, step on it, Eddie. I'm in a hurry to get this over with.
Sit down, Miss Daly. Please sit down.
Look, D.A., what was the idea of having the police drag me down to your office?
To be perfectly honest with you, it was Philo Vance's idea to have you here.
Vance? Oh, well, that's different. In that case, I don't mind being here. I'm working with Vance, you know that.
Yes, Vance said you were very helpful.
Oh. Well, did Vance say what he wanted me here for?
No, he said he'd tell you when he got back from the cabin of someone named Rogers.
He told you he'd tell me when he got back, eh?
Yes.
I'm liable to have a very long wait.
Okay, Eddie, just leave everything to me. We walk in the door together. I have my gun on Vance, and it'll be over in a minute.
Let's go. That's the cabin. What are we waiting for?
Nothing. Ready? Now. All right, Vance, stay right where you are.
Mr. Tommy Orchid and friends. Come right in, gentlemen.
Stick close to me, Eddie. Well, Vance, this is it. We're not going to waste any words before we get it over with. Stand up.
What for? I'm comfortable sitting here.
Where's the light switch, boss? It's tough seeing him good in the dark.
Well, we see him well enough, and we hear him, don't we? Get up, Vance.
Oh, I'll get up. But it's only fair to warn you that when I do, I'm coming toward you. You're not going to be able to stop me.
No?
No. You see, that gun you're holding isn't loaded.
Oh, it isn't? You still think that, Vance?
No, I guess I've been misinformed.
All right, Vance, on your feet. That's good. Walk toward me, slowly.
If you say so.
Hey, Eddie, what's wrong? I don't know. We're covered with some kind of cloth. Shoot the roll out to us. That won't do us any good.
No, it won't, gentlemen. And this little tap on the head that you're going to get won't do you any good either.
First? Oh.
Well, that does it, I guess. It'll be quite a job carting you two down to headquarters, but it'll be worth it when I tell Markham how I knew I was being double-crossed by Miss Daly and how this little trap of mine was worked. Markham, you remember the tarpaulin and black rope I bought in that store.
Yes, you had the rope painted black, didn't you, Vance?
That's right. Well, when I got to the Rogers cabin, I strung that tarpaulin up to the ceiling with a pulley, carried the rope down to the floor, and kept my foot on it.
Oh, I see. When Tommy Orchid and his gunmen came in and ordered you to walk toward them, naturally, your foot came off the rope and the tarpaulin came down from the ceiling and over their heads.
Exactly.
Uh-huh.
I made sure the cabin was dark enough so the trick would work.
One thing I still don't know, though, Vance. You had every reason to believe that Tommy Orchid's girlfriend, Penny Daly, was double-crossing him and telling you the truth. How did you know she was lying?
You told me, Markham.
Well, I'm very glad that I told you. How?
That allergy of yours to flowers. You know how you sneeze when flowers are in a room or have been in a room within a few hours.
Yes.
Well, when you and I saw Miss Daly, she said she hadn't seen Tommy Orchid in 2 days. Yet you sneezed while you were in her room, which meant that she had had an orchid in her apartment just before we came in and had removed it.
And inasmuch as Tommy Orchid got his name because he always brought his girls an orchid every day, you surmised that she was lying and that she had seen Tommy that day and that the whole thing was a plan to get rid of you.
That's right. A combination of my surmisings and that tarpaulin resulted in our having a perfect attempted murder case against Tommy.
For which I thank you, of course. Well, I'm glad this is practically over. I'm sure we'll get a conviction against Orchid in the Hendricks killing and in the murder of the man who looked like you.
A fatal resemblance, Markham. Put him right in the middle of this situation.
Yes, but it was because of him, Vance, that we reached the end of the identical murder case.
Lifebuoy presents The Adventures of Philo Vance, starring Jose Ferrer.
In the good old summertime, in the good old summertime, she's your Tootsie Wootsie in the good old summertime. La-da-dum.
Happy, Lane?
On a night like this, Vance, no Washington assignment for me, no ridiculous detecting for you. Oh, I love it.
In all the realm of crime and crime detection, in all the history of murder, mystery, intrigue, the master of them all, Philo Vance. Tonight, the case of strange music. But first, when it's hot and sticky and muggy, you'd probably like nothing better than to whip off your clothes and hop right into a mountain lake or the surf at the seashore. Well, if you can't do that, try the next best thing, a swell tub or shower with thoroughly refreshing Lifebuoy. You'll find that Lifebuoy's grand, rich lather is cooling, exhilarating, and makes you feel fine. You'll feel extra clean, too, because you're Lifebuoy clean. And Lifebuoy in your daily bath means you're safe from... Lifebuoy is the only soap that's especially made to stop BO. Lifebuoy gives double protection, all-over protection, and lasting protection. Use Lifebuoy, and you'll come out of that bath saying...
I feel great.
Be popular. Use Lifebuoy. Tonight, the case of strange music. At the moment, Philo Vance and his friend, Lane Randall, are driving back to town after a dinner in the country, and Vance says...
Not a care in the world.
What, Vance?
Nothing. I just said it's a beautiful night. I've had a good dinner. Curry will have a cold bottle waiting. I haven't a care in the world.
Darling, how stuffy. A cold bottle indeed. Where did you pick up that expression?
Oh, in a book, if you must know. Certain types of men invariably take their fair ladies back to their apartments for cold bottles and birds. Something like that.
Just what types of men, may I ask?
Amorous ones.
Oh.
Well, what's the matter? Don't you think I care, Lane? Really care?
About your stomach, the way you sound. Oh, Vance, look.
Where?
There, it's a carnival. Oh, and a Ferris wheel. Oh, Vance.
Well, I haven't been to a carnival in ages.
And a merry-go-round. Oh, Vance, let's stop, please.
Idiot.
You'd love it, too. You know you would.
Well, come on, then. Only remember, I was all for that cold bird.
Peanuts. Oh, don't they smell wonderful?
Yes, I know. Boy, large bag, please, for my little girl. Lane, dear, the car's back this way.
Vance, a wax museum.
Here we go again. What wax museum?
Right there, see? The bloodiest crimes in history recreated before your very eyes, 25 cents. Oh, golly.
Golly.
This we've got to see. Oh, mister.
I wonder if Van Johnson has this trouble.
2 tickets, please. Me and my gentleman friend. We want to see the bloody crime.
What your gentleman friend wants, Lane, is something...
Oh, don't be unromantic, darling. Come on.
Remember that one, Lane? The Snyder Gray murder case?
Don't they look real?
Oh, here's Dillinger over here. See, he was coming out of a theater in Chicago when they got him.
Oh, and look in this case. Vance, it's a... Oh!
Lane.
That man, he's real.
You're a complete idiot. Look, Lane, it's wax, just like all the rest.
Oh. Well, it gave me a shock. Funny. For a moment, I could have sworn...
You've had too much pink lemonade, lady. Let's go, shall we?
Where's the car?
Over to the right, Oh, excuse me, please.
Oh, will you help me, please?
Vance, that girl.
My ankle. I've turned my ankle.
She's going to faint. Here, miss, here.
Thank you.
Take it easy. Just lean on me a moment. Lane.
Are you all right?
Yes, thank you. I didn't mean to faint. I turned my ankle.
Quite all right. Perhaps we can find a bench of some sort.
Francis? Francis, come here.
I can't, Bertram. My ankle. I've turned my ankle.
Nonsense. Come along, I say. Time we were getting back.
I can't. I tell you, I can't walk.
Francis?
I'm afraid the lady is right, sir. She did turn her ankle.
Then I'll take care of her, thank you. Give me your arm, Francis.
No.
I'm certainly not going to carry you all the way back to the house.
Never mind, Bertram. I'll get there alone.
You little fool. Must you make a scene every time we go out of the house? Now, give me your arm.
That will do, sir.
If you won't carry me, Bertram, I'm sure this gentleman will.
What?
Do you mind, dear?
Francis, I warn you.
Would you mind, Mr.
Vance. Philo Vance.
Mr. Vance, we live just through the field beyond here.
Why?
Newberry is my name. Mrs. Bertram Newberry. And this is my husband.
How do you do?
Francis, I demand that you stop this display and come home. Get away from this man.
Yeah. Will you, sir? Mr. Vance, really, I can't make it alone.
I'd be delighted. You don't mind, Lane?
Oh, no, Vance. If you like, I'll walk in front of you with trumpets.
And you, Mr. Newberry?
Go on, go on. I warn you, Francis, someday you'll go too far.
There we are. Now, we'll just put you down in this porch chair, Mr. Newberry.
You're so kind, Mr. Vance.
Oh, think nothing of it.
Lane. I'm sorry if your husband was disturbed, Mrs. Newberry. If you like, I'll try to explain that you did turn your ankle.
Oh, don't bother, please. He's gone in the house now. He'll just sulk for a few hours. Let him.
I see.
Could I offer you a drink? You've been so kind.
We should go, Vance. It must be quite late.
It's exactly 5 minutes to 10.
Oh, Ed, dear, I didn't know you were on the porch.
I won't be for long, Aunt Frances. I'm waiting for a program on the radio.
Oh, excuse me. This is my nephew, Mr. Newberry, Mr. Vance.
Newberry?
Yeah.
Oh, my dear, I'm so sorry. I didn't quite get your name.
Mud.
I beg your pardon?
Miss Randall.
Miss Randall?
How nice.
Friend, is that you?
On the porch, Tom.
I saw Bert going to the library. Oh, I beg your pardon.
Tom, dear, these very nice people carried me home from that horrible carnival.
Courage. Oh, what do you...
Mrs. Newberry has a turned ankle.
Oh, I see. He made you go, did he, Fran?
It was easier to humor him. He insisted that we walk down there. His little joke.
I see.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Miss
Randall.
Mr. Randall. Mr. Vance, Mr. Rhinelander.
How do you do?
Mr. Rhinelander lives on the next estate, our neighbor.
Ha
I didn't see you, Ed.
Is that so unusual?
Ed, dear, please.
I have my car in the drive. Can I drop you people?
Oh, thank you, no. We're parked just through the field. Ready, Lane?
I am, Vance.
You must forgive my husband's behavior, Mr. Vance. He has a rather strange sense of humor.
Oh.
His money went to his head.
Ed, you mustn't.
It's true, isn't it?
He enjoys his little joke, Mr. Vance, like tonight. It amused him to make me dress up just to go to a country carnival. He insisted that I wear an orchid.
It's a very beautiful orchid.
My husband and I don't go out socially, you see. Tonight was his way of showing me a good time. He got quite a kick out of it.
Oh, Fran, no.
I didn't mind, Tom. Anything to... Oh, but really, this is most discourteous. I shouldn't be talking this way at all.
Why not? Is there anybody who doesn't know? Why not put it in the papers, Aunt Fran? An ad. Bertram Newberry spends a dime.
Edward, that will do.
Nicely, I think. Well, I'm going to my room. It's 10 o'clock. At least Uncle Bertram won't have to pay for the radio. It's free.
Really, I'm so embarrassed. If you'll let me ring for a drink,
I'll get them, Fran.
No, really, we are going.
Take the path down by the river, Mr. Vance.
What?
It's a little longer, but it's pleasanter walking.
Why,
Good evening, Bert. I suggest you go now, Mr. Vance. Get out. All of you. Get out of my house.
Vance.
Right. Lane, this is our exit line. Good night. It was nice to meet you.
Well.
Chummy, aren't they? Oh, come on. He was right about the path by the river. Look at the moon.
Of all the neurotic, mixed up, unbelievable.
Oh, come now, Lane. Don't be so shocked. You've seen family skeletons before.
Never such naked ones. Why, they don't care what they say or who knows it.
Money, darling. It makes you that way sometimes.
Oh,
What's the matter? Lose something?
one of my gloves. My good white ones, too.
What, do you want me to go back?
Not on your life. Besides, I'm almost sure I dropped it in that wax museum. I remember putting them in my purse in there.
Well, we'll stop and inquire.
Vance,
Yes?
am I crazy or do I hear music?
What?
Wait. Listen to this.
Why, it's coming from the Newberry house. An organ, isn't it?
Ooh, gives me the shivers. Just listen to it.
Strange music. Mournful.
We will be, too, in a minute. Still want to see about your glove?
If you don't mind, Vance. They're so darn hard to get these days. Isn't it odd what meeting people like that will do? we had so much fun at this carnival an hour ago. Now it seems almost sordid.
I'll ask about the glove. What was it?
White kid.
Okay, kid.
I suppose it is silly to worry about people like that. I suppose... Oh, I don't suppose anything. Have they found it?
No, but for 50 cents we can go into the museum and look for ourselves.
But didn't you tell him that we were...
I didn't argue, Lane. It's easier to buy the tickets and look. Come on.
Well, it won't be there now, I'm sure. I don't even want to look at the exhibit. Not now.
Snyder and Gray haven't changed any. Neither has Dillinger.
Look for my glove, silly. We've seen the exhibits.
It's amazing how they can take wax and... Lane.
Did you find it?
Lane, in that exhibit. That body is real.
Oh, no, you don't. I bit once, darling, but not
Lane,
again.
I'm serious. Look. Good Lord.
Vance. It's...
Right, Lane. That's Bertram Newbury's body.
Bertram Newbury, his body part of an exhibit in a wax museum. We'll return in just a moment with more of the Case of Strange Music. But first...
My old friend, the lifebuoy Foghorn. You don't scare me. I'm taking a lifebuoy bath right now. I used to say to myself, what's wrong with me? No dates, no friends. And I couldn't imagine why. Didn't dream I had B.O. Oh, what a fool I was. But I always feel safe now with Lifebuoy in my daily bath.
I just love my bath with Lifebuoy. Such mild and gentle lather. It really is divine. I just love my bath with Lifebuoy. So soothing and refreshing. It makes me feel fine. I'll be fresh and dainty no matter where I go. 'Cause my Lifebuoy bath really stops B.O.
You try Lifebuoy. It's swell.
And now, back to the adventures of Philo Vance.
You came out fast enough, John. You remember Lane, of course. Lane, the district attorney.
Of course I do. How are you, John?
Well, not too happy, Lane. I just bit a small slam when Vance's call came in. Well, where are they, Vance? Inside?
Well, I suggested they stay in the library. As soon as I found a patrolman to remain with the body down at the carnival, Lane and I came back here to the house.
Yeah. Who was here?
All of them. Francis, the wife, Ed Newbury, he's a nephew, and Tom Rhinelander.
Who is, to put it delicately, interested in Mrs. Newbury.
I see. Any ideas, Vance?
Oh, I'm full of them, John. Care to hear?
I would.
Well, down in the Wax Museum, we have a body. The body is stabbed in the back and placed in an exhibit. 15 minutes before it was placed in that case, that body told us to get the blazers off this porch.
Which we did.
Go on.
Inside, 3 people. A wife who was quite obviously put up with a lot from the old boy.
And who loves her neighbor.
Tricky, darling.
Thank you.
Number 2, a disgruntled nephew who apparently had nothing to do in life but wait for the reading of his uncle's will. Money. Bertram's money seems to be Edward's big interest.
And finally, the boy next door.
He's got money, incidentally. I know the name.
He's rather pleasant, John. We had a little talk while you were on your way.
Oh, then you questioned him.
And toured the house. Vance has been playing detective like mad, John.
Oh, thanks for the playing, Lane.
Well, Vance, who, what, why?
Well, frankly, John, I'm not sure. Not sure at all.
What about the servant?
Oh, all accounted for. Let's go in, shall we? Lane and Mrs. Newbury were hitting it off so well earlier this evening. Maybe there's a chance for a beautiful friendship.
All right, son, what's your story?
I could write a book.
Well, you might have to. You admit the knife in your uncle's back belonged to you?
Look, I went all through this with him. Sure, it's my knife. I use it fishing.
And you left it where, Ed?
In my room, I told you. It was in my fishing box. I saw it there this morning.
May I cut in?
Sure, go right ahead.
When you left us on the porch this evening, Ed, you announced that it was 10 o'clock. Remember, Vance?
Vividly.
And we found your uncle's body down at the Wax Museum at 10:20, so it's simple. Account for those 20 minutes, and you haven't anything to worry about.
Can you account for them, son?
I was listening to the radio.
Alone?
In my room. I was alone.
That's not very good accounting, boy.
Look here.
That will do. Send in Mr. Rhinelander, please. And don't leave this house. I'll want you again. Yeah. Tough, isn't it? His knife, his money when Newbury dies. That's a familiar story, then.
But the fingerprints on the knife were not a man's. The sergeant was sure of that.
Easy enough. Ed got Frances to handle the knife, then preserved her prints by using a handkerchief, a very old trick.
Then they are her prints, John?
He checked. They're hers, all right. They match with everything in her room.
In my room?
Oh, come in, please. Come in. I didn't hear you.
Thank you. It's after midnight. I was just wondering, is it entirely out of order if I have some food prepared?
Now, see here, Mrs. Newbury.
Oh, John.
Yes, Vance.
An excellent idea, food. By all means, see to it, Mr. Newbury. I'm starved.
Why, Vance.
And ask Mr. Rhinelander to come in, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vance. I'll have sandwiches and coffee brought in.
Ed said you wanted to... Oh, Fran, dear.
It's all right, Tom. It's all right.
Come in, Mr. Rhinelander. Come right in.
Thank you.
Now, this is going to be abrupt, I'm afraid, but quite to the point. You are in love with Mrs. Newbury.
Very much, Mr. Markham. Are you shocked?
Why, no.
I'm the cad who loves another man's wife, I suppose. But Bert wasn't a man. Not to Francis. He...
Go right on talking, Mr. Rhinelander. I just want to...
Oh!
Silly way to make sandwiches, Mrs. Newbury. Crouched against the door. Come in.
There isn't anything to say, is there? I was listening.
If you ask me, I think there's a lot to say.
Do you, Lane? What?
You can ask questions all you want to, Vance. You know who did it, and so do I.
You're forgetting motive, you know. Edward had that. Right, Vance?
Oh, money's a good one, John. Always was.
Motive my foot. This woman hated her husband. Yes, and she loves him. It's obvious.
You've told them, Tom.
Why not?
If that isn't motive, what is? And as for the crime, her own fingerprints are on the knife in her husband's back.
Well, there is something to that, Mrs. Newbury.
I told you. My husband brought me the knife this afternoon. I was cutting flowers with it.
That's just plain silly. There are dozens of garden shears in the tool house. Vance and I saw them. Why go way up to Edward's room, into his fishing box, and use that particular knife?
I don't know, I tell you.
Well, the boy could have brought it to her, you know. Oh, Heath, send him in, will you? Might as well have the whole group.
Well, you made a nice try, Lane, but you slipped up on one detail. Frances couldn't have gotten the body into that exhibit case, not with her twisted ankle.
Ankle? See this book on the table?
Mm-hmm.
Frances, catch! See? A very neat catch, Mrs. Newberry. And you were pretty quick on your twisted foot, too.
Lane, you've done it. Vance, she's remarkable.
Well, Vance?
Where were you between 10 and 10:20, Frances?
Oh, Vance.
I was playing the organ. You said yourself, Mr. Vance, you heard me when you were walking back to your car.
Did you, Vance?
Yes, we did.
And you, Mr. Rhinelander, where were you?
I was with Frances. I was here in this room listening to her play.
I see. Oh, John.
Yes, Vance.
I'm supposed to come in here.
By all means, Ed, you're just in time for a concert. You remember what you played earlier this evening, Mrs. Newbury?
Yes, I do. It's horrible music. Bertram wrote it years ago, and he made me play it over and over again. Some nights for hours.
Play it now, will you please?
No? Why?
Oh, please, Mrs. Newbury.
I'd be glad to. It has no name. It just sounds like this.
Quite sure this is the music you played tonight?
I told you.
Yes, well, that will do, thank you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I should like to offer a musical selection.
Vance, you?
Well, it's quite easy on this organ, Lane. You see, it's equipped for automatic player rolls. Here's one I picked up about the house this morning.
What have you got?
Listen, Mrs. Newbury. There we are. Just snap this little switch and listen for yourself.
No, it can't be.
Vance, it's the same music.
You're sure, Lane?
Of course, but I...
Turn it off. Please, turn it off. Bertram wrote that music. He made me play it over and over. I hate it. I hate it!
And you still say you played that piece? After that, Mrs. Newbury?
I did. I swear I did. Bert insisted. I played it over and over to humor him.
You better do better than that, Francis. I found the roll in your desk drawer upstairs.
No, you're lying.
But you... Now we're getting somewhere. Turned ankle.
Vance, will you...
Gladly, John. As the detective would say, I'll unravel the whole thing. Edward?
Me?
Now, listen here.
I told you, motive every time. Go on, Vance.
Quickly, Edward. You said you listened to a radio program, something called... what did you say again?
The tenor-voiced killer. He's on every week.
Strenuous, to say the least. Who done it, Edward?
What?
Listen at the phrase. In tonight's program, who done it?
Why, the butler. Stebbins, his name was. He poisoned the guy with a secret formula made out of ink.
Good boy. And that takes care of you, Edward. Sit down.
Just how does it take care of him, Vance?
I called the studio, John. The butler did it all right. Edward was listening to that program, all 15 minutes of it.
All right, so it's not Edward. Let's get back to these two.
Right, Lane. You weren't playing that organ, you know, Francis. Matter of fact, you were in your room, packing.
Mr. Vance?
Just as you, Tom, were at your house doing the same thing. Your grips, incidentally, are still in the trunk of your car outside. I looked.
Packing? For what?
Oh, Reno, I should think. Wasn't that why you turned your ankle, Francis? You and Tom had planned to leave tonight for some time. Bert's little joke of attending the carnival almost ruined your plan.
It's not true, I tell you.
It's no use, Tom. He'll only find out. We might as well tell him the truth now.
At last.
You were planning to leave your husband tonight.
Yes, I was. I did make that roll for the organ myself. I was going to put it on while Bert was listening upstairs and then leave with Tom.
You made a roll for an organ, a complicated thing like that.
It's not hard, John. If you know the keyboard, you can work out just which holes in the paper will make each note play. It takes patience, but it can be done.
I had a great deal of patience.
And courage, I'd say. Right, Vance?
Go on, Lane.
It's obvious. Bertram found out about their plan, and they killed him.
That's good enough for me.
But not for me, John. Frances didn't kill her husband. No, and neither did Rhinelander. You thought she did, though, didn't you, Tom? Otherwise, you wouldn't have lied to save her. You wouldn't have pretended you'd heard her play the organ at the time of Bert's death.
Now, see here, Vance. If Edward didn't do it, and now you say these two didn't do it.
Yes, Vance, in case you've forgotten, the man is dead. Who killed him?
My moment, eh, Lane? Well, suppose we all walk down to that wax museum, shall we? And I promise when we get there, I'll tell you who did the job.
All right, Vance, it's all your show. Go ahead.
Well, thank you, John. Now then, here's the original exhibit, as Lane and I saw it first this evening. Lippy the knifer, that's that figure in wax against the wall there, was standing just where he is now. His victim, also a wax dummy, was on the floor, just as you see Bertram's body now.
I can't look.
I'm afraid you must, Mrs. Newbury.
Really, Vance, we know all this. Someone simply took the wax victim out of the exhibit and put Bertram's body in its place.
Right, Lane. Look at Bertram's body, John. Face down, knife in the back.
I see that.
Now, look at Lippy here against the wall. A body made of wax, but strong as steel. These dummies are steel, you know, with a wax coating. Oh, Lane.
Yes?
Pull on Lippy's arm, will you? Pull hard.
It's firm, all right. And the dummy's tied to the wall.
Tied with your fish line, incidentally, Edward.
What?
Oh, this was carefully planned, Edward.
By
Very
whom?
carefully planned.
By whom, Vance?
In a moment, John. Now, we'll take the knife from Bertram's body like this.
Oh. It's all right, dearest.
And place the knife in the dummy's hand so. Notice, John. The handle pushes firmly against the hand with the blade pointing out.
I see that.
Now we roll up the dummy sleeve, pull down this rather intricate trigger spring.
Vance, what on earth is that?
A spring, Lane. See? We set the knife against it, draw this fine piece of thread out here, like this. Follow me, John?
But...
Now, oh, Edward.
Yes?
Will you help me a moment, please?
Sure.
I want to lift Bertram's body into a standing position.
That's it. Slowly, please. Yes.
Mr. Vance, is this necessary? I mean it.
It's quite necessary, Tom. Observe, John. Bertram is now standing directly in front of the dummy, and the point of the knife is directly at his back, in the exact spot where it entered his body.
Go on, then.
Now we take the thread attached to the spring, place it in Bertram's hand, give it a slight pull, so.
Oh!
And Bertram is stabbed in the back. You can put the body down now, Edward.
Yes, sir.
But, Vance, that spring, the thread, all that. Who did it? Who in the world...
Well, Vance?
No one, John. Bertram Newbury killed himself.
What?
He had time, Lane. We took the long way back here from the house, remember. And while we did, Bertram came down here alone, got into this exhibit, and committed suicide. The end of a plan he'd worked on a long, long time.
But I...
Bertram was ill. Ill in mind and body, I'd say. When he discovered, or guessed, that Frances was leaving him, he planned it that way. Got her fingerprints on the knife and then used the spring mechanism and the dummy to plunge the knife into his own body. That way, Frances, he hoped you'd die for the crime.
Good Lord.
And I was to be the accomplice.
Exactly, Tom. Bert reasoned that the police would be sure Frances couldn't have carried him down here, especially with a turned ankle. You were to be accused of doing that for her.
Vance,
Well, Lane?
what were the customers in this place doing while Bert was playing Poke the Circle with the dummies?
And see that curtain? It's used when they're changing the exhibits.
Oh.
Pull it down if you like, Lane. With that cold bird in a bottle, it might not be bad at all.
We'll return in just a moment to tell you about next week's adventure. But first...
They say there's a manpower shortage. Hasn't affected me. The girls still give me the brush off like they always have.
That's because you're not careful.
Not careful? What do you mean?
This sound should tell you.
Say, have I got...
In hot weather especially, use Lifebuoy in your daily bath. It stops B.O.
Lifebuoy's protection is double protection. First, all over head-to-toe protection. Second, protection that's lasting. Lifebuoy is the only soap that's especially made to stop B.O. So why take chances when it's so easy and pleasant to make sure that you're safe from offending? There's no better summertime habit than wonderfully refreshing Lifebuoy.
Say, I'm heading for a Lifebuoy bath right now.
La-da-da-dee-da-da-da. I'm singing in the bathtub, singing for joy, living the life of Lifebuoy. Can't help singing, 'cause I know that Lifebuoy really stops B.O.
Be popular. Use Lifebuoy. The script for tonight's program was adapted for radio by Bob Shaw from the characterization originally created by S.S. Van Dyne. Philo Vance is played by the brilliant young star of Broadway, Jose Ferrer. Lane Randall is played by Francis Robinson. And this is Don Hancock inviting you to be with us again next week at this same time when you'll hear...
You know, Miss Randall, you do have green eyes. Lovely, clear green eyes.
Get away from me.
I like green eyes, you know. At night, sometimes I dream about them. Hundreds of them. Lovely, clear eyes, all green.
No! Put down that knife!
Green and cold and lovely.
Lena. Lane.
A mad killer, the amazing atomic bomb, and the strangest motive in the history of crime. You'll want to hear The Case of the Green Eye next week when Lifebuoy again presents The Adventures of Philo Vance. Every pound of used fats that's turned in means fewer American casualties because used fats go into vital munitions that help shorten the war. Used fats are essential to the manufacture of paints, fabrics, and soap, too. Ladies, everyone knows how tough it is to get meat. But the government has announced we will get 10% more of it this month. This is our chance to save more used kitchen fats. So keep on doing your part. Remember, American men in the Pacific are counting on you.
For an easier wash day, get Rinso. You'll whistle while you wash because Rinso gives you a wash that's Rinso white. Rinso bright. Yes, Rinso white, Rinso bright. And tune in Rinso show starring Dunninger, the master mentalist, every Friday night. Thrills, music, and plenty of excitement. See your local paper for time and station.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
As we go into the final laps of this race, ladies and gentlemen.
Duke's in the lead.
Yeah.
Now if he can only hold it. One more lap and he'll cut the flag. Sure, Joe.
Come on over here away from the rail, Tony. We can see if he wins it from here. Even if he does, I'll still take him when I get my own crate.
I never saw a grease monkey yet who didn't want to be a racing driver. Except me.
Yeah.
Me, I'm happy. I don't crack up. I don't go through no fences. I'm happy. I fix a tire.
Sure,
Beat him
sure.
gas. But I'm just a mechanic. I know it.
Look, I'm not trying to run your life, Tony. You're happy here in the pit. Okay, so you're happy. Hey,
There goes number 8 out after Duke. He's catching him.
And they're coming around the bend and into the stretch. Hey, did you see that?
Sure, Duke tried to push number 8 through the fence. That's Duke for you. That's him all over.
Hey, here they come. Hey, look. Number 8's nosing in front.
Yeah.
Duke's eating dust.
That's even too good for him.
They're heading for the finish. There's a guy with a checkered flag. It's between number 8 and Duke. It's Duke. No, there's a finish. It's number 8.
So what? Somebody's got to win, don't they? It don't have to be Duke just because we're here in his pit.
I'm going over to the rail. Here he comes rolling toward us.
Okay, I'm with you.
He'll be fit to be tied, Joe.
Now, ain't that just too bad?
I'm going to talk to him. Hey, Duke.
Yeah?
Gee, that was a tough one to blow, Duke. You only lost it by a nose.
I didn't lose it. It was lost for me.
What do you mean, Duke? What do you mean?
Yeah, Duke, what do you mean?
Which one of you guys checked my tires before the race started?
Joe here did.
That's right.
What up blew on me halfway through the race?
Yeah, I know. We put the new one on, didn't we? Tony and me practically broke a track record for speed, too.
Oh, you changed it fast enough, but number 8 didn't have any tire changes. That's the reason he got up there in front of me.
Gee, Duke, that could happen to anybody. A tire blows, boom. It happens all the time.
Sure, but it's generally an accident.
Sorry if my checkup on the tires wasn't right, Duke. They tested okay. Sorry if that made you lose a race.
You want to be a racing driver, don't you, Joe?
Yeah.
Figure you can drive for old man Roberts someday, too, don't you? Huh?
Yeah, I do. What about it?
You know what's liable to happen when a tire blows when you're going around a turn beating 100 miles an hour?
I said I was sorry I'd made you lose a race, didn't I?
I'm not talking about losing the race. I could have cracked up, gone through a fence. You cost me the race, all right, but you almost cost me my life. It's all right to be ambitious, Joe, but don't overdo it.
Hey, Chicky, what was my time?
Hold it, Joe. I'm on my way over. Oh, you did great, Joe. Just great.
Yeah? What did I do exactly?
You did it a minute faster than number 8 that copped the big race on Saturday. The one that beat out Duke.
Yeah, good. That means I enter this crate for the next big race. You know, this little supercharger of mine really went to town. This thing was hopping all the way.
Joe, you're going to beat Duke when you go up against him, aren't you?
Oh, you know I am, honey. I've been mechanic for that guy for a year. I know him inside out. I'm going to beat him all right. Before the year is over, I'll be the top driver for old man Roberts.
Oh, you bet you will. That's my guy who said that.
And that's my girl who says that. You really have forgotten all about Duke, haven't you, Chicky?
You made me forget him, Joe. I've forgotten him. But not what he did to me. You've got to run him into the ground at the next race, Joe. You've got to beat him.
Don't worry, Chicky. I'll beat that guy. One way or another.
I knock with 9 points. Kings, 10s, and 6, 7, 8 of diamonds. How many do you have, Duke?
I don't know, Mr. Roberts. Got to figure it out. There's a king I lay off on you. 10 I lay off. That makes it 3 5s, 3 deuces, 3 and an ace. 4 points, undercut.
Well, how do you like that? Tony, did you ever see anything like the luck that Duke has in gin rummy?
He's awful lucky, Mr. Roberts.
Oh, stop turning around and look at Tony after every hand, Mr. Roberts. That isn't going to help you win, you know.
Well, something better help me. I haven't won a hand all night. And in my own office with my own cards, too.
Now, Mr. Roberts, if I was you, I wouldn't hold no hard cards. Maybe that's a way to be Duke in gin rummy. Save the smallest.
Now, wait a minute. Wait just a minute. Tony, how is it every time I play, Duke, you're standing in back of me?
Well, I just like to watch you play, that's all. I don't open my mouth, do I? I don't say nothing.
No, you don't talk. But you can see my hand and you can signal him.
Signal me? Now,
Yeah.
wait a minute, Mr. Roberts.
Wait, nothing. You can signal him, Tony, with that toothpick you always have in your mouth. Yeah, you keep it in one corner. It means I have kings, a little toward the center queens, in the center jacks, and the other corner tens. That's how it could be done.
Now, Mr. Roberts, you don't think I'd cheat you, do you? After all, I drive for you.
After tomorrow's race, you'll be saying used to drive for me. I've got this thing figured out now. Tony signals with the toothpick. And if he takes it out of his mouth, that shows I need the card he's signaling for in a run. That's what's been going on here.
Gee, Mr. Robert, I don't know what you're talking about. I ain't smart enough to signal nobody. I wouldn't know how to signal anybody.
You'd know how to remember what's told to you. Duke, you've won at least $15,000 from me in the past few months. I want that back.
Mr. Roberts, that's being unreasonable. You weren't being cheated. I won that money, honestly.
I doubt it.
I don't think you ever did anything, honestly, in all your life. Do I get that money back, Duke?
I don't see why I should give it to you.
You don't, eh?
No.
I'll explain it to you. I hate losing. But worse than that, I hate being cheated. Something is going to be done about it, believe me. And very soon.
Ever been to one of these auto races, Markham?
No, never, Vance. I've seen the standard motor car races, but never these midget jobs.
Does you good to get away from your office once in a while. You're too conscientious a district attorney. You never have any fun.
Look who's talking. If I were on a case at the moment, I wouldn't be here, but neither would you, Vance.
Well, concentrate, Markham, because there's the...
They're off. The first sprint of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Making the first turn, it's number 6, 8, 7, and 12, with the rest of the cars bunched in back. They're heading into the first stretch now with the leaders still in the same position. Number 3, driven by young Joe
That's
Turner,
my boy.
starting to come up. Wide of the pack, and number 7, that's Duke Wilson's keeping him on the bank and preventing him from getting up top speed. Wilson is crowding number 3 to the rail, and 3 drops back. Here they come past our broadcasting booth. And number 6 is giving way to the speed of it's number 4. Number 4 is coming up from nowhere on the near turn, and he's leading all the cars with number 7 in back of him now, and number 3 laying back in third position, waiting an opportunity of getting between them. There they go, hub to hub, making the turn and coming around at top speed. Here comes number 3 making his bid. Number 7, that's Wilson, tries to pound him off. Wilson's tugging at the steering wheel. He can't seem to straighten it out. There he goes! Through the fence! He's turned over. The
Poor
officials
fellow.
are running over to the Wilson
Nasty
car.
accident, wasn't it, Vance? It was nasty, all right, Markham. But I'm not so sure it was an accident.
Sure was a tough break for you, Mr. Roberts. Your car was leading all the way when Duke went through that fence.
It was a tougher break for Duke. The ambulance doctor said he doesn't have a chance.
Yeah, that's what happens in this racket, Mr. Roberts. You never can tell when you start a race where you'll end up. That's the reason I don't want never to drive. Me, I'm a grease monkey. I'm no auto racer. But I still say it was a tough break for you, boss.
How do you figure that?
You got kind of sore at that game last night. You promised Duke something. Looks like you kept your promise.
Why, you...
Not to me, don't you understand, but to other people. If they should happen to be told what you said after the game busted up.
Yeah, go ahead.
I like working here, Mr. Roberts. Take me out of a pit where I can kick a motor around and fix it, and life ain't worth living. I stay on the payroll, don't I, Mr. Roberts?
Hello, Mr. Roberts.
Who are you, and what are you doing in my office?
My name is Vance, Philo Vance, and I've been waiting in your office for you. I'd like to talk to you.
About what?
Well, originally it was because Duke Wilson, who was killed at the racetrack this afternoon, drove one of your cars. And I suspected it might not have been an accident that caused his steering wheel to go haywire.
Yeah, go on.
Police investigations showed that the steering mechanism had been almost severed, so that a yank at the steering wheel would throw the car out of control.
I didn't know that.
As I said, that was the original point in my coming to see you. Since I've been here, I happened to notice this gin rummy pad on your desk, with the score of an unfinished game and scores of a lot of games that you did complete.
What about it?
Someone with the initials EW won all of the games and was winning the game which you quit on. Would that be Duke Wilson?
I've played with him quite a bit.
I've never heard of a gin game being called off before it was over unless it was interrupted by someone or something like a quarrel. And after looking at these scores, I can see what you might have quarreled about. Didn't you ever win?
No, as long as you asked, I didn't. What about it? Who's there?
Me, Mr. Roberts, Joe Turner, and Miss Dale.
Turner won today's race, didn't he?
Yes.
Please ask him to come in, Mr. Roberts.
Come in.
Mr. Roberts, I didn't know you were busy.
Come on in. This is Joe Turner and his girlfriend, Chickie Dale. Philo Vance.
Hi,
How do you
Mr.
do?
Vance.
Congratulations on winning that race, Turner. Nice driving.
Thanks. Mr. Roberts, I came up here to see if you could use a guy like me, testing your stock cars and driving for you, now that Duke's not around anymore.
You didn't waste much time, did you, Joe?
Huh?
Do you know Vance and the police think Duke was murdered?
Murdered?
The steering wheel was fixed, so the first yank at it would send the car out of control. You were a mechanic, I understand, Joe.
Yeah, that's right.
Were you near Duke Wilson's car before the race started or late last night?
Of course not.
Are you sure?
Well, I was in the garage, just getting some tools of mine. I used to work there. But I never went near the car.
Perhaps you didn't.
Don't believe him, Vance.
No. Well, it seems that we have a young man with opportunity and motive right here in the office.
What do you mean?
Quite interesting. It's a good thing for you, Miss Dale, that you had no reason to hate Wilson and that you weren't near his car last night.
Good thing? It's a bad thing. I used to go with Duke, only he threw me over. And I was in the garage last night. I went there with Joe, only I was walking around while he got his tools. So nobody can say I didn't fix Duke Wilson's wagon either. Hello?
Chicky, this is Joe.
Oh, Joe, darling, what happened after I left you in Vance in Mr. Roberts' office?
Well, nothing much while Vance was there, but after he left, Mr. Roberts offered me a job.
Oh, Joe, that's wonderful.
It's great, only I don't understand something he said.
Well, tell me about it. What was it?
Well, he said that starting right away, I could start driving for him, providing that I forget about what I saw last night.
Uh-huh.
But, honey, I didn't see anything last night.
Didn't you, darling?
Oh, no.
Well, I did.
What are you talking about?
When you went into the garage to get your tools, I was walking around like I told Vance. And who do I see right near Duke Wilson's car but old man Roberts himself? He's hiring you to keep my mouth shut.
This is District Attorney Markham. The motor murder case opened when Duke Wilson was killed while driving his racing car. Later, the steering wheel was found to have been tampered with. Vance has discovered that Wilson won a lot of money from George Roberts, car manufacturer, and also that he had made enemies of Joe Turner, recently a mechanic but now a racing driver, and Turner's girl, Chicky Dale. Vance has told me that he's on the way to a private garage to see Tony, Duke's mechanic, and he should be there about now.
Can you hear me under there, Tony?
Sure, Mr. Vance, I can hear you. I can hear you good. I gotta get this private bus fixed for a friend of mine, or I'd come out from under this car and talk to you. Go ahead, I can listen, okay?
Tony, you were Duke's mechanic. Did you want to be a driver?
Who, me? Nah, not me. I'm a guy who likes what I'm doing.
Were you and Duke friendly?
Yeah, in a way. I was with him last night, Vance.
Where was that?
Old man Roberts' office. Wait a minute, I'll slide up. Oh, I sure am a mess, ain't I?
Well, that's what overalls were made for, isn't it?
Yeah, it sure is. Well, listen, like I was saying, I was in Roberts' office, and there was a gin rummy game going on between the old man and Duke. And it wound up...
in an argument because Duke won so consistently.
Who told you that, Roberts?
No, he carefully refrained from going into that subject, but I gathered he believed Duke was cheating.
You gathered? Brother, he really told Duke off, but good.
Tony, do me a favor, will you?
Sure. What do you want?
There's a telephone pay station right over. Chicky Dale,
Yeah.
Joe Turner, and Mr. Roberts.
Okay. What do I say when I get them?
Tell them who you are, and tell them you know something they wouldn't want you to talk about. Then tell them you are leaving town for a day or so, and we'll call them when you get back. Okay?
Right. Here we go.
Which of the three are you calling, Tony?
I may be stupid, but I'm polite, Mr. Vance. I'm calling the ladies first.
You sent for me, Mr. Roberts?
Yes, I did, Turner. Sit down.
Thanks.
I offered you a job last night after Vance left this office, remember?
Sure, I remember. Not only did you offer me a job, but I took it.
Well, I've changed my mind. There is no job with my company for you.
Wait a minute. And now, look, you said something about my not talking.
I don't care now whether you talk or not. I can't bribe everybody in the world to keep quiet about my fighting with Duke or my being near his car the night before he was killed.
I don't want to know what you can or can't do, Mr. Roberts. I got a job with you. You said so yourself.
I told you I changed my mind.
You can't do that. I counted on that job. It means a lot to me. It means Chicky and I can get married.
Who cares about Chicky and you?
I care about Chicky and me. They're not going to do anything to hurt us. Do you understand? Well, do you understand?
Get out of here.
Oh, no. This means too much to me. I'm staying right here till you decided you've changed your mind again, that you do want me to work for you.
I said get out of here. Get out or I'll throw you out.
Don't try it, Mr. Roberts. Don't. Hey, take your hands off me. Take them off, I told you. Okay, this'll take them off.
You'll be a sorry young man for that, Turner. A very sorry young man. You'll never drive another racing car on any track in the country. I'll see to that.
Go ahead. See what harm you can do me, especially when the police hear about you being next to Duke Wilson's car the night before it was fixed so as it would crack up.
I don't understand exactly why Vance wanted me to see him here, Miss Dale. I hope you don't mind our using this apartment for a meeting place.
I don't mind anything. I've got worries.
Really? Tell me about them.
Spill to the DA? Not me, Markham. Not while I can think the answers out myself.
Oh, that must be Vance now.
Well, I've got something to tell him if it is. And I'll soon find out whether it is or not. Press that buzzer on the wall, will you? It opens the door.
All right.
Hello, Miss Dale. Markham.
Good evening, Vance.
Hi, Vance. I want to talk to you. Something's going on that I don't understand.
What's the trouble, Miss Dale?
A couple of hours ago, I got a call from that stooge grease monkey, Tony. He says he can louse me up, and he'll see me in a couple of days when he gets back in town.
Well?
Well, that call came only 15 minutes after I get one from some guy who don't give his name, but says that if I'm a smart girl, I didn't see anything around the garage the night before Duke Wilson got killed.
It does sound rather involved, doesn't it, Vance?
A little. Miss Dale, did you ever go out with Tony the mechanic?
Me? I should say not. I used to go with Duke Wilson.
I know that. How about Mr. Roberts? I just want a point covered. Did he ever try to take you out?
Him? He's old enough to be my father. Look, I never went with anybody except Duke and Joe. I never went with anybody else. Nobody else ever tried to date me, call me, or write me, ever. Satisfy you?
I'm satisfied.
Well, how about you, Vance?
Oh, I'm satisfied. I'm satisfied that now I know who murdered Duke Wilson.
Come in.
Oh, hello, Mr. Roberts.
Well, what do you want, Miss Dale? And make it quick.
Oh, take it easy, Mr. Roberts. I came here to make a deal, not to start a fight.
What deal would I possibly want to make with you?
Oh, let's put it this way. Vance and Markham just left my apartment, but they left after Vance insisted he knew who killed Duke Wilson.
How can that possibly affect me?
Oh, stop kidding, Mr. Roberts. You're not talking to a dope. I've been around, which isn't important, but I was around the garage the night Duke's car was gimmicked, and that is important.
I went through all that with your boyfriend, Joe Turner.
Yeah, he told me. Look, Mr. Roberts, Vance maybe knows who fooled around with that steering wheel, but he can't prove anything because he wasn't there the night before Duke went through the fence, but I was.
Somebody else was there, too, apparently. Somebody who called me up and threatened me. Tony.
That was a gag, a trick of Vance's. He tried it on me, too. Mr. Roberts, Joe Turner's got to have that job if I'm going to keep my mouth closed.
You'll keep it closed. You've got nothing to say except that you saw me in the garage.
That could be enough.
You won't say that to anybody, Miss Dale. You won't tell it to a soul. Because what I was doing there had nothing to do with Duke Wilson's death. But it might look as if it did. So you'll keep your mouth closed, Miss Dale. You'll keep it closed or I'll close it for you.
Look at him go, Vance.
Turner has a good car, and apparently he's a good driver. And he believes in practicing. That's important.
Think he practiced murder before he killed Duke Wilson?
I didn't say Joe Turner killed Duke, Markham.
You didn't say he didn't either. You didn't get me down here to the racetrack just to watch Turner work out.
No, that's right, I didn't.
Hey, Mr. Vance. Pretty good time Turner's making, huh?
Very good, Tony. Tony's checking Turner's time and helping out at the pit. Come on over. You can tell us something we want to know.
Right. Vance, suppose you tell me something I want to know on the way.
All right, I will. I called Mr. Roberts and asked him to meet us here.
Now I'm completely informed. Thank you very much. As if I knew what I was thanking you for.
You'll know very shortly, believe me.
Well, Mr. Vance, how about that car? I really got it working like a charm, ain't I?
I imagine you have. And I imagine Mr. Turner will concur with my imagination.
Hey, what a motor, Tony. You're a genius. This thing runs like a clock. Hi, Vance. Markham.
Hello, Turner. Whose car is that you're driving?
I own. The one I won the race with. The race where Duke Wilson got killed.
Built it yourself, eh?
Yeah, Tony and me.
Did Tony and you build the murder of Duke Wilson, too?
What are you talking about?
Hey, Mr. Vance, I don't like that kind of talk. I don't like it at all.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Very well, Mr. Turner. Tony and you didn't kill Duke Wilson. Tony did it all by himself.
Me? How did you know I killed him? I'll knock you up.
Vance, look out. I got a monkey wrench. I'll shove myself.
Well, thank you, Joe. You can do other things well besides drive racing cars, I see.
So this is the monkey who killed Wilson. He's the one who gimmicked the steering wheel.
That's right.
Vance, did you just trick him into making a break, or did you really know?
I knew, Markham, believe me. Of course, his admitting it won't hurt your case in court, but I knew. I'll meet you tonight and tell you how I knew Tony murdered Duke Wilson. It was really very simple, Markham. The only complicated part of this case was that there were 4 suspects. That's quite a few.
Most certainly is, especially when 3 of them had motives like Turner, Miss Dale, and Roberts. And it turned out the 4th was the killer. Why did Tony want Wilson dead, Vance?
Apparently because he was Wilson's partner when they both were cheating Mr. Roberts at gin rummy. Apparently Wilson wouldn't split with him.
Reasonable, especially in view of the fact that he knew Roberts and Turner hated Wilson and that he'd never be suspected. What made you think it was he?
I didn't think. I knew. Remember, Markham, when we were in Miss Dale's apartment, she said she had received 2 phone calls. One from Tony, and one a quarter hour before that from somebody who threatened her if she told what she'd seen in the garage the night before Wilson was killed.
Oh, yes, I remember that.
Well, there's no question in my mind but that the first call came from the real murderer who knew Miss Dale was at the garage that night and thought she might have seen something. Second call did come from Tony, and he made it at my request.
Well, who made the first call?
Tony. Only I didn't know anything about that one. All I did know was that he dialed Miss Dale's number without having to look it up in the phone book when I asked him to get her on the phone.
Oh, which means that he'd called the number before.
Very shortly before.
Yes.
After Miss Dale told me he'd never called her previously, never had tried to date her, then I knew that the only way he could have known her phone number was if he'd just called it. And if he had called it, he was the murderer.
Well, you certainly call that, Vance. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And you know something? I never suspected Tony, not once. Not even in the beginning.
The beginning isn't important, Markham. What is important is that this is the end of the motor murder case.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And now it's off to the alley.
How's that, Mr. Payne? Mm-hmm. Anybody can do that. Let's hear something else.
Well, look, Mr. Payne, I can imitate anybody. Anybody at all. You just say who you want, I can imitate him. I've been doing this kind of thing in nightclubs for years.
Mm-hmm. How about that meek little fellow? What's his name?
Oh, you mean the fellow who talks something like this? Look, mister, all I ask for is just a little peace and quiet. It's not the big noises that bother me. It's just the little trivial, annoying noises like the birds and the bees. How's that?
Hmm. Danny, I want you to listen to something I have here on a record.
Sure, Mr. Payne, if you want me to.
Some guy I know made a speech on the radio tonight. I recorded it.
Okay, let's hear it.
I want to play part of it back to you. Now listen.
Only this. As a private investigator, I have encountered many crimes and many criminals. My friend, Mr. Markham, the district attorney, has asked me to discuss several of both with you. First of all, I am certain that the most difficult of...
You heard that voice, Danny?
Sure.
Can you talk like that guy there?
Look, just give me the record and a couple of hours practice, and I'll be able to do him so good even his mother wouldn't know it wasn't him talking.
How much do you make in that nightclub, Danny?
For me?
You don't see anyone else here, do you?
Oh, I'm good for $250 right now. $300 sometimes.
Tell you what I'll do.
What's that?
I'll give you $1,000 to talk like that guy on the record.
$1,000? Just open my mouth?
No, not exactly. You'll have to keep it closed about this for the rest of your life.
Good morning, Alan.
Good morning, Vance. Or should I call you Stephen Douglas or Daniel Webster or Cicero?
Well, that's a nice way to start off a day. What have I in common with them?
Don't tell me you didn't hear that speech you made at the dinner last night. You were great. My friend, Mr. Markham, the district attorney, has asked me to discuss crimes and criminals. The most difficult crime, in my opinion, is the simple crime, because in its lack of incidentals...
All right, Ellen. I made a speech last night.
Sounded to me like it lasted 3 weeks.
Oh, please.
Actually, it wasn't bad, though.
Well, that's nice to know. Anything in the mail? Any calls?
No, nothing interesting, except that Mr. Markham called and said he'd drop in here on his way to court. He's got a big case going to trial today.
Yes, I know. The State versus Albert Payne.
That's the one.
It's going to be quite a contest. Markham tells me he hasn't too much evidence.
The wonder to me is why you don't get him what he needs.
Oh.
Nice tie, Van.
Oh, well, like it?
Only thing I'd like better around your neck would be me. Or am I too forward?
Well, I wouldn't say that exactly, but you're in absolutely no danger of bumping into that desk behind you.
Thank you, John Calhoun.
Oh.
Good morning, both of you.
Hi.
Well, hello, Markham. Come in.
Just dropped in so you could wish me luck in the case today, Vance.
Well, glad you did. I hope you don't have too much difficulty getting a conviction against Payne.
Oh, you're a cinch.
Hey, too bad you two aren't on the jury.
Well, for $50, I could be tempted.
Ellen.
All right, but I'll tell you now, I'd be one of the best jurors money could buy.
Ellen, if you...
Cease, I know.
You know, a good secretary always anticipates the wishes of her employer.
No doubt.
I wish I could be in court today, Markham, but I'll show up tomorrow. You ought to be under a full head of steam by then.
I certainly hope so. As I understand it, Payne has created quite a defense for himself while he's been out on bail, but we'll worry about that when we come to it.
That's a good attitude.
Say, I don't think you know the sequel to the Ivory murder case, do you?
Well, the one we worked on last week.
Yes.
Is there a sequel?
Well, not exactly a sequel, but that African native was deported this morning.
Oh?
I certainly was going to make a beautiful mistake in that case if you hadn't interfered, Vance.
You'd have found the real murderer eventually, Markham.
Perhaps, but when you told me I was on the wrong track, I stopped my activities immediately. Only believe me, I didn't know any reason other than your request.
It all turned out well, didn't it?
It most certainly did.
Well, then.
And I guess I'd better get going to court. Thanks for everything, Vance. Keep your fingers crossed, and I'll get a conviction against Albert Payne before the week is over.
I will, Markham. I'm sure you'll see to it that the pain is removed from the public.
Hey, Steve, look out. Hey, who you pushing? Don't knock your brains out. Who you pushing? Hold it, Steve. Holy mackerel, what you almost did. What did I almost do? You almost walked under that there ladder. Well, so what? So what? Yeah, Stevie, that's the worst thing you could do. Well, good thing Mr. Payne didn't know there was a ladder on the way. He never would have sent us. Never. Hey, the boss ain't superstitious, dope. He sent us to grab a guy. He wouldn't care if we had to walk under a black cat. He wants that guy grabbed, and we're the guys that can do it. Except if he's wearing a black hat. You know you can't never grab a guy wearing a black hat. It's unlucky. We take any more time getting to that guy we're after, it'll be unhealthy for us. You got your gun? Yeah, sure. All right, now keep it handy. Might have to bang this guy on the beak with it in case he wants to argue. Hey, you know where to find this character, don't you? Sure, I got his address, the Harris apartment. And his name is written right here. Philo Vance.
Stop right here, driver. Mr. Vance lives here.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I think it was very nice of me to take you home, don't you, Vance?
It was charming, romantic, and on the way to your apartment. But thanks, Ellen. I'll phone you as soon as I get cleaned up.
I'll be waiting.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, you ain't going anywhere except with us.
What?
You're Philo Vance, ain't you?
Yes, but I don't know you.
You don't have to know nothing except this is a gun that's shoving you around. We got a car, Vance, and you're coming with us.
Sorry, I have a previous engagement.
Stevie, let the guy alone. He's poisoned. I just saw a star fall down. That's bad luck, Steve.
If you think that's bad luck, what's your opinion of this?
We can take him, Jerry. He's only one guy. Yeah, but he fights like he was nine. Clip him with that gun of yours like I told you.
Sorry, but I don't like my head. Oh.
Oh, what a joker that character was. What a battle he put up, huh? Right, Jerry? Yeah, sure, Stevie. Well, come on, let's drag him to the car. Mr. Payne is sure going to be proud of us, huh? Right. Hey, you know, I just thought of something. What? That fallen star you saw. Maybe it is a sign of bad luck. Sure was unlucky for Vance.
Order in this court. Proceed with your examination of the defendant, Mr. District Attorney.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Payne, are you or were you the head of the Acme Development Corporation?
No, I am not, and I never was.
The state will prove that the Acme Development Corporation was a dummy organization set up to swindle the public.
Mm-hmm.
We will also prove that although your name did not appear in the corporation papers, you were the actual head of the Acme Company.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. I'll rephrase that statement. The state will prove...
Excuse me, Mr. Markham.
Your Honor, please, may I have a moment to talk to this court attendant?
Granted.
Thank you. What is it, Joe?
A telephone call for you, Mr. Markham. Philo Vance. Says to tell you that it's important.
Oh?
Something to do with the trial now going on. He says it's urgent that you talk to him right away.
Thank you, Joe. Your Honor, please.
Mr. District Attorney.
Your Honor, please, with the court grant a 5-minute recess. It's quite important.
Order in the court. The court sees no objection. Step down from the witness stand, Mr. Payne, please. 5 minutes recess.
Thank you, Your Honor. Which telephone, Joe?
Oh, just follow me, Mr. Markham. This way.
Right.
Yes, Vance sure sounded like he had something awfully important. After the trial was going on, I said yes. He said to get you to the phone, so I got you.
Well, thanks again. I tried to reach Vance this morning at his office, but he hadn't shown up. His secretary told me he was supposed to call her last night, and he didn't. Vance must have been doing some work on this case.
I wouldn't know about that. There's the phone now. First booth.
Oh, thank you. Hello?
Markham, I'm sorry I had to get you out of that courtroom, but it was imperative that I did.
Oh, what's wrong, Vance? Where have you been?
I'll explain that when I see you. All I can tell you is that you have the wrong man on trial. Payne is innocent.
What?
It's definite, Markham, and I can prove it. And what's more, so can he. I think we can get him on a more serious charge, though.
Wait a minute.
What I want you to do is ask for a dismissal of the charge against him.
But I can't do that, Vance. If I do, he can't be tried again. For this crime, anyhow, regardless of what evidence you have.
I know that, my friend, but please do as I say. I've never let you down, have I?
No, but this is...
Please, Markham. It's for your good. Payne has evidence that can disprove everything you claim. Withdraw the charge against him. I'll explain everything when I see you.
You always say that, and you always do, but...
I won't let you down, Markham. Will you do as I say?
Yes. Yes, I'll do it, Vance. But if you don't do as you say, I can take my career and send it right back to law school where it started.
Thank you very much. And maybe you can recognize this movie character who says, there I was, standing on the corner. Minding my own business.
Nice party, Mr. Payne.
Could be nice, huh? But a guy up to me.
After all, this is a celebration because the DA was nice to me. He dropped the charges.
Yeah, you made sure he would. Oh, you're smart, boss.
Uh-huh. That kid doing the impersonations out on the floor helped.
Yeah, how do you mean?
Skip it. The only thing that...
Hey, Jerry, where'd you get that eye? At the chin.
Mr. Payne, that guy I had tied up, that Vance guy. What about him?
I was taking him out in the car to knock him off, like you said. His hands was tied, but I let him smoke a cigarette, and I guess he burned the ropes or something. Next thing I knew, he jumped me and knocked me cold and beat. Stevie, I told you that falling star. Remember, I told you it was unlucky.
Vance got away, huh?
Yes, sir.
Jerry, I'll take care of you later. Wait a minute. All right, everybody. Thanks for coming, but the party's over. I had a big day, and I've got to get to sleep.
Well, Mr. Payne, thanks for everything. I guess I'll be going now.
Wait a minute, Danny.
Huh?
You did a good job on those impersonations. I want to thank you.
Oh, gee, you did fine with the dough, Mr. Payne.
Not at all.
Everybody's gone now, boss. The joint's cleaned out. Right, Steve? Sure is.
All right, you two, grab this Danny guy.
Hey, what's the idea? I didn't do nothing. What do you want with me?
I'm sorry, Danny, but with Vance alive, I can't let you be.
Vance? Who's he?
He's the one man who'll know you impersonated his voice.
Yeah, but...
He'll get you to talk. I can't let that happen.
Hey, wait a minute, Mr. Payne. Wait a minute. Holy Mr. Stevie, the boss is going to use a knife on this guy. Just keep holding him. Mr. Payne, you got to believe it. I did it.
Let him drop, boys.
You know something, Jerry? What? This guy was a great impersonator even when he kicked off. He died just like Jimmy Keg.
This is District Attorney Markham. The case I started to work on is over. Over because I withdrew charges against Albert Payne, a man I believed was guilty. I did so at the request of Philo Vance, a request made to me on the telephone while the trial was in progress. My concern is very great because I haven't been able to reach Vance since he phoned me in the courtroom. For this reason, I'm working late in my office hoping that I'll hear something. District Attorney Markham speaking.
This is Ellen, Mr. Markham. Any word from Van?
No, Ellen, not since he called me at the courtroom. You've heard nothing?
No, not a word, and I'm awfully worried. He never showed up at the office today.
At least we know he was all right about 2 p.m. when he telephoned me. That's something.
Are you sure it was Vance?
Well, I'm reasonably sure. I was sure at the time, but in view of what's been happening, right now I'm not so certain.
Sure, I'm shoving. What do you think I'm doing? I'm shoving. Only it ain't easy to push this jalopy up a hill, you know. Just be happy you ain't in it when it goes over that cliff. See how happy I am? All right. There we are. That ought to do it, Steve. Yeah. Ooh. Anybody ever finds a wreck of this jalopy down there, they can also get a good look at what was once a pretty good mimic. Danny Duncan. Now, Steve... Look, I wonder how he liked being pushed up this hill. Now, look, stop talking like that about a dead guy, Steve. That's unlucky. You and you're unlucky. Everything's unlucky. All right, come on, let's get this heap over the cliff now. All ready? Yes, sure. Here we go. Push. There, Steve. Go! But, Jerry... like they say in the books, that's that.
Yes, I have the details. A crash was heard, investigated, and you found a battered jalopy at the bottom of the cliff. In it was a man who had been knifed to death. It was Danny Duncan, a nightclub entertainer.
That's it, D.A. We'll call you back if there's anything else.
I'll do that. Thanks for calling.
Hello, Markham.
Vance, am I glad to see you. Where have you been? What's happened?
I've been knocked out, dragged out, and taken for a ride, Markham. But I'm here now.
Yes. Sit down, Vance. Sit down.
And very anxious to get to the bottom of all this.
What was that call you made to me at the courtroom this afternoon?
Call I made.
Certainly. You telephoned me to ask for a dismissal of charges against Albert Payne. And I did.
Markham, I never called you.
What?
No.
Now, don't tell me that. I recognized your voice. Now, Vance, listen to me. You definitely...
I definitely what?
I know what's happened now. I just got a report of the murder of a nightclub entertainer, Danny Duncan.
A very well-known mimic.
Yes. That's it, then. It was Duncan who called me and pretended to be you. You were kidnapped to prevent your coming on the scene and spoiling Payne's plan to have me drop the case against him.
Well, it certainly looks like we've been outsmarted, doesn't it?
I could have sworn it was you on the telephone. And you've done similar things before, Vance. Called me and asked me to lay off something until you could give me conclusive evidence.
I know. And apparently Payne knew that, too. But in order for his plan to be foolproof, Markham, he had to kill Danny Duncan. Well, the next time he goes to trial, I personally guarantee it will be for murder.
Hey, Steve. Yeah? Look around quick. Is anybody following us?
Are you kidding? Of course not. Who'd be following us?
I don't know. I looked around a couple of times, only I didn't see nobody, but I kind of feel like there's somebody following us.
Stop being stupid.
Well, I'm not being stupid. Now, wait a minute. Wait, just stop a minute. Now, listen. Hey, you hear that?
Did you hear that, Steve?
Well, so it's somebody else on the street.
Yeah,
but there ain't nobody on the street. Nobody but us. Hey, maybe it's that Danny Duncan come back. Steve.
Get your hands off me. What's the matter with you? Nobody's there. Are you getting yellow or something?
Yeah, but Steve.
Oh, come on,
Steve,
come
I'm
on.
afraid. I'm awful afraid.
My dear Mr. Vance, everything you've said to me may be true, but you should be the first to admit that it might also be pure conjecture.
I know, Payne. Perhaps you didn't hire the mimic Danny Duncan to imitate my voice after having a couple of your men kidnap me. Perhaps you didn't kill Danny Duncan so he could never tell what he knew.
Mm-hmm. And perhaps I would have beaten the case the state had against me, even without the phone call you insist I had Duncan make. Vance, don't you see how hopeless this is, and how helpless you are to do anything about it?
I don't often lose my temper, Payne.
Really?
But I'm making an exception in this case. You listen to me.
Take your hands off my coat.
I'm finding it hard to keep them off your throat.
Why don't you
Now,
stop?
listen. You had a couple of mugs beat me up. I don't like that. I don't like you.
I said let go.
I'm glad you did that. I'm going to return it. It won't help this case, but it will give me some satisfaction. Fight. You don't think I have anything on you, do you, Payne? Come on, get up and talk.
That's right. I don't think you have a thing on me. I bet my life you don't.
Don't look now, Payne. But that's exactly what you're betting.
Steve. Steve. Hey, Steve. Hey, what's going on in here, Jerry? Steve, there's somebody in this house. I heard a window open a minute ago. I heard it, I tell you, Steve. It's Danny Duncan. Like I said, he's come back.
Will you shut up and go back to sleep?
I can't.
An hour ago, you heard footsteps. Danny Duncan is dead. You know that.
Sure, I know it. That's why he's come back, Steve. Because he's dead and we helped kill him. We were holding him when Mr. Payne stabbed him.
Now, look, stupid. Danny Duncan is gone.
But, Steve...
Yeah, but I'm here. If you bother me again, I'm going to come in and work over you myself. Now, go to sleep.
Steve, don't go. Stay here with me, Steve.
Jerry. Wake up, Jerry.
Well...
Jerry, wake up.
Who is it? Who's in the room?
Don't scream, Jerry. Don't turn on that light. Don't do anything. Just listen to me.
Who are you? What
What do you want?
You know who I am.
Oh, no.
I'll never rest, Jerry. Never.
No.
Until you help me get revenge on the man who
Look,
killed me.
go away. Get out of here.
Keep your voice down, Jerry. You don't want Steve, do you?
You know about Steve?
I know about everything.
Oh, please.
Jerry, I'll be with you the rest of your life unless you do as I say.
Man, what do you want?
You know who killed me.
No,
Go to the police and tell them.
No, I
do
don't.
it, Jerry, or you'll never sleep another night as long. You asked me to keep my fingers crossed, Markham. Now it's your turn.
It's hard driving the car that way, but I'll do it.
You haven't any further to drive, my friend. This is Payne's house.
Oh.
Come on in with me.
Okay.
If I'm right about everything up to here, this case should be over soon.
Well, that's the best news I've had all day, except for one thing. Payne is an extortionist and steps into larceny very often. But I didn't have too much evidence against him, although he, of course, didn't know that. Anyhow, now I don't feel quite so badly.
Good. I feel partially responsible.
What? Inside the house, Vance. Those shots came from inside. Let's go.
Try the door, Markham.
It's open.
This way. They came from this door here.
Right.
Come in, gentlemen.
What long as I live? It wasn't very long. I guess.
What's going on here, Payne?
Pretty obvious, isn't it, Markham? This man broke in here with a gun. He's still holding it. Fired at me. I got my gun and shot him. What brings you here? And what's with your friend Vance?
I think this is it for you, Payne.
Mm-hmm. What makes you say that, Vance?
Jerry came here to tell you he was going to the police because he believed it was the only way he could keep Danny Duncan's spirit away from him.
Danny Duncan? Who's that?
Oh, no. No, Danny, I did what you said. I told Mr. Payne I was going to the police. I wanted to warn him.
Well, you really killed Jerry this time, didn't you, Payne? Couldn't
I?
let him finish what he was saying, could you?
You know my story, Vance. He broke in here. I shot him in self-defense.
It wasn't self-defense just now, Payne. You murdered him right in front of us. Your story won't stand up now.
You won't stand up very long either, Markham.
Oh, wait. You grabbed his arm and deflected the gun, Markham.
Vance, get away from me. There. That's better. Now, both of you stay right where you are. Don't take a step.
Vance, don't.
Why not? I'm coming to get you, Payne.
Don't take another step, Vance. Don't do it. All right, I warned you.
It only holds 6 shots, you know, Payne. Now I'll take that. Good boy. Keep away, Markham. This is for me.
You don't do that.
Now, that does it. You'll find the third member of this trio, a fellow named Steve, at a house on Central Street.
Okay.
You have a real case against Payne now, Markham.
He'll never beat this one. That is, if you don't telephone me during his trial.
I'll never do that again, Markham. No more telephone calls. Anytime I ask you to do anything, it will be in person.
Thanks. Perhaps you'll tell me how this Jerry individual came to be here at Payne's house, and what's more important, how you knew this case would be broken here.
I'd tell you, but I don't dare. I promised Ellen she'd be the first to know.
All right.
You don't mind, do you?
No, not really. Say, you hit that Payne pretty hard. He's still out.
Yes, but he's breathing.
Yeah.
And I'm sure when you get him to trial, you'll take care of that little detail, won't you, Markham?
The only thing I don't understand, Vance, is what made that Jerry character go after Payne.
I knew he would, Ellen. I knew he was superstitious. I found it out when he and Steve jumped me the night you dropped me off.
Oh,
And later, while we were in the car in which he was supposed to kill me.
so you worked on that superstition.
Definitely. It's a powerful motivation, Ellen. A superstitious individual will go to almost any lengths to remove what he considers a hex.
Yes, I know.
I followed him along streets, making sure he could hear me, but keeping out of sight. Opened a window in his house. Even sneaked a public address system into his bedroom to plant the idea that I was Danny Duncan's ghost.
Pretty good planting, I'd say, inasmuch as it sent him after Payne.
That's what I did it for. He got to Payne's to warn him he was going to the police before Markham and I had a chance to get there. Payne thought he had to kill him.
What I'd like to know is what made you such a brave man. How come you walked right up to Payne when he had a gun in his hand, a gun he had just used to kill Jerry?
I had heard 6 shots, Ellen. The gun was a revolver. That only holds 6 shots.
Well, you say you'd heard 6 shots. My friend, to use your favorite expression, Didn't it ever occur to you that Jerry might have fired one or even two of those?
Certainly it did, only Jerry carried an automatic and the safety catch was still on.
Uh-huh.
I noticed that when it was in his hand as he was lying on the floor. So I really wasn't so brave, was I?
Oh, all I can say is it's a good thing you can count, Vance. Otherwise, a bullet would have started right toward you.
Well, let's not be concerned with anything starting, Ellen. Let's just remember that this is the end of the mimic murder case.
Out of it, Susie. You look like the last bar of the last rose of summer.
I'm all right, Ella. You ready to go to work?
Well, I will be as soon as I get finished putting on this makeup. Who invented makeup anyway? I got to put it on to go out in the street and then take it off and put new stuff on at the theater.
Ella?
Yeah?
You think we're ever going to get any place in show business?
Well, where do you want to get? You're in the front row of the chorus now, aren't you? So am I. If you got any further front, would be in the orchestra pit.
That isn't what I mean. I mean, do you think we'll ever be able to get out of this little apartment and out of the chorus?
I'm doing pretty good now with the talents I got. With you, it's different. You're young and cute. You ought to be in pictures, maybe.
You really think so?
I said ought to be, kid. Ought to be and going to be are two different things. Well, fix this face of mine as good as it'll ever be, I guess. Let's get up. Hey, what's that under the door?
It looks like an envelope.
I don't know why it should look like an envelope, except for one reason. That's because it is an envelope. I'll get it. One way to keep my girlish figure. Bending for envelopes, people slide under doors. Oh, here, it's addressed to you, Miss Susan Blake. Well, who could be? Find out the hard way. Open it and see. Ella! Oh, what's the matter, kid? Somebody crawl out of that envelope and slug you? That's the way you sounded.
Listen to what the note says. It says, unless you pay me $5,000 in cash, in a way I will tell you about tomorrow, you'll be dead by tomorrow night. Dead by tomorrow night, Ella. Unless I pay somebody $5,000.
5,000 clams? We haven't got 500 pennies between us. Oh, Susie, somebody's kidding.
Oh, they can't be. They could go to jail for writing a note like this. Ella, what are we going to do?
Well, we can go to the cops, or we can get $5,000 somewhere. All I know is we've got to do something.
I've got to do something. I'm going to get that $5,000. Mr. Vance, you gotta help me. You've helped so many other people.
I'll be glad to do what I can, Miss Blake. This note was slipped under your door, and you have no idea who might be trying to get $5,000 from you.
No, all I know is it can't be anybody who knows me at all. I haven't any money. All I have is my job in our musical show, the Tip Top Review.
I understand. But I don't think I understand your reluctance to go to the police. You say you're afraid that the publicity might be detrimental to you. Seems to me that show business people relish publicity of this sort.
Well, they like publicity, all right, but not this kind. If I had jewels stolen or something like that, it'd be different. But the possibility of a murder isn't good publicity. Maybe they wouldn't like it. I don't want to take a chance in their not liking it. You understand?
Your idea is that I can help you, and if I can, there's no need of your going to the police.
That's right. You're a private investigator, the best in the world. Vance, you've got to help me.
Let me see that note again.
Here.
Unless you pay me $5,000 in cash in a way I'll tell you about tomorrow, you'll be dead by tomorrow night. You notice anything strange about this typewriting?
No.
It's very neatly typed, except that every time the letter Y is used, whoever typed it hit a wrong key first. The Z, I think, and then the Y was typed over it.
What can that mean?
I don't know yet. Tell me one other thing. Is there someone who wants to put you under obligation to him? Someone who wants you to come to him and borrow $5,000?
Oh, I see what you're getting at. Maybe there is such a person, Vance, now that you've brought it up.
Tell me who he is, and I'll go see him.
No, I don't think I will. I think it'd be a much better idea if I saw him myself.
Hold it. I'm coming. Well, Susie, come on in.
Thanks, John. You don't seem surprised that I'm here.
I'm not. I just called your apartment, and your roommate told me she thought you might be coming to see me. Sit down, Susie. Can I get you something?
No. Don, would you do something for me?
Anything, Susie. I always told you I'd do anything for you if you'd only give me a chance. What's the gimmick?
I need $5,000.
Who doesn't? What's the pitch?
I need the money desperately, Don. I'll pay it back a little at a time, but I have to have it tonight.
Well, we'll have to see what we can do about that. What's the angle?
Well, I can't...
Oh, don't go away, Susie. I'll get rid of whoever's on the phone. Yeah.
That you, Don?
Well, yeah, Frankie, only I can't...
Listen, Don, this is it. There's a boat race tomorrow. The 4th. It's in.
I'll call you back.
You can't reach me. Get down on it with everything. The 4th. Victory.
Frankie, you're a fool. Call me back in 10 minutes. Now, Susie, where were we?
You wanted to know why I needed the money. Now I want to know something.
Yeah? What's the question?
That phone call you just got. I think I know what it means.
Oh, really? What's the proposition?
You know what I want. $5,000.
Mm-hmm. $5,000. Well, Susie, I've got a soft spot in my head for you. I always said I'd take care of you. And don't you worry. I will.
This is Attorney Markham speaking.
Hello, Markham. This is Vance.
How are you, my friend? What's up?
I thought perhaps you might be trying to get me in the next half hour for some reason or other, and I just wanted to report to you that I couldn't be reached.
Nothing's come up here that'd be interesting to you, Vance?
In that case, I'm on my way.
Where you bound for?
A girl came to me today, Markham, a Susan Blake. Her life had been threatened, and she has until tomorrow to get the $5,000 whoever wrote the note demanded. But she said she had a call to make after she left me, and I'm going up to her apartment to find out who it was she went to see and what happened there.
Let me know if there's anything I can do to help Miss Blake.
I will. But if I have to call on the law, Markham, I'm afraid it'll be too late for anybody to help her.
Hello up there.
You paging me?
In a way. My name is Philo Vance. And I'm looking for the apartment of a girl named Susan Blake.
Mighty nice looking.
I or my quest?
Well, brother, let's face facts. You ain't bad.
Well, thank you.
Oh, it ain't me you have to thank. Send a fan letter to your mother, your father, and your tailor. I'm Ella Andrews, Susie's roommate. I'm just on my way up to the apartment. Can you make another flight of stairs?
Under protest.
Oh, better make it under your own power. I haven't carried anybody up a flight of stairs since I quit my job as a volunteer fireman.
I thought firemen only carried people down.
Maybe that's why I got fired. I heard of you, Van. Susie told me she was going to see you, and I was glad she did.
Because of that threatening note she got?
Oh, because of a lot of things. Mostly a thing named Donald Graham who's got a yen for Susie a mile long.
Graham?
Big-time operator. What his racket is, I don't know. As long as I want to stay healthy, I don't care about finding out. He called here after Susie left this afternoon. I told him Susie was going to see him. Well, here we are. This, and don't you dare laugh, is home. I'll get my key.
Seems to me that the door is open.
Seems to me that what seems to you ain't wrong. Susie's probably home. Hey, Susie, you got company. Come on in, Van.
Thank you.
Oh, Susie's probably in the bedroom. I'll go look. There's a magazine lying over there if you want to read. It's a couple of months old, though.
Really?
Yeah, my boyfriend's a dentist. Be right out, Van.
All right, Miss Andrews.
Susie probably fell asleep waiting for me to...
Miss Andrews, what is it? What's the matter?
It's Susie! It's Susie!
Poor girl.
Oh, I don't want to look. I don't want to look.
You don't have to. You'd better come out here in the living room with me. Apparently, your roommate had a visitor before we got here, Miss Andrews. A visitor named Murder.
I'm sorry about that Blake girl, Vance. Sergeant Heath and his men will investigate the case thoroughly, believe me.
I'm sure they will, Markham. But I wanted you to drive out here with me to see the dead girl's mother. She lives out here in the suburbs, according to the information I have.
A little too far out for Miss Blake to commute every day.
Yes. The mother's name is Cherney. Susan changed her name when she went on the stage. This ought to be the house, I think.
You want me to go in with you?
Please. The mother has been informed of the murder. I'll feel better if you're with me.
Good enough. Yeah, quaint little house, isn't it?
Yes. Something old world about it. I hope we can learn something here, Martin.
I certainly do, too. Ring the bell, will you, Vance?
Right. I have an idea that talking to the mother might give us a lead as to who might have tried to get $5,000 from a girl who was broke.
And who killed her before the time limit he himself set was up. I don't understand that.
I don't either, but...
You are police. Come in.
Thank you, Mrs. Cherney. This is Mr. Markham. My name is Vance.
How do you do?
Come in. What do you want with me?
I'd like to look around the house, if you don't mind, Mrs. Cherney.
I don't mind. I don't care. I don't care about anything anymore.
We're trying to find the man who killed your daughter, Mrs. Cherney. You'll help us?
Suppose you do find him. What good did that do Susan now? What do you want to know?
Tell us about Susan.
Well, I bring her here many, many years ago from the old country. She was just a baby. All the furniture you see, everything here comes from the old country. I try to make this house just like the one I leave.
We understand that.
Susan go to school, then to business college. I want her to be secretary. I was secretary in old country for branch office, the American company. We're not farm people.
Please go on.
Susan seemed to like practicing piano, dancing. I tried to make her typewrite things at home on machine I still have, which I bring from other side. But she go to business college only to please me. Much rather she dance and sing.
Who were her friends? Do you know that?
No, that I do not know. She come home when she get a chance, but not too often. She was here the day before she was killed. I I've nothing else to tell you, except Susan was a good girl.
I'm very sure of that, Mrs. Cherney. Thank you very much.
You're leaving?
Yes. You'll hear from us, though.
You can say so. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mrs. Cherney.
If you think of anything I ought to know, Mrs. Cherney, please call me on the telephone. I'm in the book.
Oh, yes, of course. Goodbye.
Well, Vance, I guess that was a wasted visit.
Why do you say that, my friend?
Well, it's pretty apparent, isn't it? You found out absolutely nothing.
What did you expect to find out, Markham?
Well, I'd hoped to get a lead on whoever it was that wrote that threatening note to Miss Blake.
Oh, that note. I know who wrote that note.
You do?
Mm-hmm.
I don't even want to know how you know. Just tell me who it is so we can pick him up.
It wouldn't do us any good, Markham. Not yet, that is. Knowing who wrote that note doesn't mean knowing who committed the murder.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Tip-Top murder case began with the finding of the body of chorus girl Susan Blake after she had received a typewritten note threatening her with death unless she paid the writer $5,000. Philo Vance says he knows who wrote that note, but insists he is more interested in the identity of the murderer. And right now, he's decided to go over to the Tip-Top Review, the musical show which employed Miss Blake and her roommate, Ella Andrews. He should be there about now on account of the number.
Now, look, you kids. This show's been running for 6 months, and just because we got a new girl to break in, you're all rehearsing like you got lead in your feet. Now, this is a step you've been missing. Watch me, will you? Okay, Harry. Well, how about it, boys and girls? Can you do it? Now we'll see. Take it from the top. Hit it, Harry. Okay, break it. Take 5, everybody.
Grab your coat, Danny. We'll hop across the street for a couple. Oh, why, Mr. Vance, hello.
Hello, Miss Andrews. Mind if I talk to you a minute?
Talk to me for 5 if you like. We got that much time off from rehearsal. What did you find out about who killed Susie?
That's what I came to talk to you about. You told me of a friend of hers named Don Graham.
Yeah, that's right, I did. I told you about him when we were climbing the stairs to our apartment. He's a no-good guy if there ever was one. And there was one, I'm told.
Well, I'm working on a theory, Miss Andrews, and this is what I want to know. Did your roommate, Susan Blake, tell you anything at all about Graham?
I know she went to see him. Graham knows I know she went to see him because he called the apartment after Susie called me and told me she was going up there.
That's right. You told me that, too. That's not so good.
It isn't?
No. Now, look, Miss Andrews, this is serious. Did Susan tell you anything about Graham? Anything at all?
Not that I can remember. Why?
Why? Because that might save your life.
I've got all the money I could raise on that horse victory in the 4th today, Frankie. You know that.
Sure, Don. Like I told you, it's a boat race. Every horse in the 4th is owned by one guy under different names.
Mm-hmm.
Guy's waiting 2 years to pull a thing like this, and only 3 people know it. Him, me, and you.
Good. That means the price on the horse victory will stay up. Not too many people will be betting on him. You know why I tried to stop you from telling me about the race on the phone yesterday?
I know now, because that dame Susie was here, that's why.
She was here and she heard you. But she figured out what you were saying, and I think she did. She'd spread the story that the horse race was fixed all over town.
Sure, I know. And the price will go down, and some wrong guy had to hear about the fix and spoil the whole thing.
Frankie, I stand to make over $100,000 on that race. That's too much to risk on a dame's yapping. What's the answer?
The answer is I shut up the dame like you told me to. I'll tell you something, Don. It wasn't a bad job.
Anybody home?
Hey, quite the dame busting in.
Oh, what do you want here?
You know who I am?
No, and that's all right with me. What's the pitch?
I'm Ella Andrews. I was Susie Blake's roommate.
So?
So which one of you is Don Graham?
I am.
Look, Mr. Graham, you gotta believe me. Susie never told me a thing before she was killed. I never saw her from the time she left the apartment till the time I found her dead. You gotta believe that.
What is all this, Don?
Who knows? What's the gimmick, Ella? Why come here to tell me this?
Well, I wanted you to know. You've gotta know, and you've gotta believe me. She never said a word to me. Tell me you believe me. Please tell me.
All right, cutie. If it'll make you happy, I believe it. Now get going.
Okay, I had to be sure you knew that. Only remember it, will you?
Oh. How do you figure that one, Don?
Very simple, Frankie. The gal knows something.
About the race?
What else?
I see. The Blake gal tipped this one out, huh? Only she's scared and wants to make out like she don't know nothing.
That's right. Frankie, I think maybe you ought to go visit this young lady. You know where she lives?
Yeah, sure. I was there once to see Susie Blake. Remember?
Vance, listen to me. See if this isn't your theory, too. This Don Graham you told me about sent the threatening note to Miss Blake, believing that she would run to him for the money which he would give her.
And thus put her under obligation to him.
Right. He'd send her another note saying to leave the $5,000 somewhere, and he'd pick up the money he'd given her, his own money. He lost nothing. That makes sense, Vance.
Yes, it does. But it doesn't make a reason for him to kill her. Especially as I'm sure Miss Blake did go to see Graham and ask him for the money.
Maybe she had something on Graham and reminded him of it when she went there. Maybe she used blackmail as a means of getting the $5,000.
That's very possible, Markham. But
what?
But that isn't even close to what actually happened.
Don't bother, Mrs. Williams. I've got my key. I thought I mislaid it.
Don't make a sound. Turn out those lights.
Mr. Vance.
Do as I say, Miss Andrews, quickly.
Okay, but what is all this, Vance? You scared the daylights out of me.
I hope you won't be scared again in a few minutes. That's the reason I'm here.
You got a reason for getting into my apartment, waiting for me, and asking me to turn out the light?
I had a reason and a pass key for getting in. And the lights are a little idea of mine in order to set a stage.
Look, I'd like to be a star, and I think I get what you mean about setting a stage, but, Vance, I wouldn't look good as a corpse. Gray isn't my color. Tell me what's going on.
You went to see Don Graham, didn't you?
Sure, you told me something in the theater that made me go to see him. I had to make sure that Graham knew that Susie didn't tell me anything before she was killed.
That's what I thought you'd do, and what I wanted you to do.
Well, thanks. It would have been easier if you'd asked me.
Easier, perhaps, but not quite as convincing. You'd better make yourself comfortable here, Miss Andrews. I'm quite certain you're going to have a visitor, but I haven't the slightest idea as to when he'll arrive.
You still there, Vance?
Yes, Miss Andrews. The strain of waiting getting you down.
No, but in case you see me walking a back fence tomorrow night, you'll know the reason. My eyes are getting so used to the dark in here, I'm practically a cat.
You're a much prettier girl than you would be a cat.
Maybe the darkness in here isn't going to be so bad after all. Say that again, will you, Vance?
Why? Didn't you hear me?
Oh, there are some things a girl can't hear often enough.
In that case...
Vance, the door.
Where is that darn light switch? Oh, yeah. Yeah, it is. Hey,
That's
what are you
Frankie,
doing
Don
here?
Graham's stooge, Vance.
You want to know what I'm doing here, Frankie? What are you two doing here, you and that knife?
Right now, I'm waiting to use it on you.
Vance, look out. He's throwing that knife.
Thanks for the warning, Miss Andrews. Oh, no, Frankie, you're not getting out of here.
That's what you think?
That's what I know.
Okay. Is this the way you want it?
Anybody mind if I play, too? Ah!
Well, nice work, Miss Andrews. But you really shouldn't have hit him with that vase. I was having quite a bit of fun.
Oh, sorry, I spoiled it. I guess maybe I shouldn't have.
Because you didn't want to spoil my fun.
Don't be silly. That vase I slugged him with cost $1.98. That crumb really came up to let me have it, didn't he? Hey, why ain't I screaming?
I don't know, but thanks for not doing it. This man is Don Graham's assistant, you said?
I said he was Graham's stooge.
He killed your roommate on Graham's orders. And I'm quite certain that Mr. Markham can get him to admit that when we take him to headquarters.
But who wrote the note asking for 5 G's, Vance? And why did they think that Susie could get that kind of dough?
I'll explain all that to Markham. But you're invited if you care to find out all about this case. Well, Markham, Frankie squealed on Don Graham, and you have both of them in custody, so I'll answer all questions from you and Miss Andrews now.
I got a question. What are you doing later?
I'll answer that later, Miss Andrews. Well, Markham?
Who wrote the typewritten note that asked for $5,000, Vance?
Miss Blake wrote that note herself.
What?
That's right. Markham, do you remember the typewriter at the home of Miss Blake's mother?
No. I know she mentioned she had a typewriter she brought over from her native country, but I didn't see it.
I didn't either, but I didn't have to. All I had to know was it was a foreign typewriter with English letters. Remember, Miss Blake's mother said she worked for an American company?
Yes.
Anyhow, I knew that was the one used to write the note.
How did you know that?
The note was typed perfectly, except where the letter Y was used. And then, apparently, the typist had hit the letter Z first. A touch typist, such as her mother told us Miss Blake was, wouldn't look at the keys. She'd assume every typewriter had what is known as a standard keyboard.
And a foreign machine doesn't have that?
Well, it's standard except for one change. The Z and Y keys are transposed on a foreign typewriter.
Because the letter Z is used more in foreign words. I get it now, Vance. Miss Blake, schooled on an American machine, would strike the wrong letter if she weren't looking at the keys. She wrote the threatening letter to herself when she was home the day before her death.
Exactly. Now, as to why she wrote the letter. She wanted to take it to Don Graham and ask him for the $5,000. She wanted to use that money for clothes or for a trip to try to get into the movies or something like that.
You got it, Vance. She was movie mad, that gal.
That's what I suspected. Anyhow, she came to me to make the note seem even more authentic. Then she went to Don Graham's for the money. But unfortunately, she overheard something up there that Graham didn't want made public.
We have that in his confession, of course. Well, I want to thank you, Vance, for your help. Things certainly started moving when you got in the middle of this situation.
All I care about is that we wound up successful at the end of the Tip-Top murder case.
Any more speed out of this thing, Tommy?
Not without wings, boss. Are we shaking them cops?
They're not gaining on us. Take this corner in case they get ideas about shooting.
Hold on. What now? Shall I head for the hideout?
Not yet. Just keep the wheel steady. Your arm okay?
Well, it hurts where that bullet went in, but it ain't bleeding much.
Good. We're only a couple of blocks from our place, but the cops don't know that. I'm going to try and shoot one of their tires.
Go to it, boss. I ain't got no desire to get grabbed right now.
All right. Here goes. I got it, Tommy. I got it with the first shot. Take a look at the mirror. Look at that patrol car wobble.
Wow, that was close.
All we had to do was get nabbed with this loot we're carrying, and they'd throw a library at us.
You're not kidding. Okay, slow down right here. We're out of trouble.
Good thing that bullet of yours didn't crack the cop's car up. Then we'd have a murder thing hanging around. Hey, they sure picked us up awful fast tonight, boss.
Accident could happen to anybody. A watchman spots us, fires a shot, hits you, and a patrol car happens to be passing. We're lucky to get away, Tommy.
My rabbit's foot's working overtime lately. I'm going to have it sold and healed if we keep using it the way we have.
You and I are running into tough breaks, lad. But the next job we pull isn't going to have any risk attached to it. A lot of dough, no shooting, we don't even show our faces. How does that hit you?
Like a crossword puzzle. Unless... Hey, boss, we ain't going to work, are we?
Nah. We aren't going to do anything at all. Somebody else is going to do it, and our job is simply going to be sitting back and collecting $100,000.
$100,000 for doing nothing?
Yeah.
You feel all right, boss?
Sure. Hey, what's the idea of stepping on it, Tommy?
What's the idea? What do you think the idea is? If we're going to have to wait for $100,000, I want to get over to the hideout and start waiting as soon as possible.
According to J. Henry Wheeler, attorney for the... Ellen, you're not listening to me.
How can you tell, Vance?
You're typing, and I'm trying to read this newspaper item to you.
I can type and listen. I'm typing while I'm talking to you, aren't I?
Yes, but talking is second nature to you. Listening requires concentration.
Sure, but typing doesn't. However, if it will make you happier with your secretary will stop.
Oh, Ellen.
All right. I thought you only objected to that when I did it with the interoffice buzzer.
If you want to know the truth, I don't object to it at all. It just leaves me suspended from everything until you hit the last boom. Fine thing. Boom, did-a-boom, boom, boom.
Vance?
Boom. Now you know what I mean. Ellen, listen to this. It's from this morning's Herald. It says, J. Henry Wheeler, executor of the will of Donald Burke, retired shipbuilder who died last month, says that he is satisfied that one of the missing Burke sons, heir to the fortune left by the deceased, has returned.
Wait a minute, Vance. I don't get it. The lawyer's satisfied that one of the sons is returned. What does that mean?
It means that Burke had two boys.
Yeah?
Both of whom left home years ago and were never heard from again. As I understand it, the old man was kind of a tyrant. The kids couldn't take his abuse and ran away from home.
Mm-hmm.
Burke left all his money, about $250,000, to the boys in the event they returned.
How is anybody to know that the son who came back is Burke's son?
Well, Wheeler, the attorney, is apparently satisfied that the man who claims half the inheritance is the missing Fred Burke. The article in the paper goes on to say that he's been in China for 10 years and has no idea where his brother Ben is, but believes him dead.
That's all?
That's right.
That's all I wanted to know. You don't mind if I go back to work, do you? The whole thing sounds rather dull, Vance. What you need is District Attorney Markham to call up with news of a murder. Said he'd call back, didn't he?
Yes, only that was about a will, not a murder. Whom would you like to find murdered?
The guy who wrote the newspaper piece.
Oh, really?
Now, Vance, please. Oh, don't go away. Hello.
Hello, Ellen. This is Markham. Vance there?
Oh, hello, D.A. Yes, he's here. Just a minute. Mr. Markham, Vance, here you are.
Thank you. Hello, Markham.
Vance, this call is in the nature of a disappointment, I'm afraid.
No murder?
No murder. Merely a combination of circumstances that I don't like. Too much coincidence.
What is?
Have you been reading about the will of Donald Burke?
Well, you asked me to, and as a matter of fact, I've just been reading the story to Ellen. One of his sons has returned, I understand.
Yes, that's Fred. But Ben Burke has now made an appearance. Wheeler, the lawyer entrusted with the inheritance, just called me. He doesn't believe this Ben Burke is the legitimate brother at all.
Well, can't Fred identify him?
After 20 years, Vance?
Well...
Fred says he may or may not be his brother. The man who claims to be Ben knows all about the family and childhood of the Burkes, but then that's been in all the papers.
Yes.
Wheeler is afraid that if Ben is not the legitimate brother, he'll be turning over $100,000 to an imposter.
Well, no question about that. Well, thanks for calling, Markham. I'll look into this.
Good. I thought you'd want to. Bye, Vance.
Bye.
Going out, Vance?
Yes, I'll phone you later, Ellen. Anything to say to me?
Just this. Well, Vance?
Do that again, Ellen. On the desk this time. Goodbye.
Oh.
Look, let me tell you this, whoever you are. This business of you pretending to be my brother isn't going to work.
Can you prove I'm not your brother, Fred?
How can I?
That's all there is to it, then. What's the matter? You want the whole $250,000 that the old man left for yourself?
Maybe. Maybe I'm just sure you aren't Ben. And maybe I'm getting a little tired of this conversation. Suppose you get out of here.
Suppose I don't. His house is half mine. Will be in a couple of days, anyhow.
If you don't get out, I'll throw you out.
Get somebody to help you and make it an even fight.
I don't need any help.
Start something and you'll find out.
All right, I will.
Come on, you get out of here. All right.
Well, no wonder nobody heard me knock. I'm Philo Vance.
I wouldn't care if you were Dick Tracy. This is a private house and a private fight. Keep out of it.
Vance, I know you. I'm Fred Burke. This is the man who claims he's my brother.
Claims? Is he kidding?
Why, you're no more my brother than Vance here is. I'm going to call the police and have them throw you out of here and into jail.
20 years hasn't changed you, Fred. You're still a kid, a dumb, selfish, willful child.
Yeah?
Vance, listen, if you want to leave here, I'll go with you and tell you a couple of things on the way.
I wasn't thinking of leaving yet.
As a matter of fact, neither was I. This is my home. I'm staying here.
You're getting out of here. And if you don't, I will. In a couple of days, when I prove you're a phony, they'll throw you out of here.
Now, wait just a minute, Fred. If you're leaving, I'll go with you. You're the one I came to see.
Well, I'm leaving, all right. And if you're coming, come with me now. Well, I'm ready.
I'm with you, Fred. And Ben, or whoever you are, I'm making you a promise. I'll be seeing you.
Be seeing me, Willie.
Yeah?
Joe?
That's right.
Just want to give you a little report. Your idea is great so far.
Sure it is. This is the way I planned it. Nobody's gonna know you aren't the real Ben Burke. What's with this phone call?
Just wanted to tell you that you'd better have some more answers ready. Philo Vance just left this house with my brother, Fred. Think he's going to go to work on me, Joe.
Oh, he is
Yeah.
he? Well, we'll take care of him.
Okay.
You better hop back here so we can make some plans. I've got 100,000 reasons for not wanting Philo Vance to investigate you.
Well, Joe, you got any ideas?
A couple. The afternoon paper gave me one.
What's in it?
Tell you in a minute. Right now I'm thinking about Vance. Let's see now. You're supposed to be the missing brother. Fred can't prove you're not, but maybe Vance can.
All I know is he don't know a thing about me. Nobody does. Been out of town for 15 years.
I know that. That's why I sent for you. Should be a pushover for you to claim you're the missing brother. Anything you want to know about the guy you're supposed to be was in the papers.
Nah, I read up on it. Well, what about the newspaper you're talking about? I want to give you an idea.
Oh, man. Look, here.
Boss, help me. Help me.
Tommy, what happened to you?
A guy bumped into me in a crowded movie. Knocked a bandage loose from my arm. You know, where I got shot. Help me, boss. I'm bleeding to death.
Get his coat off. We gotta work fast.
Okay, I'll help.
Give me that shirt of his, will you? All right. I'll take this strip and tie it above the bullet hole. Now, stop whimpering, Tommy. You were stupid enough to get into a crowd. Be quiet so I can fix you up.
Tourniquet, Joe?
Sure, what else? It'll stop the bleeding.
Don't do it, boss. Don't do it. Don't put no tourniquet on my arm. It'll kill me.
Shut up. You know what a tourniquet is?
No.
That's what I thought.
Oh.
A couple more twists of this shirt stuff around your arm. The bleeding will stop. Hand me that coat hanger there, will you?
Okay. Here you are.
And just twist it around a couple of times. Hey, that hurts. It hurts, but it'll stop the bleeding. All right. Go on in the bathroom, get cleaned up.
Okay.
And get a rag and clean this blood from the rug.
Okay, boss. Anything you say.
That's what I like about this place. Always so nice and quiet. Now, let's see, where were we?
We're trying to dream up a way to convince Vance that I'm really Ben Burke. Something about today's newspaper.
Yeah, that's right. Have you seen the afternoon papers?
No, what's in them?
Only one thing we care about. Here, take a look. The story here. A reporter says that old man Burke left some word as to how to identify the older son. That's who you're supposed to be. And whatever it is he left is in that lawyer's safe.
Wheeler's safe, huh?
Yeah.
Hey, how come the reporter knew about it?
He interviewed old man Burke just before he died. It's logical enough.
Yeah.
Friend, how much out of practice are you?
You want me to open Wheeler's safe?
That's right. We get a look at that paper, shut the safe, and Fred Burke's mouth at the same time.
Do you think this will work, Vance?
I don't know. When you're trying to anticipate human reactions, Markham, you're never sure. You can only try to lead people on to committing themselves. That's why I had that phony story planted in the newspapers. And that's why we're en route to Mr. Wheeler's office right now.
It's your theory that the man who pretends to be Ben Burke will try to get at Wheeler's safe and learn just what it is that will positively identify him.
Mm-hmm.
Ninth floor, Mr. Wheeler's office, 928. Watch your step.
Thank you.
And 928, he said.
Yes.
That's right here.
Yes, there's a light on in the office. Somebody's working late.
I hope that's what it is. Come on, Markham.
Right. Vance, look.
I see. It's Wheeler, the lawyer. Help me untie him, Markham.
I will. I'll take his gag off while you're working on the ropes. There, Mr. Wheeler. I'm District Attorney Markham. Tell us what happened. Mr. Wheeler... He doesn't answer, Vance.
Probably stunned. Apparently, he was hit on the head by whoever it was that tied him up. But look over there by the safe. It's a man lying on his back and shot through the chest.
Yes.
Take a look at that fellow, Markham. Ever see him before?
No.
I have. It's the man who wanted to be known as Ben Burke.
Oh?
Apparently, he came up here to rifle this safe, which is just what I figured he'd do if he were a phony.
Vance, I know what happened now. This man, whoever he is, came up here with a Confederate.
Yes.
He went to work on the safe. Wheeler came in, saw him, and shot him as he was bending over the safe.
Uh-huh.
This man's Confederate then hit Wheeler over the head and tied him up. Oh, look, Vance, Wheeler's moving. Mr. Wheeler? Mr. Wheeler?
Head. My head.
Mr. Wheeler, this is District Attorney Markham, and I'm Philo Vance. Tell us what happened.
Came in office. Man at safe. Saw his back. Shot him. Got hit on head. That's all I remember.
You see, Vance, I was right. I told you exactly what happened, didn't I? This dead man isn't Ben Burke at all. He's an imposter. Our case is ended.
You told me what you thought happened, Markham. And apparently what Mr. Wheeler here says bears out your story. But actually it doesn't. Wheeler didn't kill this man. And because he didn't, our case is just beginning.
This is District Attorney Markham. The brotherly murder case concerns the killing of a man who pretended to be Ben Burke, one of two brothers who, after having been missing for 20 years, returns at the death of their father to claim an inheritance. Vance has planted a newspaper story which indicates that positive proof of the older brother's identity is in lawyer Wheeler's office safe. And it was in front of this safe that the alleged Ben Burke was found, shot. Vance has gone back to his office after stating he doesn't believe Wheeler has killed the man who claimed...
You see, Ellen, the lawyer couldn't possibly have shot the man. The lawyer's story was that he came in his office and saw a man standing over the safe. He saw only the man's back and he fired. But the man we found had a bullet wound in his chest. There was no mark on his back.
In that case, what happened to Wheeler's bullet? Or did he just make up the whole story?
Wheeler missed when he shot. We found the bullet he fired in the wall of his office. Now, let's start with the knowledge that the dead man was not Ben Burke as he claimed. Who could have shot him?
First, let's find out who he was, Vance.
We know that already. He was an ex-safecracker, missing for years.
Oh.
His fingerprints were on file at headquarters.
In that case, I know the whole story.
Well, I hope it's more accurate than Markham's idea of what happened in that shooting.
You want to listen or you want to talk?
Go ahead.
Well, this ex-safecracker was brought out of hiding to open that safe. And as soon as he did the job, whoever hired him killed him. And whoever that was now has the proof of how Ben Burke can be identified. Simple?
That's very cute. Only two things wrong with it, Ellen.
What?
One, there was no proof in the safe. And two, whoever hired the man to pose as Ben Burke wouldn't kill him after hiring him.
In that case, either the lawyer or the legitimate brother Fred Burke killed him.
Well, what would you suggest we do about finding out?
I did my share. From now on, it's up to you. You take it from here, Vance.
This the room where you doctor up accident patients?
Yes. You'd better sit down, young man. We'll take care of that arm.
I ain't got no time to have no arm taken care of. Just fix it so it stops bleeding.
Of course we will. Now, please sit right where you are while I take a look at it now.
Okay.
There we are.
Hey, Doc, don't. Huh? Don't take off that bandage. I'll bleed to death.
Well, how did you get this wound?
I'll fix it up. Don't ask no questions.
But I've got to ask a few. We've got to report this to the police.
Oh, no, you don't. I don't want anything to do with no cops. Huh? They'll tie me up to that Ben Burke murder. Get your hands off me. Get them off.
Now, look, you've got to sit there until I can get...
I said let go. You should have let go. Now I got to get out of here and get a phony doctor to take care of me.
You're not going to leave here until I go...
Hey, look. Look at me. I only got one good arm, and I knocked this guy stiff.
Of course I want to help you, Vance, but how can I? I've told you and I've told Markham 100 times that I don't know what my real brother Ben would look like. I knew what he looked like when he was 16, but, well, that's the last time I saw him.
The man who claimed to be your brother was found shot to death in the office of your father's lawyer. You know that?
Yes, the district attorney phoned and told me. I knew he wasn't my brother, and I know why he went up to Wheeler's office.
Yes?
He wanted to find out what identification my father left. Identification that was supposed to be in Wheeler's safe.
Weren't you interested?
Why should I be? My father left no identification. And even if he had, it wouldn't concern me. It was to the other person's advantage to find what was in that safe. Well, the newspapers plainly said the identification concerned Ben Burke.
Yes, I know. You realize, of course, that you're a suspect in this murder.
Me?
Yes.
Well, why would I kill this man? For what reason?
To avoid splitting the inheritance. As it is, the entire $250,000 goes to you.
The money goes to me anyhow. I knew it would go to me. I knew that man wasn't my brother, and eventually I would have been able to prove it.
Well, perhaps that's right.
Yes, I'm glad I was able to track you down.
Oh, hello, Markham. Come in, will you? You know Fred Burke.
Of course.
Hello.
Vance, we have a lead on the Ben Burke killing.
Have you, Markham? Tell me about it.
A fellow showed up at the Harrison Hospital a little while ago with a bullet wound in his arm. He broke away from the intern who was trying to treat him when the intern said he'd have to report the wound to the police.
How does that tie up to the murder case we're on?
As he was struggling with the intern, he said something about not wanting the police to get word about him because then he'd be tied up with the Ben Burke murder.
Oh, I see. Where is this young man now?
Well, it was simple to track him. He got in a taxi parked in front of the hospital. We checked all the cabs and found out where he was taken. It's a shack down near the waterfront. I thought I'd report to you before we closed in on it.
I'm glad you did. Because you realize, of course, that you have no proof against this fellow.
Yes, I know.
Well, let's go get him. We'll worry about the proof later.
Vance, I'd like to go with you.
You, Mr. Burke? Why?
Excitement. I'm bored to death sitting around here. Take me with you.
Have you a gun?
No, but I've got a pretty good pair of hands. Well, what do you say?
All right, Fred. Before the night's over, a couple of hands may come in mighty handy.
Hold still. All right. How's that feel now, Tommy?
Better, Joe. You ain't sore because I ran out of here and tried to get in the hospital, are you?
It's okay.
I got scared. I got real scared. I thought I was going to bleed to death, boss, but when they wanted to report me to the cops, I scrammed. I done right, huh?
Yeah, you did. Now that arm better heal in a hurry. Yeah. We've got to go back to doing stick-ups, and I need you to drive the car, and you need 2 hands for that.
I'll drive it one eye for you, boss, if you want. But what happened to this gimmick of yours where we were going to make that $100,000 doing nothing?
That blew up when Pete got shot at Wheeler's office.
Oh, so that's what it was. You got him to pretend like he was Ben Burke. In that case, why did you kill him?
Don't move, either of you.
What?
Come on in, Vance. Burke. That question your friend just asked you is one thing I'd like the answer to. Why did you kill this fellow Pete who was masquerading as Ben Burke?
Hey, Joe, who's this?
That's Markham, district attorney. Next to him's Philo Vance. The other bum, I don't know.
He's Fred Burke, but I'm still waiting for an answer to my question. We heard enough outside the door to tie you two up with the murder, but I thought you might tell us why you did it.
Who said I killed Pete?
Well, your friend here just asked you why you did it. That seems to imply you did it, doesn't it?
Does it? Tommy, listen to this, huh?
Yeah, boss.
Tommy, Why did you shoot Abraham Lincoln?
I shot Abe.
You hear that, Markham? I just asked Tommy why he killed Lincoln. That means he killed him?
Just a minute, my cute friend.
All right, Vance, what's with you?
You hired a safecracker named Pete to impersonate the missing Ben Burke. You told him to go to Wheeler's safe and get the identification papers you thought were there. But you found out he was going to double-cross you, and so you killed him.
If you say so, Vance, you must have proof, and that's enough for me. Come on, you two. You're coming with us.
Oh, no, we're not. Come on, Tommy. They won't shoot. We'll make a break.
You'll make a nothing.
All right.
Well, quite a right hand you have there, Mr. Burke.
Yes, isn't it?
You flattened our friend very nicely.
Look, nobody clipped me here. I don't know nothing. I didn't see nothing. Besides, look at me. I'm wounded. See, my arm, wounded.
We won't hurt you. However, we will take you downtown with us, you and your friend here, when he wakes up. Well, Vance, that's that, I believe.
Are you indicating that we've reached the end of the brotherly murder case?
Of course. You yourself said
I just wanted to see what reaction my words would have, Markham. This Joe individual didn't kill the man pretending to be Ben Burke.
He didn't? Well, then who did murder the man who claimed to be my brother?
You did.
Me? Are you kidding? Why would I kill him? How would I kill him? And even if I did, how could you possibly know?
You told me. Not in words, but you told me just the same. You actually told me something just as important when you did. You told me that you aren't Fred Burke.
What?
That you, too, are an imposter.
Why, you...
Arrest him, Markham, for murder. And for not being half as clever as he thought he was.
Go ahead, Vance. I'll take notes while you dictate.
All right, Ellen, but not on the typewriter. You always play games, and it's very distracting.
More distracting than I am?
No. But you don't make any noise while I'm talking, generally.
Generally.
And let's keep it that way, okay?
Okay.
All right, here we go. Notes on the brotherly murder case. I knew the man pretending to be Fred Burke was not Fred Burke because I knew it was he who killed the man pretending to be his brother, Ben Burke.
Oh, brother. Does that make sense?
It will when I cut it down like this. Fred Burke told me that there were no papers in Lawyer Wheeler's safe that could identify his older brother.
Uh-huh.
Now, how could he know there were no papers unless he went through the safe?
No way.
Okay. Then that's cleared up. Now, why did he go through the safe?
Don't look at me. I'm just taking notes.
He did it because he was afraid the man posing as his brother was the real Ben Burke. And if he were, and if he found the papers establishing his identity, he might also find the papers that could have identified the real Fred Burke.
Yes?
All this was on his mind when he crept up to Wheeler's office, only to find our friend Pete there before him, bending over the open safe.
Well, but where does Wheeler come into this?
Don't rush me. The phony Fred Burke shot Pete as he knelt before the safe. Then he went through the papers in the safe and was there when Wheeler walked toward his office. Pete was dead, but Fred propped him in front of the safe and hid behind the door.
Uh-huh. Then Wheeler came in, saw somebody at his safe, and fired.
Fired and missed. The man who claimed to be Fred Burke didn't give Wheeler another chance. He hit him on the head and tied him up.
Phew. And all this happened because you gave the newspapers a phony item about there being proof of identification in Wheeler's safe.
Well, I had to do something to force a move from the bogus Ben Burke. I'll tell you honestly, I didn't know that Fred was an imposter. But it all came out in the wash.
It sure did. That the end of the notes, Vance?
Yes, Ellen.
Good. That means it's also the end of the brotherly murder case.
That includes us, you know, Ellen.
I know, Vance. If you chew this piece of gum, Mr. Vance, you'll find you won't mind our coming down quite so much.
Oh, thank you, miss.
No trouble. We'll be landing in less than a minute now. If there's anything you want, let me know.
Thank you, I will.
If there's anything I want, whom do I let know?
Me, Miss Deering. I'm your employer, escort, and the person responsible for your traveling out to the Southwest, am I not?
Vance, what is it you're going to write when we get to Barlow?
Right, Ellen?
Yes.
I'm not going to write anything. We're going out there because there was a murder at the Billings Jude Ranch this morning.
Oh.
And the owner of the ranch, an old friend of mine, wired me.
Want you to clean up the case, eh? So the ranch doesn't have a bad name.
Uh-huh.
Why didn't you tell me that before we left?
There was no reason to. District Attorney Markham saw us off, and he would have felt a little slighted, I imagine, if I were working on a case outside his jurisdiction.
Oh, so because the DA couldn't come, you brought me. Well, as long as I couldn't make the varsity, at least I'm the number one substitute.
Well, we've landed, Ellen. And in a moment or so, we'll be on our way out to the Billings Ranch.
Suits me fine.
Well, this is it.
Did you get that bag for me, Vance?
Yes, sure.
Philo Vance. Telegram for Philo Vance.
I'm Vance, young man.
Oh, here's a telegram we've been holding for you, Mr. Vance.
Thank you very much.
Not at all.
I know bosses who let their secretaries open their communications.
I'm saving you the trouble, Miss Deering.
What is it, Vance? Something wrong?
I don't know. It's from Billings, the owner of the Jude Ranch.
Oh, the man who got us all the way out here because of the murder on his place? What does he say?
I'll read you the message. It says, Vance, please disregard my request.
What?
Gladly pay you for your time and trouble, but urge you to take next plane back without coming to the ranch.
Wow. What in the world could that mean?
I haven't the slightest idea, Ellen, but I guarantee I'm going to find out.
Now, look, everybody, let's all relax around the campfire and do some community singing. I'll start you off with Home on the Range, okay? Come on. Oh, give me a home, oh, where the buffalo roam, and the deer and the antelope play, where seldom is heard Okay, everybody, if you don't feel like singing, I don't blame you. Now, look, my job is to see that everybody at this Dude Ranch has a good time. So, despite what's happened here this morning, let's forget it and relax, okay? Come on, that's more like it. Now, you know, a funny thing happened to me on the way down to the bunkhouse today. A fella come up to me and said, "Hey, did you see that cute-looking blonde guest of ours? She's sitting over yonder with a fella on each knee." I said to him, "So what? A gal comes out to a dude ranch, she wants to be a cowboy, so she winds up with a pair of chaps." Hey, all leaving me, huh? Well, as the fella said when he saw the price of a nightgown was $100, good nighty.
Danny?
Oh, yeah, Mr. Billings. You been here all this while?
Yes. You haven't done a very good job of entertaining my guests, Danny.
You mean making them laugh? How are you going to make them laugh? They're all worried about that murder this morning. After all, one of the guests was knocked off. What do you expect me to do? Have them rolling over in laughs after that?
Well, you've got to get their minds off it. I can't have everybody leave here just because Bob Anderson was shot.
It isn't that he was shot, Mr. Billings. It's why. Nobody knows why, and everybody's jittery for fear a crazy murder is loose.
Danny, did you ever hear of Philo Vance?
Vance? Sure. Who hasn't? Why?
I called him right after Anderson's body was found and asked him to fly out here. I just sent him a telegram asking him to go right back.
Hey, you're a little mixed up, aren't you, Mr. B?
No. Now, if you can relax the guests, we'll be in good shape. And with Vance here, there'll be investigations. The reporters will come out here. All the publicity will ruin me. That's why I asked him to go back.
First you asked him to come, then you asked him to hop home without even dropping in to say hello. I guess I can understand what's on your mind. First you wanted help, then you figured Vance being here would only stretch out the bad publicity.
That's right.
Mr. Billings, who do you figure killed this Anderson?
I wish I had an idea about that. I didn't know anything about him. He was a guest, the same as any guest. And early this morning, he rode out to the hills before breakfast. An hour later, we found him shot to death.
Oh. Vance is going to like that. No reason for killing him, no clues, no nothing.
Why do you say Vance is going to like it? I told you I asked him to turn back, didn't I?
Oh, sure, but you know Vance. Maybe better than I. I only read about it. And if there's a murder case around, you don't think he's going to duck it, do you?
No, Danny, to be perfectly honest with you, I don't. I'm sure Vance will be here very soon. I'm very sorry to say.
Hello?
Mr. Philo Vance?
Yes?
Our long-distance call has been put through, sir. We're ready with Mr. Markham.
Good. Put him on, please.
Hello, that's you, Vance?
Yes, good morning, Markham.
Morning. How are things in the wide open you-know-what?
Excellent so far. Ellen and I got here to the Dude Ranch last night, despite the fact that my friend Billings tried to rescind his invitation at the last moment.
Have you seen him?
Yes, late last night. Had quite a talk with him and thought you might be interested in the details of the murder I'm about to work on.
You know I am, Vance.
Well, it seems that a young man named Bob Anderson was a guest here at the ranch. Yesterday morning, he rode out into the hills.
Yes?
His body was found a couple of hours later in a clearing. He'd been shot, and his horse hadn't moved until the body was found.
Well, that sounds inviting enough to please even you, Vance. Any clues?
I don't know of any yet. The body's not here anymore, of course, and I haven't seen the horse Anderson was riding, nor questioned anyone except Billings and a fellow named Danny Edwards, who acts as a sort of master of ceremonies around here.
Learn anything from them?
No, except that two young ladies had their sombreros set with the dead man.
Oh.
I'm going to talk to them right after breakfast.
Well, nice of you to keep me posted, Vance. Call me again, will you?
I will if I make any progress.
In that case, I expect to hear from you in a couple of hours.
Well, thank you, Markham, for your confidence. Right at the moment, I wish I was as sure as you.
Now, Tony, you just sit still and let me fasten this saddle on you like a good little horse. There, that's a good fella.
Don't do that with men, but you have trouble with horses, don't you, Mary Lou?
Well, Carol, good morning.
Good morning. Oh, brother, that southern accent of yours is as phony as your blonde hair.
I declare, I never heard you talk like that in my life before.
On the old plantation?
Never you mind about me. Why don't you run off somewhere before somebody finds out a few things about you?
I hope you don't know what you're talking about, for your sake. Look, Mary Lou, maybe if Bob were still alive, I'd have reason to dislike you.
You'd have a very good reason. I was taking him away from you. Not that that was too hard. Kind of upset your plans a little, didn't it?
Yes, as a matter of fact, it did. I came out to this ranch because Bob was here, and I thought I could get him to propose.
You didn't forgive him very nicely when he didn't. Firing a shot into him.
I didn't kill him, but you might have.
Me, honey child? Why would I kill him? He's in love with me.
He had no intention of marrying you either, and you know it.
You've got no right to say things like that about that poor dead boy.
No?
No.
Listen and let's understand each other.
All right.
Bob's death is being investigated. A fellow named Philo Vance got here late last night.
Philo Vance? Who's he?
You know who he is, all right. He's a friend of Billings, who owns this setup. And he came out to try to find out who killed Anderson.
Well, I don't see how that could possibly concern me.
No?
No.
Then why were you outside Billings' office when Vance arrived, eavesdropping on everything Billings was telling Vance about the murder?
Vance?
Yes?
What good is riding out to the place where Anderson's body was found going to do it?
If we don't find out anything, at least the scenery is good and the air is healthy.
We didn't have to travel all this distance just to breathe air. It isn't bad back home either.
Let's say the scenery's good, then.
What scenery? A couple of hills, a lot of abandoned oil wells, and a mess of cactus. Is that good?
Beats billboards, Ellen.
Well, I don't see how. An advertisement, at least, is prettier than that cactus. Personally, Listen, unless the Pony Express is coming this way, we're getting company.
It's Billings. I knew he was coming.
If there's anything you don't know is coming.
Thank you, my dear. You and Markham ought to get together and form the Vance Admiration Society.
Well, that isn't what I admire about you. But you can't say I don't appreciate it. Hi, Mr. Billings.
Morning, Miss Deering. Hello, Vance.
Hi.
I gave her pretty good directions on how to locate the clearing where Anderson's body was found, Vance. I thought I'd come out and make sure you didn't miss it.
Vance finds everything he looks for, Mr. Billings.
That may be, but the clearing is back about 100 feet or so, and you...
Those were shots. They came from just over that ridge. Let's go. Come on.
Oh, Vance, if ever I complain about the typewriter chair in the office, bug me, will you? It isn't comfortable, but at least it doesn't bounce when I sit on it.
Those shots mean another murder, Vance. I'm ruined.
If it is murder, Billings, I guarantee that this time the murderer won't get away. We'll know in a second now.
That's 1 second too long for me on this horse.
Oh, boy.
Hey, where's the emergency brake on this animal? Oh, boy. Oh.
Well, Billings, there's your murder.
Huh. Nothing but my comedian, Danny Edwards, teaching one of the guests how to shoot.
Good morning, everybody. What brought you all galloping over this way?
We heard shots, Danny. We thought maybe...
There was more trouble? No. Just teaching Mary Lou how to shoot. Mary Lou, have you met Philo Vance?
Not the great private investigator, Philo Vance. Well, I certainly am proud to meet up with you, sir. I'm Mary Lou Bard of the Virginia Bar.
How do you do? This is Ellen Deering.
Well, I'm sure to pleased to meet you, too, ma'am.
Yeah, just bet, honey.
I hope our shooting didn't scare you people. Mary Lou wanted to learn how to handle a gun, and I've been showing her. She's pretty good for a beginner, too.
Oh, is she?
Yeah.
Billings, young Anderson was shot while on his horse right near here, wasn't he?
More than 100 yards away is where we found his body.
Where's the horse he was riding?
Stable. Why?
Why? Well, that's easy, Mr. Billings. Vance wanted to question the horse. Ain't you heard? Horses carry tails.
Vance, I'm scared of horses now. I'm not going near that animal.
All right, Ellen. Stay here outside the stable if you like. I'm not going to look at him either if the truth has to come out. I want to see this saddle.
Why? It just looks like a saddle to me.
It's the saddle Anderson was riding when he was shot. Ellen, come here.
How close can I get?
This will do. Take a look at the middle of this saddle.
I'd rather look at it than be in it. What do you want me to look at? That scratch in the leather?
Yes. How could a scratch get in the middle of a leather saddle? A scratch that was made only recently. You can tell by the color.
How could a scratch get there? I haven't the slightest idea.
I think I know.
Well, that's fine. Only what does it mean?
It means that Anderson was not killed in the clearing where his body was found.
Oh, no, Vance. Now, don't tell me a scratch tells you that. I don't believe it.
Our murderer won't want to believe it either, Ellen. Believe me.
District Attorney Markham speaking.
Mr. Markham, Mr. Philo Vance is calling long distance.
Oh, please put him on.
Markham?
Hi, Vance. What's up? A development of the Anderson murder so soon?
Definitely. In fact, I think I know almost everything about the case. Where Anderson was killed and why he was killed.
If that's true, come on back here, Vance. I'll have a new murder all ready when you arrive.
I know everything about the case except one thing, Markham. I don't know who did the killing. And not only that, I don't even suspect anybody.
Hey, Danny, wait a minute.
Me, Carol? Sure. Always at the service of the guest. What do you want, soft routine or a couple of box gas?
Neither. I want to talk to you. I understand you took Mary Lou out riding this morning. Taught her to shoot.
So what, Carol? It's part of my job. Entertain the guests, the boss tell me so. I entertain them. Do you want to learn to shoot? I teach.
That phony dame doesn't need any instructions.
Hello, you two. May I join you?
Oh, hi, Vance. Sure, come on. What's up?
Just a couple of questions I want to ask both of you.
About Bob Anderson's death?
Yes.
I might as well tell you, Vance. I knew him in the city, and I...
Followed him out here thinking perhaps he'd propose in so romantic a setting.
Mary Lou?
Yes, she told me that a little while ago. She,
Hey, Vance.
Oh, my secretary, Miss Deering. Over here, Ellen. Come over.
Not a bad-looking girl.
You're so right.
Vance. Oh, Vance, I've really got something to tell you. Whew.
Well, it can't be that whew, Ellen.
It isn't, but I've just got to catch my breath. Billings just sent me to find you. Guess what's happened?
They found oil in this territory.
They found oil. Huh? How did you know that?
I reasoned it, Ellen. In fact, unless I'm very much mistaken, it's the motive for Anderson's murder.
What does that mean, Vance?
You'll find out soon enough, Carol. Perhaps too soon to suit you.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Black Gold murder case, a name given to it by Philo Vance, originated in a dude ranch in the Southwest and started when a man named Anderson was shot. Philo Vance, summoned by the owner of the ranch, arrived to find a scratch on the saddle of the horse the murdered man rode, which leads him to believe Anderson was killed at a distance from where he was found. Vance also told me on the phone he knew the murder motive. And when oil was discovered in the vicinity of the ranch, that confirmed Vance's theory. Vance is still away, but is reporting the progress of the case to me on the phone. He said that
Honey child, Danny boy, I'm getting kind of scared.
Up the dialect, Mary Lou. We're alone. What are you scared about?
This Vance being here. He'd already figured out why we had to kill Anderson.
You did the killing. You shot him.
All right, but why did I do it? Because I couldn't let him find out what we already knew. Couldn't let him, could I?
I don't know. All I know is I'm a whole lot sorry I let you in on the oil I discovered out there in the hills.
You did it because you like me, Danny. Remember?
Sure.
Remember? You still like me, don't you, Danny? You still like me,
I don't know. A dame that could kill a guy just like...
Just like what, Danny?
Just like...
what, Danny?
Just like... Oh, honey.
Don't let go, Danny. Don't ever let go.
You're not scared when you're in my arms?
Not scared anymore. Won't ever be scared anymore as long as I'm with you.
That's the way to talk. Too bad somebody had to stumble over that oil out in the hills. 2 more days, Monday morning, and we'd be way in the dough and way far away from here.
If I'd have known somebody else would find what Anderson was looking at when I shot him, I wouldn't have had to kill him.
No, it doesn't matter. The way we're set up, we're in the clear, and by Monday we'll be rich. All we gotta do is sit tight and kill time till then.
Okay. I'm one of the best time killers you ever saw, sugar.
Are you listening, Markham?
Go ahead, Vance. I can hear you.
Good. I'll bring you right up to date then.
All right.
Here's what happened in this case.
Yes?
Somebody, Billings, the ranch owner, or one of his guests, or somebody who worked for him, found oil in this territory during the past week.
Oil? Oh, so that's why you said this was the Black Gold murder case. But how come oil in that area, Vance?
This is oil country, Markham. In fact, there are a lot of wells in the territory which were started and then abandoned.
Oh.
Apparently, one of them was fertile, and somebody found it out early in the week.
Then this Anderson fellow rode out there and also discovered it, only he was seen and killed by somebody who wanted to keep the oil a secret for a while.
Right. And I know why it was to be kept secret.
Why?
That is, I think I know. The killer was stalling until he could purchase that property.
And he wanted to buy it before the owner knew there was oil on it.
Exactly.
I see. Vance, how did you know Anderson wasn't killed where his body was found? You never told me that.
No, but I will, as soon as I find out who killed him. Markham, I have a plan that will bring our murderer out into the open.
I'm anxious to hear it, Vance. Kindly fire when ready.
You didn't know it, Markham, but that's exactly the plan I have in mind.
A little more of this gasoline around. I'll see what it...
And what, Mr. Billings?
Carol.
That's right, Carol. What's going on out here? Gasoline, matches, fuse? What are you trying to burn?
Go on back to the ranch house, Carol. This doesn't concern you.
It didn't, but it does now. Looks to me like you were going to set this old oil well on fire. But I think I can figure out why.
Figuring isn't going to do you any good. I've got to keep you quiet.
No, I'm going back and tell everybody what you're doing.
I can't let you do that. Carol, come back. Come back, I say. Carol, don't go back to the ranch house.
Keep away from me.
I can't let you get back. That'll spoil everything.
Keep your hands off me. Don't touch me.
I'm sorry, Carol. This is something I'm mighty sorry I have to do.
So that's how an oil well looks when it's on fire, Van.
Yes, I've never seen anything quite like it except in a newsreel. Too bad it had to go up just after oil was discovered, Mr. Billings.
That doesn't bother me. It isn't my land out there.
I declare that's the most spectacular fire I ever did see. I'm sure glad we're at a distance from it. Isn't it beautiful, Danny?
It sure is. I remember one time I was playing one-nighters in the East. I got so hot on stage, the theater burned down.
Danny? Danny, come here a minute, won't you?
Sure, Mary Lou. Excuse me, folks. Be right back for an encore. What's up? Chicken Southern style?
Danny, there goes $50,000 of mine up in smoke.
I know, only what can we do about it?
I mailed a certified check to the farmer who owned the land that oil well was on. He'll get it tomorrow morning. Monday, that is, and if we don't get it out of the mail first...
100 miles from here where the guy lives, Mary Lou. It'll be tough for me to get away.
You've got to. I'll see to it. I'm taking every dime I got in the world and spend it for a burned-out oil well. I worked hard for that $50,000. I had to marry 2 guys to get it. I'm getting that check back before that farmer ever gets his mail tomorrow morning.
You gonna leave here?
You bet I am. Catch me, Danny. I'm pulling the faint.
Oh. Help! Help somebody. Mary Lou's fainted.
What happened, Danny?
What's the matter? I don't know. Here, honey, child. She started a shake and said something about the murder, and now this fire, and then she fainted. She seems to be coming out of it now, though.
I've got to leave here. All this excitement is just too much for me. I'm going to leave here.
It's all right, Mary Lou. You leave if you want to. You can move out tonight if you like.
Ellen.
Yes, Vance.
She's moving out tonight. But I'm making my move right now. Come in. Oh, hi, Ellen.
Hi, Vance. Well, I've got all the dope. I called the county seat, found out the clerk's name, got him at home, and got the information you wanted. Bertram J. Parker, 36 Linwood Road. Do we go?
No, we don't. Well, I do. We don't. There's liable to be trouble, Ellen.
You don't know how much trouble I'm going to make if you don't take me.
Sorry you might get hurt. But I wouldn't want that to happen.
You really wouldn't, Vance?
No.
Why, that's the first friendly remark you've made to me all week.
No, I wouldn't want you to get hurt, Ellen. After all, we've got a lot of work to do when we get back to the office.
Hurry, Danny, hurry.
This mailbox is no cinch to open with a screwdriver. Take it easy, Mary Lou, will you?
Okay, but hurry. I want this to go haywire. Pulling that faint last night and getting Billings to make you take me home was too good to waste. Gave you the excuse you needed to leave the ranch so you could come here with me.
I know, but I don't have to hurry. Nobody will see us, don't worry.
Nobody will see us if you hurry. Saw that RFP mailman leave a couple of letters in this Bertram J. Parker's mailbox. One of them must be the one I sent with a certified check in it. Now hurry up, will you?
Stop tackling me, will you? Doing the best I can. Doing the best I can. Got it? There.
Good. Now give me the letters fast.
There you are.
This is it. Here, put the other one back and give me a match. Okay. I'm going to burn this note of mine in
I'll
one...
take that letter, Mary Lou.
Vance, where'd you come from?
Side of the road. I've been watching you both for a half hour. Now you're coming with me.
Danny, don't just stand there. Do something.
You bet I will. Oh, well, funny man, let's see you laugh when I hit.
Turn him around this way. Turn him around, Danny, so I can shoot.
I can't. I'm trying, but I can't.
You've got to. You've got to kill him or we'll never get out of this. Now, hold him right there now. Now, hold him just 1 second, Danny. Danny.
Yes, Mary Lou. You hit Danny. Now I'll take that gun.
I'll never give it to you.
Sorry,
I'll never...
I've got to take it from you. There.
Oh, Vance, it was all Danny's fault. He planned the whole thing. He shot Anderson. He did it all. I just advanced the money. That's all I did. The whole thing was his idea. He found the oil. He killed...
Excuse me for interrupting you, Mary Lou. The story you're telling, you'd better tell the local sheriff. Perhaps he'll believe you. Personally, I can't.
One good thing about being away from home, Vance, there always comes a time when we're headed back. I know we wound up the case all right, but I don't know how you figured out the details.
Well, Ellen, Anderson's body was found in a clearing. There was a mark, a scratch on the saddle of his horse. Now, what would make a scratch on the saddle?
Well, I'm sure I don't know. Something sharp, no doubt.
That's right. Something like a belt buckle. Now, everybody on Dude ranches wears those huge silver buckles on their belts.
Yes, I know.
Now, how could a belt buckle scratch a saddle? Except if a body were thrown face down over the saddle.
Oh, I see what you mean. Anderson was shot somewhere else, thrown over the saddle, and his horse led to the clearing some distance away.
Right. And why? Because somebody didn't want him found where he was shot. There was one explanation for that, and the abandoned oil wells told me that explanation.
Yes, I know that. That much I understood. I hope you understand that in trapping Mary Lou and Danny, you did get one lucky break. That oil well fire forced them to try to intercept their check.
There was no oil well fire, Ellen.
Are you kidding? Vance, I watched it with you, with Mary Lou, and Danny, and everybody, except Carol. What happened to her?
She almost upset the apple cart, Ellen. You see, I sent Billings to start a pop fire out in the hills. Fire that was to force Mary Lou and Danny out into the open. But she saw him do it and threatened to announce what he was doing.
We couldn't let that happen because then Mary Lou and that comic of hers would have known the fire was a problem.
Exactly. Billings just kept her tied up until after the blaze. Then he let her go with his apologies and mine.
I see. Then because of a plan of yours, it wasn't the oil well that went up in smoke, just the plans of a murderer.
Very nicely said, Ellen.
Excuse me for not curtsying. I'm still a little stiff from riding that horse. How near are we to the city?
Oh, about 20 minutes to the end of this plane trip, I'd say.
The end of the plane trip and the end of the black gold murder.
Why, you little twerp, I'll break you in two. Yes, I'll break it up. I said break it up.
Oh. Jonah gets excited, doesn't she, Grace?
Oh, why don't you both stop? I won't have you two fighting, do you understand?
Yeah.
Only why you brought her in with us, I'll never know.
There must be so many things you'll never know, dearie. Why pick on little old me?
There she goes again, starting in.
Oh, for heaven's
That
sake.
phony accent and that phony blonde hair.
Oh, the girl carries on.
Now, that's enough. Both of you listen to me.
She's such a...
Doris. Yeah? You know, I like the way you've been operating. Why, thanks. You look good. You talk good. And you've managed to crash a lot of society parties that paid off. Well, we've been able to fence the stuff you've lifted, Doris, but what do we get for it? Only half of what it's worth. Well, what? So let's skip that kind of petty stuff. Well, what do we do instead? Now, I've got something big on the fire. Very big. That's the reason you imported this?
I sure wish she'd leave poor little old me alone.
Now, Doris, I've told you
I'm
before. Sorry, Grace, but look, let me do one more job, will you? What's that? There's a blonde mink coat belonging to a Mrs. Williams that I want for myself. It'll be a cinch to grab, and I want it. Mrs. Marilyn Williams? That's right. Oh, you can never get into her house. Why, it's guarded better than Fort Knox. Oh, I've got a way. All right to try it? Okay. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Maybe you'll get caught, and then Grace and I wouldn't be bothered with you all.
That did it. Grace, what's she doing here? Who is she, and what do we need this baby-faced dame for?
Tell her, Gracie.
Doris. Yeah. This baby-faced dame is Sally Jo Russell. Well, I've told you that we were going to branch out, and we're going to need her. I brought her here because she's wanted. Not by me. No. No, not by you. By the police. for murder.
All right, come on, come on. What are you waiting for? Let's get this traffic moving. Hey, get that car moving. No parking on this street. Hey, lady, look out, look out! All right, let me through here, let me through.
She's hurt pretty bad, officer. I guess
I'll take care of her. She ran right in front of your car, I thought.
Yeah, I couldn't help hitting her. I stopped.
Yes, I know. All right, back up, everybody. I'm going to carry this girl into that big house there and phone for an ambulance. All right, back up. Give me some room. I'm coming through.
Yes, I know.
You know, do you? That's fine. You know. What's that supposed to do? Make me happy?
I don't know.
You know, you don't know. Fine satisfaction I'm getting from you. You're a district attorney. Fighting crime is your responsibility.
I'm only responsible for seeing that guilty individuals are convicted.
Now, don't trade words with me, Markham. I've got connections, good political connections, as you well know.
Yes,
I've been victimized. All my friends have been victimized. There's a well-organized gang of thieves operating,
You'll only
and
let me-
you're doing nothing about it. I want something done.
Yes, I know you do.
Well, then do something about it, or you'll hear about it. Goodbye.
Oh. Do something about it. Just like that. Fine.
Philo Vance speaking.
This is Markham, Vance.
Well, my friend, things can't be that bad.
That is a matter of opinion. I'm having some pressure put on me, and I don't know exactly what to do about it.
How can I help?
Listen, Vance.
Yes?
There's been a series of robberies of socially prominent people in this city. Generally, furs, jewelry, and any cash lying around have been taken.
Yes?
The robberies, in most cases, have taken place while parties were going on. According to my information, it's possible that one or several of the female guests are part of an organized gang. Can you do anything about this, Vance?
You certainly haven't given me too much to work on.
It never stopped you before. Does it bother you now?
On the contrary, it gives me added incentive.
That's good.
You seem to think a female gang is operating. Well, then the idea for me is to chercher la femme.
All I can say, Vance, is happy share shame.
Like this coat, Grace?
Yeah.
Get a look at the bag.
Pretty, Doris.
I always wanted one.
Too good for whoever's wearing it, if you ask me.
And nobody's asked you, Southern
Now,
Comfort.
stop it,
Well,
both of you, before you get started.
Okay.
We've got some things to talk over.
Uh-huh.
Look, Doris.
Yeah.
I let you pull that job where you got the coat. But from now on, no more working solo.
Well, I thought I did a pretty clever job. I pretended to get hit by a car, was carried into Mrs. Williams' house, and then while the cop was phoning for an ambulance, I grabbed the coat and went out the French windows.
Seems to me the cop could describe you pretty well. But of course, what would little old me know?
Little old you would know nothing. Kept my arm over my face when he carried me into the house. I wore a blonde wig. Oh, fine description he'll be able to give.
Oh, you probably did something stupid. Darling.
Grace, I've taken all I can from this dame. I'm going to tear her apart little by
You're mighty
little.
welcome to try. My hair. Let go of my hair.
Oh, let go. I'll rip it out.
Stop it, you two.
I'll
You hear
stop
me?
her when
Stop
I
it.
scratch my name on her face, you little twerp.
Break it up. Break it up. Break it up if I ever get this gun out of my
You
handbag.
don't move there. I'll
There.
give it to me.
Give me that gun.
No. There.
All right, now, both of you. I said stop, and I mean stop.
She tried to kill me. She tried to shoot me.
You think I was going to stand there and get scalped?
All right, no, I won't have any more of this. Gotta stop once and for all. We've got a job to do. Job all three of us are needed for.
Yeah?
And it's a big job. The biggest we've ever tried. Now, listen to me.
I'll listen, Grace. But are you sure you and I couldn't do this job alone?
more time? Do I have to push these pedals?
Please continue, Mrs. Williams. It is excellent for the figure. Already I can see an improvement.
I'm tired. Pushing these pedals and going no place isn't my idea of fun. Oh, give me a massage, Florette.
Yes, Mrs. Williams. If you will come over here to the table and lie down.
Best suggestion you've made all day. There. How's that?
That is fine. Now I cover you with this sheet, and I work on your shoulder first.
Hand me that box of chocolates, Florette.
Oh, but Mrs. Williams, your figure.
Oh, I've got to give you something to work off, don't I? Oh, chocolates, please.
Well, here you are.
Thank you. Good. I wonder if the police found that girl who stole my fur coat.
We would have heard, I'm sure.
I guess that's right. Oh, what could that be?
I find out. I will be right back.
I'll have to hurry on my account. I'm enjoying myself. Well, who was it for it?
I do not know yet. Yes?
Well, who was it?
Wait here. It was a man outside. His name is Philo Vance. The butler told him you were up here, so he came up.
What was that name again?
Philo Vance. He is private investigator. He read about your coat being stolen, and he wishes to talk to you about it.
Is he attractive?
Oh, yes, madame. Very.
Well, let him come in by all means.
Hello, Mrs. Williams. I'm Philo Vance.
How do you do, Mr. Vance? Chocolate?
No, thank you.
You don't mind if I have...
Oh, go right ahead.
Thank you.
Mrs. Williams, your fur coat was stolen. A woman faked an accident, was carried in here, and she took the coat and disappeared while the policeman was calling for an ambulance.
You read about it in newspapers?
Yes. Will you tell me what the woman looked like?
I haven't the slightest idea. I never saw her. Policeman carried her into my room, left her there to make the phone call. By the time he came to tell me I had company, she'd vanished.
I see. I thought perhaps you might be of some help, but apparently I was wrong.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, can I get you something to make up for it?
No, thank you very much. I have my massages at the club.
Vance, there is something I didn't tell the police that maybe you'd like to know.
Yes?
No, a woman, whoever she was, took a pair of stockings that belonged to me. In addition to the coat, she left a souvenir, one torn stocking of her own.
She left one stocking here?
That's right. Well, I'll have Florette get it for you if you like.
Yes, indeed.
Ripped, but it might mean something to you.
It certainly might, Mrs. Williams. When she left her one stocking, our thief made her one mistake.
Sit down, Vance. Glad to see you.
Thank you, Mark. I dropped in to report a little progress in the case you asked me to work on.
How little?
Very at the moment. But look at this stocking. Here.
Looks just like a stocking to me. It's ripped, but what's it supposed to tell me?
I'll tell you what it tells me. It will help me describe the girl who stole Mrs. Williams' fur coat and who might well be part of the gang that you're looking for.
Please go ahead and do your describing.
The girl is slender, tall, particularly fastidious about her clothes, has a disciplined mind, and is a brunette, I believe.
You know that from this stocking, Vance?
It's true. Notice the length of the stocking, Markham, and the size.
Yes?
It's marked 11. That's very large. Indicates the wearer had a large foot. Hence, I believe she's tall.
Now, what's this about being fastidious in her dress?
She took the time to steal a pair of stockings from Mrs. Williams' room, even though she was in a hurry to get out, because she didn't want to be seen on the street with a ripped stocking.
Uh-huh. And why is she a brunette?
Because the policeman who picked her up said she was a blonde. The woman was careful to shield her face. The blonde hair was obviously used as a decoy.
I agree with everything so far. But you claim she has a well-disciplined mind.
Yes.
How can you possibly say that?
The fact that she left only the ripped stocking at Mrs. Williams' house. Markham, she took with her the other stocking she was wearing.
What good will one stalking do her? And how does that explain that she had an orderly and well-trained mind?
I'll let you know as soon as I know whether I'm right or not. At the moment, I'm going to see whether or not I can find her. And only one thing disturbs me about that.
And that is?
I haven't the slightest idea where to look.
Well, Doris, that's a very pretty fire, don't you think? If you like fires.
I declare that's the most beautiful fire I ever did see. I did a mighty fine job starting it. Those firemen will never get it under control.
Would you like to know why I think it's a pretty fire? Not especially. I have a pretty good idea.
You have? Now, who would ever guess it?
Sally, someday why don't you both stop? This is no time for fighting. We should be celebrating. Why? That fire means we're out of the penny-ante business of stealing furs and jewelry and selling them to fences. Oh. We're in a new business. A big business. The three of us.
Gracie, darling, like I said once before, when you mention the three of us, it always occurs to me that you're including one too many.
This is District Attorney Markham. The case we're working on concerns a series of robberies in wealthy homes, done, we believe, by a group of women. Philo Vance is working on the case, but his only result so far is a description he has of one of the members of the gang, a description obtained from a ripped nylon stocking. The last day or so has resulted in no new developments, but the gang is still active, we believe, although we don't know how or where. It might be that...
Yes, sir. Mr. Abbott will see you now, miss. Oh, thank you. You wait here, Sally.
Sure enough, Grace. I'll wait right here, honey. I've got me a magazine and all the time.
All right. Oh, hello, Mr. Abbott.
Well, come in. Hey, sit down.
All right. Well, has our enterprise concluded successfully?
Oh, yes, quite. Good fire. Very good fire.
Glad you liked it. Now, there remains only one little detail. A matter of...
Just a moment, please. Yes?
Will you want anything more tonight, Mr. Abbott?
Why, no. You can leave now if you like.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night. My secretary.
So I imagine. Mr. Abbott.
Yes?
I was about to say that there remained only one detail of that little job we did for you.
Oh, so?
You gave us a deposit. We set the fire. You collect the insurance. Now we want our money. $20,000 was the balance.
Was it?
Oh, now don't get cute.
Well, is there something you think you might do about it if I refuse to pay you the rest of the money? Don't forget, you committed the crime.
You arranged for me to do it.
Yes, I wonder how you'd ever prove that. Good day, Miss Dilling.
Wait a minute.
I said good day.
Just wait one moment, would you, please, Mr. Abbott?
What do you want me to wait for?
You'll find out. Sally?
Yes?
Come in here a minute, will you?
Oh, I sure enough will. What is it, honey?
Sally?
Yes?
Mr. Abbott doesn't think he has to pay us the money he promised for setting the fire.
Oh, he doesn't.
Convince him, Sally.
Now, look here. Neither of you can threaten me. I could put you both in... That gun.
I don't think he's convinced, Sally. He's talking about putting us in jail.
He is? Well, I declare. Wasn't he the silliest man?
Abbott's office was on the second floor of this building, Vance. It's easier to walk up than wait for the elevator.
Well, it's fine with me, Markham. You've been shot twice, eh? And the cleaning woman found him dead.
That's right. Our homicide department checked with his secretary, but after telling us that there were two women in the office when she left and mentioning some other minor details, she got hysterical.
All I hope is that one of the girls fits the description I gave you, Markham. The The one I got from the ripped nylon stocking.
Vance, this is one of the few times you were completely wrong. Of course, it's possible the two women in the office had nothing to do with our gang, or for that matter with the shooting. But neither of them, according to the secretary, looked even remotely like the woman you described.
That's nice and complicating, if not exactly complimentary. One thing more, Markham. Did the secretary know either of the two women in the office?
No, and here's the strange thing. She said they were obviously there by appointment, but she never called them. Yeah, let's go in. Hello, Collins.
Well, hi, D.A. Hello, Mr. Vance.
Hello, Collins.
Mr. Vance and I want to go into Mr. Abbott's private office.
Well, go right ahead, D.A. The body's been removed, but nothing's been touched. The homicide men left everything the way it was.
Thank you. Why the puzzled expression, Vance?
The women were here by appointment, but the secretary didn't make the appointment.
That means something?
It might. I want to take a look in Abbott's desk. Oh, here it is.
What are you looking for?
A book with telephone numbers in it. Private phone numbers, if there is such a thing. And there certainly should be.
There generally is.
Yes, here we are. It's the book, but it seems to be blank.
Wait a minute. As you were going through those pages, I thought I saw some writing toward the middle of the book. Go back a bit, will you, Vance?
Yes. Hope you're right. Might be a very important thing if you were.
There, Vance. Right there on that page.
Oh, yes.
5 phone numbers. No names or addresses, just 5 numbers. Well, what do we do now?
Now we do 2 things, Markham. We call every one of those numbers, and we hope one of them will lead us to those 2 women.
Wait a minute. Well, who are you?
Hello, my name is Vance. Philo Vance. May I come
Well,
in?
I don't know.
Thank you.
What do you want?
Some information. May I sit down? Thank you.
You take an awful lot for granted.
Yes, don't I? Your name is Grace Dilling, isn't it? I found your phone number.
You think there's a reward for returning it?
The only reward I expect is satisfaction. I think...
Who was it at the door? Oh, company.
Come in, please. My name is Vance. I'm glad to see you. Very glad. Tall, dark, slender, very well dressed.
Well, what's with this individual, Grace? What does he want?
I don't know, but I'm going to find out fast. Now, look, you forced yourself in here. Force yourself to leave, will you?
Where is that dame? I'll kill her. Grace, is that Dorothy in there with you?
Oh, Sally,
I don't care.
we've got company.
Oh, I don't care who we got. If she's in there, I'm going to give her a talk. Going over, she'll never... Well, forevermore. How are you all, sir?
Well, that was a quick transition, if ever I saw one.
Look, Vance, don't make me get tough.
Oh?
This is my house. You've got no right here. I could throw you out and be perfectly justified. You know that, don't you?
I also know you're big enough to do it.
Oh, I'd hate to think you meant anything personal in that remark. Your hat's right there on the table, Vance. Goodbye. Sorry your visit was so short and uneventful.
Don't be silly, Miss Dilling. I got everything I came here for.
How are you making out with that window, Vance?
I can handle it, I think. The trick is to do it without making too much noise. All 3 of the women are downstairs.
I know. We saw them through the window. I got down here as soon as I could after you phoned me.
There we are. Oh, this window would squeak, wouldn't it?
I don't think anybody heard it. Go on into the room, Vance. This ladder is shaky.
I'm practically in. There. Come on in, Markham. I'll give you a hand. There we are.
Made it. Here's the flashlight, Vance.
Throw the beam at the dresser drawer. That's it, Markham. Now, if we're in the right room, the room of the girl called Doris, this case is almost over.
This is her room, all right. Here are a couple of letters to Doris Taylor, this address. There's a single bed in the room, so she stays here alone.
I'm proud of you, Markham. Now look for some stockings.
Stockings?
Yes, they won't be in this drawer. Oh, what's in this box?
It looks like the stocking box my wife has at home.
That's what it is. I told you the girl had a well-disciplined mind. Stocking box proves it. 6 pair of stockings, Markham. None of them new, and all of them rolled up.
This roll looks larger to me than the others.
That's what I was hoping to find. Unroll it, Markham, and you'll find 3 stockings, not 2. Well, that doesn't prove these girls are the ones we're looking for, but it's enough to set the stage for a little scene I think you'll enjoy.
Doris, you no good double-crossing dame. This is the time you get it.
Get out of my room, Sally.
I'll get out, but you'll stay in here permanently. Look at this note. Look at it.
What's that in your other hand?
It's a knife, sweetheart, and it's going to be all yours in a minute. What? So you were going to tip the cops off to me, were you? You were going to tell them I killed Abbott.
What are you talking about?
Stop playing innocent. A kid brought this note back, said somebody in this house gave it to him to take to headquarters. He described
You're
you.
crazy.
Kid said he lost the car fare you gave him and came back for more. I saw the note was addressed to the cops, so I opened it and read it.
I never wrote any letter. This is a trick.
That's your story. Grace isn't here to protect you now. This is the last stop for you, kid. You get off right here.
You get away from me. Don't come near me with that knife.
You'd rattle the whole setup, would you? Tell them all about you and me and Grace and the jobs we pulled. Then try and cop a plea so they go easy on you.
I didn't, I tell you.
Sure, that's what you say.
Okay. I'll play your way.
Go ahead. Break up the house. Keep throwing lamps. I'll remember to dump. You can't walk back much further, Doris. This is something I've wanted to do for a long... Oh, my hair! You let go of my hair!
Kill me, would you? I'll show you who'll kill.
Free.
No, you won't, you little...
Stop these two ladies.
I'll get you.
All right, break it up.
Get away.
Come on, let's go. Markham. All right, both of you, hold it. Stop it.
Well, Markham, here are 2/3 of the gang. When Grace comes back, we'll pick her up, and then I'll tell you how a stocking gave this young lady away. Or, in other words, how the hose turned on her. With Markham, when Doris left Mrs. Williams' house, she took with her one stocking. You want to know why?
I certainly do. That's the general idea of this, isn't it? After all, the case is over. I have my confessions. Grace and her gang not only killed Abbott, but were responsible for all those society robberies. Now, tell me about this Doris.
You remember I said she had a well-disciplined mind.
Yes.
She was in a hurry at Mrs. Williams' house, but she remembered to take the one good stocking with her. Why?
That's where I came in on that. Why, remember?
Because she had another pair, the same shade and quality at her house. Most women buy 2 pairs of stockings of the same shade and quality, so that if anything happens to one stocking, they have a pair and a replacement for that pair. Follow?
Yes, I do now. Doris thought of that even when she was in a hurry to leave the Williams house with Mrs. Williams' fur coat.
Right. Now we get on a little further.
Mm-hmm.
We found 5 numbers in Abbott's book. You called all 5. Found a legitimate connection between Abbott and 4 of the numbers. So I went to call on the name and address of the 5th.
I know you did, but what happened there that let you set the trap?
I found there was a big feud going on between Doris and Sally. I knew Doris wasn't at Abbott's office. The secretary didn't describe her, remember? So I thought of the note idea, hired a neighborhood boy, and told him what story to tell Sally when he brought the note back to the house.
Who wrote that note?
My secretary, Ellen. Got a big kick out of it, too. Well, I guess there's nothing more to tell you, Markham, except that finding that 3rd nylon in Doris' stocking box after you and I climbed in the window confirmed my theories. And we were there later when Sally brought in Ellen's note.
That's right. You actually broke the case after we got to the top of the ladder.
Yes, after we got to the top of the ladder, we came to the end of the nylon murder case.
You see, Vance, our office doesn't handle only murder cases. Sometimes, as in this one, the case is a little less physical, but still, it's interesting.
You don't have to convince me that being a district attorney isn't dull, Markham. This Joe Somer whom we're going to see, just what is the charge against him?
His partner is accusing him of grand larceny.
Oh?
I happen to know Somer pretty well, and before an indictment is handed down, I want to talk to him. I liked him. Quiet, always considerate. Nice of you to come with me, Vance.
I'm glad of the chance to get out of the office.
Good.
Well, this is the street you said Somer lives on. This house should be that one.
There's a crowd around that house, Vance. Something's happened.
No doubt about that, my friend. Let's find out what. Well, there's a police officer over there, Markham.
Yes.
Let's find out about this.
I'm with you, Vance.
Hey, stop shoving, will you?
Pardon me. Sorry. Excuse me, please.
Get back, everybody. Get back there.
Hello, officer. I'm District Attorney Markham.
Oh, sure. I recognize you, Mr. Markham. It's quite a thing we have here. Fellow lives here. A man named Joe Somer jumped or fell from the roof of his house.
What?
He was dead when he hit the ground.
Joe Somer, Markham. That's the man you wanted to see.
Not right now.
It was suicide, all right, Mr. Markham. Almost hit a couple of people when he jumped.
That's awful.
I found a suicide note in the house. There wasn't anybody home, but the note was right where I couldn't miss it when I went in. I'll turn it in with my report.
All right, officer. Well, Vance, I promised you a case. It looks like it's over before it even began.
That, my friend, is a matter of opinion. Perhaps there is no larceny case, but I have an idea that instead of it, we're going to have a murder investigation.
Hi, Miss Henderson. DA in his office?
Yes, he is, Sergeant. He's on the telephone, though.
Well, that's okay. He'll want to see me.
No, but I'll let you know as soon as something develops. Bye. Hello, Heath.
Hi, DA. Just got a report on that suicide note found at Joe Somer's house.
Yes?
Completely legitimate, DA. We had our experts check the writing. There's no question but that Joe Somer wrote it.
He wrote a suicide note and apparently jumped from the roof of his house.
What do you mean, apparently?
Well, Philo Vance thought it might be murder.
Oh, he did?
Yes.
That guy thinks everything is murder. I'm waiting for the day when there's a murder case that he'll say it's suicide.
You'll have a long wait, Heath. Vance doesn't often make mistakes.
Everybody makes mistakes, DA. Even I do.
Not you, Sergeant Heath.
Yeah, me. And if I can make 'em, I guess Vance can make 'em once in a while, too.
The possibility is there, undoubtedly.
Well?
The only thing is, I can't ever remember Vance being wrong for any length of time.
I don't imagine I'll be too long, Mrs. Somer.
All
Thank
right.
you for letting me use this desk.
It's quite all right, Mr. Vance, but just what are you writing?
Nothing, really, just scribbling. Are there any more pens in this house?
You've tried all of them that I could find, including Joe's fountain pen. What's the big idea?
I won't know whether or not it's a big idea until later. Right now,
Oh, there's someone at the door. Excuse me.
Oh, go right ahead, Mrs. Somer. Please don't let me disturb you.
Any more than you have, you mean? Yes? Oh, Mr. Dale.
Mrs. Somer, may I come in?
Why, yes. Yes, of course. I have company, as you can see.
Oh.
Philo Vance, the private investigator. Mr. Vance, this is Alfred Dale, my husband's partner.
How do you do?
Hello, Vance.
It took Joe's death to get you over to our house, didn't it, Mr. Dale?
Well,
Too bad you didn't find time to come here while he was still alive.
Mrs. Somer, I assure you,
Excuse me, please. Mrs. Somer, I'm finished with those pens.
All right.
Now, can you tell me what your husband was doing on the roof? I'm trying to find out if he deliberately went up there to commit suicide or if he got the idea while he was on the roof.
He left a note, the papers say. Doesn't that indicate he went up there to jump?
Not necessarily. And I believe I was asking Mrs. Somer.
Oh, sorry.
When I left the house yesterday morning, Vance, I asked Joe to fix the radio aerial on the roof. That might have given him the idea.
Yes, it might. May I go up and see the roof?
If you like. Wait till I throw a coat over my shoulders and I'll go up with you. Might just as well see the place where poor Joe jumped.
Like to come up, Mr. Dale?
All right.
This way, gentlemen. Up these steps to the second floor, then we go up through the attic to the roof.
Lead on.
There's a light at the top of these steps. I'll turn it on. You gentlemen might have a little trouble in the attic. There's no light there, and I'm afraid there are a lot of trunks lying around.
There are in practically every attic.
Go right ahead, gentlemen. I'll turn on this light.
After you, Dale.
Certainly. Very well. You know, there's something about this procession reminds me of the 3 little Indians.
Isn't that 10 little Indians?
Not after 7 of them were killed.
You're perfectly right, of course.
Careful now. It's pretty dark up here.
Indeed it is.
Just walk straight ahead, Mr. Dale. There are a few steps leading up to the roof.
You know, there are times when I...
Oh!
Sorry, I must have kicked one of your trunks.
It can stand it. Find the steps all right, Mr. Dale?
Yes, right here. Huh. Good thing you brought your coat, Mrs. Sommer.
Yes, I suppose it is.
Well, so this is the roof from which your husband jumped, fell, or was pushed to his death.
Pushed?
My husband killed himself, Vance. There, see, there's the aerial I told you about. Look over here on the other side of it. You see where there's new wire around the insulator?
Yes, I do. Apparently, your theory was right, Mrs. Sommer.
I imagine so. Well, what else do we do now that we're up here?
Not a thing. We've done everything I wanted to do. But what's more important, I've found out everything I wanted to know. I'm just about to go to bed, Markham, but I thought I'd call you and report what happened today at the Somers' house.
You know, I'm very anxious to hear. What'd you find out?
Well, first of all, I met Joe Somers' partner, Alfred Dale.
You did?
We went up to the roof.
What? Vance, what's happened? That was a shot. Vance, are you there? What happened?
It's all right, my friend.
Good.
I'm lying here on the floor, out of reach of any second bullet. Besides, there's no light in the room now. Somebody fired at me from the fire escape and got the lamp instead.
But, man, how can you be that calm? Somebody just tried to kill you.
Yes, I know.
And that means you were right. That Somers' death wasn't suicide, but murder. And the murderer was just close to you.
That isn't the only thing the shot meant, Markham. It also meant that I am very close to the murderer.
You're a smart dame, you are. Your husband knocks himself off, and what do? You come running to me.
Tony.
What is this, a playground?
Tony.
Tony. What do you expect from me?
Oh, Tony.
You think I'm going to knock myself out crying? Now, get smart. You're cute and I like you, but keep away from me for a while.
But I don't understand why.
You don't understand why. I'll tell you why. You inherit a lot of dough. That special clause about suicide in your husband's insurance takes care of you. Me, I'm a mug. All right, so you go for me. So the cops find out. So what'd they say?
What can they say?
What can they say? They can say, I knocked off your old man so I could get you in that dough.
But
Tony, me for now.
So, there she finally got you two together.
All right, Lila, take it easy.
So this is the dame that took my place. I was hoping I'd find her here. I'm going to turn her inside out. I'm going to...
Out. Now, you heard me. I said out.
Oh, no, you don't. I don't get rid of easy. Nobody's moving in till I get ready to move out, and I'm not ready yet.
No, get out of here, Lila.
Why? Because you slapped me?
Come on.
You slapped me before and I stayed. What did
Yeah.
Stop pushing me.
When I say out, I mean out.
Tony, you'll be awfully sorry about this.
Sure.
I'll make you
Ow.
Tony, let me in. Let me in.
I'm sorry, sweetie. I guess Lila's got a temper.
Oh, you guess she has. You're a pretty good guesser. I'd hate to think what that girl would have done to me if you hadn't stopped her.
Right now I'm thinking about what she's going to do to me because I did.
Now, look, Markham, you listen to me. I know what I'm talking about.
I don't doubt that, Miss...
Just call me Lila. I'm going to hand you the murder of Joe Somer. Hand him to you right on a silver platter.
That's all very well, Lila, except that indications are that Somer committed suicide. He left a note.
I don't care what he left. I know a guy who wanted him dead. Just fool around with that.
Wishing someone were dead rarely is fatal to a victim.
Huh? Well, Tony didn't only wish. He gets what he wants. And he wanted Mrs. Somer. Joe Somer was in the way. Tony got rid of him. I don't know how, I just know he did.
All right, Lila. Let's concede for a moment that you know he did. How do you prove it?
That isn't my job. You're the district attorney, aren't you?
I was when I looked last.
Oh, very funny.
Just a moment. I want to call Philo Vance.
Well, you'd be better off calling a cop and having him pick up Tony.
Up until now, Lila, I've been a pretty good judge of my own welfare, thank you.
Hello, Vance speaking.
Markham Vance, listen, there seems to be more and more confirmation of your murder theory about Joe Somer.
Well, I'm glad to hear it, Markham. Actually, and originally, it wasn't a theory, merely an idea, despite that suicide note.
Which has never been explained.
But which will be.
Good.
Now, what's the extra confirmation you called me about?
Well, there's a girl in my office.
Markham.
A girl named Lila, who is the ex-girlfriend of a racketeer named Tony Lester. She's been superseded by, guess who?
Mrs. Somer.
Oh, now, Vance.
Well, it had to be Mrs. Somer, or it wouldn't have had any connection with this case, in which event you wouldn't have called me. Reasonable?
Reasonable, understandable, and accurate. That's what it is, Vance. Now, this girl claims Tony is the kind of character who wouldn't let a mere murder stand in the way if he wanted something.
How right that is.
Please, Lila.
What?
Nothing, Vance. I wasn't talking to you.
Oh.
Well, I thought I'd let you know about this development.
Well, thank you. Now I'll let you know something.
Yes?
Despite the suicide note, which I'll explain some other time, I'll repeat that it definitely was murder. And I'll tell you something a little more important.
And that is?
That I also know who pushed Joe Somer off the roof.
This is District Attorney Markham. The rooftop murder case began with the apparent suicide of Joe Somer. Vance, believing Somer was murdered, has found substantiation of his theory, despite the presence of a bona fide suicide note. Inasmuch as Vance insists it is a murder, I know we have three suspects. Tony Lester, a racketeer, Alfred Dale, Somer's partner, and Somer's widow. To continue our investigations, I have met Vance in the office shared by Somer and Dale. Well, Vance, I found the partnership papers right here in the desk drawer. Vance, you're not listening to me.
Oh, yes, I am, my friend. I was just trying out all the office pens.
Are you through now?
Now, there. You now have my undivided attention.
Good.
What does the partnership contract say?
That in the event of death of one partner, the other partner takes over completely.
Mm-hmm.
Now tell me, is Alfred Dale the murderer? I've just found his motive.
Yes, you most certainly have.
Issue promptly evaded. Very well, tell me this. What are you trying all those office pens for?
I tried all of the pens at Somer's house. With the cooperation of the homicide department, I borrowed the suicide note Somer left. And I can tell you definitely none of the pens wrote that note. In fact, I don't believe any of the pens in this office were used either.
But the note was definitely written by Somer.
So you keep telling me, and I agree that it was.
What's the answer? You think Somer wrote a suicide note? The murderer knew he wrote it with the intention of killing himself, but acted regardless?
Hardly.
What?
Oh, what's going on in here?
Oh, hello, Mr. Dale. This is District Attorney Markham.
How are you?
We've been using your office.
So I see.
We have a search warrant, Mr. Dale. It's entirely legal.
It's a little embarrassing. You'll have to admit that, legal or not.
Mr. Dale, if I were you, I wouldn't worry about any embarrassment that might be caused you in this office.
What do you mean?
Yesterday, when you and I and Mrs. Somer were on the way to the roof, the attic was very dark.
It was that.
You were in the lead, but you avoided a trunk that I promptly bumped into.
What? Yes, that's true, now that I recall it.
Mrs. Somer said you'd never been in that house before. Yet you avoided the trunk.
Oh, I have very good eyesight.
Or a good memory.
What do you mean?
I just don't want you to resent our being here, that's all. We do have good reason, don't you think?
I don't think I have anything to say.
That, Mr. Dale, is probably the smartest thing you've said since you came into this room.
What does that mean? That I'm due to be arrested any moment on suspicion of murder?
I wouldn't say that. Not any moment, Mr. Dale. I want to be very sure of my proof before Mr. Markham makes any arrest in this case.
Oh, but Tony, I'm sorry. You'll never know how sorry I am. I went to the district attorney.
She's sorry. She rats on me. Now she's sorry. Look, I'm getting tired of kicking you out of my apartment. Now beat it, Lila.
Oh, let me stay, Tony. I won't be any trouble. Just let me hang around.
Out.
Ah, you're expecting that summer dame. She's going to be here.
Shut up, you. Don't you talk about her. Don't even say her name.
Oh, I'm not good enough to say her name, huh? I'll say it. I'll scream it so everybody can hear it.
Shut up, I said. All right, get out. Get out fast before I change my mind and start tossing you out. What, are you gone?
Tony, darling.
Tony, darling, you make me sick. How did I ever go for a dame like you anyhow? Sometimes I think I'm...
Oh.
Okay, Lester, open it up in there.
Who is it?
Sergeant Heath, homicide. Open up.
Oh, you really did it to me, didn't you, Lila? I gotta get out of here. I can't stand a pinch right now.
Tony, I left the door unlocked when I came in.
Oh, you dope, you. Okay, Lester, hold it. You're not going anywhere. According to you. According to me, I'm leaving right this minute. Hold it, I say! Okay. Thanks for the warning shot. I can take a hint, Heath. You want me to go with you? I go.
Oh, Tony, don't.
Come to think of it, even you'll be better company than this.
Well, what is it you wanted now, Mr. Vance?
All the clippings you have on a man named Joe Somer. I don't imagine there'll be too many.
Well, if his name was ever in our paper, we'd have the clips in an envelope. You don't want the stuff on his suicide, do you?
No.
It's a good thing those clippings haven't been filed yet. T to T U T U to S S S E S E S E S U. Oh, here we are. Silly, Sabansky, Skelly, small. Oh, here we are. Somer, Joe. Here's his envelope, Mr. Vance. He feels kind of thin.
Well, I expected that. Now to see what's in it. Mm-hmm. 2 clippings, one dated 5 years ago. A little item about the marriage of Joe Somer and Dorothy Blaine. The other...
Interesting, huh?
Very. This first clipping is even more revealing, however, in the light of the second one. Listen to this first one. Introduced only 3 months ago at a beach club, Dorothy Blaine and Joe Somer culminated a whirlwind romance in marriage at the home of so-and-so last night. Couple left for a honeymoon in Bermuda.
Well, that's not too unusual.
In view of this, it is. Listen, here's the second clipping. Joe Somer, local businessman and partner in the firm of Somer and Dale, was taken to Mercy Hospital this morning, suffering from a nervous collapse.
Yeah?
According to Alfred Dale, only his fortunate earlier arrival at the office prevented his partner's suicide.
That means something, huh?
It does to me. And it's going to mean a whole lot more to Alfred Dale.
Tony!
Oh, it's you.
Tony, I waited out here in the street to find out what would happen to you.
So what?
I heard you were arrested.
You heard I was arrested. Sure, I was arrested, but I'm out.
Did they think you killed my husband?
How do I know what they think? All I know is I'm getting out of town.
I'm going with you.
Now, don't be a dope. I need you like I need a hole in the head.
You're taking me. I'm going home to pack right now. I'll meet you at the airport in an hour.
Now, listen.
You better take me, Tony. It'll be so much better for you if you do.
Look, I'm a busy man, Vance. I can't be running around town just because you call me and want me to be somewhere.
You won't be bothered very much longer, Mr. Dale.
That's good.
I wonder why Mrs. Somer doesn't answer her bell. You'd better try it again.
Did it ever occur to you that perhaps she isn't home?
Did it ever occur to you that this house might be watched? And if she were at home, that man across the street, who happens to be Sergeant Heath of the Homicide Department, would have told me.
But still,
Mr. Vance.
Yes, and Mr. Dale, your husband's partner. You two remember each other, of course.
Naturally.
We're coming in, Mrs. Somer.
Yes, of course.
I really don't know what I'm doing here, Mrs. Somer.
I don't either. What is it you want, Vance?
We want to go into the living room, for one thing.
We'll talk out here if you don't mind.
Oh, but I do.
Well,
what's that I see in the living room? A trunk. Going somewhere, Mrs. Somer?
come in, gentlemen. Yes, I was going somewhere. I was leaving town. Any objections, Vance?
Definitely. Mrs. Somer, do you own a gun?
Of course not. What kind of a question is that?
Figure it out. You see, the person who killed your husband fired a shot at me the other night.
You're convinced that someone killed my husband?
Yes.
That he didn't commit suicide?
That's right. Dale, do you own a gun?
Why,
Oh, come now. It'll probably be on record if you do.
All right, Vance. I own a gun. And I carry it.
I'll take it if you don't mind.
Here you are.
Thank you. Pardon my back a moment, Mrs. Somer.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Vance, what are you trying to do?
Stop right there, Dale. I want you to remember something for me. Just 1 second while I lay your gun down on the table. Now.
Now what?
Mr. Dale, do you recall that about 6 or 7 years ago your partner tried to commit suicide?
Yes, I do.
You left a suicide note at that time. What happened to it?
Why, I don't know.
I do. It's the same suicide note the police found in this house just after Mr. Somer was pushed off the roof. It had to be. There wasn't a pen in this house or in your office that matched the pen or ink used in that letter. The police found the first suicide note planted here to indicate Somer really did it the second time.
What are you trying to prove? And if it's the fact that I murdered my husband, let me inform you that I never even knew him when he tried to kill himself the first time.
That's correct. You didn't.
Oh, I see what you're driving at.
That's good.
I took the note 6 years ago, kept it, killed Somer the other day, and left the note here, and you thought I was in this house before when you discovered I didn't trip over the trunk in the darkened attic.
Is that what I'm driving at?
Well, it must be. But I won't stand for it, Vance. I won't be framed for murder.
Stop right where you are, Dale. Do yourself a favor. Don't make me force you to stay. Mrs. Somer,
Yes?
you killed your husband, of course.
So you say.
So I say, and so I can prove. And you know I'm not bluffing, don't you? You knew you gave yourself away up on the roof the other day. That's the reason you tried to kill me in my apartment.
Yes. I know you're not bluffing. I realize what I did. And I realize that I've got to kill you now. You realize that, too, don't you?
Vance, she's picked up my gun.
She won't use it.
Oh, no?
Now, Mrs. Somer...
I won't use it, huh, Vance? That's what you think.
Vance, my gun is loaded.
He knows. And he must know that I'm going to shoot both of you now.
The gun won't fire, Mrs. Somer. I took out the bullets when I turned my back on you a moment ago. Now I'll take that gun away. Thank you. That will be all, Mrs. Somer. All that is, except my explaining to Mr. Markham how I knew it was you.
Well, Vance, I guess there isn't anything more to tell in this case except the most important thing of all. How did you know it was Mrs. Somer?
First of all, we know from her confession that she found her husband's old suicide note.
Vance, please, how did you know she was the murderer?
Well, Markham, she claimed she was not at home when her husband allegedly jumped to his death.
Yes?
She said he went up to the roof to fix a radio aerial. And that's what gave him the idea to come down, write the suicide note, then go back and jump.
That was her story.
She said she hadn't been on the roof after her husband was killed until she went up with Dale and me.
Yet she knew the aerial was broken.
Well, she could have known that without going up there, Markham. A wire dangling, bad reception if a radio set were in good order, a number of ways. There was one thing she couldn't know, though.
What was that?
How it had been fixed. She walked right over to the spot where a new wire had been wound around the insulator.
Yes?
Now, the only way she could have known that was if she had been there when her husband was fixing it. Or, of course, immediately after, which wasn't likely.
It couldn't have been immediately after, Vance. She had to leave the house after pushing him off the roof. She probably left by a back exit, went shopping, and returned in time to hear the bad news.
Undoubtedly. When she walked to the aerial, she knew she'd made a mistake. But she wasn't sure that I knew what she had done.
Oh?
She tried to kill me so as to be on the safe side. But then, when I let her alone for a while, she thought perhaps I hadn't noticed her error, and she didn't try to kill me again.
Yes.
I let her alone, as you must realize, because I wanted to be absolutely sure about her.
I know that. Her motive was money. Money and her love for Tony Lester. Vance, one thing has always puzzled me about this case. You never knew Joe Somer. All you saw was his covered body the day we went up to his house. Yet, you didn't believe it was suicide even then. Why?
Something you said, Markham.
Something I said.
Something you and the police officer said, rather. You told me how considerate a man Joe Somer was as we were driving over to see him.
Yes, that's right.
The policeman said that Somer narrowly escaped hitting some people who were walking in front of his house when he jumped.
Oh, I see what you mean. A considerate man would have made sure he wasn't going to injure anyone else, even though he had decided to do away with himself.
That's right.
Uh-huh.
Of course, I wasn't sure, but subsequent events convinced me I was right.
All I can say is that fortunately for us, we had you to get to the bottom of this murder.
Thank you, but that's completely unimportant. The only thing that matters is that when we reached the bottom of the murder, we reached the end of the rooftop murder case.
man is wealthy, a widower without children. It's possible for some dishonest person to try and get his money away from him. When the widower lost his only child in a drowning some 9 years ago, the most logical way to get the money, since the body of the drowned child was never recovered, would be to pretend to be the dead girl. Hello, creeps. This is T4Y, opening the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. Tonight we celebrate the return of the master of them all, the inimitable Philo Vance. The story, the case of the girl who came back. About 10 minutes ago, in Philo Vance's apartment, the eminent detective has just finished luncheon, alone. Now, however, he has a guest, and she's very much at home, even with his servant, Curry.
Lay out Mr. Vance's water wings, will you, Curry? We're going swimming.
We are not.
Mr. Vance.
Vance, really, it's a terrific day. I phoned Washington, and there isn't any detecting for me to do. Please take me swimming.
Coney Island, no doubt. Along with 7 million others who've got the same idea.
It'd be fun.
Mr. Vance.
It would be a nightmare. I loathe floundering about in the water like a canned salmon. What is it, Curry?
You are a canned salmon.
This gentleman, Mr. Vance, remember he's been waiting for you to finish lunch?
The one in the hall? He was sitting there when I came in.
Tell him to come in, Curry.
Yes, sir.
Wait a minute. What's his name?
Martin, Mr. Vance. John Martin.
Maybe he'll take me swimming.
You can dream, can't you? Mr. Martin? Mr. Martin, come in, please.
Thank you. You're Mr. Philo Vance?
I am. This is Miss Randall, my swimming instructor.
I beg your pardon?
How do you do, Mr. Martin?
You're probably wondering why I'm here, Mr. Vance. I just had to come to you. This thing is so unbelievable, so fantastic.
Let's hear it, Mr. Martin.
I beg your pardon?
Miss Randall, I ought to say, is a detective, Mr. Martin. In a manner of speaking.
Oh, I see.
Thanks for the manner of speaking.
Don't mention it. Just what is your story, Mr. Martin? Perhaps I can suggest someone who'll be glad to help.
It's horrible, Mr. Vance. You see, I live out on Long Island, Great Neck, Long Island. I have a home there on the water.
I know the section.
I'm alone now. My wife died 6 years ago.
I see.
You may remember, it was in the papers. Our only child was drowned on our beach when she was 11.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It was a great tragedy, Miss Randall. Mrs. Martin never really got over it.
Oh, then this wasn't recent.
Oh, no. No, Jean was drowned 9 years ago, Mr. Vance.
1936?
Yes, that's right. My wife died 3 years later. The child and I were swimming together. I can remember it so plainly. She ventured out too far while I was on shore, and she was caught in a riptide.
How horrible.
I heard her scream, but I couldn't reach her. I saw her body carried out to sea, Mr. Vance. I saw it myself.
It was recovered?
Never. No, from that day to this. Her body was never found. Oh, I spent thousands, Mr. Vance, just to give her poor mother that much peace of mind. But her body was never washed in.
Well, I am sorry, Mr. Martin. I can understand a tragedy like that. But I don't quite see...
Yesterday, Mr. Vance, Jean came home.
What?
Yes, I didn't quite get that myself.
This girl, this fraud, Mr. Vance, this cunning little imposter, she came to my home yesterday and tried to tell me she's my own daughter.
What in the...
But, Mr. Martin, surely you can tell.
Why, of course I can tell. She's a scheming little cheat, Mr. Vance. She's no more my Jean than this lady is.
I hardly see that it's anything to worry about, Mr. Martin. Why not phone the police?
I wanted to at once. But my law firm bears my name, you see. Unpleasant publicity of that sort, notoriety. No, I owe it to my associates to keep it out of the papers.
But obviously, if the girl is an imposter, you can make short work of her. Trip her up on some simple little reference to her past, to her mother. It seems easy, Mr. Martin.
That's just it. This girl knows more about me than I do myself. Terrifying, Mr. Vance. She knows the house, the grounds, the countryside, and she swears she's my daughter.
I don't mean to be simple, but where does she say she's been all this time?
Oh, she has a story for that, too. Says that she was washed up on shore, a complete victim of amnesia.
Oh.
Yes, the gall of it. Tried to tell me she's been without memory for 9 years and came out of it this week in a fall down the stairs.
She sounds clever.
You don't recognize her, of course.
I'm sure she's not my daughter, Mr. Vance. Definitely sure.
Well, she would change, naturally. She was 11 when she was drowned, 20 now. Yes,
She'd change a great deal.
Oh, not that much, Vance.
Yet you say she seems well acquainted with her alleged home, Mr. Martin.
It's amazing. That's why I can't call the police. Her story is just convincing enough. They'd drag it through the papers for weeks.
She's working with someone, of course. Someone who's told her the right answers. Right, Vance?
You know, I'd like to meet a girl who would plan a game like this. I really would.
Then you'll help me, Mr. Vance? You'll expose her?
Still sold on that swim lane?
Now? Not while you cavort with a 20-year-old ghost, darling. I'll stick with you.
And this brings us back to the library, Mr. Vance. Now you've seen the whole estate.
Well, I see you're a camera enthusiast, Mr. Martin.
What? Oh, those enlargements. Yes, I dabble in it. When the war broke out, my doctors told me to do something to quiet my nerves, so I took up photography.
Some of these are excellent.
I have a darkroom downstairs. I'll open it up if you like.
I'd enjoy it. And now if you'll send the young lady in, please.
I'll tell you how grateful I am, Mr. Vance. I'm in a terrible strain. Mr. Vance wants to see you.
What about?
Come in, Miss...
Miss Martin. Jean Martin.
So we've heard. Sit down, Miss Martin. If you don't mind, I'd like to ask you a few questions.
I suppose he hired you.
On the contrary, I should have paid to meet you. I admire your courage.
You're very funny.
You contend you've been an amnesia victim for 9 years. Is that right?
That's right.
But surely you know where you've been.
I remember falling. I must have hit my head because there's a bump on it. And that's all.
That's all?
When I came to, I was about a block from here. That was last night.
You mean you don't know where you've been for 9 years?
You heard me.
Oh, your language, chum. Doesn't quite go with the detour around here.
Okay, so maybe the last 9 years weren't so good. How do I know?
Well, that lane puts you in the well-known place.
Listen, mister, I'm Jean Martin, and you and nobody else can prove any different. So let's get down to terms.
Terms? What kind of terms?
Oh, he didn't tell you that, huh? Well, listen, my grandfather was stinking rich. He was lousy with it, see? And it all came to me. Only my father was to get it if I died.
And now you come back for the money that's rightfully yours. Is that it?
You think I'm going to let him keep it? He won't even listen to me.
Imagine being so mean.
You keep out of this.
Careful, girls. You did miss up on one small detail, you know. Jean Martin had a scar on her right wrist. A rather prominent scar. And you haven't.
A scar can heal, can't it? I had the scar. It's gone now. It's been gone for years.
Oh, brother, you're really good.
Listen, you...
Wait a minute. Keep talking, Lane.
What?
There's someone listening at the door. Say anything.
Oh, I know what I'd like to say. A nice afternoon like this, and we come all the way out here to...
Care to join us?
Come in. Hey, let go of me.
Gladly. And who, might I ask, are you?
A long-lost brother, no doubt.
Well,
I work here. I'm the chauffeur.
That's right, he is. Bill and I used to play together when we were kids.
Would you say that slowly, honey? I'm a little sick today.
His father worked here for us before. Bill was brought up on the estate. We used to play together all the time.
That right, Bill?
I never saw her before in my life.
Why, you...
But you did live here. You did play with the real Jean Martin.
Sure. She was a great little kid. I taught her to swim.
You remember a scar on her wrist, of course?
Sure I do. Right here. About 1.5 inches. She got it cutting a watermelon at a picnic out on the lawn. Heck, I went with her when my dad drove her into town to the doctor.
I see. Well, you've been a great help, Bill. You'll be around if I need you again.
Yeah. I'll be around.
Thank you.
Listen, he's lying. I tell you, he remembers me. He must.
Sure, honey. We all do.
Will you ask your papa to come in here, Jean?
Listen, you can stop cracking, both of you, because I'm Jean Martin, brother, and that's it.
Ask him to come in, please.
Sure. Go ahead. Play detective all you like. Hey, Daddy.
You're through, Mr. Vance?
Well, it wasn't much effort, Mr. Martin. The local police could have handled the situation nicely. Let's all sit down a moment.
Sure, I got all the time in the world.
You scheming little...
Take it easy, Daddy.
On the way out here, young lady, Mr. Martin explained that you're unusually well acquainted with this house. In short, that you can answer questions an outsider wouldn't know.
I told you I used to live here. Remember?
You knew, for instance, that your mother played the piano. That the rose garden was once to the north rather than where it is now. That the roof on the east wing is new.
Yes, there was a great deal more, Mr. Vance. It's uncanny.
Well, obviously the girl's been well coached. Is Bill in on the deal, Jean?
What? My chauffeur, Bill?
We've met him, Mr. Martin.
Why, that's absurd. I practically raised the boy myself. His father died right here in my employ.
Try again, Mr. Detective.
Suppose we try money, Jean. That interest you?
Sure it does. If the money belongs to me. Don't forget I'm Jean Martin.
You know, Mr. Martin, the girl might be telling the truth.
Oh, Vance.
Why, that's ridiculous, Mr. Vance. I'm surprised you mentioned such a thing.
Stranger things have happened, you know. And the girl is right. Childhood scars do disappear in time.
But
As for her amnesia, that's entirely possible, too.
Now you're doing okay. Vance, what in the
My suggestion, Mr. Martin, is that we settle this some way now, right here in this room.
I think I'll have a drink.
Oh, perhaps that would help us all. Lane?
You sound like you've had 10, Vance. Why, any food.
Later, pets. When we're alone.
There's only scotch here in the library, if you...
Well, that will do nicely, thanks.
Let me pour the drinks. I'm the daughter, you know. You want one, too?
I might as well. I feel it already.
Here you are, Mr. Vance.
Ah, thank you. Now then, let's drink to the success of our bargaining. How's that? To the success of what we'll accomplish here.
Mr. Vance, wait.
What, Miss Martin?
Vance, no, don't drink that. It's poison, Vance. That glass is full of poison.
Vance!
Well, I seem to have spilled my drink.
Vance, you didn't drink it.
Thanks to Mr. Martin, no.
Well, I'm sorry I had to knock it out of your hand, Mr. Vance. You devil.
Why, listen.
Smell that, Mr. Vance? Why, I know that odor anywhere. It's the emulsion I used in my dark room downstairs. You little fiend. You knew I kept chemicals in there. Then, when Mr. Vance was going to expose you, you decided to poison him.
Good Lord.
I am grateful to you, Mr. Martin. It seems I almost drank a developer highball.
You're off the beam, all of you. Why,
You keep quiet. I've had enough out of you. Well, Mr. Vance, shall I call the police?
It won't be necessary, Mr. Martin. Miss Randall and I are driving into town. We'll take our young friend with us.
Why, you chump.
Oh, and I'd like to take Bill, too, Mr. Martin. I'm not entirely sure he isn't mixed up in this.
Take them all. I just want this woman out of my house.
I assure you, Mr. Martin, you've seen the last of her.
Want me to stay in here, Mr. Vance? I mean, with all this?
No, I think not, Curry. I'll call if I need you.
Yes.
Oh, Vance, dear.
Yes, Lane?
Is it fair if I ask just one little question?
By all means.
What in the name of what are we doing here in your apartment? Let's take these two down to the district attorney's office and be done with it.
Look, Mr. Vance, you got me all wrong. I never saw this dame before until last night.
Oh, yes, you did, Billy. Yes, you did.
All right, kids. I think the show's gone far enough. You can take that layer of skin off your wrist, Jean.
Vance, what in the world...
This is what I mean, Jean. Let me have your wrist a moment.
Get away from her.
It's all right, Bill. I'm quite convinced she is Jean Martin. See? Just an ordinary skin patch, isn't it, Jean? And very neatly applied, too.
She's got the scar.
She has. Miss Martin, Miss Randall.
How do you do? You win, Mr. Vance.
You found her, of course, Bill?
Yes, sir. I never gave up looking for Jean.
The amnesia story is true, then?
Quite true, Mr. Vance. I came to on the beach about 6 miles from our house. On the day I was supposed to be drowned, I mean. I was 11 years old.
The doctors figured a wave threw her up against a log or something in the water, Mr. Vance. Her head was cut.
And then, Jean?
Well, I couldn't remember anything, Mr. Vance. For days I'd walked around in a kind of a dream, and then finally I was taken to the Good Shepherd Orphanage. Well, you can phone them and check if you like. I've been working there for my boarding room.
Go on.
Well, just as Bill said, he's always looked for me. He never believed I was drowned.
I couldn't afford to hire detectives or advertise, Mr. Vance, especially working right there in the Martin home. I'd just ask questions and write letters. Then, when a reply sounded worthwhile, well, I'd investigate in my time off.
And one letter came to the Good Shepherd asking about an amnesia case in 1936. And so they told Bill about me. Bill came up to see me, and well, here we are.
I see. Well, that clears up a great deal.
Vance, you're out of your mind. Why, those two are bigger phonies than I thought.
Why, Lane?
Well, for one thing, why did our hero here keep all this from the girl's father? Why not let him spend his money looking for his own daughter?
He thought she was dead.
Oh, and you knew better, I suppose.
Mr. Martin was careful that there was almost no publicity at the time of the drowning, Miss Randall. Just a little too careful. Why did he want to keep it quiet when the body wasn't found?
Okay, we'll skip that for a minute. Suppose you are Jean Martin. Why the mystery? Why cover up the one scar that proves it? Why play the tough little mole with us all afternoon? And you, Bill, you pretended you didn't even know her. What goes on here?
Fair question, Lane. Going to answer, Jean?
Well, you're convinced that I am Jean Martin, Mr. Vance.
Beyond a doubt, Jean. Even without the scar. I knew it before we left your home.
All right, then I'll tell you.
My father tried to murder me. What? Yes, I know that sounds strange, but that's true. I wasn't carried away by the tide that day. And he wasn't on the shore, as he said.
He held her head underwater, Mr. Vance. Held her and pushed her out to sea.
And when I got back, I knew if I proved I was Jean right away, he'd try to murder me again. And if I went to the police, he'd call me an imposter. He'd even lie about my scar. So the only thing to do was to throw him off his guard by convincing him that I was a fake.
You see, we hoped we could find a way to trick him into admitting he tried to kill her. We planned it together, Mr. Vance. Then when Mr. Martin called you in, we didn't know what to do.
You see, Lane? Oh, just skip me, Vance. I'm so dizzy now, just let me sit here and spin.
Well, it's quite simple, really. Martin called me in to bolster his own case. Now I think we'll unbolster it a little.
But how, Mr. Vance? What can we do now? He's got all Jean's money, everything.
Jean, I told you once today you've got nerve. Think you can use it again?
I can try, Mr. Vance.
Good. Now, here's exactly what I want you to do.
Mr. Martin, sir. Yes, Bill? That boat's loose again, sir. I'm afraid it's been damaged hitting against the dock. Confound it. Can't you keep that boat tied up properly? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Martin. I wasn't here this afternoon, you know. Oh, yes, that's true. I'm glad you came out clean in that nasty mess, Bill. Mr. Vance called and told me the police are convinced that you had nothing to do with that girl. Yes, sir. Well, we'll just forget the whole incident, son. Boat damaged, you say? Yes, sir. I wish you'd go down and look for yourself, Mr. Martin, and you can tell me what's to be done. All right, I will. Nice night like this, I ought to be outside. Yes, go along, son. I'll look at it directly. Yes, sir. I'll be in my quarters if you want me. Thank you, Bill. Beautiful night. Really beautiful. I ought to get the camera. Moon like that, I might get a good shot without a light at all. Good boy, Bill. Comes a good solid start. Well, I just told him to turn on the floodlights down here. How does he think I can inspect the boat without lights? My, what a wonderful night. What? I could have sworn I... That song. Jane!
Recognize the song, Daddy. John's lullaby. Lullaby. And good night.
I must be asleep. Stop that. Stop that singing.
You used to sing it to me when I was a little girl. You and Mother would come into my room at night, and you'd sing it to me. Remember, Daddy?
Stop it, I say. Who are you?
Look at my wrist. See the scar on my wrist? The scar I got cutting the melon on the lawn? You remember, Daddy. Mother was there. Aunt Ada was there. Remember?
Jane.
I was 10 when I got that scar. And when I was 11...
Shut up! Shut up, I say!
When I was 11, we went swimming one afternoon right here, Daddy, right here at this pier. You remember the day I mean, don't you? You let me hold onto your back while we swam way out, Daddy. Way out where the water's deep and cold. And then you took hold of my neck, remember? You held me and you pushed me down into the water. Remember how I tried to scream? Remember how I felt struggling in your arms? Do you?
You didn't die.
You tried to murder me in this water. You held me down until you thought I was dead. But I didn't drown, Daddy. You see, I'm here now. I'm right here in front of you.
You fool. You think you could come back now? Did you think I'd let you come back after all I did? That money's mine, and it's going to stay mine. I thought I murdered you once. This time, I'll do it right. Oh, still, you little fool. Oh, it's the same water, isn't it? Well, you'll see, you little idiot. You'll find out.
I get everyone up, Miss Martin. And don't move, please. I have a gun.
Hey, where'd you come from?
From under the pier, in a word. Oh, Bill, lights, please.
Right, Mr. Vance.
Did it work?
beautifully, Lane. He tried to drown her just as I said he would. You all right, Jean? Get up on the pier, Martin. Watch him, Bill. I'll help Jean.
Jean. Oh, Jean, darling. It worked. I heard the whole thing.
Yes, sir, it worked.
Will you take this revolver, please, and escort Mr. Martin up to my car? You'll find Curry and some officers waiting.
Yes, sir. Come on, Martin. This is the end of the line.
Well, do you by any chance have a spare towel, Lane? The bottom rung of that ladder down there was just a little wet.
Vance, tell me something before I bust.
Burst.
Oh, don't be stuffy. Why were you sure Jean was Jean? Because you saw the fake scar tissue on her wrist?
Well, that helped, Lane. But I wasn't sure until Martin tried to make it look as if she'd poisoned my drink.
But...
Elementary, as that man would say. Martin told me he installed his photographic room after the market crash in 1939. Remember?
Yes, of course, but I still don't...
But, darling. When he turned on Jean and accused her of stealing chemicals from my drink, he said she knew the darkroom was there. Well, now, she couldn't have if she were his daughter. He drowned her 3 years before it was put in, and if she was a phony, she was too well coached to betray herself that way. And finally, Pet, the darkroom was locked. Martin said as much himself.
You know, Vance, in a way, you're rather hot stuff.
Cold and wet at the moment. Well, give me that towel. Oh, what's so funny?
Oh, nothing. I was just thinking. You really got that swim after all.
Thank you, Philo Vance, for the case of the girl who came back. Now it's getting early again. This is T4Y, closing the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. Oh, yes. I almost forgot. Good night. Sleep tight. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
My niece wants to see me, does she?
Yes, she does.
What's the matter? Isn't she content he doesn't live here? Must she intrude even when I'm trying to read?
She say for me to tell you this. I tell you, that is all I know.
All right, Dora, let her come in. But you are to do something for me.
Yes, Mr. Benton. Whatever it is, I do it.
You are to listen outside the door when Irene comes in. Listen. And remember everything she says.
Many years I work for you, Mr. Benton. Never do you ask me to do something like
Never mind whether you ever did it before. Do it now. And get her in here right away. Do you hear me? Right away.
Yes, Mr. Benton. I hear you right away. Miss Benton, go in here, please. Thank you, Dora.
Well, what is it, Irene?
Uncle Walter.
What? Confound it, girl. What is it?
Uncle Walter, I want to leave this house. I'm going away.
Good. Goodbye.
I've come to ask you a favor. I'll need some money. Just enough to get started in another city. Just until I get a job.
You'll need some money, will you? And you think I'll give it to you? Haven't I done enough for you? Haven't you lived here with me for 10 years ever since your father died?
Yes, that's true.
Well, what's the matter? Isn't this house good enough for you? Does everybody starve you? You work too hard around here?
Uncle Walter, you don't want me here. You've only kept me with you so you could have me near enough to hurt every time you wanted to. You hated my father. And you've never done anything but make me pay for the way you felt about him.
No, I'm cruel, am I?
You're the meanest man in the world. I can't stay here any longer. I've become a good textile designer. I can get a job. But I don't want it to be anywhere near you. I'm afraid of being near you.
Afraid, are you? You're afraid of what I might do to you?
No, Uncle Walter, it isn't that. I'm afraid of what I might do to you.
Yes, Miss Thomas, what is it?
Mr. Benton is still waiting to see you, Mr. French.
All right, send him in.
French, what's the idea of keeping me waiting?
Sit down, Benton, and don't scream at me. I don't scare easily.
Oh, you don't, huh? Good. French, you put in a bid for the Cooperated Industries construction job. Lowest bid they got. You're going to get the order.
Well, what about it?
You're going to get the order, but you're not going to take it.
Oh, I'm not, eh? And why not?
Because my firm made the second lowest bid, and when you tell Cooperated you won't take the order, it'll go to me, and I want it.
What makes you think I'm going to tell Cooperated that?
A little information I happen to have about you and what you were before you came to this city.
I said I don't scare easily, Benton, but I want to add to that. I don't bluff easily either.
Bluff? I'm not bluffing, French. I never bluff. Let me read you a report. A report I assure you I'd have no hesitancy in reading to Mrs. French and your children if you forced me to.
I'm listening.
Washington, D.C., December 1918. This is a clipping from a Washington paper, French. Listen. Washington, D.C., December 1918. The State Department today released a list of men who were wanted for draft evasion in the World War. Men who so far have not been apprehended.
Wait a minute, Benton. How'd you get that clipping?
A friend of mine got it for me. I had to pay him a lot to trace your background, but he did, and he got me this. And, French, I intend to do just what I said I would. If you don't...
Get out of here, Benton.
Get out. Get out? Sure, I'll get out. I'll get out when you tell me you aren't accepting the cooperated order.
I've got to take it, Benton. I'd put every dime I could lay my hands on into a plant that could handle that assignment. I can't give it up.
No? Well, I'm not an unreasonable man. I'll give you until tomorrow morning to decide which it is you can't stand. Bankruptcy or disgrace.
You mean that, don't you?
Of course I mean it. You know me well enough to know I mean it.
Yes, I know. One thing I don't know, how a man like you is allowed to live. I don't know one other thing either. And that is, why don't I do something about that?
Well, Doctor, well...
You can put your shirt on, Mr. Benton. The examination's over.
I know it's over. And I know I can put my shirt on if I want to. I know what's wrong with me. Am I improving? That's what I want to know.
I'm not sure.
You're a doctor, aren't you? What do you mean you're not sure?
I'll need some time to check some laboratory reports. Can't tell you anything definite right now.
Can't tell me anything definite? What kind of a doctor are you?
I was a good one. Till I accepted you as a patient. Now, I'm not so sure.
You're not sure about anything, are you? Aren't you forgetting a little conversation we had when I first came to you? Very well, then, stop stalling. I want to know how I'm getting on and how long I have to live.
You really want to know?
Yes.
Well, Mr. Benton, in my opinion, you may not live until morning. But your death may not be from natural causes.
Kind of quiet here at the station, huh, Sergeant?
Yeah, Kelly, but I'm not complaining. When'd you go out on your beat?
Oh, I got another 10, 12 minutes yet, Sergeant. Want me to run out and get some coffee?
No, thanks, just the same. Here, Kelly, take a look at my book. All that's happened since I came on duty is one woman who lost her husband, one woman who lost her dog, and 2 traffic accidents. Slowest night I can remember.
Hey, look at that guy who just came in. Look at the way he's walking.
Man. Hi, you. What's the matter? You in trouble?
Yeah. Yes, officer. I am Walter Benton. I want to report a murder.
Murder? Who's dead?
I am.
Why did Mrs. Markham say she'd meet us, Markham?
She said she'd come from the theater, and if we got through at the club early, we were to meet her on this corner, Vance.
That sounds to me like she really didn't think you'd make it. My, such doubts for a wife to have about this city's rising young district attorney.
Oh, she doesn't doubt me, Vance. She knows that when you and I start talking, neither of us realizes the time.
Markham, you're my most loyal adherent and staunchest ally. Was kind of good to get away from crime for one evening, wasn't it?
Excellent. That is, if you hadn't treated a chess game the way you treat a murder.
I don't think I know what you mean.
Don't you? Vance, when I play chess with you, I'm the murderer. Everything I do or intend to do, you seem to know. And furthermore, you know how to checkmate it.
Hear that, Markham?
I certainly did. Here, boy, I'll take a paper.
Right, Max. Here you are.
Gee, thanks.
Extra, read all about it.
Murder, eh? Funny that you weren't notified at the club, Markham.
I can't understand it.
I can now. I left word that I wasn't to be disturbed, and so the club attendant figured that meant you weren't to be given any calls either.
Yeah, it must be. Read this with me, Vance.
The most unusual murder in police history took place tonight when a man identified as Walter Benton, wealthy head of the Benton Construction Company, staggered into the West 80th Street station, announced that he had been murdered, and fell dead at the feet of Sergeant Michael Hoskins, Patrolman Gustav Kelly. Well, the rest is detail. Unimportant, I'd say, at a rough glance.
Well, Vance?
I'm afraid Mrs. Markham is going to miss us on this corner, Markham. But then she didn't really expect we'd be here, I suppose.
No, she didn't. I'm going to headquarters right now, Vance. You'd like to come?
I think not. I think I'm going to visit Walter Benton's house. Perhaps murder, like charity, begins at home.
The police, they were here. You are more police?
No, my name is Philo Vance. I'm a private investigator. I'd like to ask you some questions.
No. You ask me nothing. I do not know anything. So you ask me nothing.
You know how long you've worked for Mr. Benton, don't you?
12 years. 12 years I've been here. But I don't do anything. The police, they ask me many questions, but I don't do anything. I can tell them nothing.
Who else lived here? You must know that.
Who else live here? I
live here, Mr. Vance. I heard you questioning Dora.
I know. You were standing outside the door, and your shadow was very evident across the threshold. I was just wondering how long it would be before you announced yourself. You may go, Dora.
Oh, go? Oh, yes, I go. I fix some soup for you, Miss Irene.
Thanks, Dora.
Miss Irene. Irene what?
Benton. Walter Benton was my uncle. His father and mine were brothers.
You live here?
Yes, I have since my father died.
You don't seem particularly concerned about your uncle's death.
My uncle was the meanest man in the world. He deserved to die.
I hardly think that's your decision to make. Or was it?
Excuse me, Mr. Vance. Hello?
Hello, I believe Mr. Philo Vance is there. May I talk to him, please? This is Mr. Markham.
Just a minute. For you, Mr. Vance, Mr. Markham.
Thank you. Hello, Markham.
Vance, we've just discovered the cause of death in the Benton case. He'd been poisoned, loaded with poison, the medical examiner says. I just thought you'd like to know.
Thank you, Markham. What kind of poison was it?
Carborium chloride. Any developments on your end, Vance?
Not yet. I'll be in touch with you, Markham.
Good enough. Bye.
Goodbye.
Nice chicken broth I made you. Come have it while it's hot.
Thank you, Dora, but I think I'll go up to my room. I hope you'll excuse me, Mr. Vance.
I really don't have any choice, do I? Oh, Dora.
Yes?
Don't you leave me. I'm not quite through in this house, and I'd rather not be alone.
Well, what is it you want?
I might be interested in some of that chicken broth you made.
That is for Miss Irene, not for you.
What is this great power I have over the opposite sex? Dora, what was that?
Sound like bottle break.
Sounded like that to me, too. Where is Miss Irene's room?
The top upstairs.
Thank you very much.
Where you go, Mr. Vance? Where you go?
Miss Benton. Oh, in there, eh? Well, what have we here? Besides a couple of broken bottles. Been pouring the contents of them down the drain, haven't you?
What about it? Supposing I have.
The bottles are broken, but the labels are intact. Well, let's see now. Carborium chloride. You have excellent hearing, Miss Benton.
I don't know what you mean.
I think you do. I think you overheard Mr. Markham telling me on the phone just now that your uncle died of poisoning, and that carborium chloride was the poison used.
Yes?
Yes. You knew that you had carborium chloride in your room, so you ran up to dispose of it before I'd find it. I see by the designing equipment in this room that you had a use for the carborium. Handy in textile dyeing, wasn't it?
So what if it was? And what if I did try to get rid of it just now? Do you think that proves I killed my uncle?
You did overhear what Mr. Markham told me.
Yes, I did. I heard him say that carborium chloride killed my uncle. And you did catch me trying to get rid of that carborium I had here. But do you think that proves I killed him?
No. No, Miss Benton, I don't think it proves that at all. In fact, I think it proves you didn't. Markham. I'm in my own office. I'm quite sure we won't be overheard, so don't worry.
But, Vance...
I'll listen to what you have to tell me in a moment.
But it's important.
So is what I have to tell you. Listen, Markham. I know for a fact that Irene Benton can be removed from our suspect list. She didn't poison her uncle, despite the fact she broke several bottles of carborium chloride that were in her room.
How do you know she didn't?
She tried to destroy them after you told me it was carborium that caused Walter Benton's death, Markham. If she had poisoned her uncle, she'd have known what killed him. Would have destroyed the poison long before I got to the house.
Vance, that's the most logical explanation of a completely contradictory act I ever heard. She tried to destroy the poison because she believed that if we found it, we would suspect her.
That's right.
Uh-huh.
Now, Markham, now that I've removed one suspect from this case, tell me your news.
I have a suspect to replace the one you took away. In a secret pocket in Walter Benton's clothes, Sergeant Heath found a clipping from a Washington, D.C. newspaper. A clipping dated December 1918.
Yes?
It named a group of men wanted for draft evasion in World War I. And one of the men is in this city now. And what's more, he was a business rival of Walter Benton's. His name is Martin French. Apparently, Benton was using the clipping to blackmail him.
Apparently. You know, Markham, Irene Benton told me that her uncle was the meanest man in the world. I'm beginning to think she was right. But we've still got to find out who killed him.
This is District Attorney Markham. The meanest man murder case began when Walter Benton announced he'd been murdered and then fell dead in police headquarters. Benton lived with his niece, Irene, and a housekeeper, Dora. But neither has been of any help to either Philo Vance or the police in establishing who poisoned Benton. However, we have uncovered a suspect in Martin French, an industrial rival of Benton's, whom we suspect Benton was blackmailing. The man we have watching French has reported to us that he was last seen entering the office of Philo Vance. We don't know what he's doing there, but we do know...
Mr. Vance, this is a strictly business proposition. I'm a businessman. I want to pay you to establish my innocence in the death of Walter Benton.
If you're guilty, you couldn't pay me, Mr. French. If you're innocent, you won't have to.
Oh, don't beat around the bush, Vance. I'm a prize suspect, and I know it. Benton knew something about me I didn't want known. Now that he's dead, it'll come out. I know it will. And I'm not prepared to face going on trial for Benton's death. I didn't kill him. You've got to help me prove that.
I'm not an attorney, you know, Mr. French.
Yes, I know. You're a private investigator, the best in the business. And I want to hire you to prove I didn't kill Benton. Hire you to prove who did. Put it that way. Maybe that'll sound better to you.
You don't have to hire me for that. I'm trying right now to find Benton's killer. By the way, did you see Benton the day of his death?
Why, yes. He was in my office.
You didn't have lunch with him? He didn't drink any water in your office?
No. All he did was threaten me. Threatened me and left.
I see. Well, Mr. French, it's only fair to tell you that the police do know about your past.
Benton found a way of letting them know even after he was dead. Just like the man. Just like him.
From what I've heard of him, it certainly was. You've given me an idea, French. Dead man told one tale. Maybe he'll also indicate who killed him.
Coming. Oh, Dr. Larkin, I'm so glad you've come. It's Dora. She's lying on the bed in her room and she's hysterical.
Glad you called me, Miss Benton. I'll go see her right away. Which room is hers?
The room right next to the library. You remember the library?
Certainly. I used to examine your uncle there. This should be Dora's room right here.
That's right. Shall I go in with you?
No, that won't be necessary. I'll go in myself. I'll call you if I need anything. Miss
Very
Benton.
well, Doctor. I'll be where you can find me.
Dora, stop crying, please. This is Dr. Larkin. I'm to help you.
Go away. Nobody can help me. Go away.
You've got to stop that crying, Dora. Stop it. You're making yourself sick.
Sick. I'm not sick. Doctor, I am too well. But he is dead, Doctor. He's dead.
Mr. Benton? Yes, Dora. But he's been dead a whole day now. You weren't like this when you heard the news of his death.
Oh, what different, Doctor. It takes time, maybe, before I realize no more he's here. I wanted to come back, Doctor. I wanted to come back. You can bring him back, Doctor.
Nobody can bring him back, Dora. Somebody poisoned him.
You know who poisoned him, Doctor. You know who do this.
The police are trying to find out.
I know who do it, Doctor. I know.
You do, Dora?
I know. Doctor, you know too. Only the two of us know. And the two of us, we don't talk. Ever. Do we, Doctor?
Passengers from Flight 87 leaving at Gate 4. Passengers...
Going somewhere, Mr. French?
Why, Vance.
I imagined you'd be surprised to see me. Actually, I was surprised to see where you were heading when I started to follow you.
I have a business trip, Vance. Only a day or so.
Really? With all the luggage I saw you check?
Why, no. May as well tell you. I was running away. I have to get away, Vance.
I don't think you do. If you were wanted, you'd be picked up no matter where you went. Don't you realize that? Running away won't solve anything.
What am I going to do?
Go back to your house. There are some developments pending in the meanest man murder case that I don't believe you will want to miss. In fact, I wouldn't want you to miss them.
Dr. Larkin speaking.
Dr. Larkin, this is Philo Vance. Walter Benton was a patient of yours, was he not?
Yes, he was, Vance, for many years.
Many years. What was the matter with him?
He was a sick man. His case history is here, if you care to look at it.
Not right at the moment. In fact, I didn't find out you were his doctor until a few minutes ago when I called the Benton home. Miss Benton referred me to you.
Is there anything else I can do for you?
Yes, if you will, Doctor. If Mr. Benton hadn't been poisoned, how long would he have lived?
That's hard to say. As I told you, he was a pretty sick man.
Did he know that?
There wasn't anything that man didn't know, Vance. Have you or the police any idea who murdered him?
I don't know about the police, but I have a pretty good idea, I think. If you want to know how good, meet me in my office in about an hour. I'm going to have a Mr. French, Miss Benton, and the maid Dora there. And I'm sure Mr. Markham will be on hand.
I see.
But I'm particularly anxious to have you. So you'll be there, won't you? Markham, this is one of the strangest cases we've ever come across. There are 4 people in my office who wanted to see Walter Benton dead.
Yes, Martin French, Irene Benton, Dora the maid, and Dr. Larkin. But why Dr. Larkin?
Benton had an uncanny faculty for making enemies, Markham. When you called this case the meanest man murder case, you weren't far from wrong.
No, I think I was quite accurate in that.
I wouldn't say quite that. There's a startling inaccuracy in that title, but we won't go into that right now. My private office, Markham.
I see. That is something we'll go into right now, eh?
Mm-hmm.
I'm with you, Vance.
Right. Thank you, all of you, for being so patient, for waiting for us.
All right, Mr. Man.
Dora, I understand you had a nervous breakdown yesterday. You collapsed.
I do not know anything. I do not say anything.
You don't have to now. Dora, according to what you told Dr. Larkin when he visited you yesterday, you knew who killed Mr. Benton. And you indicated that he knew, too.
Who tell you this?
I told him, Dora. But I also told him you were hysterical and couldn't be responsible for what you said.
I loved Mr. Benton very much.
So I imagined from your reaction to his death. You cooked for him, Dora. You, one of the only people in this world who cared for him, could have poisoned him most easily. The only one who could have poisoned him.
I do not poison him.
Shall I take her in, Vance?
Not yet, Markham. Dora, you're fond of Miss Benton?
Miss Irene? She's like my child. My child. I bring her up.
I figured that, too. Mr. French, Miss Benton, Dr. Larkin. You all had reasons, I imagine, for wanting to see Mr. Benton dead. But none of you killed him.
What do you... Well, that Vance, what are we waiting for? You say that Dora could have poisoned Benton very easily.
That's right. She had the opportunity while cooking for him. The poison in Irene Benton's room was available to her, and she had a motive. He was being even more cruel than usual to Miss Benton. That's right, isn't it, Miss Benton?
He does not have to answer. I tell you that he was even more cruel than usual to my Miss Irene. This I cannot stand. I love him, yes, but I love her, too. Even more than I love him. I go to her room. I get bottle marked poison. I poison him. I do it.
That's apparently, Vance. I'll take her downtown. We'll close up shop on this one.
I wouldn't if I were you, Markham. There's no question but that she fed Mr. Benton the carborium chloride, but she didn't murder him.
Well, if she didn't, who did?
Nobody murdered him, Markham. Carborium chloride was the one poison that couldn't kill Walter Benton.
unkind of you to make me wait an hour before you'd clear up this meanest man murder case, Vance, but it was worth waiting for. Now, what was this all about?
Here are the facts, Markham. Benton knew 10 years ago he was going to die someday from an incurable illness that he had. Dr. Larkin is my authority for that statement.
I'm not questioning it, Vance.
Very well. Benton, however, was too mean to just plain die. He wanted his death to look like murder, and he wanted his niece to appear to be the murderess.
But why, Vance?
A grudge he held against her father for some reason or other. That's not important. But this is. Dr. Larkin told me that his laboratory tests indicate that 10 years ago he started taking carborium chloride in small doses, increasing the dose every week. His body thus became immune to it.
Immune to poison?
That's right. I checked it thoroughly. There are two kinds of poison, Markham. Cumulative and non-cumulative. In one of the classifications, the human body can build up an immunity if subjected to the poison in tiny doses at the beginning. Later on, the dose can be increased without danger to the subject. Right here in a book on toxicology, if you'd care to read it.
I'll take your word for it.
Oh, thank you. Anyhow, Markham, when your medical examiner found a quantity of carborium chloride in the dead man, he made the very natural assumption that it was the poison that caused death. What happened was this. Benton felt himself dying.
Excuse me for interrupting, but how is that?
Again, Dr. Larkin is my authority. Dr. Larkin told me he had told Benton that death in his case would be preceded by a sharp pain, a sort of warning a few hours before death was to occur.
I see. Then Benton did know he was about to die.
Right. And knowing that he had a quantity of carborium chloride in him, made the dramatic entrance and exit from this world at the police station. He knew then that he was accusing his niece of murder without ever indicting her.
Why the niece particularly?
Because she used carborium chloride in her work in textile designing. Used a lot for dyes. In fact, Benton used Irene's own chemicals when he began systematically building up a resistance to the carborium. It was quite a clever plan. We're lucky it didn't work.
We most certainly are. You were the reason it didn't work, Vance. You were the only way we'd ever have known that the meanest man murder case wasn't a murder case at all.
So long, fellas. See you all in 3 days. I'll be back, you blooming idiots.
Okay, don't take no wooden shillings, Algy. All that Algy's up my fine.
Wait a minute, Algy. Wait right here.
Hi, Johnny. Nice of you to come down to welcome me.
Don't give me that welcome talk. You know what I'm here for. Did you bring it with you?
Shh. Somebody will hear.
Nobody around to hear me. Did you bring it? That's what I want to know.
I've got it all right, Johnny. Be at my room at 9 o'clock tonight. I'll let you look at it. Only there are 2 other gentlemen who'll be bidding for it, too.
So they'll be bidden.
Yeah.
One thing I'm guaranteeing, Algy. I'm the guy that's going to get it.
Hello, Algy.
Oh, it's Mr. Burke.
That's right, Algy, Mr. Burke. Your ship docked a little while ago. I was watching you when you got off.
I was going to call you as soon as I got my room here, Mr. Burke. Honest, I was.
Perhaps you were. I hope you were, for your sake. Did you bring it with you, Algie?
Aye, but Mr. Burke, you'll have to come here tonight to see it. As you probably know, there are 3 of you gentlemen who want it.
Sure. Johnny Peters, Reginald Sands, and me.
That's right.
I know they both want it.
Mr. Burke, Johnny seems to be sure he's the one that's going to get it.
Algie, please listen and remember this.
Yeah?
If Johnny Peters gets it, you're going to get it right between the eyes.
Hello.
Algie?
Speaking.
Ah, Reginald Sands, Algie, old boy.
Oh, hello.
Well, I see you've arrived on schedule.
Oh, we docked a couple of hours ago.
Very good, old fellow. And, you brought it ashore safely?
I've got it. And it's safe enough right here with me.
Oh, really, old bean, that's top hole. Better keep it with you until I have a chance to get down there, Algie. I want to see it. More than that, I want to buy it.
You'll have to get online, Mr. Sands. You're not the only one who wants the diamond, you know.
Yes, I know. That stone is very much in demand.
That's right.
But, Algie, old top, it had better be me who gets it, because if I don't, you'll have another kind of stone for your very own. A tombstone.
Well, Vance, this is the room where the body was discovered. I'll bring you up to date as quickly as I can.
Thank you, Markham. But let me tell you first what I know.
All right.
The dead man was Algie Corcoran, a steward on a transoceanic liner. He'd been suspected of smuggling, but nothing was ever proven.
Right. Now, smuggling doesn't come under my authority as district attorney, but some of Algie's playmates are pretty rough characters, I understand. He was found shot to death right here last night. His boat docked yesterday afternoon.
What kind of a gun was used?
A Webley English gun.
Oh?
This particular model was at least 12 years old, ballistic show. Nothing unusual was in the room except a tea kettle on the portable stove and 2 teacups which had held tea that had been drunk. But there were no fingerprints on one cup.
The one the murderer drank from. If the dead man had, there'd be no purpose in wiping off the fingerprints. Right, Markham.
No question about that now. Well, Vance, as usual, we give you nothing to work on, but that hasn't stopped you in the past.
There's a first time for everything, my friend. Tell me this. What ship did Algie work on?
The SS Simplon from London.
There was a jewel robbery in London about 2 weeks ago in which the famous 40-carat Elton diamond was stolen. Algie is a suspected smuggler.
I see what you mean.
For a case that seemingly has no clues, Markham, I'd say we have rather a clear picture of what happened. Now let's see what progress we can make.
Well, come, old man. It can't take all that time.
No. You ever try to cut a 40-carat diamond, Mr. Sands?
I steal them. Cutting them is your department.
I've got to be very careful. You want this stone split exactly in half so it will no longer be recognized as the Elton diamond, but can be sold for matched earrings. 2 20-carat stones will bring you almost as much as 1 40-carat one.
Yes, and it'll be a whole lot less recognizable, old fellow. All right, go ahead. I won't interrupt you.
I'm almost finished. I'll put the Elton in this vise. Put my diamond cutter right here. And just tap it once with this mallet. That ought to do it.
Good.
Where'd you get the diamond, Mr. Sands? It was lifted in London 2 weeks ago.
I know. Never mind where I got it. Go ahead, old fellow. Tap it again with that thing, please.
Very well. Here goes. The lights. Who turned out the lights? Mr. Sands, we're in the dark.
And it seems as if I'm in a bit of a predicament. I can't see you, but look, whoever you are in this room, let's make a bargain. I'll give you half of everything.
He'll give me half.
That you, Joe?
It's me, Edna. What a day.
Busy?
And how? What's for dinner?
I won't tell you. It's a surprise. All right?
Sure, Dan. I have a surprise for you, too.
Oh, let me see.
Later.
Honey, no teasing.
Honey, no begging.
Oh, please, if it's a surprise, let me see it. Please, Joe.
What's for dinner?
Roast beef. Now, what's your surprise?
These.
Oh, Joe.
Pretty, aren't they, Edna?
Yeah.
2 perfectly matched 20-carat stones. Had to kill a man to get them.
Oh, the stones are lovely. I've never seen such fire.
Had to knock out a guy, too. Killed the fellow who cut the stones, knocked out the guy who lifted them from Algie Corcoran. The steward you read about?
The one that was killed? Sure, I read about him. Oh, Joe, these stones are the most beautiful I've ever seen.
Well, you keep admiring them. I'm going and wash up. I'll be out in a minute, and the roast beef better be ready and good.
Oh, it will be, Joe. You can be sure of that. Now.
Philo Vance speaking.
Vance, my name is Endon Burke. My husband is Joe Burke. He just killed a man.
What did you say?
I said my husband killed a man, a diamond cutter, he said.
Where is he now?
He's washing up. He can't hear me with the water running. Vance, I've been saving your telephone number, waiting for something like this. You've got to catch Joe, and then I'll be rid of him once and for all.
Where are you?
Harris Apartments. Hurry up, Vance.
I'll be there with the District Attorney Markham inside half an hour. Goodbye.
That wasn't very nice, Edna.
Joe.
I heard, honey. I heard everything.
Oh, no,
You told Vance to come over, and then you'll be rid of me once and for all.
No, I didn't.
You know, it seems to me that when he gets here, it'll be the other way around.
There's the apartment door, Markham.
Yes.
I only hope that Joe Burke didn't overhear his wife talking to me on the telephone.
We'll know in a minute, Vance.
That we will. If he did hear her, he'd think nothing of killing her. I'm sure of that.
Hear anything, Vance?
Not yet.
Vance, thank goodness you've come.
Where is he, Mrs. Burke?
In here. Come in, please.
This is District Attorney Markham, Mrs. Burke.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Where's your husband?
There he is, lying on the floor over there. He's dead. I shot him.
What is this, Mrs. Burke?
He heard me phoning Vance. He tried to kill me. We struggled, and his gun went off, and he dropped. I know I should be hysterical and all that, but I'm not the type. He tried to kill me. He got killed. That's all there is to it.
I wouldn't say that. There's a whole lot more to it than that. You said he told you he killed a diamond cutter.
Yeah.
Well, a diamond cutter was found dead this afternoon. We suspected he may have been used to cut up the Elton diamond and then was killed.
I don't know anything about that.
Your husband didn't mention anything about any diamond?
Not a thing. Oh, here's my husband's gun. I took it from him after he fell.
I think you'll find it's the one used to kill the diamond cutter, Markham, but not the one that killed the British steward.
You're right, Vance. This is an American-made automatic. However, Burke might have used another gun to murder Algie Corcoran.
Perhaps. Mrs. Burke, did your husband drink tea?
Are you kidding? He never drank tea.
Well, in that case, Markham, we'll have to look for another murderer.
Good afternoon.
How do you do? What can I do for you, please?
I'd like to know if you'd be interested in buying a pair of perfectly matched diamonds.
Diamonds? How big, please?
20 carats each.
20 carats?
Uh-huh.
That's a lot. Stolen, of course.
Does that make any difference?
Not to me. You would want a lot of money for them.
No, they're worth a lot. Here, take a look for yourself.
Very beautiful. It'd take some time for me to get rid of these.
Put them away. Somebody's coming in.
Somebody is in, Mrs. Burke. Somebody named me.
Vance, you followed me.
That's a logical conclusion. Yes, I did. And I'll take those stones if nobody minds.
Mister, if you're the police, take them. I know nothing about them. This lady brought them in. She asked me to buy them.
All right, I have nothing against you. Well, Mrs. Burke, apparently you left out part of your story, didn't you?
Vance, I told you the honest truth. Joe did try to kill me, and the gun did go off while we were struggling. Afterwards, I got the idea of taking these 2 stones, but the rest of the story was the truth. I swear it was.
Take it
I
easy,
never
Mrs.
would think
Burke. You weren't the hysterical type. Remember, that's what you told Markham and me. Just relax. And the 5 of us will take a trip to Mr. Markham's office.
The 5 of us?
Yes, this gentleman and the 2 stones and myself. I imagine he'll be glad to see us all.
I beg your pardon, old boy, but I'll have to deny the district attorney that pleasure. I'll take the stones.
Who are you?
But it wouldn't matter if I told you my name, because to be perfectly frank, old man, I change it almost as often as I change my shirt. But I'll take those stones, old fellow. Now.
Please, Mr. Vance, give them to me. He'll start to shoot if you don't.
Oh, there's no question about that. Well, then, Well, I don't have any choice in the matter. Here they are. Oh, no, don't throw them. I know all the tricks. Just leave them on the counter and walk away 3 steps with your back toward me. That's it. Now, all of you, walk. Well, I should say we ought to walk, Mrs. Burke. Allow
Okay.
me. Oh, quite the gentleman, aren't you, Vance, old boy? Quite a smart gentleman, too. And now I'll just take these diamonds. Actually, they belong to me, by the way.
There's a family in London that might dispute that statement.
Oh, I don't doubt it. Let us just say that I'm the American owner. It was I who had them when we, the diamond cutter and I, were hijacked by this lady's husband, Joe Burke. I knew he was after the stones, and I was watching his house and followed Mrs. Burke when she left with you after her.
We made quite a parade, I imagine.
Yes, all we needed was a banner and a band.
You say those stones belong to you, that you're the American owner?
Yes.
Does that mean you killed Algy Corcoran to get them?
The resourceful, redoubtable Philo Vance asks as leading a question as that. Why, it's hard to believe you'd be that obvious, Vance.
I apologize.
I accept your apologies.
I promise not to ask any more questions. And I promise you this. Within 24 hours, I'll have all the answers to this case, including knowing who you are and proving you killed Algy, if you did.
This is District Attorney Markham. The teacup murder case opened with the killing of Algy Corcoran, suspected smuggler. His murderer, we're sure, drank a cup of tea either before or after killing him and stealing the famous Elton diamond, which we are sure Corcoran brought across with him. Vance knows that the Elton has been cut up into 2 separate stones to prevent identification and was on the trail of the stones when he was held up. And they were taken from him by a man whom he didn't know but who spoke with a marked British accent. He has promised to report any new developments to me, and I expect to be in touch with him.
Markham speaking. Is that you, Vance?
Yes, Markham. I've made several very interesting conjectures about this case, and I'd like to tell you about them.
Where are you now?
At home, but we can discuss this over the phone.
All right.
In my opinion, the teacup we found at Corcoran's room is the key to this entire case, Markham.
That's what I believed when you asked me to name it the teacup murder case for our records, but I'm not sure of the exact significance of the cup.
I'll explain that to you, but apparently I can't do it now. All I'll tell you is a very apparent fact. The killer is British. There's someone at my door. I'll check back with you later, Markham.
Do that, Vance. Bye.
Goodbye.
Vance, let me in, please.
Well, come in, my friend. Sorry to see you so badly beaten up, but it's nice to see you without a gun in your hand. Here, sit down right there.
Thank you. You recognize me, don't you?
Yes. You're the man who held me up at the diamond store and took the 2 stones from me. What happened to you? To them? And, to your British accent?
Look, I'm going to give you this straight, Vance, because I need help. I was taking those diamonds back to my place when I got slugged and beaten up. Who it was that clipped me, I don't know, but he sure did a good job.
Yes, he did. By the way, who are you?
My name is Sands, Reginald Sands. That's my current name, anyhow. I used to work the boats. I'm a card man.
Cheating passengers in fixed games,
No, the games weren't fixed, just the cards.
No.
Anyhow, I got to meet Algy Corcoran on board one trip, and I knew he was going to grab the Elton diamond over there and peddle it here, so I wanted to buy it.
So you went down to his room, killed him, and took it.
Look, let's not start that over again, Vance. The important thing is that I haven't got the Elton stones. And I don't want the guy who has them to keep them.
Understandable, of course. And it's also understandable why you don't go to the police with your problem. By the way, what happened to your British accent?
Oh, it was knocked out of me by the guy who clipped me. See, I was born in Illinois, Vance, but I put on a phony accent when I worked the boats. You'd be surprised how a British accent can help me in my work, Vance.
Well, let's not discuss that now. Just give me an idea as to who might have done that manual tattoo work on your face.
Could have been only one guy. Johnny Peters.
That's a new name to me. Who's he?
Look, Algy told me 3 guys wanted the Elton. Joe Burke, he's dead, me, and Johnny Peters. I have a hunch Peters is the character that did a job on me. And I'll tell you where you can find him.
Do that. And once I get in his apartment, I'll find what I can get out of him.
Hey, let's see you do that dance you do at the club, baby.
Okay.
Only this time, nobody's going to be watching except me. Here, I'll turn on the phonograph.
Hey, what kind of record is that?
Oh, Johnny, cutie, I put that on while I was waiting for you to come home. Leave it. So, classical.
Who needs it? I want something with a beat so you can hook.
Oh, yeah.
What's the use of having a girlfriend who can hop the buck if you can't watch her every once in a while? Like now, huh?
Oh, I'll dance for you, Johnny. Anytime. Give me another glim at those diamonds you got, will you, huh?
What's it worth to you?
This? Let's see the rocks, Johnny. Just once more, huh? I won't touch them. Just let me look, huh?
Okay. There you are.
Gee. Oh, look what happens when the light hits them. They sparkle just like rhinestones. Gee, I'd like a costume made of them.
Oh. All she wants is a costume made of 20-carat diamonds. Right away, baby. I'll make you one with my own lily white hands. Right away.
Oh, they sure are pretty.
They sure are.
Yeah.
A couple of guys have been killed for these rocks. One guy got beaten up pretty bad on account of them. But I got him. And I'm going to keep him.
Who's that?
I don't know. Kill that phonograph while I stash these stones and find out.
Okay, I will.
Now let whoever it is try to find him. If that's what he's looking for.
Where'd you put him, Johnny?
Baby, do you see any green in my eyes?
I know.
Think I'd trust you?
Johnny,
Shut
you
up. All I see was at the door. I got nothing to hide from nobody now. Well? Who are you?
My name is Vance. Nice of you to ask me in.
I didn't ask you nothing, much less in. What do you want, Vance?
Well, right at the moment, I want to know why you're wearing adhesive tape on your right hand.
I cut myself when I was shaving.
On your hand?
I'm the neat type. What's it to you, Vance?
I'm looking for the Elton diamond, only it's 2 diamonds now. And I'm also looking for a killer. I think I'll find both together.
Well, don't look at Baby there. She don't know the right time.
Who don't? It's 8:30.
You see what I mean, Vance?
I'm not interested in her right now. It's you I want to talk to. You're Johnny Peters.
So?
So I don't think you'll mind if I look around your apartment, do you?
Oh, but I do. Very much.
In that case, please stop me. Please try, I mean. It would make me very happy.
Never let it be said that I didn't try to make a guy happy. How's for this, Vance? Laughing yet?
No, but I'm going to be enjoying myself for the next few minutes. I can see that.
Cut it out! Oh, stop it! Kill him, Johnny!
Well, that's that.
You hurt him. Vance, you killed him. Oh, you murderer, you. I could... Gee, you got nice eyes.
The better to see that telephone with, my dear. Excuse me just a second. You'd better get some water and throw it in your boyfriend's face.
Oh, sure. I'll get some right away.
Markham speaking.
This is Vance. Markham, can you reach Mrs. Joe Burke?
Yes, she's in custody. She'll have to stand trial for her husband's death, you know.
Well, I want you to have her down in your office. You had Sergeant Heath pick up a fellow named Reginald Sands at my apartment. Have him there, too.
All right. When will you be here?
As soon as I can make it. And I'll have company with me. A mug named Johnny Peters. The one person who killed Algie Corcoran and started us on this case is included in the 3, Markham. It's either Mrs. Burke, Peters, or Sands. I don't know which one it is, but I guarantee I'll know 20 minutes after I get to your office. Come on, Peters. Don't make me drag you in. You're too heavy.
You hit awful hard, Vance. I don't hardly know where I am.
You're outside District Attorney Markham's office. And in a second, you'll be in there. Like now.
Here's Vance.
Sit over there, Johnny. That seat right there.
Okay, what can I lose? Hi, Sands.
Hi.
You look like you ran into a truck. What happened to you?
You look like you met the same truck.
Hello, Mrs. Burke.
What did you want me here for, Vance?
You'll find out. Thank you, Markham, for the trouble I put you to.
No trouble, Vance. Well, what happens now?
A little experiment. I have 3 lists of girls' names on these sheets of paper in my pocket. One goes to each of my suspects. Here you are, Mrs. Burke.
What do I do with it?
I'll tell you later. Yours, Peters.
Gee, this is what I've always wanted. A piece of paper.
Your list, Mr. Sands.
Thanks so much.
Mrs. Burke, read me the names on that paper. Keep
Yeah.
going till I stop you.
Okay. Alice, Beatrice, Clarice, Dorothy, Evelyn, Frances, Grace.
That's enough.
Okay.
Mr. Peters.
How do you know I can read?
Can you?
Sure. Alice, Beatrice, Clarice, Evelyn, Frances, Grace,
Hold it.
Harriet. It's a pleasure.
Mr. Sands.
My turn, huh?
That's right.
All right. Alice, Beatrice, Clarice, Dorothy, Evelyn, Frances, Grace, Harriet, more, Vance?
No, thank you, Mr. Sands. You've gone far enough. Markham, you can make your arrest now.
I don't doubt it. But which one is the killer we're looking for?
Couldn't you tell, Markham? Why, the murderer is Johnny Peters, of course.
Markham, I know you want an explanation, and you're entitled to one.
I not only want it, Vance, I need it. Why were you so sure the murderer had to be Johnny Peters?
To begin with, I was always certain the killer of Algy Corcoran was an Englishman. That required no genius. The weapon used, a 12-year-old Webley, was British. The fact that he drank a cup of tea with his victim while either about to murder Algy or right after was another indication that he was British.
So far, so good. But how'd you know Peters was English? He certainly didn't sound it when he talked.
Finding which of our suspects was English was the hard part of this case. Peters had been over here a number of years, Markham,
Yes.
long enough to lose his accent when he talked.
Yes.
But not long enough to lose his inclination for tea, and when he read, the fact that he was English reached right out and asserted itself.
Yeah. Of course, you know that I don't know how it did.
The pronunciation of the name Evelyn, Markham. The English don't say Evelyn, they say Evelyn.
Of course.
That's how Peters pronounced it when he was reading that list of names I prepared for just that purpose.
Well, I'll be darned. His confession proves you were right, of course, and we found the diamonds in his apartment, but I'm still not clear on the mechanics of this case. What actually happened that night in Algy's room?
Very simple, Markham. Algy sold the Elton diamond to Reginald Sands. Sands left, and in came Peters. Algy made him tea, and then announced he'd sold the Elton to Sands. Furious at what he considered a double cross, Peters shot Algy with his Webley pistol. A gun he carried because he'd had it for so long he knew it couldn't be traced.
Then he wiped his fingerprints from the teacup he used and left.
Yes. Now, before he'd reached Algy's, Joe Burke, who was later killed by his wife, called Algy, and Algy told him he'd sold the Elton diamond to Sands. Follow that?
Yes, of course.
Well, the rest we know. Sands took the stone to be cut. Joe Burke came in, shot the cutter, and knocked out Sands. He came home, and his wife called us. What followed after that, you know.
That I do. And it isn't the only thing I know either. I know this is the end of the teacup murder case.
All right, you know what you have to do now, Art. After the fall from the balcony, we stop the camera and we pan into you lying on the floor, right?
Yes, go ahead and shoot the scene. I'll be where I'm supposed to be.
Okay. Now, Joe, those lights.
How do you like that guy, Joyce? I've only been in 70 Western movies. In every one of them, there's a scene like this.
I don't think Mr. Haley would tell you anything if he wasn't sure there was a reason. You are a little unreliable, you know, Art, despite what the kids think of you and those 70 Westerns.
Well, I'm with friends. I can see that.
All right, cut it out, Art. We want to shoot this scene. All right, you two up on the balcony. You start slugging, you wrestle, and both of you fall over the balcony, right?
Right. Got it.
All right. Quiet, everybody.
Quiet.
Quiet. All right, now. We can pick both of you guys up on a microphone, so make this good and real. All right, let's make this. Sound. Sound's ready. Quiet, everybody. Roll 'em.
Production number 11254. Scene 6. Take it away.
Action.
All right, I tell you. There you go. All right, there you go.
Dirty swine, I tell you.
Get away from me.
Okay, cut. All right, that was good. That was great. Fine. Well, that stuntman we've got doubling for you really can take falls, can't he, Art?
That's what he's paid to do, isn't it?
Yeah, but everyone doesn't do what he gets paid to do around here. For instance,
You're paid to act.
Who's writing your dialogue, Ed? Bill Moore?
Very funny.
Hasn't he got enough trouble with the lines in this picture? This is the worst talk I've ever had to say.
Well, I guess this is a typical Art Ingram picture, isn't it? You've griped about everything so far. Your story, your lines, your leading lady.
Oh, you're not too bad.
Thanks. Tell me, you do think your horse is all right?
Sarcasm's catching around this place. What do you say, Ed? Let's get on with the next scene.
All right, suits me. All right, places for next scene, everybody. Places. Places. I will run through it once and then shoot it. Let's try to make the first one a take.
Joyce, look at the way those extras move when Ed yells at them. What a life. Yeah, what a life that double of mine leads. You realize, Joyce, that I was supposed to take that fall from the balcony.
I realize it very well. You have no idea how I wish you had taken it. Maybe you wouldn't have gotten up.
Partner, put down that 6-shooter, he said.
Bill? Bill, are you busy?
Oh, no. I'm just banging on this typewriter to keep my fingers limber. What's up, Joycey?
Oh, I just came off a set. Been working with Art Ingram all morning, yeah. Are you really not busy, Bill?
I'm doing some last-minute rewrites on tomorrow's scene, Joyce. Art was complaining about his lines, and Ed wants to keep peace in the family, so little Billy goes to work. He can wait, though. Why do you ask?
I'm not complaining, Bill, but I wish you'd write me some smart lines, some things that'll give me a chance to stand out. I've got all I can do to get my face in the camera when I work with Art.
That bum knows more tricks than a monkey.
You're not kidding.
I'll do a rewrite on your lines for you, Joyce. Glad to do it.
Oh, gee, that's swell. Apparently you don't like him either.
What do you mean, either? I don't like him, but I didn't think there was any friction between you two.
Well, there is. Tell me something, Bill. What reason do you have for hating Art?
You really want to know?
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you. I had a kid sister in college a couple of years ago. She was terrific. Pretty, had talent, was engaged to the campus hero. Had everything her own way.
What college, Bill?
Daniels University. Remember Joe Layton, All-American end?
Well...
Intercollegiate heavyweight champ, baseball and track star?
I know the name.
Well, that was the guy Mary was engaged to. And one day, Art Ingram went up to Daniels U to shoot some scenes for a picture, and he met my sister. She didn't have sense enough to tell me she'd met him, but she fell all over herself, falling in love with the guy. She quit school, followed him back to the coast, and 6 months later committed suicide.
Oh, no.
Oh, huh? Yes, with a capital Y. Someday Ingram and I are going to settle up about Mary. I promised myself that a long time ago.
Bill, don't do anything about Art that'll get you in trouble. He isn't worth it. Believe me, he isn't.
Don't worry, Joyce. When I do something about Art, it won't get me into any trouble. I guarantee that.
Oh, keep those horses quiet, will you, fellas? We don't need them till the next scene. Now get them away so we don't pick them up on this microphone. That's good.
That's all right.
All right, that's fine. Joyce, you know the action in this scene.
I'm not in the first part of it.
Huh?
Art comes galloping up, rides in front of the camera, and then rides out. He's
that-
supposed to be chasing the bandits who have me.
Fine, all right. One thing that guy can really do is ride. Quiet, everybody!
Quiet! Quiet!
Okay, let's make this. Sound. Sound's ready. Quiet, everybody. Roll 'em.
Production number 11254, scene 7. Take it away.
Action. Holy mackerel, what a thing to happen to me. Ingram's been thrown. Come on, Joyce.
Yeah.
All right, get back. Everybody get back. I don't touch him.
Nobody's touched him. Ed. Look at him. He's not moving.
Come on, let us through there. Let us through, will you?
Ed.
He's lying pretty still. I'll see in a minute if he's hurt
Ed.
bad. He's dead, Joyce. Looks to me like his neck's broken. Must have landed on it.
Ed, look at his hand.
What about it?
When he rode past us a second ago, that big diamond ring of his was on his finger. I saw it.
So did I. You couldn't miss it. Hey, it's not there.
And nobody touched the body before we got here. What happened to the ring, Ed?
I don't know. All I know is what happened to Art Ingram.
Like organ music, Vance?
I like practically every kind of music, Markham. It's very restful. And so's your driving, by the way. For a district attorney, you drive very well.
How are district attorneys supposed to drive?
Oh, you know, full of fire and fury, always in a hurry to get somewhere.
Not on my day off, Vance, and not when accompanied by my favorite of private investigators.
Well, thank you.
Come to think of it, if I do drive a little faster, we'll make my apartment by dinner time. I have an appointment with Mrs. Markham, and I don't want to be late.
Late, Markham? Nothing's either late or early. Time is a convenience that we humans decided upon to facilitate appointments or to make a schedule practical. I never make appointments, and I live by no schedule, so time is relatively meaningless to me.
Your remark comes under the same category, my friend.
We interrupt this organ concert to bring you a news report. Art Ingram, well-known movie cowboy, was killed in an accident this morning when his horse threw him.
Vance.
Very unfortunate.
Witnesses supply a fantastic angle to the accident. His director and co-star insist that when Ingram rode past the camera a few seconds before his death, a diamond ring was seen on his finger. When he was thrown, without ever being out of their sight, the ring was missing. We return you now to...
Why turn off the radio, Vance? I thought you enjoyed the organ concert.
There's one thing I enjoy more, Markham.
Yes, and I know what it is. It's investigating murders. But apparently Art Ingram wasn't murdered. And if he was, you certainly have no way of knowing it.
Haven't I? I think otherwise.
Now, wait a minute, Vance. Don't tell me that just because that ring is missing, you think Ingram was murdered.
The missing ring has nothing to do with it, Markham. They'll find the ring. It probably fell off Mr. Ingram's hand and is in the bushes somewhere. But something proves to me that man was murdered. Markham, your day off is herewith canceled. We're going to work.
That's how it happened, Vance. Exactly how it happened.
He rode past you and the camera, Miss Payne.
Yes.
He was leaning over the horse's neck as if to get more speed from him. Then he fell off a few seconds later and landed on his head.
And Vance, his neck was broken. That all makes sense.
Not to me.
Why don't you settle for being half right, Vance? They found the ring just as you said they would. It had fallen off Ingram's hand and was in the bushes at the side of the road. Why do you insist he was murdered?
I'll explain that to you, Markham, but not now. Miss Payne.
Yes?
Did Mr. Ingram have any enemies in this troop?
Why don't you ask me if he had any friends? That'd be easier to answer.
I see what you mean. Are you included in the camp of the enemies?
Ingram didn't bother me one way or another. All I can tell you is I didn't like him. But there is somebody here who hated him.
Who's that?
Bill Moore. He wrote the scenario for the picture we were shooting. Believe me, Vance, he had a reason for seeing Ingram dead.
That automatically gives me a reason for seeing him. Markham.
Of course, Vance. Mr. Moore, please. Yes? Thank you, Mr. Moore. Come right in here, if you will.
Well?
Hello, Mr. Moore.
Hello.
I understand you and Art Ingram didn't get on very well.
Who told you that, Joyce?
Well, it's true, isn't it?
Just because it's true doesn't mean it has to be public property. Okay, Mr. Vance, I hated Art Ingram. What are you going to do about it?
Well, I don't know at the moment, young man. But if you did anything about killing him, I promise you I'll do something about that.
What am I going to do? I'm going to try and finish the picture, of course. What? No close-ups. I'll shoot all the scenes that Ingram was supposed to do with his double. That guy'll have the most famous back in show business when I'm through. What? Yeah, okay. Well, if there's any more trouble, I'll call you. So long.
Mr. Haley, you gonna let me finish the picture?
That's right, Wally. You're going to take Art's place. And we only need you for a couple of scenes.
Oh, well, gosh, I'm not sure that I can do that, Mr. Haley.
Okay, so you're not sure. I am.
It's very hard for me to remember more than one thing at a time, Mr. Haley.
Yeah, okay. Now, we'll shoot the scenes in pieces.
Yeah, but I was...
Don't worry, will you, Wally? Haven't I got enough problems? With Vance and Markham and a couple of cops lousing up the studio and me trying to get a picture finished? Am I going to have trouble with you, too?
Oh, no, sir, Mr. Haley. I don't give anybody any trouble. Only I'm really a stuntman, not an actor.
Yeah, I know. Now, will you stop worrying? Leave that to me. Now, you be on a set ready to work at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Oh, this is great. This is fine. I start out shooting a cowboy picture and I wind up making a murder mystery.
Vance, are you in there?
Come in, Markham. I'm using the director's office for my own temporarily. I need someplace to concentrate while I'm correlating my findings on this movie murder case.
And what are your findings, Vance?
Well, I've questioned everybody in sight, Markham. That includes the director, Ed Haley, Ingram's co-star, Joyce Payne, the writer, Bill Moore, and Ingram's double, Wally Douglas. But if I add up what I found out from all of them combined, I'd still have nothing. That Douglas interests me, though.
Ingram's double?
Mm-hmm.
Is it your idea that he killed Ingram thinking he could take the star's place?
Hardly. He's no actor, and he knows it. He's an ex-pugilist, Markham. Was beaten up pretty badly in the ring, I understand. Of course, that's not unusual.
Vance, let's understand each other. Both of us are working on this case. Neither of us, apparently, has made any headway. But you do know something that I don't, so let's start from there, shall we?
You want to know how I knew it was murder. Is that it, Markham?
It most certainly is.
Well, that's reasonably simple. How many Art Ingram pictures have you seen?
Oh, few, I guess. I don't know actually why.
You remember the scenes where he rides horseback?
Of course, he was an excellent rider. Oh, now I get it. You've built a whole murder theory on the premise that a rider as good as Ingram wouldn't slip off his horse. Now, Vance.
That reproachful tone would be used correctly if that was what I built my theory on. But it isn't, Markham. I've seen a dozen Ingram pictures. In every one of them, he rode horseback, and in every one of them, he wore gloves when he rode.
That's not unusual. Most cowboy stars, maybe all of them, wear gloves when they're riding.
That is exactly why I knew Ingram was murdered. His director and co-star saw the ring on his finger when he rode past them, remember? If
yes.
the ring was seen on his finger, he couldn't have been wearing gloves. Yet he always wore gloves when he got on a horse. Now, what's the answer, Markham?
Oh, he didn't get on the horse. He was put on after he was dead.
You're right. His killer figured out a way to make it look like an accident. Now I've got to think of a way to figure out the killer.
This is District Attorney Markham. The movie murder case began when Art Ingram, cowboy star, was thrown from his horse. But Philo Vance reasoned that what looked like an accident was actually murder. Suspects include Ingram's director, his co-star, and a scriptwriter, Bill Moore, although Vance finds Wally Douglas, stuntman, an interesting character. In an effort to finish the picture, director Ed Haley is shooting an outdoor scene with Wally Douglas acting as Ingram. And Vance and I are interested spectators. It is the following...
You'll be interested in this, Markham, Vance. Now, in a scene, the hero rides right past us. He doesn't know the bridge up ahead is washed out, and he's heading for sure destruction. When the heroine, that's Joyce, the heroine rides up in back of him and lassos him.
While both of them are riding at top speed?
Well, in a Western movie, nobody ever rides any other way. We've rehearsed this scene several times, and we're ready to shoot it.
Miss Payne actually lassos Wally Douglas.
Oh, yes, she's very good with the rope. You watch and see. Okay, here we go, everybody. Miss Payne, ready?
Ready.
Wally Douglas?
Okay.
All right, let's make this. Quiet, everybody.
Quiet.
No sound. Quiet, everybody. Roll 'em.
Production number 11254, scene 7. Take it away.
Action.
All right, boy, come on. Hit it.
Okay, Joyce, now throw that lasso. Throw it. All right, cut. All right, that's it. Print that one. We'll dub in the sound later.
That young lady's very good with the rope, isn't she, Mr. Haley?
Joyce, she's sensational. Terrific. Why?
Yes, Vance, why?
No reason. Must there be a reason for everything I say, Markham?
No, but there generally is, isn't there?
Joyce?
Bill, what are you doing in my dressing room?
I'm here to take care of you, Joyce. That's what I'm here for. I didn't have a chance before this to really show you how I feel about you telling Vance about me and Art Ingram.
He'd have found out anyhow, Billy. Vance would have found a way of...
That's nothing to what I'm going to do to you, kid. Maybe this will teach you to keep your mouth shut.
No, you don't. You don't get away with slapping me, you two-bit, no-talent...
My hair. Let go of my
You were going
hair.
to teach me, were you? I'll show you
Somebody's
a
at
thing
the
or
door.
two.
Let's quit this quick.
Who's there?
It's I, Philo Vance. May I come in?
Come on.
Oh, hi, Vance. Joyce and I were just running over a scene.
Yes, I heard part of it from outside. Scene is quite the word.
You Want to know what happened in here, don't you, Vance?
I'd hate to think I couldn't guess. Actually, I came looking for you, Mr. Moore. I've just found out the reason you hated Art Ingram.
You found out about my sister?
That's right.
I could have saved you a lot of trouble, Vance. After the way this guy busted in on me, believe me, I'd have told you all the details myself.
Your sister was very young, very pretty, engaged to the campus hero. 4-letter man, is that right, Moore?
That's right.
She killed herself a few months after she left college to follow the late Mr. Ingram. You didn't want me to know about that, did you, Moore?
No, but not for any reason that you think. I didn't want you to know because I didn't want that story dragged out again. Is that wrong?
Not if that was the reason.
I told you it was.
Miss Payne.
Yes?
I watched you lasso Mr. Ingram's double this morning. You're quite strong.
What about it?
Well, somebody, whoever killed Ingram, had to boost him up to his saddle after he was dead. To tell you the truth, I didn't suspect you at first because you're a girl.
Well?
To continue telling you the truth, that fact doesn't continue to keep you off my list of suspects.
Sit here next to me on this crane, Vance. And when we begin shooting, it'll swing up and out and come right over the action.
This is very interesting, Mr. Haley. Thank you very much. What happens in this scene?
Well, it's a mountain cabin, see? Well, the hero walks in, finds one of the cattle rustlers guarding the girl, and knocks him out. We'll use Wally Douglas, of course, but he's been instructed to keep his back to the camera. I hope he can remember a simple thing like that.
Douglas has approximately the same build as the late Mr. Ingram.
Just about. Okay, everybody. Quiet.
Quiet.
Okay, let's make this. Sound. Sound's ready. Quiet, everybody. Roll 'em.
Production 11254. Scene 47. Take it away.
Action.
So.
Look out, Art. He's got a gun.
Well, if he has, he won't get a chance to use it.
Oh, thank goodness you got here, darling. Please put your arms around me. You deserve it, you know. After all, you were the victor.
The victor? Well, to the victor? Victor over the verdant field.
Cut. Hold it, everybody.
What was wrong, Mr. Haley?
You'll hear in a second, Vance. Oh, Wally Douglas. Your line is supposed to be, to the victor belongs the spoils. What happened to it, Wally?
Oh, gosh. I'm sorry, Mr. Haley. I just couldn't remember it.
Oh, where'd you get the line you did remember?
I don't know. It just came to me.
Well, tell it to go away and not come around anymore. We don't want it.
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's make the whole scene over again. Places, everybody. Oh, Wally.
Yes, Mr. Haley.
Will you please remember your lines and keep your back to the camera?
Okay.
All right, everybody. You, Pete, get off the floor.
Well, I have to take another poke in the jaw from Wally. He hits like a mule.
Well, fake that punch, will you, Wally? You almost broke Pete's jaw.
I'm sorry, Mr. Haley. I forget things.
Yeah, I know. Places, everybody. All right, let's do this again. Make it right this time.
Excuse me, please, Mr. Haley, but do you mind if I leave?
Why, no, not at all. This getting boring, Vance?
On the contrary, it's very interesting. In fact, I might almost say revealing.
You might at least tell me what you're looking up, Vance.
I will in a moment, Markham. Here it is. The quotation is from Pope. Victor over the verdant field.
Whatever that means.
It means a great deal to me, Markham. And it's going to mean a great deal more, I believe, after I make a long-distance phone call.
Listen and listen close. I know it's 3:30 in the morning, but I couldn't call before because I've been watched. I know you killed Art Ingram, but I hated him too. Hated him enough to give you a chance to get away. You see, Philo Vance knows you killed Art. Don't ask me how. He knows it, that's all. There's a train out of here at 5 o'clock. That gives you an hour and a half to get packed, blow, and remember me in your dreams. So long. How did I do, Vance?
Very well, Miss Payne, very well. You see, I'm quite certain that you just spoke to Mr. Ingram's murderer. Now, Mr. Markham and I are going to get the proof we need.
You know, I haven't been up this late or this early in years, Vance.
It is almost 4:30 in the morning, isn't it, Markham? And our man hasn't shown up yet. The train should be here in a few minutes, and so should he. In fact, look.
Where, Vance?
It's very dark, Markham, but isn't that a shadow over there by the station platform?
I don't see... Oh, yes, it is. It is, Vance. It's a man.
It's more than a man, Markham. It's our man. Better get in back of him in case there's trouble. Got a gun, Markham?
Yes.
Keep it handy. I'm going right up to him. Hello there.
Huh?
Going somewhere?
Oh, it's you, Vance. Oh, so the tip was straight. You did know it was me, didn't you? Well, you're a sucker for trying to take me, Vance, because I'm going to...
I'm glad you did that, Markham. Very happy indeed that you knocked him out.
If I hadn't, he most certainly would have knocked you out, Vance. He was just about to. And now, if I'm not too inquisitive, who is he?
Use your flashlight, Markham. I know you'll want to get a look at our murdering friend.
I don't have my flashlight, and it's too dark to see.
In that case, I'll enlighten you. The murderer of Art Ingram, Markham, was his own double, Wally Douglas. You know, Markham, I've never done anything quite like this before.
You mean sitting in a private projection room and seeing yourself on the screen?
That's right.
I asked you to have a film and recording made of your explanation of the movie murder case so that we'd have it for our home, Vance. Mrs. Markham and I have a new 16mm projector, and Mr. Haley practically begged to be allowed to shoot this for us.
I'll know whether I'm indebted to him or not as soon as I see what I look like and hear what I sound like.
Please don't forget I'm in the picture, too, Vance.
Ready to begin any time, Mr. Vance.
Well, that might as well be now.
Good enough. Lights out. Here we go.
Markham, you wanted to know why Wally Douglas killed Art Ingram and how I knew it was he who had done it.
That's right, Vance.
Well, to begin with, I was watching a fight scene being photographed when I saw Mr. Douglas knock out one of the actors with a powerful right hand.
Oh, that's the beginning.
His entire appearance indicated he had been a professional fighter, and that blow proved it.
That still doesn't tie him up with the Ingram murder.
No, but he made a curious speech when he had knocked out the man. He said something about the victor and verdant fields.
I remember when that puzzled me.
That was a very learned quotation to be used by an ex-pug. In fact, I had to look it up to find that it was written by Alexander Pope.
That suggested to you, then, that Wally Douglas, the double, had been well educated.
Reasonably well, at any rate. There was no question but that the beatings he had taken in the prize ring had affected his mind a bit.
Pathetic
but it still functioned to an extent where he remembered certain incidents and lines from his past.
That long-distance phone call you made.
Oh, that really
Whom was it made to?
You know, really.
Daniels University. I wanted a description of the four-letter athlete who had been the fiancée of the girl who killed herself over Ingram.
You mean the sister of Bill Moore, the writer?
Correct. I got the description, Markham, and also found that the fiancée had majored in English and that Alexander Pope was one of his favorite authors. It seems that after his fiancée's death, he left college, went into the ring, and quit after absorbing terrific punishment. After that, he lived only to get revenge on the man who took the girl he loved from him.
That's it, Mr. Vance.
You figured out his murder scheme, Vance, just because he forgot to put gloves on Ingram's hands before boosting him onto his horse.
That was the beginning of our activities, Markham. And now, this is the end of the movie murder case.
Yes, please. Anything else, please?
What do you got so far?
Lady, order one chow mein, one roast pork, one fried rice. What the gentleman have?
Tell the cook I want some din yipar.
Sorry, please. Din yipar, not Chinese dish. I never heard din yipar.
You tell the cook what I said.
Yes, please. I tell him. So sorry, please.
That's all I got to do, argue with a Chinese waiter.
Oh, why should he be different? You argue with everybody.
Keep up that kind of talk, and I go to work on you, Georgie.
Well, anything would be better than just sitting here staring at you. Hey, what is this din yip har you ordered? I never heard of it either.
Who cares what you heard of? I bet you never heard of the Declaration of Independence.
Sure I did, but you didn't order that.
Oh.
Johnny.
What?
What's got into you lately? You're either picking a fight or you clam up so tight I don't know whether I'm better off if you talk or not.
You're better off when you don't ask questions. Johnny, what's this din yipar you ordered? What's the difference what it is? You don't have to eat it.
Maybe I'd like it.
Maybe I'd like to bust that pretty nose of yours, but I ain't going to. And stop battling with me. I got troubles.
You got troubles. I got troubles. Living in a crummy flat, eating in a crummy joint.
This joint's crummy. You know what that stuff I ordered is going to cost me?
I don't know nothing, according to you. How should I know?
It's going to cost me $15,000. Just for that din yipar you wanted to know so much about.
Miss Deering.
Yes, Mr. Vance.
Nothing. Just wanted to make sure you were here.
America's foremost private investigator takes nothing for granted. He sees me from the door of his private office, but he must make sure it's I by calling me.
I hadn't seen you, my dear. Besides, what good's a private investigator if he's not investigating?
Ask me sometime after business hours, and I'll answer that. Only the way you've been working, there's no such thing as after business hours.
Doesn't look like any relief is in sight, Ellen. That fellow Markham mentioned call yet?
No, and he hasn't shown up. What's this case, Vance?
The district attorney called to tell me there was a jewel robbery in Chinatown last night.
Oh?
A man was murdered during the course of the theft, and the police have no idea who did it.
And so Markham has asked you to help.
Yes, but he's given me an assistant. Some bright young Chinese fellow the district attorney uncovered. I'm taking him with me when I go investigating the crime.
I'll wear my hair in a queue if you take me.
I'll take that matter under advisement. Let me know, will you?
Hi, Gates. Boss man around? I'm Lee Wong. Got my boots laced and raring to travel. He's expecting me.
He was expecting somebody, but I doubt whether you're what he expected.
Come in, Mr. Wong. In here to my private office.
Reed. Thanks, lady. Be seeing you.
At least he didn't whistle at me. Well, I guess I'd better get back to work.
Well, Vance, here I am. Markham sent me. I'm supposed to take orders from you. Slip them to me, boss man.
Well, Mr. Wong,
You can skip that Mr. Wong stuff, Vance. Name's Lee. I'm Chinese, but I was born, raised, and educated here, so I talk like a real American.
I'd hate to believe that. Lee, do you know what I'm going to work on?
Natch, that robbery and murder down in Chinatown. That's why I'm here. I know the section backwards.
Well, that's hardly the way to approach a case, but I have an idea we'll do all right together. Would you like to visit the scene of the crime with me now?
Sure, only there isn't much sense to it. The cops have kicked around anything that we might pick up.
Perhaps you're right. Lee, why don't you meet me in Chinatown tomorrow night?
Tomorrow night? What goes with tonight, with right now?
I have a plan about tomorrow night. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, it's a plan that will bring us the murderer.
What? You haven't been to the scene of the crime, don't know the dead man, don't even know what jewels were stolen, and you think you can drag in the killer?
I think so.
Darn clever, these Americans.
Now, look, Sue Lane, will you stop griping about your cut? We got a good thing going for us. It's a swell place to stash hot jewelry till I get ready to pick it up. But we have a fair deal, I'm not changing it.
No? Or maybe you change your mind, Johnny.
All right. Nobody'd think of looking in the kitchen of a Chinese restaurant for this stuff, but we'll argue about a better deal later. Right now, I want to...
Waiter coming.
Oh.
one chop suey, one mugo pan, one lumen.
Hola.
Chung kahayo kayat. Wela. So yang kajo wela mukia lo to chakabayo.
Get rid of him in a hurry. That, huila means get lost, doesn't it?
Something like that. What is it you want to tell me?
Well, just this. I got a real big deal planned for tonight. We'll run it just the same as always. I'll see that stones get to you.
Yes?
You hide them till I come in the front of this place, just like any customer, and order din yip har, like always.
Can do. What do you steal this time?
A 20-carat diamond from one of your merchants. There's a piece in the paper about it this afternoon. Now, you just be ready to grab it when I get it to you.
Will do.
And, Su Ling, remember, when you get it, keep it for me. Don't hu-hui-law.
District Attorney Markham speaking.
This is Vance, Markham.
Hi, Vance. How'd you like the job I did in the newspapers for you this afternoon?
Excellent. That's what I'm calling about. Thank you very much for your help.
Don't thank me. It's you that's trying to help me solve that Chinatown murder. Oh, by the way, how was that Lee Wong chap I sent you?
He's quite a young man, Markham.
That he is. Refers to himself as a hep Chinese. It's kind of a perfect description, I'd say. I imagine it'll be of help to you.
I imagine so. I'm meeting him late tonight in Chinatown. With the assistance of the story you planted in the newspapers and a venerable old gentleman named Lo Si, plus whatever help your young friend can give me, I hope you wrap up this case of yours as tight as an egg roll.
Sure glad that car came past just now, Vance. It was awful lonesome down here in the shadows.
I know what you mean, Lee. But hiding here is part of my plan. If the thief we're looking for rises to my bait, we'll be out of here very soon.
What kind of bait are you talking about?
I persuaded Lo Si, who owns that house across the street, to bring out of its hiding place a 20-carat diamond, which he placed on exhibition in his home after announcing the fact to the newspapers through the district attorney.
Hey, you're pretty hep yourself, Vance. That'll bring the thief out into the open, all right. But why do you figure it'll bring him out tonight?
2 reasons. One of them is that after his robbery and murder of the other night, he'll want to leave town. But he'd like to leave with Lo Si's diamond.
Oh, and the second reason?
That car parked across the street. There's a girl in the driver's seat, and the engine's running. I think we're on the right track.
That means we get some action. Good. Only
what?
Holy cow. I was supposed to help you on this case, and so far I haven't done anything.
I'm sure if I needed help, you'd have been very valuable.
Oh, gee, thanks for that. Sometimes I... Hey, Vance.
I see what you mean. A man just leaving Lo Si's.
What are we waiting for? Let's go.
Right you are.
We gotta get him before he hits that car. Hey, you! Stop! At least we scared off the dame in that car. I'll catch that guy, Vance. I'm a track man.
I'm right with you. We ought to get him before he hits the bottom of that stoop.
Leave him to me. He's my meat. You ain't going anywhere, brother.
Oh, no.
No!
Give me a chance to get in this, Lee. Turn him around this way.
Come on, Vance. Close in. I'm holding
You're
him.
holding nobody, and as for this, Vance, I'm making him a present of you.
Oh, ow! Ooh.
That's right. Almost knocked the wind out of me.
I'm sorry, Vance. He shoved me into you. Come on, let's get after him.
No point in that, my young friend.
What? Are you kidding? After all these gimmicks you cooked up, you're going to let him get away?
Not at all. The police have this block surrounded. I venture to say the young lady in the car is in custody by now, and so is the fellow you were battling with.
Well, knock me down and call me Flatso. You really do things right, don't you, Vance?
I'm not sure yet. I planned this so that the thief could steal Lo Si's diamond. I'm pretty certain he did, judging by the fact that he was coming out of Lo Si's house at this hour, and the fact that he had a getaway car already. But
what?
But I still won't know if my plan is successful until the police find Lo Si's diamond on him.
Yeah, I get what you mean. Sure would make you a schmo if the diamond was stolen. The police did pick up the guy, and he didn't have the stone. That would make you a schmo, Vance.
Yes, I imagine it would. But let's not anticipate that possibility right now. If Markham and the police have done their work, they'll have our friend and his getaway girl safely at headquarters very shortly. That's where I'm headed, to find out a couple of things.
One of them, of course, is to find out whether they have Lo Si's diamond. What's the other?
To find out whether or not I'm a schmo.
Now, Now, listen, both of you. We caught you fleeing from the scene of a crime. I've got enough on both of you to send you to jail for 10 years.
Listen to the D.A. rave, Georgie.
Yeah. I bet he likes to hear himself make speeches.
Apparently talking isn't going to do me any good, is that it?
I guarantee if it ain't, it's close.
What were you doing running along Chang Street an hour ago?
I'm an ex-athlete. I like to keep in condition.
You, young lady, what were you doing parked in a car in front of Lo C's house with the motor running?
I was taking a nap, and then all of a sudden I discovered I was parked in front of a fire hydrant, so I scran.
Oh.
Well, what do you want me to do, break the law?
I want you to tell the truth. You, Johnny Malloy, you've got a record.
That's right.
There was a robbery at Lo C's house tonight. You were seen running away from there.
Sure. I know the whole thing. I was running away. You caught me before I hit the end of the block, and you searched me. But did you find this diamond that's supposed to be missing? No.
Did Lo C, whoever he is, identify Johnny as the man who robbed him? No.
The robber wore a mask, but it had to be you, Malloy. We know it must have been you.
Then where's the diamond?
Well, you might have thrown it away as you were running.
Get smart, D.A. Did I know there were cops at the end of the block waiting to grab me? If I made that heist, would I toss that stone in the street?
All I know is...
Hello, Markham.
Vance, come in. Well, Vance, this is the result of your plan. We have this man and his girlfriend. They both deny they had anything to do with the robbery of Lo C, and we can't prove they did have.
You didn't find the diamond on him?
No, and Lo C can't identify him either.
Maybe I can.
What? Just how are you going to identify me?
You forget I saw you leaving Lo C's house, and that I was standing next to you when you tried to get away from my friend Lee Wong.
What do you mean, tried to get away?
What's your answer to that, Moy?
Well, I'll tell you. I went to call on Lo C. I rang the bell. There was no answer. I was coming down the steps when two guys jumped me. I didn't know who they were, so I slugged it out with them, shoved one guy into this Vance here, and I beat it.
Nice going, Johnny.
Thanks.
Well, Vance, what do you think? I could lock both of them on suspicion, but I really don't have anything on them that I can make stick.
You think you ought to let them go?
Well, I don't know what else I can do.
Huh? That decides it, then.
You know, Vance, this is the first time in all our association that a plan of yours went wrong.
I realize that, Markham, and it doesn't make me feel any too good.
It makes me feel fine.
Your state of well-being is subject to change without notice, Malloy. Markham?
Yes?
I'm responsible for the loss of Lo C's diamond.
Why don't you advertise for it? Maybe some honest guy found it.
As I was saying, Markham, I'm responsible for the loss of the diamond. It was I who urged Lo C to use it as bait. And as you were saying, Markham, this is one time where I have been proven definitely wrong.
Well, now, Vance, don't feel so badly about it.
I feel very badly about it. Well, I have one more thing to say. It's true that I was wrong. But, Markham, I'm only going to be wrong temporarily.
This is District Attorney Markham. The case we're working on, which Vance calls the Chop Suey murder case, began with the robbery and murder of a Chinatown merchant. In an effort to trap the man responsible, Vance planned a scheme that backfired, and a large diamond belonging to a prominent Chinese was stolen. While we thought we had the criminals in Johnny Malloy and his girlfriend, they had no diamond when we captured them. In an effort to explain, Vance told me he was going to visit Lo C, the man from whom the diamond was stolen. He should be there about...
More tea, Mr. Vance?
Thank you, no, Lo C. And thank you for understanding how badly I feel about your missing diamond.
Was possible stone might have had real value. Was possible stone might have been instrument which brought criminal to justice. Thus, although stone worth many thousands of dollars, it failed in its true purpose.
It didn't fail. I did.
Oh, many times intentions better than results. Should man be censured for this? I think not. Was possible you erred in judgment, Mr. Vance, but not in motive.
Tell me something, Lo C. You've lived in Chinatown for a long time.
Many years, my friend.
I'm convinced that somewhere between your house here and the corner where the police picked him up, Johnny Malloy got rid of your diamond.
Many houses on this street, Mr. Vance. Was possible Mr. Malloy hid diamond somewhere?
I don't think he hid it. I think he got rid of it by design, as part of a plan, so that if he were picked up getting away from this house, he wouldn't have it on his person. Lo C, is there someone on this block whom you have reason to
distrust?
For many times do I hear stories about some man who worked in Sinyan restaurant near corner. Nothing do I know about it which I find for myself, so naturally I know nothing.
I understand. Thank you, Lo C. The Sinyan restaurant, eh? I think I'll call my secretary, and if I can find her in, I'll see what we can find out at Sinyan's.
Oh, must you order chow mein every time you come to this Chinese restaurant, Georgie? Must you?
I don't must, I just do. And what's with you, Johnny? Can't I order what I like?
Well, always the same thing, always the same.
Oh, how about you? Don't you always order that din yip har? How about that?
Well, that's different. That's business.
Johnny,
What's the matter?
duck down in the booth. Yeah, that's good. I'm facing the door. You know who just walked in?
Who?
That Philo Vance guy who came into the district attorney's office when the DA had us on the grill.
Philo.
Yeah, Vance has a dame with him this time.
Wonder what he's doing here.
Maybe just came for some Chinese food.
Yeah, maybe, but why'd he pick on this plate? Georgie, maybe that Vance knows something. I got an idea. Better take care of that Joe. Shh, the waiter.
Yeah.
All food, good food, you eat, you like?
Yeah. Okay. Hey, where's that din yip har I ordered?
Oh, it not ready yet. I bring soon new customers. I see what they want.
Well, don't bother hurrying back.
I back when you finish. Hello.
Good evening. We'd like some roast duck, Chinese style, some chicken fried rice, and some lobster Cantonese.
Very good, very quick. I get.
Ellen,
Yes, Vance.
take out your compact mirror, pretend to be fixing your makeup, and describe the people 2 booths in back of you.
Well, you're facing them, Vance.
No, but I don't want to be obvious. Go ahead, please, Ellen. It's important.
It is if you say it is. That's all I know.
Well?
Well, the girl is attractive, blonde, and her eyebrows are dark, which means that...
Ellen.
All right, so I'm catty. All I can see is the back of the man's head. But there's a scar on the base of his neck just above his collar. What is all this?
This is what we came in for. O.C. was right.
Whoever he is and whatever that means.
I've got this thing, Ellen. Lo C's diamond was thrown up here by Johnny Malloy. That's the man you described.
Mm-hmm.
He was running from Lo C's house when he must have seen the police blockade.
Well?
Now he's back to pick up his diamond. Probably has an accomplice in the kitchen who hid it for him until he caught him.
Wait a minute, Vance. The waiter's bringing that table something with a silver cover on top of it.
Ellen, this is it. Stay here a minute. I want to see what that is. Unless I'm going to be wrong on this case all the way through, I'll tell you now that Lo C's diamond ought to be under that cover. Be right back.
All right, Vance, but if you need any help...
I won't. Oh, Malloy.
Well, look who's here, the great Philo Vance. Georgie, say hello to Mr. Vance.
Hello.
Got her trained good, huh, Vance? Well, what can I do for you?
You can let me look at that plate the waiter just brought you.
Oh, this one with the cover on? I ain't looked at it myself yet.
I'm sure of that. I've been watching you. I'll take the cover off it myself. What? Why, there's nothing here.
There isn't? Oh, I mean, what did you expect? Okay, Vance, you want anything else here?
No. No, I guess I don't. You'll both excuse me, I'm sure.
Johnny, what happened to what was supposed to be on the plate?
I don't know. It's supposed to be Lo C's diamond. Something's gone haywire.
Oh, I'd say that everything was swell. If it was there, Vance would have spotted it.
Yeah, I know, but why isn't it here? If that cook is double-crossing me,
Excuse, please, Mr. Malloy?
Yes, what is it, waiter?
Cook say to tell you he recognize Vance when I come in, so everything okay.
Everything okay? Huh? I'd say everything was definitely okay. Tell the cook that he's got good eyesight and very good sense.
When did Lee Wong say he'd call, Vance? I like your office, but not enough to want to stay in it all night.
I didn't talk to the boy, Markham. I left a message for him. I'm going to need him very badly. I do wish he'd call.
He's a nice young fellow, Vance, and he has ambitions of being a private investigator, like you.
Oh, not like me on this case, I guarantee that. I'll get it. Vance speaking.
Hi, tall, dark detective. This is Lee Wong.
Yes, I might have guessed that.
Lee, can you get a job as a waiter?
I don't know. I never did any waiting in my life, except for my girl. Why, what's up?
I want you to get a job as a waiter in the Sinyan restaurant. Work there this evening and come back to me with anything you find out about the cook there. And also if Johnny Malloy goes there regularly.
Check. Is that Malloy the character I tangled with in front of Low C's house?
That's the one. And Lee, I'll meet you at Low C's at midnight tonight. And I'm sure you're going to have something to tell me that I want to hear. Markham, I'd like you to meet my friend, Low C.
How do you do?
Oh, my humble house is yours, Mr. Markham, Mr. Vance. Please sit down.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I hope you don't mind our using your home as a meeting place.
It is my honor to have a home you care to use, Mr. Vance.
I hope I can reciprocate by getting back the diamonds stolen from you, Low C.
I know only that you are trying. It is quite enough. As you told me on telephone, we wait for Lee Wong.
Yes, Vance asked him to get a job in that restaurant you believed might have an employee who was a little, shall we say, shady?
Is possible. Man only knows what he himself knows. What others tell him, he merely suspects. Oh, my doorbell. Also, my concession to old China, the gong. Excuse me, please.
Certainly. It's probably Lee Wong.
If it is, I hope he has something to tell you, my friend. Hello?
Hi, old pal. I'm Lee Wong. I'm supposed to meet...
please to come in.
Oh. Hi, Vance. Well, I got news.
I want to hear it, of course. But first, may I present you to our host, Low C. Low C, this is Lee Wong.
It is a privilege to meet one who aids Mr. Vance.
Thanks. Well, Vance, I did what you told me to. I got a job at that chop suey joint, watched the cook like you said, and saw him grab a gander at a certain teapot in his kitchen every once in a while.
And?
I knew I had to get him out of the kitchen, so I faked a phone call for him. He came out, I went into the kitchen, got into that teapot, and look what I found.
A diamond.
What? You found the diamond, Lee. You did a wonderful job. We're all indebted to you.
Oh, most certainly I am.
And I, too. Thank you very much, Lee. And although this is most ungrateful, I'm going to have to ask Mr. Markham to arrest you for robbery and murder. Start talking, Su Ling, and fast. Mr. Markham's waiting to hear what you have to say.
This the cook in the Chinese restaurant, Vance?
Right. Well, Su Ling?
I tell you, Lee Wong steal diamonds, kill man 2-3 days ago. He give me diamonds to hold, I hold them. Later, I give them to man named Malloy.
He's talking about the original robbery and murder that happened before I got into this case, Markham.
I know. Go on, Su Ling.
I tell you this because Lee Wong, he tell you he got Lo Si's diamond for me. Yes, he got him for me, but he gave it me the night Lo Si was robbed.
Lee Wong has confessed, Su Ling. There was nothing else he could do, considering that Vance knew all about him. By the way, Vance, how did you know?
Let's go back to the night of Lo Si's robbery, Markham. To begin with, I believed the first robbery and murder and this one were done by the same gang.
I understand why, Vance. Go ahead, please.
Jimmy Malloy stole Lo Si's diamond, came out of the house, and there we were, Lee Wong and I. Lee had no chance to warn him in advance that we'd be there. Malloy immediately suspected a trap and dropped the diamond in Lee Wong's pocket as they were struggling.
That is right, Mr. Vance.
Thank you. Now, if Lee Wong turned the diamond in, I wouldn't have suspected him. But he didn't. He waited until he found out that I knew something was wrong at the Sinyan restaurant. And then he decided to bring back the diamond and incriminate Su Ling here.
Yeah. I'm still not sure I know why he brought it back.
He knew I was close to a solution of this case, and he wanted me off it. Lo Si's diamond was my personal responsibility, and he knew I'd never stop until I recovered it, but that I might stop if I did.
Yeah, well, that makes sense. I see why you didn't suspect Lee Wong right away, too. It was because I sent him to you.
Lee Wong go to district attorney in beginning to pretend to help while he find out what progress police were making.
That's understandable, Markham, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Well, we have Sue here, Johnny Malloy and his girl, and Lee Wong, all in custody. They'll all pay for what they've done in the end.
In the end and at the end of the Chop Suey murder case.
Sorry, Sergeant Heath. I still say we should send for Philo Vance on this murder case.
Hey, why? We got the whole homicide department working, haven't we? And if that isn't enough, I ought to have a man here by tomorrow at the latest.
I know all that. I still say this is a case for the maestro.
The maestro. Philo Vance, the murder maestro. Oh, sure, he's helped on cases, but we don't need him on this one. What's so tough about it? A millionaire named Simon Joyce is walking along a road.
Mistletoe Road.
All right, Mistletoe Road. A hit-and-run driver clips him. So maybe it's murder. And because the thing happened so close to the state line and chances are the car crossed it, we get the FBI. Well, what else do you think we need?
I'm not discounting either your department or the FBI, Heath, but I still would feel better if Vance were on this case.
Look, Mr. Markham, I'll be reasonable. Maybe this was a planned murder. So if it was, we got 3 suspects. The dead man's niece and nephew who lived with him and his bachelor brother. Wait till we're through with them before you yell for Vance.
According to the dead man's will, neither the niece nor nephew inherited a dime, so they had no motive. No monetary motive, that is. And as I understand it, the 3 were very friendly.
Sure, that's right. I questioned the servants and found that out. But the brother, Mr. Markham, the dead man's brother, he gets the business all for himself. He and the dead guy were partners, and it was an awful good business. He's the one I'm going to work on.
Take it easy with him, Heath. I've questioned him myself, and he's a sick man.
Yeah, he'll be a whole lot sicker after I get through with him. If he killed his brother, believe me.
One other thing, Heath.
Yeah?
Apparently you didn't object to the FBI being called in. Why object to Vance?
First of all, I don't even get a chance to call the FBI. James Evans, the dead man's nephew, brought them in. But I welcome the FBI, DA. I'd take them any time rather than work on a case with Philo Vance.
Now, Heath, Vance never takes any bows for the cases he helps us on. You always get the newspaper credit for the cases he solves.
That's just it, DA. Think what that does to my morale.
How much further, Markham?
Not too far. It's around a bend in the road up ahead.
That's the spot where Mr. Joyce's body was found, eh?
That's right. Knocked in a ditch on the left side of the road. The reason I'm certain it was premeditated, Vance, is that from what I understand, Mr. Joyce always walked at the very edge of the road.
If he were that careful, he'd walk on the left side of a road, facing any cars that might be approaching.
Our examination showed that the car that hit him was coming toward him, Vance. That's what bears out our theory. Sorry we're getting out here so late in the evening, but I couldn't reach you before.
I was busy cleaning up another case. By the way, you realize, of course, Markham, that we're being followed.
Oh, yes.
Well, my turn to be surprised at you, my friend.
I got a little tired of having you do that to me on every case we work on, Vance. You don't mind, do you?
Not a bit. I promise to do it to you again on this one, too. Providing you'll tell me who's in the car in back of us.
It's Dan Stevens of the FBI, Vance. He was on his way out here, and Heath told him we were coming out, so he said he'd follow us. Any objections?
Of course not.
He said he'd wait in his car until we were through examining the scene of the crime. He said he didn't want to get in the way.
What he meant was that he wanted to make his own observations. But that's perfectly all right with me.
Here we are, Vance. Here's the curve, and there's the spot.
Mr. Evans was found across the road, eh?
That's right. A little way down from that big tree.
Very interesting. If your theory is correct, and a car came down this road the way we came, intent on hitting Mr. Joyce, he'd have to come very close to that tree as he made the turn. I wonder.
You wonder what?
Come with me and see. Better get out my side.
All right. I'm right with you, Vance.
Well, I see our FBI friend has stopped, Markham.
He's keeping his word not to interfere till we were finished. Well, here's the tree, Vance. Tell me what there was about it that made you think.
Made me hope, my friend. Hope that perhaps the murder car grazed it.
And took some paint off, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
That wouldn't do us much good. As soon as the driver noticed it, he'd have the scratch repainted.
Oh, of course he would, but...
Oh, you found something on the tree, Vance?
I most certainly have. A bit of paint. Dark green paint. Markham, we may have something here. Signal to Mr. Stevens of the FBI to come over here, will you?
Certainly. Oh, Stevens! Stevens!
Yes?
Would you come over here, please?
Of course.
He's coming, Vance. Why do you want him?
Markham, do you know the FBI can take that little bit of paint on the tree trunk and tell you what make of car it came from and what year and what model?
Yes, I've heard that.
It's true. J. Edgar Hoover, head of the FBI, mentioned it in a speech the other day. They can do the same tracing with a fragment of glass from the headlight and sometimes from a windshield.
Oh, hi there, Markham. You yelled for me?
Yes, I did, Stevens. I'd like you to know Philo Vance.
The private investigator? My pleasure, Mr. Vance.
Thank you. It's a privilege to meet a member of your great organization. Now we can consult the corpus juris secundum together.
Latin wasn't my star subject in college, Vance. What does that mean?
Nothing important, believe me. What is important is this. Mr. Stevens, I want you to look at that bit of paint on the tree.
Where? Oh, yes. Yes, I see it.
I understand the FBI laboratories can tell what make of car that paint came from, the model of the car and the year.
That's right. I'll just take my penknife and remove that paint and a bit of the wood it's on. That won't hurt the tree any.
By what process does your FBI determine all the details from just a bit of paint, Stevens?
Well, it's pretty long and involved, and it isn't necessary for us agents to be familiar with the details, Markham.
Being cagey, Mr. Stevens?
No, not at all, Vance. I honestly don't know. I know enough to believe we've got a very valuable clue here, though.
I think we have. Will you rush it back to town for analysis?
I most certainly will. I'll phone Mr. Markham a report as soon as I get one. Oh, where will you be the first thing in the morning, Markham?
They've fixed a spare room for me at the Joyce main house.
I'll call you there. Where will you be, Vance?
With Markham. I haven't met our suspects yet, and after a good night's sleep, I'll start on that niece and nephew first thing in the morning.
Well, Vance, this is the room they've given us, according to the butler. Shall we go in?
Might as well, Markham. Just one moment, though. I want to fix the floor plan in my mind.
All right.
Now, James Evans, the dead man's nephew, has the room next to ours, right?
Yes, and according to the well-informed butler, he's retired. Sally Evans, his sister, has the room down the hall, but she hasn't come home this...
That came from that room.
It must be the nephew, James Evans. Come on, Vance.
Right.
Mr. Evans, what's wrong? What's wrong in there?
Wait just a minute. Oh, Mr. Markham, thank goodness it's you.
This is Philo Vance. What happened to you, Evans? Nightmare?
Nightmare? It sure wasn't any nightmare. Somebody climbed in the window and tried to smother me with my pillow. Whoever it was went out the window when I yelled for help.
Vance, what are you looking for over there?
Just looking out the window of Mr. Evans' room, Markham. Somebody did climb up here and apparently down again within the past few minutes. This leaf I picked up from the floor was only recently torn from the vine.
Mr. Evans, I'll have the police double the guard around this house. You can go back to sleep.
Oh, thank heavens.
I guarantee you'll be safe from the man who just tried to smother you.
Man, Markham. The attempt to smother Mr. Evans here wasn't made by a man. Is that you who just came in, Sergeant Heath?
Yeah, Vance, it's me. Enjoying your breakfast?
Yes, very much. Care to join me?
I had breakfast hours ago. Where's Mr. Markham?
I left him upstairs sleeping. So you caught the girl who tried to smother Mr. James Evans last night, eh?
Well, how do you know that?
Oh, you're a good police officer, Heath. And the men who are guarding this house know their business. When I told Mr. Markham last night that the person who tried to smother Mr. Evans was a girl, I knew you'd pick her up.
Well, we did. But how did you know it was a girl? Even if you caught a look at a figure running from the house, it was too dark to see whether it was a man or a woman.
That's true, but the figure climbed through the fence surrounding this house, Heath. A man would have climbed over it, inasmuch as it wasn't very high. That much I could see.
You ask me, there isn't anything you can't see. Anyhow, I got her outside. She's the murdered guy's niece. You want her in here?
Yes, I'd like to talk to her while I'm waiting for Mr. Stevens of the FBI to phone in his report. Please, Heath.
Okay. Hey, Murdoch, bring that Evans girl in here, huh? All right. You getting anywhere on this case, Vance?
In distance, nowhere. In intensity, I'm doing very well, I think.
Well, what is it you want with me?
Miss Evans, I believe I'm Philo Vance.
I'm delighted.
Well, the words are right, but the tone is wrong. Heath, do you mind?
No, Vance, I'll leave you to. Yell if you want something.
Right, thank you. Miss Evans, why did you try to smother your brother last night? Excuse me, please. I'd better take that. Philo Vance speaking.
Vance, Stevens of the FBI. I got a laboratory check of that paint from the tree. Comes from a 1942 Plymouth. Probably a convertible.
Well, that's excellent, Mr. Stevens. Thank you very much. Do me one more favor, will you?
Well, sure, Vance. What?
The dead man had a brother, the only individual in this case who benefits from the will. Meet me at his office in an hour, will you? It's in the Wilcox building.
I'll be there. See you later, Vance. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Now, Miss Evans, as I remember it, I had asked you why you tried to smother your brother last night.
I did it because I loved my Uncle Simon.
Am I to see the connection between my question and your answer?
Of course. My brother killed Uncle Simon, so I wanted to kill him.
So your brother killed your uncle, eh?
Yes.
Can you prove that?
No, I just know it, that's all.
Well, that, I'm afraid, isn't enough. Miss Evans, what kind of car do you own?
I have a convertible.
Plymouth, 1942?
Yes. How did you know?
That was the car that ran down and killed your uncle, Miss Evans. Right now, I have a clue I want to run down. And then I'll be back to you.
Oh, Vance! Vance!
Hello there, Mr. Stevens. I've been waiting for you.
I got here as soon as I could. So, old man Joyce's office is in this building, huh?
On the ground floor. While I was waiting for you, I was looking around. Take a look at this car parked at the curb.
1942 Plymouth. Convertible.
With the initials B.J. on it. That could mean Bernard Joyce, the dead man's brother.
Well, let's go in and find out.
Right. Mr. Stevens, in the event that Bernard Joyce, who was the partner of the dead man, was stealing from Simon Joyce, could you tell from looking at the books?
No, but we have expert accountants over at the FBI.
That's what I imagined. After you, sir.
Thank you. Why do you ask about the books?
Because everything points to the brother as Simon Joyce's killer.
Oh.
The entire business now goes to him. The car parked outside, which we now know was the same make and model as the murder car, is his. And it would be a plus motive if Bernard Joyce had been stealing from the firm.
Well, we'll find out. Joyce and Joyce, architectural consultants. This is the office, Vance.
Let's go in, Mr. Stevens.
Well, what do you two want? What do you want?
Excuse us, please, Mr. Joyce. My name is Vance. I'm a private investigator. This is Mr. Stevens of the FBI.
Don't care who you are, who he is either. I'm a sick man. Hand me that water pitcher. Time to take one of my pills.
I'll pour it for you.
That's enough. That's enough. What are you trying to do? Give me enough water to drown me? I'm sick enough as it is.
Mr. Joyce, where were you when your brother was murdered?
He wasn't murdered. He was out walking. He was hit by a car. It was an accident.
Very well. The accident occurred early on Tuesday morning, about 8:30 a.m. Where were you at the time?
8:30 Tuesday? I don't know. I was driving around somewhere, I imagine. No place definite. Wanted to pick up my nephew, James. A fine boy, James. Only he wasn't home. His sister's a devil. He's a fine boy. Now, be quiet now, both of you. This is a business I'm trying to run. Hello?
Hello, this is District Attorney Markham. Is Philo Vance there?
Oh, Vance?
That's my name, sir.
Yep, he's here. Wait a minute. For you.
Is there an extension I can use, Mr. Joyce, where I won't be overheard?
What's the matter? Afraid I'll hear you?
Yes.
Now, go in that office there and close the door.
Thank you. Stevens.
Don't worry, Vance. I'll see that Mr. Joyce hangs up the minute you pick up that phone.
Thank you. I won't be long, gentlemen.
Take your time, Vance, old man.
Right. Markham?
Hello, Vance.
What was that sound? Somebody listening in?
That was Mr. Joyce hanging up the phone in the next room. What's bothering you, Markham?
Vance, I'm completely restless about this case. Nothing's happening. I was wondering if you'd found out anything.
I think so, Markham. For instance, I know who killed Simon Joyce, and I know why he was killed. But unfortunately, I can't prove a case against our murderer, yet.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Mistletoe murder case began with the finding of the body of Rich Simon Joyce, victim of a hit-and-run driver on Mistletoe Road. Philo Vance is working on the case, as is an FBI representative named Stevens, called in by James Evans, a nephew whose sister, Sally Evans, later tried to smother him. The dead man's fortune went to his brother and business partner, Bernard Joyce, from whose office Philo Vance just told me he knew who had killed Simon Joyce but couldn't prove it. Our men watching the Joyce home report that Sally Evans and her brother are in the living room. It is a little late.
So, you tried to kill me, did you? Tried to smother me while I slept.
I tried once, and I'll try again. Only this time, I'll do it.
Look, you little hellion, I'll teach you not to...
Come one step nearer to me, and I'll let you have it with this lamp.
You don't scare me. The place is full of policemen. You wouldn't dare.
Oh, wouldn't I? Just try it and see. Why shouldn't I do it? You're a murderer. You killed Uncle Simon.
Stop acting. You did it and you know it. Don't try to make it look like me, or I swear
Don't do it,
I'll...
James. Don't touch me.
I'll make you sorry you ever... Oh! Hey, what's going on in here?
What does it look like, Sergeant Heath? Looks like I hit my brother with this lamp, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Well, that's exactly what I did.
Vance, is that you in that car?
Yes, it's I, Markham. Just drove here from the city. Been interviewing Mr. Bernard Joyce.
Vance, what did you mean by telling me you knew who killed Simon Joyce but couldn't prove it? Tell me who it is, and we'll find a way of making the guilty one confess.
Sorry, my friend, not yet. Is that the garage where the family kept its cars?
Yes. Is that where we're heading?
That's right. How many cars in the garage, Markham?
2, both Plymouth convertibles. Belong to the nephew, James Evans, and the niece, Sally.
What year Plymouth, Markham?
I'm not sure. 41, 42, I'd say as a guess. Why?
I'll tell you when I see them, which should be now. Well, there we are. Now, this car on the left, initials S.E. That must be Sally's.
Yes, that goes without saying. And the other one is James' car.
May I repeat what you just said? That goes without saying, too. This model of Miss Evans is a 1942. Well, that's interesting. Help me look for a scratch on the fender somewhere, will you?
Of course.
While we're looking, I'll tell you that Simon Joyce's brother has a 42 Plymouth convertible. I saw it. It had a scratch on the fender, newly painted.
Oh, I see what you meant when you told me you knew our murderer.
No, I don't think you do. Now, look here, Markham. Look, a newly painted spot on the girl's car.
Of course it is. Well, Vance, that complicates things somewhat.
Think so? Let's inspect her brother's car. I guarantee that has a newly painted spot on it, too.
What?
Our murderer is very cute, Markham. There was undoubtedly a scratch on the murder car, so he scratched and painted over the cars belonging to our other 2 suspects.
Vance, here's the scratch on James Evans' car. Newly painted over, too. There's a phone over there. Want to call the FBI and report this to Stevens? He has a right to know.
I believe he's questioning Miss Evans in the house now. I would like to call Mr. Joyce, though. That's a coin telephone, and I don't have any change. Let me have a nickel, will you?
Certainly. I'm sorry, Vance. All I have is $2 half.
Well, doesn't matter. We'll call from the house. We can use the room we had last night.
Vance, wait a minute.
Why?
I can be of a little help on this case anyhow. The FBI report said that the paint from the tree came from a 1942 Plymouth convertible, right?
Yes, of course.
Well, look here at James Evans' car. It isn't a 42 at all. It's a 40.
He could have been driving Miss Evans' car, Markham.
That's right, I suppose.
No, I'm sorry, my friend. I didn't mean to confuse you, but it's wrong. Miss Evans' car can't be driven. I inspected the motor last night. The carburetor's been removed, and the dust around it indicates it's been out for some time.
But Miss Evans could have been driving her brother... No, I'm sorry. She couldn't have. That's a 1940. I found that out myself.
Confused, Markham?
Confused is a charitable word.
Well, you won't be in that state much longer. No longer than this evening, believe me. By that time, I'll have this entire case ready to lay right in your lap.
Any more questions, Mr. Stevens? Because if you have any, you'll get the same answers. I don't know, I don't know, I don't know.
All right, Miss Evans. I'm through with you, I imagine. Where's your brother?
He left here for town about an hour ago. He'll be back for dinner.
I hope you don't intend to leave the house.
He can go and I can't.
I wasn't able to see him to tell him that he couldn't leave. Now, I'm going upstairs to chat with Vance and Markham. I hope you'll... sit still, please. I'll take it. Hello? Stevens speaking.
Stevens, this is James Evans.
Yes?
I'm calling in to report. I intend to remain here in town, and I won't be back at the house till morning.
I'm sorry, Mr. Evans, but I'll have to ask you to come back.
Come back?
Yes, I have something very important to discuss with you. Very important.
Oh, really? Well, when do you want me to come back, then?
At once.
Okay, I'll drive back, but it'll take an hour. Goodbye.
Bye. Your brother's on his way back.
For my part, he can stay away forever. Look, Mr. Stevens, I know he killed Uncle Simon. I can't prove it, but I know it.
I assure you, Miss Evans, I'll investigate him thoroughly. And I'm sure Mr. Markham, Philo Vance, and Sergeant Heath will do the same. You might be interested in knowing that we do have a very definite clue. It seems that the car that killed your uncle...
Help! Help, Mr. Markham! Vance, help!
They're coming down, Miss Evans.
What happened here? What happened, Miss...
How did this happen, Miss Evans?
Stevens.
I don't know. I was talking to him, and a shot came from the window, and he fell right here, right in front of me.
How is he, Markham?
He's dead. Bullet got him in the heart.
My brother was in town. He just called up, and Mr. Stevens told him to come back. And then Mr. Stevens came over here to talk to me, and then there was a shot.
No. Take it easy, Miss Evans. You won't be under this strain much longer. Philo Vance has promised to name your uncle's murderer. There's no question that whoever killed him killed Stevens. We'll have him in custody by this evening. Right, Vance?
That's correct. But first, I want to pay another visit to the garage and then to the police laboratory. Come with me, please, Markham.
Mr. Vance, Mr. Markham, you'll soon see how we bring out fingerprints that are not entirely visible under a microscope. Now, this telephone dial you brought me...
The one I took from the telephone in Simon Joyce's garage, Doctor.
Yes, of course. Now, over it, I break this small vial. Here. The vial contains iodine crystals. The fumes from the crystals are invaluable in bringing out latent fingerprints. In a moment, we may even be able to see them with the naked eye.
Vance, if we were looking for fingerprints, why didn't we take the telephone receiver from the garage? If your theory is right, we could have gotten excellent prints from that.
Our murderer is clever, Markham. If, as I imagine, he used the phone in the garage, he would have worn gloves to hold the receiver. But he'd never have seen the necessity for wearing them when he dialed a number. Besides, gloves are unwieldy when you're dialing.
Prints are coming up, gentlemen. Just the tip of the finger, but prints just the same.
You have the fingerprints of the girl, her brother, and the dead man's uncle to compare those with.
Yes, these I have. Sergeant Heath got them early in this case. Now, I compare under the microscope.
I'll tell you whose prints they are.
Man, if you could tell us, why did we go to all this trouble?
It's the proof we need, Markham.
But, Vance, if you had told us the murderer before, the FBI man Stevens would be alive today.
The FBI was never on this case, Markham. Stevens was not an FBI man. He was an imposter. That's the reason I knew that the murderer was the man you told me had called the FBI. Markham, arrest James Evans for murder.
My nephew, James, my favorite nephew. I find it hard to believe. Please, Mr. Vance, the water pitcher.
Certainly, Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, it was because James was your favorite that he killed your brother. He knew the entire state would go to you, that you were sick, and that you would eventually pass on and leave everything to him.
A poor, misguided boy.
He thought he was very clever, didn't he, Vance?
In a way, he was, Markham. That business of calling in the FBI was very cute. We've never had that happen before.
Vance, how did you know that Stevens wasn't an FBI man? And that, as a consequence, James Evans never called the Federal Bureau?
That was my lead to him almost from the beginning, Markham. In the first place, according to the FBI manual,
A federal investigator must either be a lawyer, a linguist, a scientist, or an accountant. Early in the case, I mentioned a very well-known law book, Corpus Juris Secundum. It's in every lawyer's office.
And Stevens had never heard of it.
That's what he said. And he didn't know that the Latin words meant second body of the law. Therefore, he wasn't a linguist. When we were on the way to visit Mr. Bernard Joyce here, Stevens told me that if there was a discrepancy in the books, he couldn't find it. He'd have to take it to the FBI offices.
Proving he wasn't an accountant.
Exactly.
Yes.
And when he couldn't explain the process by which the paint from the murder car was checked and analyzed, I knew he wasn't a scientist. Well, if he wasn't a lawyer, an accountant, a linguist, or a scientist, he couldn't have been an FBI man. Simple.
That's true, of course. But, Vance, what made you think to take the dial from the garage telephone?
If my logic was correct up to there, it was James who killed Stevens. He had called Stevens on the phone a moment before, saying he was in town. Yet a moment later, Stevens was shot.
This even I understand now. If my nephew was in town, he couldn't have been near enough to kill Stevens a moment later.
No, but if he called from the garage, he could have. And I believed he did call from the garage. And laboratory tests prove he did.
Vance, I know now what started you on your original line of reasoning. If, as you suspected, Stevens wasn't an FBI man, then Evans never called the Federal Bureau, but devised this scheme of supplying us with the false clue of the 1942 Plymouth car. His own car was a 1940, removing him from suspicion. And the scratch on the fender, he cunningly duplicated on his sister's car and on your car, Mr. Joyce.
He wanted it to look like I killed my brother.
He didn't care who was blamed as long as he got away with it. The reason he killed Stevens was because he knew Stevens could blackmail him forever after the masquerade was over.
Well, Vance, it seems that the masquerade is over now. And so, incidentally, is the Mistletoe murder case.
Just ease this crate to a stop, Mike. Just ease it. Like this, Johnny? Good. Good boy, Mike. Very good. Now let me have the shotgun. You want me to come with you? If you like. You might be helpful in spreading the talk around about what happens to a guy who crosses Johnny A. Very helpful. You know, he was making a deal with Big Eddie Morris? Yeah. I sure wouldn't like to be in Nick's shoes when he grabs the lead from that shotgun, boss. You mind your own business like you've been doing, and you'll never catch lead from me, Mike. Never. Come on. Don't make no noise. Right? Hey, look, Johnny. You could see Nick from here. Back of his head through the window, see it? Sure. But I knew it would be there. I knew he'd be there. I've known everything he's done or thought of even in the past 2 weeks. Watch out for those bushes.
You're gonna get right on top of him, Johnny?
I'm gonna get so close that I can't miss. So close. Like from right here. One slug through the window, then through him, and that should do it.
Shoot, Johnny, shoot.
As soon as I fire, you and I beat it back to the car and get away fast. Very fast.
I got you. Where do we go?
You drop me at Sonny's house. Gotta see my girl after a good night's work. She's going to South America tomorrow. That's another reason I gotta see her tonight. A guy's gotta give his girl a goodbye kiss.
Yeah, that he does.
Well, Mike, this is it. Hey, just thought of something.
Yeah?
Can't let nobody go away anywhere without saying goodbye.
You mean your girl?
Yeah.
Well, you're going over there after this to say goodbye to her, ain't you?
Sure. But, she's not the only one going somewhere. You take Nick in there, he's going somewhere, too. So goodbye, Nick. Goodbye.
Please sit down, Miss Belmont.
Thanks, D.A. Swell layout you got here. Pays to be a district attorney, don't it?
Not too well financially, but rather well in satisfaction.
I know what you mean, Markham. That's the kind of reason I'm here. Satisfaction. I'm going to pay off a guy named Johnny A. Ever hear of him?
Yes. He rates way up there on our list of public enemies.
Well, Markham, I was his girl. I was up to this morning. In an hour, I'm off to South America, only before I go, I got this to tell you. You know Nicky Keating got blasted last night?
I know of him.
Johnny A. did that job, Markham. He killed Keating and came running to my place after he did it. I threw him out. You see, Nicky Keating was my brother. That's what I got to tell you. Get Johnny A., Markham.
In view of what you told me, I don't doubt but that we will. We'll need your testimony, of course.
You're on your own from here. Johnny A.'s got too many friends. He's all yours, but I've helped all I'm going to. I'm going to South America, and don't try any legal tricks to keep me here. I'll suddenly be taken with lapse of memory.
Where is Johnny A. now?
I think he blew town, but I happen to know he'll be back tonight, and he'll head for my place.
Oh?
Bust in there around midnight tonight, and he's all yours. So long, Markham. Nice meeting you. When I get back, drop around to my place with your friend Philo Vance. I hear he's kind of attractive.
I may do that. Where will you be in South America, Miss Belmont, in case we need you?
Well, now that's kind of hard to say, Markham. South America's such a big place.
Pardon me, but I was told Philo Vance was in this gymnasium. Have you seen him?
Sure, there he is over by the punching bag in the corner. Sure glad I'm not that bag.
Thank you. Hello there, Vance.
Well, Markham, glad to see you. I'd ask you to sit down, but there isn't anywhere for you to sit except that exercise horse, and you'll be much more comfortable standing, believe me.
I'll take your word for it. What are you doing at midnight, Vance?
Well, up till now, there was a good chance I'd be sleeping. Why?
This morning, a girl named Sonny Belmont was in my office.
Huh?
She told me that a gang leader named Johnny A. was the man who fired a shotgun slug into Nick Keating.
Sonny Belmont. Isn't she Johnny A.'s girl?
She was, but she was also Keating's sister.
Oh.
She left early today for South America, but she told us that Johnny A. would be at her house around midnight tonight. I thought maybe you'd like to be in on a kill that doesn't require any of your very adroit masterminding.
Oh, I most certainly do, Markham. I'll be there. Rather unusual social event, though, isn't it?
What do you mean?
With the hostess out of town, there'll be a party at her house. A certain party, that is, of course.
Drop his head in the water and keep it there a little longer. He'll talk. No. Go ahead, do like I say.
Right, boss.
No, don't do it.
This Crumb's no joker. Johnny A.'s right hand. And if it was Johnny A. that knocked off Nick Keating, he'll tell me. Okay, haul him up.
Right, boss.
All right, Mike, this is your last crack at staying alive. Johnny A. knew Nick was playing ball with me, so he made with a shotgun. Right or wrong?
Why is she going?
The tub, stick his head in it and hold him there this time.
No.
I'm running out of patience.
No, wait a minute. Let these goons let go of me, will you? I'll talk.
Heard what the man said, boys. Let go of him.
Right.
Okay, Mike. What do you got to say?
It was Johnny A., all right.
That's what I thought. Looks like the showdown between him and me, then. Big Eddie Morris against Johnny A. This has been coming for a long time. Where is Johnny?
I don't know.
Think the water might help you remember?
No, look, Eddie, you gotta believe me when I tell you I don't know.
The water tub, boys. I can't stand guys who only do halfway talk.
I told you what you want to know.
Hold him there for a while, kid. Not too long, of course, just till he stops breathing. But then we make plans to get Johnny A.
That's the second time that car's passed you, Vance.
I know. And at midnight, it is a little unusual for a car to circle a block twice.
You know, I think I recognize the man next to the driver, Big Eddie Morris. He's Johnny A.'s leading rival for gang dishonors in this town.
And he, too, is watching the house of your friend, Miss Sonny Belmont.
All I can mean is that Johnny A. is inside that house across the street, Vance. I think I'll signal to Sergeant Heath and close in on it.
You imagine that Johnny A. is in there asleep?
Yes, I do. I believe Miss Belmont's tip. Heath and his men are waiting for me to wave this white handkerchief, and I think I'm going to do it.
Well, it's exactly midnight. You might just as well.
What? That house, Vance, that explosion came from Miss Belmont's house.
I know, and if Johnny A. was in it, that's the end of him and the end of our case. Or so it seems. But somehow I doubt that very much.
Hola. ¿Es usted el señor que llama señorita Belmont?
See, the operator has her, Markham, I think.
Un momento, señor, por favor.
Gracias.
Adelante, por favor, señor.
Just sit tight, Markham. I'm sure I'll contact Miss Belmont in South America. The operator's trying to get the call through now.
Vance, it's only an hour since the explosion, but we've already done some great work on this case. The body in that house was identified without a shadow of a doubt as Johnny A.'s, and you succeeded in finding where Miss Belmont is.
Not too difficult, Markham. There are only 2 airlines to South America. I checked them both. Found which one took a girl answering Miss Belmont's description and where they took her. The operator's now checking the hotels in that city. We'll be talking to her shortly. Wait and see.
We're going to a lot of trouble just to inform the young lady that her ex-boyfriend is dead. I think I'd rather go after Big Eddie Morris. It was undoubtedly he or one of his gang that planted the bomb that wrecked Miss Belmont's home and killed Johnny A.
I'm sure I'll be seeing your friend.
Aquí es señorita Belmont. Hello? Hello, who is it wants me?
Hello, Miss Belmont. This is Philo Vance. You don't know me,
No, but I will, since I get back. I was mentioning to your friend Markham that we all ought to get together sometime.
I'd hardly call 5,000 miles just to accept an invitation, Miss Belmont.
Oh.
I want to tell you that your boyfriend, Johnny A., is dead.
Tried to shoot it out with the cops and caught one, huh?
Not exactly. Your home is partially wrecked, Miss Belmont. A bomb exploded.
And Johnny was caught in the blast. Good. The joint's insured and he's out of my life. Now, it's nice of you to let me know, Vance. You're making sure I have a good time on my vacation.
I'm glad you've enjoyed yourself up till now, because your vacation is over. You're coming back.
Who says so?
I do.
Suppose I don't come back. What then?
Then I'll come down and get you.
Huh. You know, Vance, that sounds like the best offer I've had in years.
Okay. Quiet, all you guys. Now, quiet down, will you, please? Now, listen, you guys. I talk better with a gun in my hand than I do with my face. But I got something to say.
All right, go ahead. Hey, you mug, give Big Eddie a chance, will you? He's paying for this party. Let him talk if you want.
Yeah, that's better. Quiet, please. Now, get this. We're gathered here tonight to mourn the passing of a beloved... Well, never mind. I thought I had a speech memorized, but skip it. Now, look. Boys, this is straight from the feed box. Johnny A. is dead. Some of you guys used to work for him. Okay, so now you work for me. What kind of a deal, Eddie? Same kind you got from Johnny A. The take is still here in this town. We'll make even more if we have one good organization instead of two fighting each other. Well, what do you say? Sure. That's what I want to hear. All right, fellas, enjoy yourselves. I'll be back in a minute. I gotta make a phone call and find out what happened to the dancing girls I ordered. Don't nobody go away now. Here? Would be circle enough to leave now, would you? I'll see you all in a couple of minutes.
Quite a party going on in there, Eddie.
Who are you?
My name is Vance, Philo Vance.
So your name's Vance, and so there's quite a party going on in there. So?
What's the occasion of the celebration?
Oh, kind of a party to announce a new benefit organization. Yeah, that's what it is. A benefit organization.
Whose benefit, besides your own?
Look, Vance, I know all about you. You're supposed to be smart, and you're supposed to be tough. Right now, I got a phone call to make. You're going to be smart and let me make it, or tough and try to stop me?
It might be very smart to stop this entire organization right now.
Yeah?
Eddie, I have an idea the district attorney wants to see you.
So let him send me a summons.
He did better than that. He sent me.
You sure you know what you're doing, Vance?
You yourself said I was smart.
I take it back. You're an egghead. Now get out of my way.
Seems to me I said you and I were going to see the DA.
Seems to me I
see the DA.
Seems to me I see. Now, get.
You know, I perfect never. But the results are going to be the same.
Says you.
You're going to be bouncing around any minute now, Eddie, and this ought to give you a start.
You take me, get hurt.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Johnny A. murder case opened before Johnny A. was murdered. A. was a gang leader who had killed an underling, Nick Keating. Johnny A.'s girl, Sonny Belmont, told me that before she left for South America. But while she was in South America, a bomb destroyed part of her home, and we found Johnny A.'s dead body in it. Vance spoke to Miss Belmont, and she flew back here, where she is now, in my office, waiting for Vance, who is going to see Johnny A.
Kind of surprised I'm here, aren't you, Markham?
Yes, and I'm just as surprised that Vance isn't. I wonder what's keeping him.
Don't forget, he never got a look at me. If he had, he'd have been here an hour ago. What time is it, by the way?
5 o'clock. I don't mind admitting that's what's worrying me. Vance went to see Big Eddie Morris 2 hours ago.
You know, that's the trouble with you guys who carry watches. You worry too much. Me, I never carry them. I wouldn't have one around. What good are they? All they do is make you hurry when you want to take your time, and that's not for me. I'm a gal that likes to take her time.
Your theory is undoubtedly excellent for you, Miss Belmont. But Vance should have been here an hour ago.
Well, maybe he doesn't know I'm here.
Oh, excuse me, please. Hello?
Markham, sorry I've been delayed.
Where are you, Vance?
I only found out myself a few minutes ago. It seems that Big Eddie and I had a little session. But I guess we made too much noise because a few of his friends interrupted us. And that's all I remember.
Are you hurt?
Well, my eye isn't in very good condition. There must have been 5 or 6 of them, so I don't feel too badly, although I guarantee a few of them do.
I'm glad it was nothing serious, Vance. But listen, Miss Belmont is here in my office. We've been waiting for you.
Meet me instead, will you, Markham? At what was once her home. And bring Miss Belmont with you, if you will. I'm sure she can help close this case and round up an entire gang of criminals and killers.
All right, Vance, we'll be there. I'll bring Miss Belmont and a squad of Sergeant Heath's best men.
Never mind them, Markham. Just bring Miss Belmont and a piece of beefsteak for my eye.
Quite a mess they made of this room in your house, Miss Belmont.
Big Eddie Morris made quite a mess out of you, Vance. And the stuff in this house is insured.
So am I, against repetition of an accident like the one that happened to me. Markham, your men looked over this place pretty well, didn't they?
The police bomb squad did. They found evidence that the blast was caused by a simple bomb which could have been planted in the house or thrown through a back window.
Presumably by the men in the car we saw circling the block. Well, let's see now. The blast was at midnight. Miss Belmont, you got to South America sometime during that day. What time was it?
I've got no idea. Time doesn't mean a thing to me.
Miss Belmont has an allergy where watches and clocks are concerned. Vance won't have them around.
When I get anywhere, as long as I get there, I'm on time. Understand, Van?
I can understand why anyone who had an appointment with you would subscribe to that, yes. You know, you're quite attractive.
Throw away your watch sometime and I'll come over and see you.
Do that, Miss Belmont, please. In the event you do, we'll need no watch. Time will stand still.
You know, I was under the impression that we met here to get some evidence against Big Eddie Morris.
Oh, I got all the evidence I needed before you arrived, Markham. You remember I was here first.
Yes. What evidence did you find?
This.
What's that?
It looks like a piece of tin.
It is a piece of tin. A curved piece, about 3 inches long, I'd say, and the color is, well, a sort of dull gray. I picked it up off the floor.
With all the beautiful bric-a-brac in this room shattered by the explosion, why would a piece of tin interest you, Vance? I don't understand it. But then again, I don't have to. Just say the word and we'll move in and make an arrest.
You're the district attorney, my friend. It's a little silly to make an arrest if you can't get a conviction, and I haven't enough proof. Yet. My next move is to get more proof. And, Miss Belmont.
Yes?
I'm going to need your help.
Sure, I know you. You're Johnny A's girl. Right?
I was Nick Keating's sister, Eddie. Long before I was Johnny A's girl. And Johnny killed Nick.
Oh. Well, what do you want with me?
Look, Eddie. You know I was the finger in every jewel lift Johnny ever made. I went to a nightclub, spotted the dames with the biggest diamonds and the best-looking furs, and put the finger on them for Johnny. I could do that for you.
Yeah, you could. And you could double-cross me, too.
Do you think I'd do that, Eddie? To the guy that did me a favor and rubbed out the guy that killed my brother?
I don't know. I'll let you know after you work your first job for us.
Waiting for somebody, friend?
Huh? Oh, it's you, Vance.
That's right, and you're one of Eddie Morris's boys. One of the boys that piled into me when Eddie and I were seeing how tough we were at the banquet yesterday.
Oh, gee, Vance, I had to do that. If I hadn't, well, but a lot of guys smacked into you. Don't pick on me.
Why are you sitting in this car with the engine running across the street from a very smart nightclub? As if I couldn't guess.
Look, Vance, don't interfere with us. Keep out of it. Don't mess around. You're getting Big Eddie's hair.
Get out of the car. I'm sitting in for you.
Not a chance. I'm...
Sorry, my friend. If my information is right, I can't waste time. Out you go. Come on. There, that's it. Now, you will keep right there until the police... Uh-oh.
Okay, Joe, get moving.
Hey, fellas, wait for
All right,
me.
get going quick. Island, you guys. You too, Sonny.
Yeah, I'm in.
Wait a minute. Sid. Come on, I said, Joe. Get this car moving. Nice work, Sonny.
Thanks, Eddie.
This diamond I grabbed ought to be at least 15 carats. Nice piece of change. Joe, where you driving?
Just a minute. I'm not driving anywhere, and I'm not Joe.
Vance.
Hey.
That's right, only I'm not alone this time. I have a gun for company, as you can see. And there's a car full of policemen right in back of us.
You crossed us, didn't you, Sonny? I oughta...
Please, Eddie, don't do anything you won't live to regret. Miss Belmont had her choice of crossing you or helping us, right, Miss Belmont?
That's right, Ben. And you're so much better looking than Eddie.
Eugene Macy, alias Potato Head Williams, suspicion of robbery, suspicion of murder. Step down.
Got the whole Eddie Morris gang, eh, Markham?
The entire bunch, Vance. And that includes all of Johnny A's boys, too.
Eddie Morris, alias Big Eddie Morris, suspicion of robbery, murder. Step down. Now, that winds it up, Mr. Markham.
Thanks, Healy. Keep them all nice and happy until we need them.
Okay, dear.
Vance, you know who really deserves a vote of thanks? Sonny Belmont. She certainly helped us.
She most certainly did. Which reminds me, I have an appointment with her at her new apartment. I want to thank her for her help.
But you already thanked her, Vance. In my office an hour ago.
Yes, I did, Markham, but not enough. I couldn't. There were too many people around.
Anybody ever tell you you were wonderful, Vance?
Not recently.
Well, put me down in your book as today's entry, then. You're wonderful.
I left my book home.
I'm afraid you'll just have to keep on telling me.
I'd tell you anything, Vance, any time.
Well, not to switch from a very interesting subject, me, I'd like to know something about Johnny A.
What, for instance?
What kind of a man was he?
He was a scared rat. He never moved without a bodyguard. He used my place as a hangout. You know why?
Why?
Because he was scared to use his own apartment. I thought I loved him.
He wasn't afraid to use your house?
That house was the safest spot in the city. Windows were bulletproof. Doors were sheet metal. You couldn't get into that joint with an acetylene torch. Johnny A. paid for all those extras.
Quite a character.
Yeah. Well, we've talked about him, about you, about me. Now let's talk about you and me.
Sounds very interesting. We'll see how interesting after you tell me just one more thing, if you don't mind. When you left for South America, where was Johnny A.?
I don't know. He came to the house after he killed my brother, told me he'd be back the following midnight, and left.
I imagine if he'd left, he'd be alive today.
What do you mean, if he left? He did leave.
No, I'm afraid you killed him before you left for South America, despite the explosion which occurred when you were 5,000 miles away. I'm afraid I can prove you killed him, Miss Belmont. Now it's your turn to be afraid.
Please, Vance, let's not waste time with this. I've got to know how you built the state's case against Sonny Belmont.
All right, let's start from the beginning, Markham.
All right.
Our house was practically a fortress. Metal doors, bulletproof glass, everything you could think of. How could anybody get in there to plant a bomb in the living room?
Perhaps it was planted there the day before it went off. Someone coming in pretending to be a meter reader or something.
It was planted there the night before by Miss Belmont. She had been trying to break up with Johnny for some time, had a bomb all prepared. When he told her he had killed her brother, she shot him, then prepared the bomb to explode at midnight the next evening.
How did you know that?
Remember the piece of tin I picked up in her house, Markham, in the room where the bomb exploded?
Yes, of course. Dullish gray, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Uh-huh.
A piece of metal like that could come from a cheap alarm clock. I checked and found an alarm clock the same color in a store near Miss Belmont's home.
Yes, that would indicate a time bomb was used, inasmuch as Miss Belmont had an aversion to clocks.
Even if she had no aversion to them, Markham, she never would have had a cheap alarm clock in a lavishly furnished room. It was a time bomb, all right.
Yes. Vance, the Eddie Morris gang could have planted that bomb.
Markham, the day of the explosion, you had Miss Belmont's house watched every moment from the time she left your office. But your men never saw Johnny A. come in that day, yet his body was found after the explosion. Now, what's the answer? Simple. Johnny A. had been there since the night before. Dead, of course, but there just the same.
Yes.
The Morris gang could never have gotten into that house at any time to plant a bomb.
Well, Miss Belmont's confession shows your reasoning was correct. She had me fooled completely, especially since she helped us trap the Eddie Morris gang.
That was merely to throw us off her trail, just as her trip to South America was supposed to do.
Yes, I know that now. Too bad about her, Vance. She's very attractive.
I thought she was attractive at the beginning, Markham, but she's just a killer at the end of the Johnny A. murder case.
I'll call Jim if you want, George, but he's shaving.
Oh, it's all right, Sylvia. I'd much rather talk to you.
Thanks. That's one of those things I'd much rather not remember. Look, George, Jim's going to take a shower after he shaves. The minute he's through, I'll tell him to call you back. Goodbye.
Now, wait a minute.
Well,
Oh, how about inviting me to the house?
but
As I understand it, married people do have friends over once in a while.
friends, yes.
Oh, now, really? As a matter of fact, Jim asked me over. I'm supposed to be there now.
Well, but
Sylvia, the only thing you can possibly have against me is the fact that I like you. Now, is that a...
Open up in there. Open this door.
What was that?
Wait a minute. Who is it?
I'm a police officer. Open this door quickly.
Goodbye, George.
But, Sylvia...
Hurry with this door.
I'm coming. Now, what is all this?
Where's the room with a narrow window, lady? Fast, where is it?
The bathroom, right this way. What's the matter?
That's what I'm going to find out. This scrubbing brush came flying through that window into the street a second ago. Who's in this room?
My husband. He threw the brush through the window?
That's what I said. Now I'm going to find out why. You inside. Open up.
Oh, stop being so dramatic. The door's not locked.
Oh, well then...
Jim, tell this officer. Jim!
Your husband isn't going to be telling anybody anything ever, lady. He's dead. And from here it looks like he's dead from very unnatural causes.
I tell you why I asked you to come to my office, Vance. I think you'll like the reason.
I don't like murder, Markham. My enjoyment comes from helping catch killers.
I understand that, of course. Vance, a man named Jim Raines was found dead this afternoon in his bathroom. He'd been poisoned.
Oh?
It was a slow-acting poison. Took effect several hours after it was given him.
Not too unusual a situation up until now, Markham.
No, that's true, but listen to this. The bathroom door was unlocked. As Raines felt himself dying, or anyhow, this is what we imagine happened, he seized a scrubbing brush and tossed it through the window. A police officer was passing, went into the house, and found the body on the bathroom floor.
Anybody in the house?
The victim's wife, Sylvia.
Why didn't he call out or open the door to call his wife?
That is why I phoned you.
I see.
I don't know the answer to that unless he suspected his wife had poisoned him and knew she wouldn't help him.
That's possible.
Certainly is.
I think I'll find out a few things about the late Jim Raines before I see her, though. I'm sure the victim broke that window so that we could see through his reason and find his murderer.
Just a moment, please. Be right with you. Well, this is a surprise. Come in, come in. Please sit down, Mrs. Raines. May I say that black is a very becoming color?
Why did you kill my husband?
Oh, Sylvia, please, I didn't kill Jim. Why should I have killed him?
You had lunch with him. You poisoned him. You wanted me, didn't you? You knew I wouldn't have anything to do with you while he was alive, so you killed him. You killed him, and now I'm going to kill you.
Now, Sylvia, don't be ridiculous. Put that gun down.
You took Jim away from me. You're a murderer, but you'll never be caught. You're too clever.
Now, my dear.
See how smart you really are. See if you can outthink a bullet.
Oh, you fool! Give me that gun! Not there. That's better. You ought to either not carry a gun, my dear, or learn to aim it properly. So, you imagine I poisoned Jim. It's true I did have lunch with him. But have you forgotten? I was due at your house when he died. I'd hardly be stupid enough to give the police a ready-made suspect.
You killed him. I know you did.
You know, Sylvia, this could have been a very good act you put on. Let's say you poisoned Joe.
What?
Let's just say that. You came here carrying a gun, accuse me, purposely fire a wild shot. The perfect picture of an innocent, outraged wife. Sylvia, you're out of your mind. Maybe I'm not the only one that's clever. Maybe it's just what I've always suspected. That you and I would make such a wonderful team.
District Attorney Markham speaking.
Markham, this is Vance.
Yes, Vance. Anything yet on the Jim Raines murder?
I've made some progress. Raines was in the numbers racket. Did you know that?
The homicide department undoubtedly knew advance, but I haven't received a report yet. This case is only a few hours old, you know.
I realize that. And I also realize that Raines operated in opposition to a man named Eddie Cayley. And Cayley wasn't too happy about the whole thing.
Well, Vance, we have the wife as a suspect, of course, but you haven't been to see her.
No, not yet.
Now that you've uncovered Cayley, I imagine you, merely to be consistent, won't go to see him either.
I'll see him, but not right now. Now I think it's time you and I went to see Mrs. Raines. If I'm going to see suspects, I must remember my etiquette. You know, Markham, ladies first.
What was the take for today, Whitey?
I don't know yet, Eddie.
Why not?
It takes me a little time to add up figures. But I like figures. You ever hear anything like that? I like figures and I don't understand them.
So what? I like women, and nobody understands them. All the runners bringing their slips?
All except Squirmy. He's due any minute. 6, 8...
Take off your shoes for that number, Whitey.
Huh?
It's over 10. You'll run out of fingers to count on.
Gee, I like mathematics. Hey, that must be Squirmy now, Eddie.
Yeah, okay.
1, 12...
Come on in after I press the buzzer to open the door.
Hi, Mr. Cayley.
Squirmy.
Hi, Whitey.
Hi.
I'm here, right on schedule. No?
You're here right on schedule, yes. Empty your pockets.
Plenty of numbers today, Mr. Cayley. Plenty. Everybody plays numbers.
Lots of suckers.
Yeah. Tell them a dime gets them $60, and all they got to do is guess 3 numbers right, and they all chuck me dimes, no?
Yeah, pretty good collection. Squirmy.
Well, gee, Mr. Cayley, don't call me Squirmy. My name is Claude.
Pretty good reason for being called Squirmy, if you ask me.
Okay, Squirmy. I've got all your collection slips. Let's have the money you picked up.
Surest thing you know. I got it right here. Plenty of money, plenty of dimes. Oh, plenty, boy. Yeah. How about that? Pretty good, no?
That's all, huh?
That's it.
Hey, let me have them slips of paper, Eddie. Gives me more figures to add. Gee, I like figures.
Take 'em, Whitey.
Okay.
Squirmy, come here.
What?
Take off your hat.
There ain't no lady in the room.
Okay, I'll grab it off. There.
Hey, give me back my hat. Give me back my hat.
Sure, as soon as I see what's in the inside band.
Hey, what's the matter?
Well, what do you know? Policy slips. You're taking numbers on your own, aren't you, Squirmy?
Now, look, Mr. Cayley, look, I don't know how they got up there.
No?
I've been framed. Somebody had... Hey,
clip me again, Eddie. Just let me count. That's 1.
No, don't.
I got rid of 1 competitor, Jim Raines, and now I got another.
2. Wait a minute, Mr. Cayley. Them numbers I had up there, I kept them there in case I got picked up by the cops.
Is that so?
Yeah, that's it. In case I got picked up by the cops.
3, keep it up, Eddie. I'm having fun.
I'm a little tired of playing.
4.
Now get up and get out of here, Squirmy. And next time, remember, don't try to get cute with me.
Sure, I'll remember.
Okay.
I won't get cute. I'll remember. So long, Mr. Cayley. So long, Whitey.
Get out of here.
Yeah, sure, Whitey.
I guess I can't blame him too much, Whitey.
What do you mean?
With Jim Raines out of the way, he just got ambitious, that's all.
Yeah, that's what it is, all right. You know, Eddie, this is no business for secrets.
Remember that, Whitey.
Sure. Guy works for you. He ain't got no right to keep anything under his hat.
I think we're heading in the right direction, Markham.
In the car or in the case, Vance?
Both. We're on the way to see Mrs. Raines, armed with several pertinent bits of information.
That her husband was in the numbers racket, that he had a tough competitor named Eddie Cayley, and what else?
That he was quite a bit older than his wife.
We have a foundation, of course, Vance. But the puzzling features of this case are still unexplained. Why did Raines throw a brush through the window when he could have opened the door?
And who fed him poison?
Yes.
Well, I imagine we'll have the answers to those questions very soon. After you, Markham.
Right.
Markham,
What has the homicide department reported since our talk a little while ago? Anything at all?
Nothing of interest. They traced Raines' movements during the day and found he had lunch with a George Morrow. Very respectable individual, as I understand it, and a good friend of the dead man's.
But they did have lunch together, which makes Morrow a potential suspect in case we run out of those we already have.
If you say so. The bell, Vance?
If you say so. There we are. Let me see now. Raines has been dead how long up till now?
Exactly 4.5 hours.
Right. That means that...
Yes?
Well, I'm District Attorney Markham, Mrs. Raines. This is Philo Vance. We'd like to come in if you don't mind.
Oh, by all means. How can I help you?
We're not sure. Mrs. Raines, your husband has been dead only a little over 4 hours. I notice a black coat and hat here in the hall, and you're wearing a black dress.
Isn't that customary when one is in mourning?
Yes, it is. You had all these clothes before your husband's death?
Every well-dressed woman has at least one black dress, Mr. Vance.
And the coat?
I just happen to have a black coat.
I understand.
Mrs. Raines, what we'd like to find out is this. Why would your husband throw a brush through the bathroom window to attract attention when he could have attracted attention so much more easily by opening the bathroom door and calling?
I don't know.
You were home at the time.
I was on the telephone talking to a friend of Jim's, a man named George Morrow. He was telling me that Jim expected him at the house, and just then the policeman pounded on the door.
Do you mind if I see the bathroom?
No, why should I? This way.
Come along, Markham.
Right.
Jim was shaving. He was going to take a shower after he'd finished. I could hear the shower running while I was on the telephone.
Who shut off the water?
I don't know. I don't think it was running when the policeman and I found Jim's body. I'm sure it wasn't.
You were hysterical from shock. A detail such as that might have slipped your mind.
The water had been turned off. Well, what's so important about that?
I'll let you know in a moment. I want to turn on that shower.
Well, go ahead.
I don't know what this is supposed to prove, Vance, except that there's hot water in the shower.
You aren't the only one who doesn't know what else Mr. Vance is trying to prove.
Mr. Vance isn't trying to prove anything. Mr. Vance has already proven it.
What?
All right, please, both of you, get out. Get out, please.
What's the hurry? What's with the pushing?
I'm sorry.
I hope you have a good reason for rushing us out of there, Mr. Vance.
I have the best reason in the world. Markham, I want a 24-hour police guard placed in front of this bathroom.
What?
I want it closed to everybody until I ask for it to be opened.
That could be arranged, I imagine. You want to tell me why, Vance?
Certainly. There's something in that bathroom that tells me definitely who poisoned Jim Raines.
This is District Attorney Markham. The shower bath murder case opened when Jim Raines, numbers racketeer, was found poisoned in his bathroom. We know the poison had been administered several hours before. We know that Raines' wife was younger than he and attractive. That the dead man's racket rival was Eddie Cayley, and that he had a friend named George Morrow. That's all we know. But Philo Vance insists he knows who killed Raines after he, Vance, turned on the shower in the bathroom. It is sometime later in my office. Still not talking, Vance?
What's the point of telling you, Markham? You need...
Question.
I'm going to try.
Well, you've been...
I know what you're going to say, that I've been reasonably successful in getting proof for you before. But each case is different, Markham. Precedent hasn't any importance because there never has been a case like this.
Could you tell me why Jim Raines threw that brush instead of opening the door?
Yes, I can, but I won't. I know why he did it. I know everything about this case now. All I have to do is take the mystery of that shower and use it to make a murderer come clean.
9 and 5 is 14, and 6 is 20, and 8 is...
Cut it out, Whitey.
Figures, Eddie, figures. You know how nuts I am about figures. I gotta keep adding them all the time.
What are you adding? There aren't any policy slips in front of you.
Yeah, I know. I'm just rehearsing.
Oh.
Sometimes I just sit for hours adding up imaginary figures. 8 and 3, 7 and 2. It's fascinating, Eddie.
Wait till you hear about subtraction. You'll really be in for a
Hey.
great treat.
Who's that?
I don't know. It's somebody who doesn't know the code knock. Now, wait here, Whitey. I'm going to find out. Who is it?
I'm George Morrow. I'm looking for Eddie Cayley.
What are you looking for him for?
I'll tell him.
Hit the buzzer, Whitey. We'll let this guy in. I'm Cayley.
Oh?
Come on in. What's on your mind, Morrow?
Kaylee, I've got a little information for you.
Yeah?
You're not taking over Jim Raines's numbers business.
No.
That's right. No.
Hey, I dig this guy, Eddie. He's the fella talking to Jim Raines' wife on the telephone when Raines kicks off in the bathroom.
Yeah, that's right. I knew Raines's racket. I was all set to take it over when I heard that you've moved over to Raines's side of town.
So what?
Move back, Kaylee. Quick. That's all.
Oh, is it? Well, you listen to me.
No, take your hands off me. I'll take them off.
Tomorrow, I don't think I like being shoved around.
When you know for sure, tell me.
Go ahead, boys. Take care of him. That way I get to do some counting.
Okay, here we go.
All right. Come on.
Whitey. Yeah. Whitey, I think I'll need some help with this guy.
Okay, boy.
Well, it's that.
Sure.
Nice work with that blackjack, Whitey.
It wasn't really nothing, boys. 1, 2, 3, a boom.
I don't think he'll bother us again in a hurry.
You said it.
One good thing he did, though.
What's that?
He told me he knew about Raines, was all set to take over Raines' racket. The cops will be glad to hear about that, and they're going to hear about it if they get too close to us. He had an awful good motive for murder, Whitey. Awful good.
All I can tell you about Cayley is what you already know, Vance. He's in the numbers racket. He has a couple of runners who collect policy slips for him, and one of them is this fellow they call Squirmy. He's supposed to hang around this territory somewhere.
You'll know him when you see him.
Yes, I looked at his gallery pictures a little while ago. And, Vance.
Yeah?
I think that's the man right there in front of that store.
Do I look disreputable enough?
Put your hat down over your eyes a little more.
All right.
That's it. Go ahead, Vance, and I wish you luck. Let me know if there's anything I can do.
I will. Hi.
Hi.
I got a hunch and a number.
How much of a hunch, huh?
Quarter's weight.
Give me the 2 bits. Write the number you like on a hunk of paper and meet me tomorrow right here if you hit. Okay, no?
Yeah. Yeah.
Thanks.
You hang out right here in this corner?
That's right. See you tomorrow if you get lucky.
My friend, I'll see you long before that if I really get lucky.
Look, George, I don't want to talk to you now or ever.
Oh, but
And
Sylvia,
nothing you can do or say can make me change my mind.
I wouldn't say nothing, Sylvia, if I were you.
What do you mean?
I was just up to see a fellow named Eddie Cayley. He was a business rival of your husband.
Well, what does that make me?
You'll have to listen to find out.
Well?
Eddie and a stooge of his worked me over. Good. But I had a reason for going up there.
So?
You were the reason. So don't you think you should be a little reasonable?
Honest, Mr. Cayley.
Yeah?
Here's my hat. Nothing in it. See?
You sure?
Yeah. All the policy slips just like I collected them.
That's a good boy.
Yeah, sure, thanks. And all the money I got.
Hey, you got a lot of them, Eddie. I'm having a swell time adding up these numbers.
Well, enjoy yourself, Whitey.
Yeah.
Say, I wonder why the other runners haven't come in. It's time for them to be here, isn't it?
If you say it's time, Mr. Cayley, it sure is time. No?
Thank you, Claude.
Gee, thank you.
Hey, that's our knock. Must be one of the boys now, Eddie. Want to let him in?
Certainly.
Hey,
Hey.
that ain't one of our boys.
I'm not one of anybody's boys. I'm Philo Vance.
How did you know the knock we used?
Sensible question. That seems to indicate that you're the head man. You are Cayley.
That's right.
And you want to know about the knock?
Yeah.
Well, I was watching down the hall when Squirmy here knocked at the door.
Oh, gee, Mr. Cayley, I didn't know. Honest, I didn't.
Shut up.
Oh, shut up? Huh? Okay. Now you'll call me Squirmy.
Will you cut that out? You were watching, Vance, and listening.
I stand corrected. Well, Cayley, you want to know why I'm here.
Keep talking.
That's simple. You're in the numbers racket. So was Jim Raines. That's a very definite connection between you two.
Now, wait a minute, Vance. I know who you are. You're no cop, and that means I'm not ratting on anybody. But George Morrow wanted in on Raines's racket. He told me that himself. If you're looking for Raines's killer, you don't have to look any further than him.
Thank you.
But I think this numbers business of yours, Cayley, is sufficient to lock you up until I get ready.
Whitey, the blackjack.
Yeah.
Grab
Oh,
it,
no.
Squimmy.
I don't grab so easily, my friend.
Come on, Whitey. Three of us ought to handle this one.
All right, everybody, stop that fight. Stop it or I'll shoot.
Well, the district attorney and a gun.
Yes.
I'm getting up in the world.
Markham, you interrupted the proceedings just when I was starting to enjoy myself. But I'm glad you did. I'm very anxious to get this case over with.
I followed you as you asked me to, Vance. Do I take Cayley in as Jim Raines' murderer?
No. Just on the numbers racket charge, Markham. Nobody here killed Jim Raines. But let's go to Raines' house, and I'll point out somebody there who did.
Sylvia, I don't know why Philo Vance told me to come over here, but I'm glad he did.
Oh.
It gives me a chance to tell you something in person, something you wouldn't listen to on the telephone.
Go away from me, George. You make me sick.
I've got a lot of money, Sylvia. I know where to get more. I want to marry you. We'll work things out so they'll be just the way you want them.
Get out of here. I don't care if 9 Philo Vances ask you to come over. I tell you to get out. You disgust me.
You can't talk to me that way, Sylvia. You can't. I won't let you.
Try and stop me.
Oh,
Now,
Sylvia.
you either get out of here, George, or I will. Take your choice, only don't take too long to make up your mind.
Sylvia, you've got to listen to me. I've wanted you ever since I saw you. Jim was my friend, but friends don't mean anything when a man falls in love. He was in the way. I could never have you with him around.
You killed him.
I disgust you, do I? It didn't do me any good to kill him, did it? Well, I'm going to kill you like this. So what you know won't be any good to you either.
Choking me.
Come on, Markham. This has gone far enough.
Vance, too far if you ask me. Hold it, Morrow. Now stand right where you are.
But you got here just in time, Mr. Markham. You and Vance.
We've been here quite some time, long enough to hear you admit you killed Raines.
You'd never found out any other way, either of you, or the police.
I think you're wrong, Morrow. I knew you'd poisoned Jim Raines.
What? You knew? How did you know?
Raines told me, Morrow, after he was dead. Before we go into the Raines bathroom, Markham, you realize why we went up to Eddie Cayley's headquarters.
Break up his policy operation.
Exactly. Then, too, I needed a little time to contact Morrow, have him go over to see Mrs. Raines. And I had to be sure Mrs. Raines knew the part I rehearsed her in.
I understand all that, but there's something I don't understand. Jim Raines was in that bathroom. He had finished shaving and was about to take a shower. He felt himself dying, and instead of opening the door and calling for help, he tossed a brush through the bathroom window. How are you going to explain that?
I will, I promise you. And I'll begin by telling you that he thought George Morrow was in the living room. Remember, Raines' wife told us that when she was on the phone with Morrow, Morrow mentioned he was due at the Raines house, and that was the reason for his phone call.
Yes, that's right.
Very well. Raines died thinking that Morrow might be in his apartment. That's why he threw the brush through the window instead of opening the door. He didn't want Morrow to come in and find his body.
Why not? And what did you mean by saying Raines told you who killed him?
I'll show you. Come into the bathroom.
All right. I'm here and waiting to be shown.
I closed the door and turned on the hot water in the shower.
Turn on...
This was the situation Raines was in, identically. Take a look at that bathroom door, Markham. What do you see?
I see a mirror. That's not unusual.
Watch the mirror.
Yes?
What's happening?
It's clouding up. The steam from the hot water is covering... Vance! There's writing on that mirror.
Read it, Markham.
It's just becoming legible. George Morrow poisoned me. Then there's the beginning of Jim Raines' signature. Vance, this is fantastic.
Is it? I think not. Raines wrote that when he realized what had happened to him. And he knew Morrow had poisoned him. But he was afraid Morrow was in the house.
So he didn't open the door. That's reasonable. Morrow would have come rushing in and wiped off the mirror.
Raines was very clever. He wanted the bathroom window broken, knowing that the steam would be dissipated by the draft, and the writing on the mirror would disappear with it.
Oh.
But it could be brought back by anybody who would wonder, just as we wondered, why a window was broken when a door was available.
The writing stayed on the mirror. I don't understand that.
Try it sometime with your own mirror, Markham. Steam it. Write on it. When the steam disappears, the writing disappears. Re-steam it. The writing comes back. Now you know the whole story.
Yes, thanks to you, I know the story and the motive. And I see why you had to have proof of his guilt. A proof we overheard when he talked to Mrs. Raines, even though you knew Morrow was our murderer right from the beginning.
Yes, Markham. I saw this handwriting on the mirror at the beginning of our adventure. But Morrow sees the handwriting on the wall at the end of the shower bath murder case.
Put your chin in your left shoulder, Mike. Put that shoulder up higher. Keep your left out. Further. That's it. Keep away from that left. Keep jabbing, Mike. Keep that left hand in his kisser. Get him off balance with it. Now the right. Okay, Mike. That's enough for today. Come on over here. I want to talk to you. Let me have that glove. I'll take it off for you. Yep. That's it. There we are.
Oh, it feels good to get that mouthpiece out of my jaw and these gloves off, Sam. Oh, how'd I look in there today?
Yeah, you'll do. Throw this robe over your shoulders, eh? Don't want you catching cold right now. There you are. Now let's have that helmet you're wearing.
Yeah.
I'll put it away with the rest of the stuff.
Good enough, Sam. Well, what goes on now?
Nothing. You take a shower and you go home. Take it easy. No more workouts till the big fight tomorrow, and then nobody will be calling you Mike anymore. They'll be calling you Champ.
Think so?
Sure. What's the matter? Don't you like the idea?
Are you kidding?
Mike Daggett, heavyweight champion of the world. You come a long way, kid, and I'm the guy who brought you up there.
Yeah, I know, Sam. Thanks a lot.
Oh, forget it.
Oh, look, I gotta stop and see my girl on the way home. That's okay, isn't it?
Well, it ain't okay, Mike.
What?
I got nothing against Billy Stanley. She's a good kid. She's for you all the way. Only fighters and females don't make so good. At least not before a big fight. Look, call her up.
Well, what you say goes, Sam. Say, look, you really think I got a chance against the Champ? This isn't any pep talk you don't give me.
You're a cinch, Mike. Only thing that can stop you tomorrow is the referee counting 10 over that cheese Champ. He's a pushover, Mike, a pushover.
You really think that, don't you, Sam?
Think it, I know it. By tomorrow night, you'll be champion of the world. Think of that, kid. Just think of it.
I've been thinking of it, Sam. And right now, it's the one thing in the world I'm afraid of.
Yeah, who was that?
It's me, Silk. Sam Billings.
Come in and sit down, Sam. I want to talk to you.
Okay.
Yeah, I sent for you so I could make you a present of some easy cabbage. Sit down, kid, sit down.
I come over because it was near the gym and I just got finished watching Mike Daggett work out.
Uh-huh.
Not because you sent for me, Silk.
Well, you won't be sorry. Sam, I've been managing the champ for 8 years now.
I know.
We got a couple of more years of easy dough ahead of us if your boy don't cop the Duke tomorrow night.
I ain't doubting that, Silk. Only my boy's a breeze to win. I know it, he knows it, and you know it, or you wouldn't be sending for me.
Maybe. But, Sam, look. We ain't in this business for love, are we, huh?
No.
No, none of us are. Now, suppose I fix it so you and your boy make more dough by losing. You, interested?
You want Mike to lay down?
That's right. On a golden pillow with an awful lot of cash for a blanket. Hey, where you going?
Out. No dice on your deal, Silk. Mike fights clean. He fights honest. That's it.
Not yet, it ain't. You stand between me and a fortune, Sam.
If I am, I ain't moving out of the way.
No? Okay. Want to play rough, huh? Well, I'll toss you out of here right in your ear.
Hey,
Sam.
let go of me, you.
Yeah, sure, but this is just a sample of what you get if you let your lip get loose.
Out.
Chum. See, I wouldn't say anything about our conversation if I were you, Sam.
Because I wouldn't throw a fight, you throw me out of your office.
That's right. Only that ain't all I'm going to do. Your boy's going to lay down tomorrow night, Sam. One way or another.
Look, Billy, I shouldn't even be here. Sam told me to call you up, made me promise I'd go right home so I'd be in shape to fight tomorrow
Well,
night.
I'm sorry, Mike. I don't mean to quarrel, only I can't help it. Why can't you see things my way?
I can, baby. And maybe you aren't wrong, Billy, but give me a break. Look at what I put into this fighting business. Years of boxing at small clubs for peanuts, weeks of training, all to get a shot at the title.
Well, look what you'll take out of fighting, Mike. Cauliflower ears, your nose all twisted, maybe your brain, too, if you take one punch too many. It's all got to happen if you win tomorrow night.
Hey, now, look. Nobody's been talking to you and trying to get you to make me quit tomorrow, have they?
Oh, Mike.
No, baby. I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. It's just that I'm all tight inside. I know how you feel. I know you haven't had any picnic while I was scrapping in those penny ante clubs. But don't pack me in now. Not when I'm going to grab the brass ring.
You take the brass ring, Mike, and it's the only ring there'll ever be for you and me.
But I need the dough the title's going to give me. I need it so we can get married, Billy, baby. That's what I've been planning on.
Well, it's no go, Mike. I don't want that, any part of it. I'll go on making my own living.
Sure, taking pictures of suckers in a nightclub. It's some job for my girl.
I'm going to keep that job, especially now that it looks like I'm going to lose you.
I'm not going anywhere, baby.
Yes, you are, right out of my life. I won't have the guy I love walking around on his heels.
There's got to be some way out of this, Billy. There's got to be.
All right. There is a way out. You've got to fight tomorrow night, but you don't have to win. You did promise me you'd quit if you didn't win the title, didn't you, Mike?
Yeah, I promised.
Then don't win. It's so simple. We'll have enough money from your end of the purse to get married and start off with. It'll last till you get a job. What about it?
I don't know, Billy. Maybe I'd do it if it wasn't for Sam, but... Well, he's had just as tough a time as we had. I owe him a clean fight.
I don't like to hurt Sam either. But this is for us, Mike. For you and me.
Okay, Billy, baby, you win. I'll take one tomorrow.
Mike, I'm glad you're here. Tried to get you at your place, but you weren't there.
Sam, we got something to tell you.
First, I've got something to tell Mike. Now, listen, kid. I just came from Silk Morgan's office. Threw me out. This leg of mine still hurts from where I landed on it.
He threw you out?
Why, that don't do nothing to Silk. He just got sore because I told him he wouldn't lay down for the champ tomorrow night. I got it all fixed for him to win. They're betting their shirts on him. When I wouldn't go along, Silk tossed me out the door.
Oh, he did he? Well, I'll get him for
Not
that.
him, Mike. Get the champ. That'll fix the whole crowd.
Leave him to me, Mike. Leave him to me. Tomorrow night, I knock the champ right into Silk Morgan's lap.
Mike!
Excuse me a moment, Sergeant Heath.
Oh, sure.
District Attorney Markham speaking.
Hello, Mr. Markham. Never mind who this is, but you've got to listen to me.
All right, if I must, what is it?
There's a big fight on tonight. Mike Daggett against K.O. Connolly, the champ.
Yes, I know.
Well, Mr. Markham, I've been up all night trying to figure out what to do. I just decided the best thing was to call your office.
Well, having decided that and having done that, suppose you tell me what this is all about.
There's a mob in back of the champ, Mr. Markham, a tough mob, and they're trying to see that Mike Daggett doesn't win the title tonight. They'll do anything to see that Connolly keeps it. You've got to protect Mike. You've got to. Promise me you will.
Well, I'll promise you will try.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Markham. I'll never forget this. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Well, Heath,
I could hear that, D.A. You're not going to let that call bother you, are you? That business of knocking off the challenger has been in 100 movies and in 1,000 stories, but it just doesn't happen. Not in real life, it doesn't.
It hasn't yet, you mean? I promised the young lady that this Mike Daggett would have police protection, Heath. See that he gets it.
Sure, D.A., but the club will be loaded with cops tonight anyhow. We always have them on hand at a fight. Now, don't worry about anything. We'll handle anything that happens tonight. Who are you calling?
Philo Vance.
Why? Because some crackpot dame thinks the challenger is going to get knocked off tonight?
Hardly. I merely want to invite him to the fight, that's all.
Oh.
Hello, Office of Philo Vance, private investigator Miss Wood speaking.
Oh, Miss Woods, this is District Attorney Markham. Is Miss Deering still away?
Yes, she is. Her mother's still sick, so Mr. Vance keeps me on as his contemporary secretary.
You probably mean temporary, but we won't bother about that now. Is Vance there?
Is he here? He's practically on pins and needles waiting to talk to you. Just a minute. It's for you, Mr. Vance, here.
Thank you. Hello, Markham. I was hoping you'd call.
Well, thank you, Vance. That's very complimentary. But if you wanted to speak to me, why didn't you call me?
Well, I might have, except that I have no murder to invite you to.
Well, this time, Vance, I don't have any either. I just called to see if you'd like to be my guest at the big fight tonight. It so happens that I have 2 extra tickets, and it promises to be a great match.
Well, thank you very much, Markham. I'd like very much to go. You'll still have an extra ticket, but we'll dig up somebody. Thanks again, and I'll call you back and arrange a meeting place.
Oh, incidentally, Vance, I'm not promising anything, but there just might be a little unscheduled excitement at the fight.
Really, Markham? Well, that sounds wonderful. I'll see you later. Goodbye.
Bye.
Mr. Vance, I don't want to sound like I'm forward or anything like that, but did I understand Mr. Markham had an extra ticket?
Why, yes, he has, Miss Woods.
Well, gee, if it wouldn't be putting anybody out, I'd sure love to see that fight, Mr. Vance.
You like fights, Miss Woods?
In the neighborhood where I live, if you say you don't like fights, right away you're in one.
Really? I never have guessed. You like boxing matches, Miss Woods?
Well, I never boxed any. But, Mr. Vance, should we continue on with that history of the last thing we were working on? The President murder case?
I think we'd better, Miss Woods. What disturbs me is that was last week. We haven't had a single killing this week to work on.
Oh, there's going to be one tonight, Mr. Vance. I could tell you that without the slightest thought that I was a prefabricator.
I don't question your telling the truth, even though I think you mean prevaricator, Miss Woods. But you're sure there will be a killing tonight?
Natch, at the fight. When Mike Daggett gets the champ in the ring tonight, he'll murder the bum.
And now it is my pleasure to present that star of stage, screen, and radio, your friend and mine, sitting third row ringside, that popular comedian, Eddie Harris!
He's cute, isn't he, Mr. Vance?
I can't tell. His face is in the way. Time for the big match, isn't it, Markham?
Just about, Vance. They've introduced everybody from the promoter to the janitor. Yep, there they go, clearing the ring.
And now for the heavyweight championship of the world, 15 rounds to a decision, our feature attraction. At 189 and a half, wearing purple trunks, the young slugging sensation from this city, the challenger, Mike Daggett! Over here, at 210 pounds, wearing black trunks, holder of many records and recognized by one and all for his courage and his fisting ability, the heavyweight champion of the world, K.O. Connolly!
This is it, Vance. And so far, no trouble.
How could there be trouble? The fight hasn't started yet.
Mr. Markham means that there has been no evidence of the veiled hint of extracurricular activity he made to me on the phone.
Now, everybody, the title match is about to begin. May the contender and the champion put forth their best efforts. May the superior skill and stamina of one or the other be the difference between victory and defeat. Now, come out, fighting men.
There they go. Oh, wow, look at that right the champ let loose.
Miss Woods, please.
What's the matter, Mr. Vance? Don't you like fun?
Vance Daggett was hardly touched, and he's down.
He's getting up. Probably just knocked off balance, that's all.
The champ will get him now. There he goes measuring him. Here it comes. Oh, he missed it. He missed him, the bum.
Markham, look at Mike Daggett. He's staggered.
There go his knees. They started to buckle.
There he goes.
5. He wasn't even hit, and he's down, Vance.
8, 9, 10.
There's the referee picking him up off the floor and carrying him to his corner. But Vance, he wasn't even hit.
No, I know he wasn't, Markham. But I got to look at him just before he fell. He may not have been hit, but I guarantee he's dead.
This is District Attorney Markham. The heavyweight murder case began when prizefighter Mike Daggett keeled over in the ring. Investigations showed that the challenger had been doped and poisoned, and revealed that Billy Stanley, Daggett's girlfriend and nightclub photographer, did not want Mike to win, nor did K.O. Connolly, the champion, or his manager, Silk Morgan. Vance, Sergeant Heath, and I have found out that Billy Stanley is at her apartment with Sam Billings, Mike's manager. And we are on our way up there.
Please stop, Billy. That isn't going to help things any.
I can't help it, Sam. I can't stop.
Billy.
He's gone. He should never have gone into that ring. He's gone, Sam.
Yeah, I
He
know.
was murdered. The police say he was murdered. He was poisoned. Oh, Sam.
I'll get it, Billy. Now, try to take it easy.
I beg your pardon, I'm District Attorney Markham. This is Philo Vance and Sergeant Heath. We'd like to see Miss Billy Stanley.
Come on in. I'm Sam Billings. I was Mike's manager. That's Miss Stanley, only she
I
isn't
can
known.
understand how she feels, Mr. Billings. Good evening, Miss Stanley. Permit me to tell you how
What do
sorry
you want
I
with me, Mr. Vance? What do you want? Haven't I had enough questions from the police?
Apparently not. You see, Miss Stanley, we found out that Mike Daggett was both doped and poisoned, and that you were with him when he ate last before the fight.
Yes, I was. And I didn't want him to fight. Found that out, too, I suppose. But did you also find out that I loved him, did you?
We'll take your word for that, Miss Stanley.
Look, Mr. Markham, Vance ain't getting anywhere with those silk gloves of his.
Heath, please.
I'm taking over. Look here, Miss Stanley. Your boyfriend was fed knockout drops, and he was poisoned afterwards. The Mickey Finn was so he wouldn't taste the poison. Now, you ate with him. Come on, admit you fed him the stuff.
No, I won't. I didn't.
You've got no right to come here and accuse him.
Billings, you shut up or I'll go to work on you. Now, come on, Miss Stanley. Tell us you did it, and we'll go easy on you.
I won't tell you that. It's not true.
Apparently, motorman's gloves aren't any more effective than silk ones.
Huh?
Never mind, Heath. Mr. Vance was entitled to that.
Miss Stanley, that's a professional camera on the table over there, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Speed Graflex. You know, I'm a nightclub photographer.
Who develops your pictures?
And do it myself. There's a dark room in the club.
You liked Mike Daggett, didn't you, Miss Stanley?
Oh, yes.
You were going to marry him.
Yes, I was.
You loved him more than any man in the world, didn't you?
Yes, of course I did.
And why did you poison him?
I didn't.
Of course you did. Mr. Daggett was murdered by poison, by an acid used in developing pictures. It was handy for you to get. You got it. You used it.
No, Mr. Vance, I tell you I didn't.
Mr. Daggett was fed knockout drops. Sergeant Heath found out that you purchased several ingredients at a drugstore. These ingredients, when combined, would do the trick very nicely. You were the last person to eat with Mr. Daggett. Why don't you admit you fed him the drops and the poison?
All right, I fed him the knockout drops. I did it because I wanted him to lose the fight so he'd give up the ring. I did that, but I didn't poison him. I didn't, do you hear me? Mr. Vance, you must believe I didn't poison him.
I don't think I must, but I think I do believe it. That's why I'm going to ask Sergeant Heath to let you go.
Let her go? Vance, are you nuts? She admitted the knockout drops. I'll get her to admit she used the poison on Daggett, too.
I'd rather you didn't try, Sergeant Heath. I'd rather you let Miss Stanley free for a while.
What's the big idea, Vance?
Well, frankly, Heath, there's a chance she didn't poison her sweetheart. But finding out who did might be quite a problem.
I have an idea that in some way Miss Stanley will simplify that problem for us.
Hey, champ, this Vance guy comes to us to tell us Mike's girl admits she gave Mike a Mickey. What do we care?
Sure, Silk. What do we care?
I wasn't certain whether you cared or not. I thought perhaps you'd like to know. And by the way, you might be interested in this. The police have released Billy Stanley.
Hey, Vance, the paper said that Mike was poisoned by some junk used in developing pictures. Don't you know that Stanley dame takes pictures in nightclubs?
Sure, she takes pictures in nightclubs.
That's beside the point. What is important to both of you is that you wanted Mike out of the way. Because from what I've learned, he could have beaten you easily last night.
Think so?
Yeah, think so?
I know so. What I think is that perhaps you wouldn't want him to try. We can't find out how Mike was poisoned. But perhaps you found some way of feeding it to him.
You can't come in here and accuse us of murdering Mike.
Ah, you can't come in here and say we knocked him off. And I'll teach you not to do things like that, Vance.
Go ahead, champ, show him. I don't like the way he looks anyhow. His nose is too straight.
Yeah, his nose is too straight. Fix that right now with the...
You've killed him, Vance, with that jiu-jitsu trick of yours. You killed him when you threw him over your shoulder.
I think not, Mr. Morgan. Not if he landed on his head. Well, so I own a victory over K.O. Connolly. That practically makes me the heavyweight champion of the world.
Would you like your picture taken, sir?
What?
Your picture, sir? You and the lady would make an attractive picture. Have it as a souvenir of your visit to this nightclub.
No, thank you.
No? All right. Would you like your picture? Oh, it's you, Mr. Vance.
Good evening, Miss Stanley.
Oh, Mr. Vance, I want to thank you for getting me off. But tell me, are you close to finding out who did kill Mike?
I think his killer is in this club, Miss Stanley.
You mean K.O. Connolly or his manager, Silk Morgan? They've got a ringside table, and they're looking this way.
Good. Listen, lean over and pretend to whisper something to me. Anything at all. Go ahead.
All right. What is it you want me to say?
Anything, but be emphatic.
Are you anywhere near knowing who killed Mike, Mr. Vance?
Really? Well, thank you very much. Oh, hello, Mr. Billings.
Hi, Vance. Hello, Billy.
Hello,
what goes
Sam.
on here?
Not a great deal. I'll see you later, Miss Stanley.
Right. I'll see you later, Sam.
Okay.
Would you like your photograph?
I'm glad you came over, Mr. Billings. If I'm not mistaken, isn't that Mr. Silk Morgan and the champion making their way over to this table?
Yeah, it is. Wonder what they want.
I imagine we'll find out soon enough. Hello there, Mr. Morgan, Mr. Connolly.
Hi, Vance.
Hi, Vance.
Hey, Vance, what was it that Billy Stanley was whispering to you just now? Unless it ain't none of my business.
On the contrary, I'd say it was a great deal of your business. Miss Stanley told me that if I'd meet her at the back exit when the club closes, she'd tell me who poisoned Mike Daggett.
Good night, Al. Hello, Bill.
Me at my age, a stage door Johnny. Vance, why do I do things like this?
Because you're a good cop, Heath. Because I asked you to, and because Markham told you to.
Yeah. Well, I can see the stage door from here. All the musicians are out and most of the dames, but where's that Billy Stanley?
I'm sure I don't know. Heath, how far would you say it was from here to the stage door?
It's about half a block.
Good. That's just right for us not to be seen and yet near enough to help in case of trouble.
Hey, Vance, here comes that Stanley girl. And she's walking this way, too. There's no trouble.
No,
There's
look back of her. That dark figure. He's going to grab her. Come on, Heath. We've no time to waste now. Come on, Heath. We've got to get there in time.
Vance, that guy's got a knife. I can see it. Wait. We can't catch him, but a bullet will.
Mr. Vance, he was going to kill me.
Yes, I know, Miss Stanley. But Sergeant Heath shoots very well.
Yeah, I sure do. Got 3 marksman's medals. Got this guy right in the right spot, too. You won't try to use a knife on nobody again.
That isn't why you shot him. Not the only reason, I mean, Sergeant. He's the man who poisoned Mike Daggett.
Oh.
Now let's have a look at him. Though I know who he is, of course. Sam Billings.
What? He killed Mike? Mr. Vance, are you sure?
Positive.
So you know that, do you, Vance? So what good will it do you? I'm through. I know it. Sure I killed Mike, but what are you going to do about it?
Nothing. Anything I might have been able to do has already been done by Sergeant Heath's gun, Mr. Billings.
figured out that Sam Billings, Mike Daggett's manager, poisoned him with an acid he took from that Miss Stanley's darkroom. How?
How?
Yeah, how? How did you figure it?
Well,
And I'm telling you now, after you do tell me, I also have a why I'm going to ask you.
All right, Miss Woods. You're entitled to at least one how and one why. I'll tell you how I knew it was Billings. He was the only person, not counting Miss Stanley, who ever got near enough to Mike Daggett to poison him the day of the fight.
Oh, check. Well, now comes that why. Why should a guy's own manager knock him off?
Well, Billings thought Mike was going to throw the fight, either because of the threats of the champion and his manager, or because his girlfriend had pleaded with him not to win.
Oh.
As a consequence, Billings bet heavily on Daggett to lose.
You mean he bet against his own fighter?
That's right. Then, the afternoon of the fight, Mike told Billings he didn't care what happened. He was going out to win.
Yeah?
So Billings had to find some way to stop that. And he did.
By stealing some acid from Billy Stanley. Hey, but how did he get Mike to take the poison? He wasn't near Daggett when he was eating.
That's true. But just before the fight, Billings slipped a rubber mouthpiece into Mike's mouth.
Oh.
All fighters use them to protect their teeth. And the mouthpiece had been dipped in the acid.
Oh, now I get it. And after Mike dropped, Billings removed the mouthpiece.
A very natural thing to do.
Yeah.
Nobody suspected anything because Billings took all of Mike's equipment, which is what any manager would do.
What do you know?
Only this manager took with him the proof that he was a murderer.
Yeah, he took the proof, but he didn't fool you, did he, boss?
I merely suspected what he had done. I had to be sure. So I made certain he thought that Billy Stanley promised to name Mike's killer after work. Because if he were the murderer, he couldn't take a chance on letting her do that.
No.
There was a chance that she had seen him steal the acid and was going to tell me that. You see, that brought Billings out into the open and right into the middle of our net.
Gee, it sure did. And hey, you know something?
What?
Bring him into...
Yes, Mr. Vance?
Miss Williams, is Miss Deering there?
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Vance. She's not. Is there anything I can do for you?
Yes, please come in my private office, Miss Williams.
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Vance?
I want you to take some notes on the White Willow murder case, Miss Williams. Make a copy for me and send a copy to Mr. Markham, please.
I always send a copy to the district attorney, Mr. Vance.
Good. Oh, before I begin, there'll be a Miss Sarah Payton in to see me in a few minutes.
Yes.
She telephoned for an appointment. When she arrives, ask her to come right in, will you please?
She's out in the outer office now, Mr. Vance. She said her appointment wasn't till noon, so she preferred to wait, she said.
Well, ask her to come in now, will you please, Miss Williams? The notes can wait.
Certainly, Mr. Vance. In a second. Miss Payton, would you come in, please?
Oh, thank you very much. How do you do, Mr. Vance? I'm Sarah Payton.
Oh, hello, Miss Payton. Please sit down. All right, Miss Williams, please.
Yes, Miss Vance.
Now, Miss Payton, what can I do for you?
For one thing, Mr. Vance, you can look at me.
Oh?
Did you ever see a more ordinary-looking woman in your life?
I beg your pardon?
Well, I'm sensible about it, Mr. Vance. I should be. After all, I'm not a child. I'm 34 now.
I don't see how.
How that affects you or
Or how it can be important? Well, it is. Believe me, it is. I've got to tell you some facts first. Please listen.
Of course.
Well, when I was a child, I was just a child. I wasn't as pretty as little girls generally are. I was just a child, very plain child. I went to dancing school, but the boys had to be either bribed or threatened to dance with me.
Go on, please.
Well, it was the same in school. I went to proms, sure, and dances, and I tried to be friendly, but the other girls were always more attractive. Boys always wanted to be with them. They never wanted to be with me. I went through my life like that, Mr. Vance. Being just one of the people everybody sees every day that nobody pays any attention to.
Are you sure you wanted to see me, Miss Peyton? I'm a private investigator.
I know, Mr. Vance, and I'm quite sure I want to see you. About 1.5 years ago, I inherited quite a bit of money, and now I believe I'm going to be murdered.
Murdered, eh? You're rather calm about that, Miss Peyton.
If I am, it's because it doesn't matter greatly to me, Mr. Vance. You see, during the past year, I've had all the happiness anyone could possibly ask for. What happens to me now isn't terribly important.
Well, that sounds like you've come to me to see that I do not prevent your murder.
Well, that's partly correct. I want to pay you, Mr. Vance, not to investigate my murder, if I'm killed.
I see. In other words, you don't want your murderer caught by me if he succeeds in eluding the police.
That's it exactly. He's clever, but you're clever too, Mr. Vance, and I don't want him caught.
Miss Peyton, this is the strangest proposition ever made to me. I'm sorry, I have to turn it down.
I was afraid you would, but there's no harm in trying.
Who is it you think will murder you?
Oh, no, Mr. Vance. After all, you wouldn't help me. Why should I help you?
Samuel, sit still just a minute. I want to see if this sweater I'm making will fit you.
Hmm.
Seems to be the right width across the shoulders.
Must you do that now, Matilda?
Well, I do if I ever expect to finish the sweater.
I think maybe I ought to give it an extra inch or so. It might shrink.
Give it 2 extra inches, but leave me alone.
Well, I'm sorry, Samuel. I didn't mean to annoy you.
Oh, it isn't you. It's that sister of mine, Sarah. What am I going to do about her?
Nothing. Why should you do anything about her? She's living her life the way she wants it. She's old enough to know what she's doing.
I can't sit by and let her throw herself away on that gigolo. How a girl can let herself be talked into... Oh, I can't understand it. I just can't understand it.
That's because you're a man.
I'm man enough to do something about that situation, I'll tell you that. I bet she's even left him all of her money. Wouldn't surprise me any if she changed her will and left everything to him.
Oh, not everything, Samuel. You know she'll leave you something.
I know. I don't know anything. She inherited a lot of money. She'll leave him the money. You wait and see.
Seems to me that something ought to be done about him, Samuel, don't you think?
No, I don't. I think something ought to be done about my sister.
Oh, say it again, Joe. Just once more.
I love you, Sarah, darling. You're the sun, the stars, you're everything.
Oh, you're lying, but it sounds so good. Sounds so wonderful. You didn't mind my buying you that easy chair. I was hoping you'd like it.
Mind? I never mind anything you do, Sarah, darling.
You know something?
Hmm?
I've never been so happy in my life as I've been this last year. You just made it perfect for me. I don't care what happens after this.
I'm glad.
You got a right to be. I guess I should be too sensible to believe that a man like you would fall in love with me. But I don't want to be sensible. Can you understand that?
I understand only you, darling.
Yes, I believe you do.
Well, Sarah...
Let me finish. I've been sensible all my life, and all my life has been dull, miserable. The one time I forgot to be sensible, I remembered to be happy. That's when you came into my life, Joe. You've been wonderful for me.
Sarah, darling, I'm delighted. What else can I say?
Nothing. There's nothing I want you to say. I have to run now. Please love me a little while longer.
Forever, darling. I'll see you to the door.
Tonight?
Dinner in the theater.
7 o'clock, Joe, at my apartment.
Of course. Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye.
Oh, brother.
Are you kidding? Very pretty scene, Joe. You're going to be quite an actor.
Oh, shut up.
Please, Joe, love me a little while longer. Oh, nuts. That's supposed to be a smart dame. I'm glad I'm stupid.
Will you shut up, Diane? It's tough enough making love to that gal without being reminded of it when she's not around.
I don't know if you mind it as much as you say.
What?
I said I don't know if you mind it as much as you say.
Look, you know I've got to make love to her. You know what kind of money we're playing for.
Oh, you do it too good, Joe. You do it like you meant it. Maybe you want all that dough and you want her, too. And what happens to me if that happens?
It's not going to happen.
It better not. I don't have to remind you that we're a team, you and I. Do I, Joe?
Look, will you shut up?
Yeah, when I'm finished. Joe, you and I are a $100 dance team. We never were anything else. We'll never be anything more. It was me that spotted this gal. Me that planned it.
Sure it was you, so why gripe?
Because it looks like you're doing some planning of your own. Well, don't do it, Joe. Your mind ain't used to working. It could be unhealthy if you started using it this late in life. Remember what I say, Joe. It could be very unhealthy.
Vance? Oh, Vance?
In here, Markham. My private office. Come on in.
I'm on the way. How are you, Vance?
Very well, thank you, Markham. And very surprised at your visit.
Don't give me that, Vance. Nothing surprises you ever.
Won't you sit down, my complimentary friend?
Your complimentary friend happens to be a very busy district attorney at the moment. There's been a murder, Vance. A woman named Sarah Peyton.
Sarah Peyton, eh? Well, that was to be expected.
You mean you knew she was going to be murdered?
No, but she did. She was in to see me to pay me not to look for her murderer.
What?
I won't explain it now, Markham, but that's what happened. Tell me the details.
All right, I'll give them to you as far as we know them. She was found dead in her one-room apartment, shot to death.
Mm-hmm.
Her body was in one corner, and a man's top hat was on the studio bed in another corner of the room.
Really?
Yes. Sergeant Heath is checking it now. Heath's done quite a bit of investigating and found out some very important information.
Such as the fact that there was a gigolo mixed up with Miss Peyton?
Well, yes, but Vance...
How did I know? She practically told me, Markham. No mystery about it, believe me. Tell me what else Heath found out.
Well, this gigolo, his name is Joe, is a professional dancer, part of the team of Joseph and Diane. Small time, as I understand it. Miss Peyton's brother gave us that information.
Her brother? Who's he?
Oh, very legitimate, Vance. Woolen business, quite substantial, married, has been for 15 years. He told us about this Joe.
Yes, so you said. And there was a top hat on the bed in the murdered woman's apartment, eh, Markham?
Yes, we reasoned that the murderer was somebody Miss Peyton knew. He came in, they quarreled, and he shot her. Then, believing the noise of the gun would attract neighbors, he fled, forgetting his high hat.
Very possible, of course, Markham.
What are you looking for, Vance?
My hat, Markham. Just because your murderer forgot his is no reason why I should go out investigating him without mine.
Give me a little help on these lifts, Diane. Jump when I lift you.
Jump? That's all I gotta do is jump. Joe, I'm so jumpy now I don't know what I'm doing. Let's stop rehearsing. I can't keep my mind on what I'm doing.
Okay, that suits me. Mike, that's all for now.
Okay. What's the use of rehearsing this dance act anyhow? A couple of weeks we'll have all the dough we need now that your girlfriend got knocked off.
Maybe you got something there. How did you know about her getting killed? I forgot to ask you.
I read it in the papers.
It wasn't in the papers.
How did you know about it?
I heard it on the radio.
It wasn't on the radio. Look, you want to stop this clowning and talk like you and me are supposed to talk? We're partners, remember?
Sure, I remember. Only there's some things you...
How do you do? I'm Philo Vance. May I come in?
Who's stopping you?
Thank you. You're Joseph and Diane, I imagine. I wanted to talk to both of you about the death of Miss Sarah Peyton.
What about it, Vance?
You knew she was murdered.
Sure he knew it. He told me about it.
I told you. You knew it. You said you read it in the papers.
Don't give me that.
Excuse me, but it doesn't really matter what either of you said. How did you know about Miss Peyton, Joe?
I had a date with her last night. When I got to her joint, I found she'd been knocked off, so I scrammed.
And you, Miss Diane?
I was following Joe. I didn't trust him.
I gathered that. If you didn't precede him, I don't imagine the police will be too interested in you. Of course, there's the little matter of proving whether you were there before or after your friend here, but that will be taken care of later.
It's okay with me. They, find the will yet?
Yes, as a matter of fact, they did. I went to Miss Peyton's apartment with the district attorney, and we found the will together. You inherit quite a lot of money, Joe.
No kidding. Isn't that nice?
You don't seem very excited about it.
I expected it. Anything else you want with us, Vance? We're rehearsing our act.
I think you've already done quite a good act where I'm concerned, Joe,
Vance,
but
I knew I'd find you here.
Oh, hello, Markham. May I present the dance team of Joseph and Diane? The district attorney, Mr. F.X. Markham.
Hello.
How do you do? Vance, I'm glad you're right here on the ground floor for the finish of this case.
The finish? So soon?
We think so. Remember the high hat we found on the bed in the murdered woman's apartment?
Yes, of course.
Well, Sergeant Heath has succeeded in tracing it. It belongs to Joseph here.
What?
Joseph, I'm arresting you for murder.
What is this? It's a frame. I didn't leave my hat in that dame's apartment.
Come now, Joe. We know you were friendly with the woman. We know you inherited from her. We've got quite a case against you, Joe.
Have you, Markham? I doubt it.
What? Vance, whose side are you on?
Yours, of course, but I'd rather you didn't make any mistakes, Markham. It is quite possible, of course, that you did find Joe's hat in Miss Peyton's apartment.
Of course we found it there on the bed.
I repeat, it's quite possible that you found it there, but I can tell you quite definitely that he didn't leave it there.
This is District Attorney Markham. The High Hat murder case got its name from a hat that led us to Joe, a dancer. The topper was found on the bed in the apartment of murdered Sarah Peyton, a woman who had tried to pay Philo Vance at one time not to investigate her murder. Vance has asked me to release Joe and his partner, Diane, but will not clarify his remark that Joe did not leave his hat in Miss Peyton's apartment. We are watching Joe's rooms, and one of my men just phoned and said that Samuel Peyton, the murdered woman's brother, has just gone in to visit the dancer. He should be there.
Stand up, you dirty rat.
Lay off.
Stand up and take what's coming to you.
Relax, will you, Peyton? The cops let me off. They know I had nothing to do with killing your sister.
I know better. Maybe they can't prove anything on you, but I'm not going to try. I'm going to beat it out of you. You'll admit it when I'm through with you.
Don't be silly, Peyton. You're out of your class.
You think so? Well, what do you think now?
I told you not to fool around, Peyton. Somebody's liable to get hurt.
Sure, you. Maybe that first smack didn't do the trick, but I'll beat the living daylight.
Cut it out. Quit it, you dope.
Dope, huh? We'll see.
Okay, I hate to do this, but...
District Attorney Markham speaking.
Hello, Markham. This is Joe. The dancer, you know.
Yes, I know. What is it?
That dead dame's brother, Sam Peyton, just came up to visit me.
I know that, too. We've got men watching your apartment.
You have? Then you better have one of them come up and cart this bird away. I had to knock some sense into his head. But that ain't all.
No? What is all?
As he fell on the floor, something dropped out of his back pocket, Markham. A gun, pal.
What?
Maybe you'd better get somebody up here right away, huh?
Are you ready, Smith?
Yeah?
Well, this is it, Vance. We're going to shoot a bullet out of the gun we took from Samuel Peyton into that cotton bale. And if it matches the bullet we found in his sister, we'll know plenty.
Yes, I suppose you will. Well, let's get on with this, Markham.
Right. Ready to go, Smith.
Right.
Now, that bullet's in the bale of cotton Smith shot at, Vance. Let's get it out. I'll take the gun, Smith.
Suits me fine, Markham. I'd like a look at it, too.
Of course. The bullet will be embedded in the cotton bale, but it can be removed easily. We use cotton
I know,
because...
Markham, because it won't destroy any markings on the bullet.
Someday I'd like to be able to tell you something you don't know, Vance.
Markham, there are a lot of things that fall into that category, believe me. I'll get that bullet out with this pocket knife of mine. Ah, there we are. That did it. Ugly thing, isn't it?
It could be very beautiful if it matches the bullet that killed Sarah Peyton, Vance. I mean, it would solve this case beautifully.
I hope you're right, my friend. Where's the microscope, Markham?
In the next room. It's all set up with a bullet from Miss Peyton already under the microscope.
It won't take a second, then, to find out whether we have the murder gun.
And the murderer.
Yes, I know.
Through here, Vance.
Right you are. Markham, let me smell that gun that Smith just fired, will you?
Of course, here it is. There'll be a strong odor of cordite, you know.
There should be. And there is. There's also a suspicion of another odor.
Really? Well, metal can have its own peculiar smell, I suppose. I've put this bullet under the microscope, Vance. Want to take a look?
I most certainly do.
What are you humming about, my friend?
The bullet markings match, Markham. The murder bullet was undoubtedly fired from the same gun Joe reports having taken from Mr. Samuel Peyton.
Vance, when you have that look of concentration on your face, you're thinking, so perhaps I'd better not interrupt. But I would like to know what it is you're thinking about.
To be honest, it's about this visit we're making to Mr. Samuel Peyton and his wife.
I could have sent Heath to arrest Peyton. After all, the murder gun did drop out of his pocket after Joe had clipped him.
That's Joe's story, Markham. Did you ever think that that might be an excellent way of getting rid of the murder gun? Joe may have had the gun all the time and merely told you it had fallen out of Peyton's pocket.
Say, Vance, that is possible, isn't it?
It's very likely, I'd say.
Well, we'll find out very shortly. This is the Peyton home. Coming, Vance?
Definitely.
If Joe planted the murder gun so that it would seem Peyton had it, Vance, how does that tie up with your theory that he didn't leave his top hat on the murdered woman's bed?
It doesn't. But about the hat and the bed, Markham. Joe's in show business. Show people have a superstition about hats on beds. They'd no more think of leaving their hat on a bed than they'd think of jumping out of a window.
Oh, I see.
Of course, it is possible that Joe knew we'd think the hat was a plant if it were found on a bed, so he put it there purposely to clear himself. But that's unlikely.
Vance, nothing is unlikely.
Yes?
Mr. Peyton, this is Philo Vance, and I'm District Attorney Markham.
Oh, yes, I've been expecting you to come in.
I'm afraid we're going to have to ask you to come with us, Mr. Peyton.
I've been expecting that, too.
You knew we'd check the gun Joe took from you and find that it had fired the bullet that killed your sister?
I thought you might.
We're pretty thorough, Mr. Peyton. However, to be perfectly fair about this, I'd like to know one thing.
Yes?
Did you bring that gun to Joe's room?
Yes, I did. The gun's mine. I'm your man, Mr. Markham. I murdered my sister.
Keep playing, Mike. We're paying you by the hour. Joe'll show up sometime or other. You know, it's a funny thing. It's about time you showed up, you big clown. How long? Oh. Mr. Vance.
Hello, Diane. Isn't Joe here?
No. You want him?
Not particularly. There were some things I wanted to ask him, but they weren't terribly important.
No, I don't imagine they were. I hear you got a confession from Mr. Peyton. That's good work, Vance.
Well, thank you. That is, if Mr. Peyton is the murderer, which I doubt. I think I'll wait for Joe.
It's okay with me. Piano bother you?
Not at all. Very rhythmic, I'd say.
You dance?
Not very well.
Want me to teach you? Come on, come here. It's easy. Just put your right arm around me. That's good. Now, you just think where you want me to follow, and I'll follow. See? Easy, isn't it?
Quite. What perfume is that you're wearing, Diane?
It's called Finesse. You like it?
Very much. Always use it?
All the time. Why?
Why? Because if that's true, it practically absolves you from the murder of Sarah Peyton.
You want to see Mr. Peyton, Vance? Why? He's confessed.
Yes, I know.
It sort of throws out your theory that Joe planted the gun, doesn't it?
That it definitely does, Markham. I still want to talk to him, though.
His cell is right down the line. Incidentally, in his confession, he gave the motive. He knew his sister had left him some money in her will, and he wanted it immediately.
Simple motive, isn't it, Markham?
This whole case is terribly simple. At the moment, I don't know why I bothered you with it.
Oh, it was no bother.
But it isn't solved yet, my friend.
Oh, Vance, please, not that. We don't often get a murderer to confess with so little trouble.
You got a confession, all right, Markham. But was it from the murderer? This the cell?
The next one. Oh, I think Mrs. Peyton is with him now. That bother you any?
Not at all. Hello, Peyton.
Hello, Vance. Markham.
I've got the keys. I'll open the cell door.
All right.
This is my wife. Mr. Vance, Mr. Markham, Mrs. Peyton.
How do you do?
How do you do,
Mr. Vance, isn't there anything you can do for my husband? He isn't a murderer.
I've been trying to tell that to the district attorney, Mrs. Peyton.
Oh, you have? Then there's hope for him?
I think so.
Why should there be hope for me? I killed my sister, I admit it. Oh, dear, no, I'm sorry, Matilda, but there isn't anything. Here, take my handkerchief.
I have one of my own in my bag.
Delicate perfume your wife uses, Mr. Peyton.
What's the difference whether it's delicate or not? What do you two want here?
Has she always used it, Mr. Peyton?
Yes, always. She has it made up. She likes it. Now leave her alone.
I'm sorry, but we can't. You see, I'm very certain that despite your confession, it was your wife who killed your sister.
Vance, I've got to know one thing.
Only one, Markham?
One thing at a time, let's make that. Now, you told me that Sarah Peyton came to you and asked you not to look for a murderer in the event that she was killed. Why would she do that?
Because she suspected that Joe would kill her eventually, Markham.
And she didn't want him caught. I don't understand that.
In order to understand that, you'd have to understand the woman. She was a plain woman. She wasn't ugly, just nondescript. Everything about her was plain. The way she looked, the way she dressed, her hair, everything.
That idea about your not catching her murderer was decidedly not plain, Vance.
No, it was. You see, Markham, even Miss Peyton's mind was just run-of-the-mill. She wasn't clever and she wasn't stupid. All her life, she'd either been ignored or disregarded by men.
Please go on.
Then she inherited a lot of money. Even that meant nothing to her. She didn't know what to do with it. Her wants were simple. Money wasn't important. You may not believe it, Markham, but it's hard to cultivate expensive habits when you're not used to them.
I believe it, all right, but I also believe we're getting away from why she didn't want her murderer caught.
Well, she believed that her gigolo, our friend Joe, would kill her eventually. He came on the scene soon after she inherited all that money, and he gave her what she told me was the only happiness she'd ever had in her life. She was content to pay for that happiness with her life.
It was all right with her if he killed her?
Yes, and she didn't want him caught after he killed her. She was quite willing that he get away with her murder.
He could have killed her for the money she left him, of course, but why didn't she just give him the money? That would have saved her life.
It wouldn't have been very much of a life, Markham. If she'd given him the money, she'd never have seen him again, and she knew it.
That makes sense now. Women are funny creatures, Vance.
There's an epic remark, my friend, that must have been made centuries ago. Man's a funny creature, too. Take Samuel Peyton. He was willing to go to the chair for a murder his wife committed.
How did he know she had killed his sister?
The gun. She used his gun. But she carried it to Sarah Peyton's apartment in her handbag, and anything a woman carries in her handbag gets the perfume of the bag on it.
Yes, I've noticed that. When you found that Mrs. Peyton's perfume matched the odor of the gun, you knew you'd found your killer.
That's right. Despite her husband's confession, he tried to shield her, knowing she'd killed his sister for the money that was left him. She tried to cover the murder by getting Joe's high hat and leaving it at the scene of the crime, but we saw through that. Quite an emotional sequence, wasn't it, Markham?
Quite. But like all things when you work on them, Vance, it reached a very satisfactory end.
Yes, Markham, I think you can safely say that this is the end of the high hat murder case.
Sit down, Lane. Sit down.
Oh, thank you, Jeff.
There we are. Let me tell you, I'm rather surprised that you're coming here.
It's more than a social visit, Jeff. Is your wife here?
She's in the house somewhere. Oh, what can I do for you?
My fiancé sent me. He'd like you and Mrs. Dillon to come over to his apartment Saturday evening. He's having a little party.
How utterly charming. Tell him for me that Mrs. Dillon and I consider it a privilege to be able to refuse Mr. Stuart Worthington's invitation.
Oh, Jeff, please don't feel that way about Stuart. Remember, I'll be there.
Well, now, that might influence me very much.
He really has an unusual party planned. He has a magician who's going to do the famous birdcage trick.
Oh, I've seen it.
You've seen me. You were almost ready to go to the party a moment ago.
I haven't seen enough of you, Lane. I doubt if I ever could. I'm not crowding you on this settee, am I?
Well, you are a little, but I'm not sure I mind.
Oh, very pretty picture.
well,
don't bother getting up, Jeff. I'm only your wife.
Elaine just came over to invite us to a party at Worthington's Saturday night.
And she's done it?
Yes, I have.
In that case, I'll see you to the door. This way, Miss Williams.
Then I'll see you both Saturday night.
This way, Miss Williams.
Good night.
Good night, Lane. Dear.
Good night, Mrs. Dillon.
Jeff, don't you think this is going a bit far? You and that girl in my own house?
Oh, you don't understand, Edna.
Oh, wives never do. Husbands prefer to believe. But I understand quite a bit. For instance, you're in love with that girl.
I wouldn't say that. I'm just keeping in practice, that's all.
You'd do anything to get her away from Worthington. I know you would. That is, if you could think of anything other than what tie you'll wear at the party.
I might surprise you one of these days.
You'll make me laugh.
Edna, darling, Lane Williams mentioned that there was going to be a magician at the party who was going to do the famous disappearing birdcage trick. That gave me a very good idea.
If you thought of it, it came from a very strange place.
Edna, darling, what Lane told me gives me an idea that will let me commit murder and get away with it.
What about it, Scotty? What about it?
What am I going to do about Worthington, you mean?
Yeah, that's what I mean. It ain't like you let a guy welch on a bet, Scotty.
No, that's true enough. I'm not letting Worthington get away with it. Don't worry, Professor.
Oh, I ain't worrying, Scotty. I just want to know, that's all.
Listen, Professor, Worthington is throwing a big party tomorrow night. How would you like to go?
Me?
Yeah.
Nobody invited me.
I'm inviting you to attend in my place.
Gee, you're not invited either.
No, but I still want you to go. Professor, you and a friend are cordially invited to attend a party being given tomorrow night by Stuart Worthington.
Gosh, that's swell. What'll I wear?
Yeah, it's a formal party, I understand. Dinner jacket will be all right, I guess.
I ain't got a dinner jacket. And you said I was invited with a friend. Well, I ain't got a friend either.
You will have tomorrow night. A .45 caliber friend.
Yeah?
Worthington's going to throw the party, but you're going to throw lead.
Philo Vance speaking.
Vance,
Yes?
this is Lane Williams. Do you know me?
I don't think so.
Well, it doesn't matter. I'm engaged to Stuart Worthington. You know him, don't you?
Slightly. What's the trouble, Miss Williams?
Well, I don't know yet. Only I'm sure there's going to be trouble. Stuart's made a lot of enemies, and he's gone out of his way to hurt certain people who won't take hurting.
Who, for instance?
Well, Jeff and Edna Dillon. Either one or both of the Dillons is liable to explode at any moment.
Well, just keep Worthington out of the way of the explosion, and nobody will be hurt.
Vance, listen to me. It isn't only the Dillons. There's a gambler named Scott whom Stuart has been baiting, and I heard Scott threaten my fiancé only this morning. That's why I called you, Vance. Stuart's giving a party tonight. Please come, and bring the district attorney with you.
Well, I'll ask Mr. Markham if he can make it, Miss Williams. Who else will be there?
I don't have a list of the guests, but one thing I'm sure of. One of them will be a murderer before the night's over.
Oh, let's get as far away from the piano as possible, darling. Our host is about to play.
I'm surprised at you, Jeff. Lane Williams is by the piano, and you want to move away? Well, over here by the window is as far as we can get, I guess. Glad it's open. It's very stuffy in here.
What is? The air, the people, or the conversation?
All three.
Yeah.
Jeff, the other night you said something about committing murder and getting away with it. You were kidding, of course.
Was I?
Well, you have to be, for a lot of reasons. One of them is you haven't the nerve to do anything more strenuous than combing your hair, unless a beautiful girl is involved.
That's what you think. Well, let's pretend we're interested in what Stuart's going to play.
I'm not that good an actress, but I'll try. He's just put out all the lights in the room, and there's just that spotlight on the piano. What a ham.
Oh, shh.
All right, everybody, stay exactly where you are. Come on, Markham. Somebody turn on those lights.
Vance, look what happened. Oh, poor Stuart.
I see what happened. You are Miss Williams, aren't you?
Yes, I called you, and I had reason, too. You can see that now.
Yes, I can. This is District Attorney Markham. We'll take over now. Everybody, please stay exactly where you are. Markham.
Yes, Vance.
Stay with me. This might be one of the quickest cases we've ever been on.
I hope so.
Mr. Vance, the shot came from over there. I practically saw the flash of the gun. It came from that direction over there by the window where Mr. and Mrs. Dillon are standing.
Oh, well, that simplifies things a bit. Markham, that window's open. Do me a favor. See what you can find out about the ground underneath the window. Perhaps the shot came from outside.
I'll be right back, Vance.
Now, listen, everybody. Please. A murder has been committed. For the time being, at least, I represent the police. I've been told that the shot came from the direction of the window. Do you all agree it did? Mr. Dillon, stay where you are. I'm coming over to you.
Well, come on. Who's stopping you?
My name is Philo Vance. I'm here tonight because I understood there was trouble between you and Worthington.
I guess it might be called trouble. I always regarded it more as a clash of personalities. Oh, here's my wife, Mr. Vance.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Everybody seems to agree that the flash of the gun came from over here by the window, Dillon. Are you carrying a gun?
Look for yourself.
He's got a gun, Vance. He has to have a gun. Either he or his wife did this.
Miss Williams is a rather hysterical girl, isn't she, darling?
Terribly.
The gun is still on them someplace. They didn't have a chance to get rid of it. Look for it, Vance.
I will, Miss Williams. I've gone over Mr. Dillon's pockets pretty well. He has no gun. Mrs. Dillon, I'll call for a police matron and have you searched.
Vance, you can see I couldn't possibly have a gun on me.
Yes, that's true. But apparently one of you had a gun, unless the shot came from outside. And in that instance, please accept my apologies.
I saw the flash, I tell you, Vance. It came from over here by the window.
It still could have come from outside, Miss Williams, providing the killer stood at the window.
If I remember correctly, there's a garden of some kind outside this window. If anybody stood there, and he'd have to be there to fire the shot, his footprints would be pretty discernible, I'd say.
Right now, what you say...
Well, Vance, I've just been outside.
Yes, Markham. What did you find?
Nothing. There's a stretch of soft ground 8 feet wide, right underneath the window. If anybody stood out there by the window to fire the shot, he'd have left footprints.
And there aren't any?
No.
Well, this is something. A man is shot to death in this room, and almost as he was killed, we came in. Nobody moved, and everybody agrees the shot came from this window. Yet we can't find a gun on the two people in front of the window.
And there's indisputable evidence that nobody stood outside and fired the shot. We have a mystery, don't we, Vance?
Markham, my friend, there is an understatement if I ever heard one.
Sit down, Miss Williams. Sit down.
I can't, Scott. I wanted to talk to you. I didn't dare use the phone, so I came down here.
I'm glad you did. Everything go off without a hitch tonight?
Worthington's dead, if that's what you mean.
That's what I meant, all right. You set the thing up just the way I told you to.
Sure. I called Vance, told him about you and about the Dillons, and told him what time to get there. Everything went off just like clockwork. As he opened the door, the shot was fired.
When I plan a thing, I plan it good.
Yes, you do.
My friend, the professor, did his work pretty well. Glad you told Vance about me. It puts you in the clear, and I have a perfect alibi for the time of the shooting.
Well, I guess that's all we have to discuss, isn't it?
Not quite.
Oh?
I had Worthington killed because you tipped me off that he'd made a will leaving you a big hunk of dough. That's one of the provisions under which you were going to marry him, wasn't it?
Yes,
You promised me $10,000 for the job.
that's right.
Now, that's very good, Miss Williams. But in lieu of what you're getting, we'll just consider that a down payment. Okay?
Jeff, I demand to know how you did it. How did you kill Worthington?
Edna, darling, don't bother me, please. I want to get this dinner jacket off and relax for a little while before going to sleep.
You said the birdcage magic trick gave you an idea. Apparently it was a good idea, and it worked. You killed Worthington while I was standing next to you, and I have no idea how you did it.
I'm pretty clever then, eh?
And I'm a little scared about the whole thing. What'd you do with the gun?
Who said there was a gun?
Oh, you're not talking to Philo Vance now, Jeff. There had to be a gun. It had to be fired by you. Yet I never saw it in your hand.
Maybe the shot did come from the window.
You heard Markham tell Vance it couldn't have. Nobody could have stood outside that window and not left footprints in the ground. You did it, didn't you?
Oh, stop it, will you, Edna? This is getting boring. Here, hang up my dinner jacket.
All right, but, Jeff,
What is it?
what's that strapped to your back?
What does it look like?
A gun. That's the gun that killed Worthington.
Naturally.
How did it get where it is?
It's snapback. Here, you see these thick pieces of rubber tubing?
Yes, they're dangling from that contrivance you're wearing a back.
Well, that tubing was down my sleeve with a gun attached to it.
Oh.
I had the gun palmed in my hand. And after I shot, I simply released it, and it went up my sleeve and wound up in back of me where you see it now. It was the disappearing birdcage trick that gave me the idea.
No wonder Philo Vance couldn't find the gun. Who would think of looking for a gun there?
All right, now that you know the whole story, perhaps you wouldn't think I'm so stupid. Eh, dear?
Oh, it's hard for me to believe.
So don't.
To think I was standing right next to you, never saw the gun, never saw you shoot.
That's right. And, darling, when you can be fooled, anybody can be fooled. What do you think of your husband now?
I think I like him more than I ever did before. I also think I'm more afraid of him than I ever was before.
This is District Attorney Markham. Our present murder case opened with the killing of Stuart Worthington while he was seated at the piano in his living room. We know the shot that killed him came from the direction of the window, but neither of the two people in front of the window had a gun, nor could they have gotten rid of any gun. I personally investigated the ground outside the window and could find no marks or footprints, although if the shot came from outside, there would have to be footprints. This is the situation facing us as Philo Vance details his findings.
I think I know how Jeff Dillon could have shot Worthington if he shot him and have gotten rid of the gun, Markham.
What do you mean, if he shot him, Vance? There are certain facts that are obvious. Either Dillon shot him, Mrs. Dillon did, or the shot came from outside the window. Nobody could have stood outside. Mrs. Dillon couldn't have got rid of a gun, but then by the same token, neither could Jeff Dillon.
You're a little confused, Markham, but I know what you mean. Jeff might have killed Worthington if he knew anything about parlor magic. What kind of a gun was used?
A .45. Why?
Oh, in that case, perhaps that theory of mine wouldn't work.
Will you stop being so mysterious, Vance? What theory?
The parlor magic trick. Ever see a magician make a birdcage disappear?
Many times. The cage divides in half, flattens out, and each half goes up a sleeve, doesn't it?
Up the sleeve and behind his back, under the coat where it isn't noticeable. You see, it's attached by rubber tubing, which snaps it back when pressure is released. Now, Dillon could have done the same thing with a gun. Held it in his hand, fired it, let go, and up the sleeve it went.
I see what you mean. Well, I imagine we'd better go see the Dillons, don't you?
Yes, and I hope when we meet Mr. Dillon, I'll have something up my sleeve, too.
I'm glad you think I did a good job, Scotty. Very glad.
You did a very good job, Professor, and I'm proud of you. And I've paid you. Only from what I read in the papers, you couldn't have stood outside the window. Where were you? In the room?
Nope. I was outside.
You must have been pretty close to the window if people inside saw the flash.
I was. Right at the window.
And you left no marks on the ground. How did you do it?
Gee, I'm sorry, Scotty, but that I figured out for myself. If you don't mind, I don't want to tell you. Do you mind?
No, I guess not. Where's the gun you used?
Here it is. A 45. You want to get rid of it?
Of course. Let me have it.
Sure. Here you are.
Professor?
Yeah?
What did you ask me just now?
Huh? About the gun? I asked you if you wanted to get rid of it.
That's what I thought. Well, I told you a lie.
Did you, boss?
Yeah. I don't want to get rid of it. I want to get rid of you.
Coming.
Hello, Mrs. Dillon.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Vance. Come in.
Thank you. Is your husband at home?
Why, no, he isn't. Would I do?
Not for what I had in mind, Mrs. Dillon. You don't make a very good murder suspect.
I've heard you were very brilliant. Perhaps you are. And perhaps it's just that Jeff isn't as smart as he thinks.
Mrs. Dillon, where is your husband?
Out.
Mr. Markham went down to his club to look for him. If he's there, Markham will bring him back here.
I can hardly wait to see him.
You're a strange person.
Yes?
You'll stick by your husband in a murder case, probably alibi for him if you have to, but apparently you're not in love with him.
No, I'm not. But I've tried for years to get him to do something, to do anything that would make me proud of him. And now, I think he's done it.
You're proud of him for killing a man?
Only if he gets away with it.
Vance?
Over here, Markham. I'm with Mrs. Dillon.
I found her husband, as you can see.
Glad you did.
Come on, get in there.
Please sit down, Mr. Dillon.
That's very nice. I'm invited to sit down in my own home. What's up, Vance?
Dillon, did you ever see a magician do the birdcage trick?
I thought this was too good to last.
Thank you, Mrs. Dillon. Now, Dillon, don't make me repeat the question.
You talk to him if you like, Vance. I'll be back in a minute. I want to go to the bedroom a minute. Excuse me, please.
Well, Dillon?
I've seen the birdcage trick, Vance. Why?
You know where the cage disappears to?
Not me. I'm one of those people who like to be fooled. I never bothered to figure out how it was done.
That's possible, of course, but I believe that...
Vance, you were asking about the birdcage trick. It worked with heavy rubber tubing like this, didn't it?
Why, yes. And that's a professional disappearing harness you have in your hand, Mrs. Dillon. Where'd you get it?
My husband. Shut up. My husband wore this the night of the party, Vance. Attached to the tubing, as you can see, was a gun. It's in the dresser drawer now. Shall I get it?
You don't have to bother right now.
I imagine that's right. We have a very good case against your husband, Mrs. Dillon, and we're indebted to you for your help.
He just couldn't do anything. Not a thing. I'm better off rid of him.
I'm not sure you are yet.
Why not? I showed you how I got rid of the gun that killed Worthington. It went up his sleeve and wound up in this harness in back of him.
Yes, that's true enough. You did. Only you didn't kill Worthington, did you, Dillon?
Who says I didn't?
I do.
Wait a minute, Vance. We came down here to find the device you outlined to me, the birdcage apparatus. We found it. Dillon doesn't deny he killed Worthington, but you doubt it. Why?
The most simple and obvious of reasons, Markham. This device would work with any small caliber gun, but Worthington was killed with a 45. A 45 is much too large to go up a sleeve. No, Markham, I'm afraid we'll have to look somewhere else for our murderer. Miss Williams, you told me that there was a Mr. Scott with whom your former fiancé, Mr. Worthington, was having trouble.
That's right, Vance.
Well, that's the reason I asked you to come down to my office. Where can Scott be reached?
He has an office, I think. It's in the book.
Excuse me, please.
Certainly.
Hello?
This is Markham Vance.
Yes?
You ever hear of a character named Professor Blake?
I think I met him once. Why?
Well, we know he worked for that gambler you mentioned to me at the beginning of this birdcage case, fellow named Scott.
Yes.
Well, we just found Blake. He'd been shot and dumped in an alley. He lived quite a while after he was shot, apparently, because some people heard him moaning and called the police. I just thought you might want to know.
I most certainly do. I think this ties up very nicely, Markham. Leave everything to me, my friend. I'm going to make one other telephone call to a person who won't want to talk to me at all. But then again, he won't know it's me.
Who did you say this was?
Me, Professor. You gotta help me.
Where are you?
The shack on Water Street. I'm hurt. Bad, boss, but you didn't kill me. Get me a doctor, please.
You got a lot of nerve calling me.
Either come down here with a doctor or I go to the police with the whole story.
This is a pretty disreputable-looking shack, Vance. What are we doing here in the dark?
Waiting.
I know that, but for what?
For the man who killed Professor Blake.
Scott?
That's right.
You know he killed Blake?
Definitely.
I don't know how you could know. You haven't seen Blake's body. All you know about this second murder is what I told you on the telephone.
That's correct. But I still know Blake was killed by Scott. And you'll know it, too, when he comes here.
Do you really think Scott will be silly enough to show up?
Of course. Why shouldn't he? He thinks Blake is alive. He knows that if Blake talks, we'll grab him. But you see, he doesn't...
Shh. Somebody's coming.
Get over by the door.
Right.
Professor. Professor, where are you?
Over here.
Put a light on. I can't see you.
Did you bring doctor?
Well, my shot didn't kill you, did it?
No.
It should have. I've got to do this all over again. Where are you? Where are you? I hear you moving around, Blake, but you can't move very far. You're hurt too bad. I'll get you as soon as I find a match.
No, don't.
Oh, over there, are you? I can only risk one shot, so I want to make sure. After all, Professor, you shouldn't feel too badly about being shot. You knocked off Worthington, didn't you?
You hired me to do it?
Of course. And now I'm paying you off. Now, where are you?
Here. Over here. Get this over with.
You bet I will. So you're in this corner, huh? Well, it'll all be over
In no time, Scott.
Hey, who are you?
Better hit him again, Markham. He's tough.
Well, Vance, I rather enjoyed that. So, we have the mastermind that plotted Worthington's death right here, eh?
Apparently. And the actual murderer, Blake, is dead.
Vance, I'd like to know how Blake did that shooting without being in the room. You remember, of course, if he shot from outside the window, we'd have seen footprints.
Yes, I remember. The way to do that is simple, Markham. Take this Scott downtown and then meet me at the Worthington house, and I'll show you how that was done.
I'll help you carry that ladder, Vance.
Oh, it's no trouble, Markham. Not very heavy. This is what Professor Blake used the night Worthington was shot. He carried this ladder across the lawn, as I'm doing now, and over to the window.
Well, here we are. What now?
Well, next he rested the ladder on the ground, leaned it against the window, climbed it, and shot.
But in that case, there'd be ladder marks on the soft ground, Vance, and there weren't any.
I'll move this ladder back on the lawn. There. Now I'll lean it against the window, like this. There. See why there were no marks?
Well, of course. The ladder was resting on the lawn. After he fired from the window, Blake climbed off the ladder, carried it back to the Worthington garage, and fled.
That's right. We now know that he was working for Scott.
Who, in turn, was working for the girl, Lane Williams. That I never even suspected.
I'll tell you a little secret. Neither did I. But like all rats, Scott didn't want to sink alone. When he knew we had him cornered, he wanted to drag Miss Williams with him.
That's right. Of course, you never explained about the Dillons. Why didn't Jeff Dillon deny he killed Worthington?
Why didn't he deny it? Because he wanted to be a hero in his wife's eyes, Markham. And he thought she'd like the fact that he'd done something unusual, like killing a man.
Well, that's hard to understand.
I know, but the fact remains that it's so. He admitted it to me. Said he wanted to get in the middle of a murder.
For a while, he certainly was in the middle, too. But that isn't important now. Now that we're at the end of the birdcage murder case.
You see how simple it is, Mrs. Willoughby?
Uh-huh.
You make your own money, just exactly the way the government does. Now, you put this blank piece of paper in the machine.
Uh-huh.
You turn the crank. And out comes a brand new $1 bill.
It certainly does.
Yeah? Now, those $1 bills I made up yesterday with this machine, you took them to the bank?
Yes, and they said it was real money.
Oh, you see what I mean? And you saw me make them. I made them right in front of your eyes with this machine.
You sure did.
Now, you give me $10,000 and it's yours. You can make as much money as you want, whenever you want.
$10,000.
That's right.
Tell me, Mr. Crane, why are you so anxious to sell this machine? All you would have to do is turn the crank and out would come real bills.
Lady, I've got a lot of machines. I want to sell them and quit. That's simple, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
You got plenty of dough, but there's enough larceny in
What
you.
did you say?
Don't let it bother you, lady. There's larceny in everybody. Proof that it's in you is that you asked me to come back today.
Mr. Crane, I'll give you $10,000 for your machine.
Good.
Providing I'm sure that the paper you insert in the machine is actually the one that comes out as a dollar bill.
Oh.
That ought to be simple.
Yeah.
I'll put my initials on the blank paper. If my initials appear on the bill when it comes out, I'll buy the machine. Now, wait, I've got a pen and ink right here. All right. Now, hand me one of your blank pieces of paper.
All right. Here you are.
Thank you. My initials, E.W. There we are. All right, Mr. Crane.
Okay. I'll take the paper, put it in the machine. Take out a brand new dollar bill. There you are. Take a look at it, Mrs. Willoughby. A brand new buck with the initials E.W. on it, just as you put them on the blank piece of paper a second ago.
It's the same piece of paper, and those are my initials, all right.
Like I said. Now, what about the 10 grand?
What's to stop me from turning that crank handle 10,000 times, getting your $10,000, and paying you with that?
Nothing. Except I don't deliver you the paper you need till I get your money.
I have it here in my safe. I'll get it.
Mm-hmm. And I've got the paper all cut out to dollar bill size right here, too. You get the money, Mrs. Willoughby, and from now on you can manufacture your own. The best kind. Handmade.
Markham speaking.
district attorney?
Yes, it is.
Well, it better be. And you'd better do something about me.
I'd like very much to.
Don't be cute. I'm Emily Willoughby, and I've been swindled.
I'm the district attorney, and I'm very sorry. Mrs. Willoughby, tell me exactly what happened, and I'll do what I can.
Well, somebody sold me a money-making machine, and it doesn't work. And I paid $10,000 for it yesterday.
Aren't you calling me 24 hours too late?
Well, never mind when I'm calling you. I want to do something. I want you to do something. I paid the man
I know, $10,000. He demonstrated a machine and took blank paper and converted it into $5 bills.
$1 bills.
Oh.
But how did you know what he did?
It's a very old racket, Mrs. Willoughby, and it wouldn't work except that people such as yourself are looking for something for nothing.
Oh, really?
Have you any idea who the man is?
He said his name was Crane. Joe Crane. Do you know him?
No, I don't.
Well, do you know where you can get him so you can arrest him?
No, but I'll have a man put on it right away. You shouldn't have had anything to do with Crane, Mrs. Willoughby.
Look, don't talk to me like that. He's the criminal. I'm not.
The only reason you aren't, Mrs. Willoughby, is because the machine didn't work.
Come on in. The door ain't locked.
Hi, Joe.
Oh, hiya, Sniffy.
How's chicks?
So. What's with you?
Oak. Get the money?
What money?
Oh, gonna be like that, huh? Joe, I'll give you a money-making machine and a gimmick that makes it foolproof. You had a sucker. Give me my cut of the dough you got, or the machine.
I couldn't get rid of it. The sucker got smart.
Yeah, so I'll take the machine.
Well...
where is it? I can get a front man, get rid of it easy. Come on, let's have it, and I'll blow.
I don't have it here.
Oh, so that's the way it is, huh? Come on, Train, stop stalling. Give me that machine or I'll break you into dimes. Where is it? Where is it?
Let go of me.
Give me my machine. Give it or I'll choke it out. You double-crossing rat. Used a knife on me, did you?
Jeannie,
Oh, what's this?
get out of here.
So you killed Sniffy, huh, Joe?
Now, look, don't scream. Don't do nothing. Just get out of here fast. He was choking me. I had to do it. You wouldn't want me dead, would you?
You killed him, Joe.
Yeah, I killed him. Now, get out of here before you get wild and start yelling so somebody will hear you and get the cops. Go on, beat it. I don't want you getting hysterical.
Seems to me you're the one getting hysterical, Joe.
No, I'm not.
Now, take it easy. I won't blow. All I'm going to do is help you get rid of that knife you're holding. And this body.
Well, Vance, there's the body, lying just where a farmer found it. It obviously had been knifed somewhere else and thrown from a car.
You know who the victim is, Markham?
Sergeant Heath identified him, a larcenous individual named Sniffy Edwards. I don't suppose this is any case that will intrigue you, but you were in my office when the call came.
And I insisted on going with you.
I know.
Notice anything peculiar about Sniffy, Markham?
No. He has a knife wound in his chest, and he's dead, which certainly is normal enough.
Look at his shoes. The soles are very thick.
Well, yes, I suppose they are. But this isn't a case for you, Vance. It's undoubtedly an underworld murder, and Sergeant Heath will get whoever killed this man.
Mind if I look at the soles a minute?
Go ahead. Your penknife, Vance, you need that to look with?
You never can tell what it will help me see.
What you're doing is a little illegal, Vance.
Oh, my friend, is there such a thing as a little illegal?
I stand corrected. You find anything?
Yes. There was a piece of paper in the sole of the shoe. Take a look. It's a diagram of some kind of machine.
An arrow indicates where blank paper is inserted. Another arrow where money comes... Vance, I know what this is. It's the diagram for a money-making machine.
Undoubtedly.
I got a complaint this morning from a Mrs. Willoughby that she had been swindled by a Joe Crane who sold her a money-making machine. This couldn't be a coincidence.
In all probability, it isn't.
I had a man trace Joe Crane. He called in his address just before we left. I think perhaps we ought to see Crane. What about it?
I'm with you. Let's go call on Joe Crane and see if this plan for a money-making machine was the instigation of his plan to murder Sniffy Edwards.
Come on, Jeannie, hurry it up.
Okay, Joe, but this valise is heavy. It's the last one, though. We're all packed and ready to move. You got plenty of gas in the car?
Yeah, it's loaded up to the top. I got a 15-gallon can in the back, so we don't have to stop for at least 500 miles.
Oh, good.
Here, I'll put that bag in the back here. Close the back up. Now, come on. Let's get in and get going.
You think it's smart to blow town right after you're knocked off Sniffy?
You think it's smarter to wait around here to get picked up?
Maybe. Nobody's got anything on you.
Yeah, nobody's gonna have either. That's the reason we're blowing. Wait a minute. Let me get in first.
Okay.
Hop in. Close the door and we'll get going.
It's okay with me. I don't even care where we're going, as long as I'm with you.
Yeah, we're off. We won't speed. We won't do nothing to attract attention. In a little while, we're in the clear with 10 grand of Mrs. Willoughby's dough. And nobody to finger me for Sniffy's killing.
Oh, sounds swell to me, Joe. Gee, I like being with you.
Move away, honey. Gotta keep my mind on driving. Jeannie.
Huh?
There's a car following us.
Where? How do you know it's following us, Joe? Take it easy.
Oh, no. I'm gonna step on it and see if it is.
The other car's picking up speed, too. There are 2 guys in it, Joe.
Cops, I guarantee. Well, they won't grab me. This car of mine can get away from anything on the road. You got my gun?
Yeah, sure. Here, Joe. Take and shoot it out with them if they get close.
Throw the gun out the window, quick.
Throw it out the window?
Sure, you dope. You want to get caught with it on you? Throw it when we go around this bend.
Okay, Joe, I got rid of it.
Now, let's see if we can get rid of that car.
You're going 55 now. 58?
I got my foot on the floor. This crate will pick up to 85 on a straightaway road. Just hold tight and say nothing.
Gee, this is exciting.
Yeah, sure, some exciting. If I don't lose that car in back of me, I get... Uh-oh.
Oh, they're getting closer, Joe. And you made me throw your gun away. Oh, Joey.
I can't lose them, Jeannie, so keep quiet and let me do the talking. I'm going to stop.
You made me throw your gun away, Joe. Why did you make me do it? You could have killed them when they drove up.
Shut up and don't move.
Well, what'll they do to us, Joe? What do you think?
I don't know. I don't think they got a thing on us.
We'll know in a minute now. Here come the 2 guys.
I know I see him. Remember what I told you. Shut up.
Well, you 2 certainly led us a chase. I'm District Attorney Markham. You're Joe Crane.
That's right.
Who's the young lady with you, Crane?
Who are you to be asking questions?
He's Philo Vance. Who is she?
Well,
My girl. What do you want with me, D.A.?
That remains to be seen. Right now, I want you to come back to my office with me. Then I'm going to call on Emily Willoughby and see if she can identify you as the man who sold her a money-making machine.
That's the rap, huh?
Part of it, Crane. There's a possibility we might be able to prove you killed a man named Sniffy Edwards, too.
Edwards? Edwards? Never heard of him.
Me either.
I suppose you never heard of a money-making machine.
That's right.
The things these people don't know, Markham.
Yes.
Well, let's get going back to your office. I'm not half as concerned over what they don't know as they will be over what we do.
Yes, that's him. That's definitely the man who sold me the money-making machine.
That dame's off her beam. I never saw her before.
Well,
You're positive, Mrs. Willoughby?
Yes, of course I am. Well, you have him right here? You have the machine your men picked up at my house right here? Well, Markham?
We'll take care of him.
Markham.
Yes, Vance.
Suppose you take Mrs. Willoughby into the next office and get her to sign a complaint against Crane. I want to talk to him.
Certainly. Mrs. Willoughby?
I'll be glad to sign a complaint. I'll sign anything just to make sure he's arrested.
Well, Vance, what do we talk about? The weather? Baseball? Pick a subject.
Don't be cute, Crane. You're in the spot. Mrs. Willoughby's identification is all Markham needs to send you away.
Oh, really? So she identified me. So what? So I sold her a machine. So what? It's a legitimate business transaction. There's nothing wrong with that machine.
Except that it doesn't make money as you claim. Although even if it did, that, of course, would be illegal.
That would be the government's worry, not the district attorney's or yours.
That's partially true, but the fact remains that the machine doesn't work.
No?
No.
Look, here's some of the paper that came with it. This hunk here. Just the size of a dollar bill. Put your initials on it. Put anything you want on it.
What for?
I'll show you it does work. Go ahead, write something on the paper.
Well...
What's the matter? Can't you write?
I think I will test you, Crane. I'll take my fountain pen and draw a little design on this paper. There.
Okay. I take the paper, put it in the machine, turn the handle, and look what comes out. A brand new $1 bill.
Where's the design I put on the blank paper?
On the bill. Here it is. Take a look. And that dough is good dough. You can take it to any bank.
I'm quite certain it is really money. And that is the design I put on the blank paper.
Look, I don't sell the money, just the machine. I'm not responsible for what people use it for. I ain't in competition with the government. Now, I think it'd be an idea if you talked to the district attorney and saw to it that the three of us get out of here.
The three of you?
Sure. Jeannie and me and this machine, which has you stopped so good you haven't the slightest idea how it works.
This is District Attorney Markham. The money machine murder case is an unusual one. Philo Vance is quite certain that Snippy Edwards, an underworld character, was killed because he'd invented a money-making machine. And we are equally certain that a man named Joe Crane, whom we have had in custody, is the killer. Although we have a larceny case against Crane, Vance is more interested in proving murder against him. We have let him and his girl out on bail. We don't know where they are.
Scared? Of course I wasn't scared. It was wonderful. The DA chasing me in his car, and then Vance and him questioning Joe and me. Joe thinking I was his girl and not yours. Gee, it was swell.
I'm glad.
Oh, sure it was swell, Frankie. Only thing is, it's going to keep me from getting that money-making machine from Joe. He doesn't know what I'm playing along with him for.
Sometimes I ain't sure either.
Huh?
You'd double-cross anybody in a minute if there was some excitement in it, Jeannie. You're double-crossing Joe Crane. You'd do it to me, too, if you got a chance.
To you, Frankie? Oh, never.
Never, she says. You have a lot on me, Jeannie, and I'm not sure whether I like that or not.
Well, look, Frankie, I got to get over to see Joe. We got to stay in town because the cops told us to. I better see him so I can make plans to get that machine away from him.
Sit down, Jeannie.
But I got to...
Sit down.
Why? What for? What's going on?
As I said, you know too much about me. So I have a little present for you. This.
Hey, now, wait a minute, Frankie. What's a gun for? You aren't going to kill me. I didn't do anything, Frankie. I
Who
wouldn't...
said anything about killing you? I said I have a present for you. This gun. Here, take it. You're going to need it if you keep trying to outsmart a guy like Joe Crane.
Now, Markham, you don't have to tell me that it's all very irregular and very illegal. I know it.
I'm rapidly becoming convinced that it was a mistake to let Crane and his girl out of custody, Vance.
You only allowed them to leave because I asked you to. And believe me, Markham, you can pick him up on the larceny charge at any time.
Oh, that's so.
But I want him free so I can prove murder against him.
So you said yesterday. All right, Vance. I'll go along with this a little while longer. By the way, how does that money-making machine work?
I think I have an idea.
The design you put on a blank piece of paper actually came out on the dollar bill.
It was on it when Crane gave me the bill, and it was a good bill, Markham.
Perhaps there was a camera in the machine. It took a picture of the design, then stamped it on the bill. No, that's preposterous. It couldn't possibly be done that way.
It wasn't.
Don't tell me that machine actually makes money from blank pieces of paper, Vance.
No, I won't tell you that either, because that isn't true. But, Markham, talking to you just now has given me an idea.
Yes?
What details of the death of Sniffy Edwards have you released?
None. Except that we found his body. That's all anybody knows.
Good. Now, Markham, if I'm right about how that machine works, I think I can promise to bring Joe Crane into your office again, only this time with a very solid murder charge against him.
You sure you go for me, Jeannie? You're positive?
I'm positive. I'm superlative. I'm everything, Joe. I just don't want to do a thing except hang around you.
Good.
Don't that prove something?
Maybe.
Ah, Joe.
What about Frank Lacey? Used to be pretty sweet on him.
Sure, I used to be. I didn't give you any guarantee I'm going to be in love with you forever, Joey.
Yeah, I know, but I hope so.
All I know is right now, You're for me.
Maybe.
Joey, show me the money-making machine.
It's over there in the corner. Go look at it.
Oh, I don't mean that. I mean, show me how it works. I know that machine is nothing but a roller with 2 slits and a phony bottom. You feed blank paper in one slit, turn the roller, and it picks up a legit dollar bill from the bottom and slips it out the other side. Only, how do the initials get on the bill?
I'll write you a letter about it sometime.
Oh, come on, Joey. Tell me. I want to...
Okay, Joey.
Well,
on
what-
your feet.
Frank.
Sure, Frank. Frank Lacey. And I'm getting a little tired of playing games. Come here, Joey.
Hey, leave him alone, Frank.
Shut up.
Okay, Frank, what's with you? What's going on? What do you want?
That machine over in the corner. The one Sniffy Edwards invented. And I want the monogram gimmick. Jeannie here was supposed to get it for me, but I've been waiting too long. Let's have the story, Joey. How do you do the monogram thing?
Oh, that. Well, you see, Frank, you...
Wait! Gene, help me! Help me!
Sure, I'll help you.
Thanks, Jeannie. He was killing me. Thanks for shooting him.
Oh, that's all right, Joey. Pleasure was all mine. That's a funny thing, though. Frank gave me the gun this morning, and I'd kill him with it this afternoon.
Yeah.
That's life.
I'd thank you a little more, Jeannie, if I was awful sure who you was aiming at when you shot.
Joey.
Don't Joey me. Let you and I... Wait a minute. We'll talk about you and me in a little while. Yeah?
This Joe Crane,
Who's this?
friend of Sniffy Edwards.
So?
So I got all of Sniffy's machines, and I thought maybe you'd like to buy 'em cheap.
How cheap?
$100 a piece. I got 10 of 'em. You can get a fortune for 'em.
Why don't you sell them?
I'm hot. Gotta leave the country.
How do I know this is on the level?
Nobody knows Sniffy's gimmick on how them monograms go from the blank paper to the good dough, do they? Nobody except you and Sniffy.
And you.
That's right. And me. I got the whole gimmick right under my thumb. That tell you enough for you to meet me?
You know it is. Where are you?
A joint called Molly's on the waterfront. Walk right through and into the back room. I'll be there. Only don't be too long, Joey. I'm hot, like I told you. The only thing that'll cool me off is cold cash.
Vance, you look like a professional panhandler if I ever saw one. Where did you get such ugly-looking clothes?
Bought them, Markham. These overalls, this jacket, this cap, and these shoes cost me $7. Think I got cheated?
Well, I don't know now. You've been doing some cheating yourself, I think. Cheating the barber, that is. When did you shave last?
Yesterday morning. Pretty bad, eh?
Not for what you're trying to do. If you can get what you think you can on Joe Crane, what's the difference how you look?
That's exactly the...
Uh-oh.
Who is it?
Crane. Joe Crane.
That's your cue, Markham. Go out the back door there and don't come in until I call you.
Right. Good luck, man.
Thanks.
What's going on in there?
I'm coming. Come on in, Crane.
Where are the machines?
You don't think I keep 'em here, do you?
I ain't sure you keep them anywhere.
Then what are you doing here?
Look, Bud, you know how Sniffy's monogram gimmick worked. You knew he let me have one of his machines to peddle. What else do you know?
That you knocked him off?
Oh, so that's the story, huh?
Yeah.
So long, Bud. Don't take care of yourself.
Wait a minute.
Well?
I'm still hot, and I still need dough, like I said, to get away so I can cool off. And I still got those machines, 10 of them.
I'll give you $100 for them. Take it or leave it.
I'll take it. Now you give me $1,000 extra for keeping my mouth shut about you shooting Sniffy.
Shooting Sniffy? You don't know too much, do you? Sniffy was knifed, dope. Go ahead, talk all you want to. You get the 100 for the machines, and you get moving out of town.
I don't think I will. I think you will be doing the moving, Crane, right into jail.
Hey, you're no bum. What goes with that talk? Who are you?
We've met, Crane. I'm Philo Vance, and you've told me all I wanted to know about you. Only one person would know how Sniffy Edwards was killed, and that was the man who killed him.
What you know won't do you any good. I'm good at...
All right, Markham, you can come in now.
I heard you two fighting, but I didn't want to spoil your fun, Vance.
I'm glad you didn't. Well, there's your larcenist, Markham.
Yes.
Only now he's your murderer, too. You'll have no trouble getting a conviction. And after we take him downtown, I'll tell you the details of the traveling monogram, which was the initial step in making Joe Crane show his hand. To begin with, Markham, as soon as Crane was convinced that I knew how a monogram on a blank piece of paper could be transferred to a real dollar bill, he had no hesitancy about coming down to the waterfront and talking to me.
And in talking to you, Vance, he gave himself away. I know that. And I know we found Frank Lacey's body in the Crane's apartment, so we actually have him for 2 murders. But I don't understand how the device worked.
I'll show you. Here's the machine Crane used, and some of the paper that comes with it.
Yes?
Write something on the paper. Here, here's my pen.
All right. I'll put down my initials. F, X, M. There we are.
Very well. I take the paper.
Yes?
And slip it into the machine. But before I do, I cover what you wrote with my thumb so the ink gets on my thumb.
The ink gets on?
Then I turn the handle of the machine, and out comes a new dollar bill. I take it out of the machine, and as I do, I press my thumb, still with the wet ink on it, on the bill, and your initials are transferred to it.
Oh, brother, no, it can't be that simple.
Oh, but it was.
I see the dollar bill with my initials on it, but I'd never have known how they got there.
Oh, really?
I would have sworn that dollar bill actually was the blank piece of paper I saw you put in the machine.
Well, Markham, the secret of the device was in its simplicity.
It certainly was.
Well, we don't have to worry about it now. Nor about Sniffy Edwards' murder, nor about any of the people concerned with it.
That's right.
Let's cart this machine down to the river and throw it overboard. That will be the end of it.
The end of it, and thanks to you, the end of the money machine murder case.
Yes?
Mr. Vance, there's a Mrs. Dorothy Wayne to see you.
By appointment?
No, she says she has no appointment, but it's urgent.
Is Miss Deering out there?
Yes. Do you want her?
No, just tell her I want her to take some notes later and ask Mrs. Wayne to come in, please. Wayne, where do I know her name?
Mr. Vance?
Oh, Mrs. Wayne, please come right in.
Thank you. It's nice of you to see me, Mr. Vance. I know you're the busiest private investigator in this city, and I had no appointment.
I'm never busy when a client has urgent business, Mrs. Wayne. Oh, won't you sit down?
Thank you. Mr. Vance, how old do you think I am?
I beg your pardon.
I asked you how old you thought I might be.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Wayne. The question is leading, and the answer might be incriminating.
I can't possibly be that old. Oh, by the way, you recognize my name.
Wayne, I was trying to place it,
I'm
but...
Edward J. Wayne's widow.
Oh, yes, of course. He died last year, leaving well over $1 million to you, didn't he?
Yes. He was twice my age, but we were very much attached to each other.
I don't doubt that you were, Mrs. Wayne.
And now, please tell me just what is the urgency in your call.
Vance, I'm 31 years old.
Well, that's hardly the urgent age.
It isn't. The point of my coming here is that I want to stay 31.
Well, the man who mixes the magic medicine is out, Mrs. Wayne.
I didn't expect you could help me on that score. But there's a man who says he can.
Oh?
A man who insists he can keep me 31 for as long as he likes.
Really? Who is this wonder worker?
His name is John Bell, and he wants $100,000 for his secret.
Well, it would be well worth it if he could do what he claims. What gives you the idea that there's anything at all in what he says he can do?
I have the best reason in the world, Vance.
Yes?
John Bell looks 40, but I have definite proof that he's over 400 years old.
Gee, this sure is a classy-looking joint.
You like it, do you?
I never saw anything like it outside a museum. Gee, where'd you get all that stuff, Johnny? The battle axes and those spears and everything. Did you buy them?
Sam, I didn't invite you up here to my apartment to have you admire my taste in decorations.
Well, I was surprised you invited me up here at all. I just ran into you on the street. Boy, was I surprised to see you, of all people.
I was a little amazed myself, Sam. Unfortunately, I wish the meeting could have been postponed a month or 6 weeks.
I don't get it, Johnny. But then you always were a strange one. What difference does it make if I met you this morning or I met you a month from now?
It matters a great deal to both of us. There are 100,000 reasons why I wish you hadn't made an appearance at this moment. There's just one reason why you should wish that.
If there is a reason, I certainly don't know it, Johnny. Honest, I don't. Hey, Johnny, what are you doing with that gun? Johnny! Johnny, don't!
Now you know the reason, Sam. A little late, but you know it. You know that because you came along just when you did. You had to die.
Come on, get back, everybody. What do you think this is, a sideshow? Get back away from the body. Hey, Morrison.
Yes, Sergeant.
Get him back.
Right. All right, folks.
Hey, Morrison, come here.
Yes, Sergeant.
You hear that siren?
Yeah.
Take a look at that car. It belongs to District Attorney Markham. See that he gets through this mob, will you? Never mind helping Markham. He's got his friend Philo Vance with him. Let Vance push his way in.
Which is exactly what Vance is doing. Hello, Heath.
Hi. Hello, D.A.
Hello, Heath. Vance and I got down here as soon as we could. Who is the dead man?
Who knows? All marks of identification have been removed. He was shot. Somebody tossed him face down in this empty lot, just like you see him.
That's what I like about a murder. You get so much to work on.
Since when was that a deterring factor to you, Vance?
It never was. I think I can tell you this about the dead man, though. He was a laborer or a farmer. Worked out in the sun a great deal. Notice his neck marking. It's baked dark red.
Yes, I see that.
He might conceivably have been a farmer. That outfit he's wearing is definitely a go-to-city suit. And unless somebody dressed him after he was killed, I think you'll find he's from a small town.
Yes.
Well, I've got to be going.
You going to work on this murder, Vance?
No, Sergeant Heath. Not at the moment. I have a client who'd like me to see a man named John Bell. You know all I know about this murder case. It's not much, believe me, but it's more than I know about a man who claims to be 400 years old.
Please sit down, Mr. Vance.
Thank you.
Of course, you realize I know all about you.
In that case, of course, Mr. Bell, you know that I don't believe you're 400 years old.
How could you possibly know I am not?
Logic, the laws of longevity, the complete impossibility of your being that old. How could you convince me that you are?
Oh, I won't attempt to. I think you'll do that little thing for yourself. Vance, did you ever see a room like this before?
Not quite like this. Those antiques are beautiful.
Your library is complete.
Thank you.
Furniture and decorations are authentic. That much I can tell you.
And you're right. Everything is authentic. I can attest to that because I didn't purchase these things at stores, Vance. I've kept them all these years.
Oh, what years?
I was born in 1545. Don't look it, do I?
No, you don't look a day over 350.
Nice sense of humor, old man.
Thank you. Belle, do you mind if I ask you something?
Oh, please do.
You were born in 1545. What happened in 1588?
A lot of things. One of them was Drake defeating the Spanish Armada. Quite a battle it was, too. We didn't think we had a chance.
We?
Yes, I fought with Sir Francis. That was before I came to this country in 1607.
I'm getting to sound silly, even to myself, but what did you do here in that year?
My friend John Smith sent for me. Captain John Smith. He was in Jamestown, Virginia at the time. Quite a man, John was.
You knew him very well, of course.
Oh, of course. There was quite a thing between him and Pocahontas, you may remember.
I remember reading about it, which is probably what you did, too.
Stay skeptical, Vance. Please do. And don't allow me to try to convince you. I promised you'd convince yourself.
Yes, I know. Belle, what happened to Pocahontas?
Married a fellow named John Rolfe. Most picturesque wedding ceremony I ever saw. You should have been there, Vance.
No doubt. Belle, what is your secret of prolonging life indefinitely?
I sell that secret, Vance. I'm doing nothing against the laws of this country, merely violating the laws of nature. I've selected 5 women who are willing to pay $100,000 each not to grow old. I guarantee each of them thinks she's getting a good bargain, too.
Have you any proof that you're as old as you claim?
Why should I need proof, Vance? I don't have to convince you. I've told you that. The Marquis used to say that only the individuals involved are entitled to all the details of an explanation. You're not involved in this, Vance. You have to prove I am not 400 years old. I don't have to prove that I am.
That's true enough. And the Marquis whom you quoted had a point in his favor, too. By the way, who was he?
Lafayette. I fought with him in the Revolutionary War. Admirable character, Vance.
You fought with Drake in 1588 and Lafayette in 1776?
In the War of 1812, too, but isn't this all beside the point? Believe me, I can prove, if I have to, that I am as old as I claim. But I'd rather you investigated me. It'll be so much more convincing to you if you find out for yourself.
Hey, Tony. Tony, where are you?
In here, Pete. Shaving. Come on in.
Tony, I find out what that guy John Bell is up to. I know his whole racket. Boy, am I smart, huh?
No, but you know is more correct than that last thing you said.
Now, listen. You know the guy is working some kind of racket, so you send me to spy on him. I spy on him. A dame comes to see him, I follow her. She goes to Philo Vance's place. I follow her. When she leaves, she goes home. How's that, huh, Tony?
Great. Takes first place under the heading, So What?
Oh, now, wait a minute. I crawled into John Bell's apartment when Vance comes to see him, understand? I find out the whole gimmick. This Bell claims he is 400 years old, and he's selling the secret of how to live that long to this rich dame, you understand?
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Not a bad idea. Of course, it has to be done pretty delicately, but it isn't a bad idea at all.
That ain't all, Tony.
Really?
Look, I am in this John Bell's place earlier when I see him knock a guy off. Shoots him. I know who the guy is, and Bell says something about being sorry that the guy meets him in the street this morning. I see that, too.
Well, what do you know? Give me the powder, Pete.
Yeah, sure. Here you are, Tony. Well, how about it? Am I smart, huh?
You're a genius.
Well, what do you see in the mirror, Tony?
My face, stupid.
Oh.
Notice I'm getting a couple of lines around my eyes.
You must be getting old, huh? Well, we all gotta get old, you know.
Not according to John Bell. Maybe I better see him. I got an idea I can cut into that easy dough he's going to grab. Yep, Pete. Bell's either going to cut me in, or I'm going to cut him out.
Philo Vance speaking.
Hello, Vance. This is Markham.
Oh, yes?
Have you got a man you thought might be a farmer?
No, Markham, to tell you the truth, I haven't. I've been working on another case. The most puzzling and intriguing circumstance I've ever encountered. I'm almost convinced I know a man 400 years old.
Oh, Vance.
I know how silly it sounds,
It
and I
certainly
said
does.
I said I was almost convinced, remember. That much is in my favor.
Well, let me know how you make out. Oh, I called to tell you we checked the clothes the murdered man was wearing. They were mail-order stuff, just as you thought. We're making a little progress on the case, but I wish you were working on it.
I will be if you haven't solved it before I wind up this ridiculous situation I'm in. I'm beginning to dislike myself for not finding the fallacy in the claims of this man, John Bell. But I have an ace in the hole.
What's that?
My old history professor at college, Markham. He knows every date and practically every character who ever breathed between the Stone Age and now. My client, Mrs. Dorothy Wayne, and I are going to see him this afternoon.
I hope he tells you something you can use.
He'd better. Then, after I explode this John Bell individual, maybe I can get your killer for you. I hope to have your murderer at the end of a rope before I get to the end of mine.
This is District Attorney Markham. The murder case the police were on has a relative unimportance to Philo Vance because he is faced with a man who insists he's 400 years old. This individual, John Bell, is trying to sell his secret to one of Vance's clients. And up until now, Vance has found no way of disputing the man's claim. The secret of John Bell, however, has remained protected despite Vance's efforts so far. And who he is, what he is, how old he actually is, are unknown to anybody. Vance and his client are at Vance's old university trying to...
This college was your alma mater, Vance?
They're not bragging about it, Mrs. Wayne, but was. Oh, I did an awful lot of studying in this room. It contains practically every reference book on ancient history ever published.
When do you think we'll be able to see your ex-professor?
I made an appointment for 3 o'clock. It's 5 after now. He'll be here. He's pretty old. Takes him a little time to get around.
Vance, when you saw John Bell yesterday, wasn't there some way you could have tricked him?
Believe me, Mrs. Wayne, I tried. He told me, for instance, that he attended the first performance of Shakespeare's Hamlet at the Globe Theatre in London.
Oh. Is that where it was given?
Yes. Just to test him, I asked him who played the leading female role in Romeo and Juliet, the first performance of which he also claims to have seen.
And did he know the lady's name?
No, but he knew there were no ladies in the theater in those days, that females frowned on the stage until the following century.
Oh.
Mrs. Wayne, that man is...
My apologies for being late. My sincere apologies for being late. No, don't get up, Vance. Of course I remember you. Now you sit still. And this lady is...
Professor Claiborne, this is Mrs. Dorothy Wayne.
Very pretty indeed. You've been well, Vance? You look well. I'm glad to see you, and glad to see that you remember your old university. Now then, you must want something, or you wouldn't be here. Now, what is it? Speak up, young man.
Well, Professor, in this library, there must be a book containing little-known facts about English history in the late 1500s and American history in the early 1600s.
Yes?
What book would I look at?
What book? Well, any of several. Henderson's Early British Empire, Jackman's Elizabethan Era, Stone's Early American History, all accepted, authentic, factual, complete with names and dates. Where are you going?
Just over to the shelf. I want to see the Jackson book.
Oh.
Elizabethan Era, you said.
That's right. Shelf A, 5th volume in. 3 volumes in the set, printed in 1661. And how are you, Mrs. Wade?
Oh, Professor Claiborne, you can be a big help to us, I'm sure.
Well, that's what I'm here for. You find what you're looking for, Vance?
I have the volume right here.
Good.
If we're lucky, I'll find what I'm looking for.
Here, put the book down on this table. It's too heavy to be carrying around. What are you looking for?
The names of the men who served with Drake when he sailed against the Armada.
Well, try page 157 with footnotes. That ought to give it to you. Ought to be a drawing of the deck of Drake's ship, too, with some of the crew members shown.
Thanks.
Professor, you have a wonderful memory.
Well, a man has to have something good. With me, it's a memory. You find what you want, Vance?
Yes, here's a list of the entire crew that served with Sir Francis Drake. And I don't see... Oh, brother.
What is it,
Find
Vance?
something?
What is it? Take a look for yourself. 9th name down in charge of quarterdeck.
Yes?
Distinguished bravery during the encounter, Seaman John Bell.
Bell.
That's not all. Look at this drawing.
Yes?
The man in the striped shirt standing next to Drake.
Well?
Recognize him, Mrs. Wayne?
Why, Why, it's John Bell.
Wait a minute. Yes?
John Bell?
Yes.
I'm Tony Folletti. I gotta talk to you. Step back.
Wait a minute. What's the meaning?
That's a good boy.
What's the meaning of this?
Don't be in such a hurry to find out. Nice place you got here. What's that? Suit of armor?
What else could it possibly be?
You got something here, Bill, old boy. How about this battle axe on the wall? Where'd you get it?
Are you going to tell me what you want here?
Sure. Let's see. I'll start from the beginning. You knocked off a guy named Sammy Meade, a farmer from the Midwest.
Go on.
Let me tell you how I know so you won't think I'm bluffing. A friend of mine saw you meet this Sammy Meade on the street the other morning and heard you make an appointment with him for up here later that day.
Well?
So when you leave Sammy, he talks to him. Finds out who he is and where he's from. Then I send him back to check on you some more. And he does. He sees you kill Sammy. And he finds out what kind of a swindle you're swinging. Now I'm here to cut myself in.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yes.
You were admiring this battle axe a moment ago. Let me show it.
Don't try to get coy, Bell.
Oh, I won't. I want to show you why I can get away with what I'm doing. You elected yourself my partner. You're entitled to know what's going on.
That makes sense. Only I got a little friend in my pocket that's going to keep its eye on you. An automatic friend.
You'll never get it out of your pocket.
Oh, no, one sock doesn't.
That ought to.
A little tougher than you think, Bell. I'm getting up. This time you're going down.
Oh, no. You see, I have a friend, too. This battle axe.
Now, look, Vance, there's been a second murder, and we aren't close to the solution of the first yet.
I know, Markham. And in that situation, you have company. I'm not even close to a reasonable explanation of John Bell, either. But tell me about this second murder.
Well, the victim we know. His name was Tony something or other. He had a dozen aliases. Last one he used was Folletti. We found him in another vacant lot way out in the suburbs, and he was killed by an axe. Only the coroner says it wasn't an ordinary axe.
Oh? What kind was it?
We don't have the murder weapon, of course, but according to my information, it was a very unusual sort of axe, quite long, we believe, with a curved blade.
I see. The axe that was actually used is probably at the bottom of the ocean by now. But, Markham, there is just the possibility that the case you're working on and mine are allied.
Really? How do we find out?
You mean, how do we find your murderer?
Yes, of course.
We advertise for him.
Stop joking, man.
Oh, I'm not at all.
You're not?
Of course, the murderer won't answer my ad, but somebody who might lead me to him will.
Out here in the office, Mr. Vance, waving copies of your ad in the newspaper. How many are you going to see?
I've interviewed 9 already without any result. Well, send the next one in, please.
Yes, sir. Okay, Mr. Vance will take you now.
Thank you very much.
Sit down, please.
Thank you very much.
I understand you're here because you sell antiques and you have a collection of early English armor and weapons.
Yes, sir, thank you. Your ad says you were interested in some. Believe me, sir, mine are the best in town.
Well, first I want to know if you sold something in the last day or so.
I sold a lot of things.
I mean a battle axe. A two-headed battle axe with a curved blade about 7 inches long and a carved handle.
Yes, I did. I sold one this morning. Genuine antique it was, too. Sold it to a man named... Let me see now.
You've got to remember who it was.
Well, come to think of it, he didn't give me a name.
Tall man, slim, black mustache, very distinguished looking.
Oh, thank you very much. That's him. That's the one.
Thank you very much. You may not have known his name, but you told me who he was just the same.
Well, Vance, it's nice to have you back here.
Thank you.
I understand your client, Mrs. Wayne, instructed you to either prove I was phony by tonight, or she was willing to accept my offer to preserve her age at 31 forever.
Yes, that's so, Bell.
Say, isn't that a different battle axe on that wall over there?
Different? How do you mean, different?
It isn't the same one that was on the wall the last time I was here.
You're mistaken, Vance.
Am I?
Yes.
I think not. But it'll be pretty easy to tell. When I was here before, I left a little scratch on the handle with my thumbnail. Mind if I look at that one on the wall?
Not at all. I'll get it for you. You know, Vance, I rather liked your being called in by Mrs. Wayne. I want no better testimonial to my authenticity to influence my other prospects than your very vacation. Here's the axe.
Thank you. Now, I left a little scratch just about... There it is, all right.
Of course it is. If you left it there, it's still there.
That's the point, Mr. Bell. I left no scratch on the axe. You just duplicated with your fingernail a scratch you thought I made because you knew this was not the same axe.
You're very clever, Vance.
I didn't think so up till now. You used the other axe to kill Tony Folletti. And why? Because he knew you were a phony the same as I do, and I can prove it the same way that he could.
Well, his friend came to see you, too, Vance. Well, what you know won't do you a bit of good, because I'm going...
Oh, no, you're not. Well, that settles you, Mr. Bell. All 400 years of you.
This better be good, Vance. This is the one explanation I haven't any clue to.
Markham, listen. Suppose you were browsing through an old history book and came upon a picture of a man in the 16th century that looked like you. What would you do?
Nothing except pity the poor fella.
Seriously. You'd just notice the coincidence, be interested for a while, and then forget it. But not the man we knew as John Bell. He saw the old print in the history book, saw the man standing next to Sir Francis Drake on Drake's flagship, and knew he was the image of that man.
How about the name John Bell?
He did some research. He found, as I did later, that there was a man named John Bell who served with Drake. He was very thorough, though. He got all the names of the men who fought with the English commander and then went through the Revolutionary War records.
Until he found a duplicate name.
Right. He found the name John Bell in both places. Now, that's not too coincidental, Markham. It's a very ordinary name. It was even more ordinary in those days. Well, now Bell was almost ready for his great fraud.
He must have spent months studying every detail of early English and American history.
Probably, but he had excellent incentive. $500,000 that he knew 5 women would gladly pay him if he could show them how to live to be 400.
The beautiful part of his racket, of course, was that as soon as he collected, he'd vanish. And there'd be no finding him when one of his victims noticed herself going older.
It was a very well thought out stunt, believe me. Bell's first bad break was meeting Sammy Meade, his first murder victim, Markham. The one whose body you found in the vacant lot.
Why did he kill Sammy Meade?
Simple. Meade knew John Bell back when. Knew where he came from, how old he was, and everything else.
Oh.
Bell had to kill him. But in killing Meade, Bell got Tony Folletti on his trail.
And Tony's friend Pete, whom you found after Tony's death.
Whom I found and who talked. But remember, Markham, that was after I reasoned out that if Bell had used a battle axe from his wall to kill Folletti, he'd buy another one immediately so that he could dispose of the murder weapon which might possibly incriminate him.
Well, you broke the case all right, Vance. Then I knew you would, you know.
Thanks. There was a time during the case when I wished I knew it. Well, Markham, let's close up shop. It's the end of the day, you know.
The end of the day and the end of the deathless murder case.
That's very pretty, Miss Deering. Very pretty, very even, very clear.
My voice, Mr. Vance?
You're typing, my dear. You don't mind my looking over your shoulder while you work?
No, it's not your looking I mind, just your commenting.
Oh.
Besides, you ought to be very happy that I'm singing. When the secretary sings, she's happy in her work. Working for a private investigator is the nicest job a girl could have.
Working for a private investigator?
The private investigator. The best in the country.
Well, now that's much.
Are you Philo Vance? Are you?
Why, yes. Please come in.
Vance, listen. You're clever. You're brilliant. Help me. Please help me.
Well, I promise I'll try. What is it?
I'm Mrs. Grace Rawls, and last night I had a dream. I dreamt that a man came to me and gave me $500.
Well, that's hardly anything to get so excited about, Mrs. Rawls.
You don't understand. This morning I met the man, the same man I saw in my dream, and he gave me the money. Well, here it is. Look at it. $500. He handed it to me on the street, and he disappeared.
Philo Vance's office?
Hello, this is Mrs. Rawls. I was in to see Mr. Vance yesterday. Please connect me with him.
I'm sorry, he isn't in.
Well, find him then. Please find him at once. Tell him that last night I dreamed that same man came to me and gave me a new car. This morning when I woke up, the same car I dreamt about was in front of my door. Tell Vance he's got to explain this before I go mad.
My dear Mrs. Rawls, you came to tell me about the third dream you had, the one you dreamt last night. Now, why don't you tell me?
I don't know. I don't know if I dare. Those other two dreams I had coming true when I woke up. I'm afraid.
If I'm going to help you, I'm going to have to know about this latest dream.
All right. Only I'm scared, Vance. I'm afraid. You see, last night, the same man who came to me in the first two dreams came again. This time, he told me I was going to meet a man named Sam Davis. And when I met him, I was going to kill him.
Gosh, I'm tired. Yeah, I can tell. Hold your end of this load up, will you? Don't make me carry it all. Shut up. Hey, Pete, you think we dragged this thing far enough? Yeah, a little further out and it'll be safer, Mort. Okay. No wonder you're tired. It's so dark out here on this wharf. I could go to sleep right this minute myself. I could go to sleep any minute. Any time, any place. I guess I'm just one of those guys who was born tired. Everybody's born tired. Nobody sleeps as much as a kid, does he? Only me, whenever I get the chance. Okay, Mort, this is as far as we go. Set it down. Yeah. You ready? In a minute. I gotta rest a second. Oh. Let's see here. Sure makes a guy sleepy. Okay, pick up your end. I'll get mine. Right. Count 3 and over the rail with it. Ready? 1, 2. No. Well, Pete, that does it. There goes the last of Sam Davis. His body's down at the bottom by now. Yeah, that's right. And I'm glad. Now I can go home and get a good night's sleep.
Vance, I'm always glad to see you when you come down here, of course. But even though I am a district attorney, I have no jurisdiction over dreams.
I know that, Markham. I just thought I'd talk this out with you. That woman was serious and in deadly fear.
She dreamt some man was going to give her $500. The next day, she met this man, and he gave her the money.
Right. Her next dream had this same man giving her a new car. When she woke the following morning, there was the car in front of her door.
And her latest dream, which she detailed to you about an hour ago, was that she was told she'd meet and kill a man named Sam Davis.
Yes.
And you take her seriously, Vance. I'm surprised at you. I don't know who Sam Davis is, but I guarantee he's alive and well and is going to stay that way.
Perhaps. And then again, perhaps not. There's an old theory that dreams foreshadow things to come. And...
All right with you, Vance. Hello?
Mr. Markham, this is Rogers, Homicide Department.
Yes, Rogers.
We've just fished a body out of the river, Mr. Markham. He was murdered and tossed in.
Oh, was he? Do you know?
Yeah, a couple of the boys know him. Character named Sam Davis, a gambler.
What?
I thought you might like to come down to the morgue.
Yes, I certainly do. Thank you, Rogers. You heard that, Vance?
Yes. Apparently, my friend Mrs. Rawls is doing some mighty potent dreaming these nights.
Now, let's be reasonable, Vance. You know what she told you wasn't possible.
I don't know that at all. I'll admit it doesn't seem reasonable for her to dream she was told to kill a Sam Davis, then for him to turn up murdered. But there's something to her dreaming, and I'd better go see her.
I should say you should, before she goes to sleep again and dreams she's the district attorney.
Markham, the most important thing we must remember is that there is a connection between her and this Sam Davis who turned up murdered. What that connection is will solve the mystery of Mrs. Rawls' very prophetic dreaming.
Want me to have her brought in?
I think not. Not right now, that is. I'd like to handle this my own way.
And what is that?
I'm not sure at the moment. Perhaps I ought to do some dreaming myself. Daydreaming, of course.
What's this? Oh, very good shot, Mr. Lee. Very good. You hit that target right in the middle.
Yes, that's the general idea when you're shooting with a bow and arrow. That is correct, isn't it, Pete?
Who knows? All I know is I'm tired.
Well, you worked rather late last night, Pete. Rather late and rather well. Getting rid of Davis's body was a good job.
Thanks.
I helped Pete, Mr. Lee. You know that. I helped him.
Yes, Mort, I know. I'm grateful to you both. And now, if you'll just be quiet one moment, I'll see if I can duplicate my last shot.
Oh, them arrows really travel when he lets them go, don't they, Pete?
Shut up.
Yeah, I know, 'cause you're tired.
Because he's tired and I want to concentrate.
Gee, good shot, boss.
Yeah, it was.
Thank you. Oh, Mort, will you go over there and get those arrows out of the target?
Yeah, sure, but you got one more arrow left, Mr. Lee.
I lost one yesterday, and I'd like the others, if you don't mind.
Oh, I don't mind. I don't mind at all.
Pete.
Yeah?
Pete, what's your opinion of Mort?
Yeah, he's all right. A little stupid, maybe, but he's all right.
Do you think he'd ever do any talking if the police picked him up?
Well, that's hard to tell. Maybe yes, maybe no. Like I said, he's stupid. You can't figure out what he's going to do.
Yeah, that's what I thought. In case the body of Sam Davis turns up, I'm afraid I would be very embarrassed if he talks. Oh.
Hey, Mr. Lee, don't shoot that arrow down there now. Mort's in front of the target. You might hit him.
Really? That was the general idea. Good idea, don't you think?
All I know is it sure wasn't good for Mort.
She don't want to say why she wants to see you, Mr. Markham. She just says she's got to.
What was her name again, Rogers?
Rita Crane.
I never heard of her, but ask her to come in, please.
Sure. Okay, Miss Crane. The DA will see you.
Thanks. You're Mr. Markham?
Yes, please sit down.
Thanks. Look, Markham, I've never been to the cops before to gripe in my whole life. But I'm doing it now and liking it.
Just what are you talking about, Miss Crane?
That's Sam Davis you found in the river. I just heard about it on the radio. I think I know who killed him.
Do you? Suppose you tell me the whole story.
There's no whole story. There's just this. Sam was a gambler. He'd bet on anything, any time.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm a gambler, too. I'd like to bet I know who killed him.
Really? Who?
It was a woman. A woman named Rawls, Grace Rawls. She had a crush on Sam from here to China, and he kept sloughing her off. He was my guy, D.A., mine. She couldn't take being shoved around.
So it's your theory that she killed him?
What do you mean, theory? Sure she killed him. Nobody else would. Of course, he had trouble with Eddie Lee on account of Eddie was jealous of the business Sam was handling, but Lee wouldn't have killed Sam.
So this woman, Grace Rawls, did know Sam Davis?
Sure. Only not well enough to suit her. He saw to that. When he kept ducking her, she told him he'd never get away with it. She meant it.
Apparently. You might be interested in knowing she's been to see Philo Vance, who's working on this case. I think perhaps I'd better tell Vance about your coming to me.
Sure, tell him. Tell him, the cops, the militia, the Marines, tell everybody. But come up with that dame as the murderer of Sam Davis, Markham. Sam used to say that in case of trouble, he'd bet I'd be on his side to help. That's one bet he's going to collect, even though he's dead.
You still insist that you didn't know Sam Davis, Mrs. Rawls.
I never said I didn't know him, Vance, never. And taking me down to the district attorney's office isn't going to make me change my story. Well, of course I knew him.
I'm not taking you down to see Mr. Markham. I'm taking you to police headquarters. I want you to have a look at some rogues gallery photographs.
What for?
You claim a man came to you in a dream, and that he came to you 3 times. Is that right?
Of course it's right. I dreamt everything I told you I did.
I'm not doubting you, Mrs. Rawls, fantastic as your story sounds. And I'll tell you why I asked you to drive me down here to headquarters. By the way, is this the car left outside your house by the man you dreamed of?
Yes, it is.
Very pretty car. After you, Mrs. Rawls.
Thank you.
I want you to look at the photographs in the gallery. Then perhaps you'll be able to pick out the man you claim you saw in a dream.
All right, I'll do it. But, Vance, I'm not entirely stupid. I don't claim that what I told you makes sense. I only claim I told you what happened.
Many things that happen in this world don't make sense, Mrs. Rawls. But there's generally an explanation for them. And that's what I'm trying to find. It's the room to your right as we go in this door.
Oh.
Have you ever been to headquarters before?
No, never.
Oh, hi, Mr. Vance. Can I help you?
No, Murphy, no thanks. I want to look at the pictures in the gallery, okay?
Sure, Mr. Vance. Go right in.
Thank you. This way, Mrs. Rawls.
Oh. Are there pictures in all those files?
Yes.
Do I have to look through all of them?
I doubt it, Mrs. Rawls. A lot of those files contain photographs and records of criminals who are dead. But they are classified, and there's always a chance that we might find what we're looking for without too much trouble.
But what's the point of all this, Vance?
I'm hoping that perhaps you'll be able to pick out the man of your dreams, Mrs. Rawls. And if his picture is here, I promise you the murder of Sam Davis is practically solved.
No, Vance. None of these is the man.
I know this is monotonous, but how about this drawer, Mrs. Rawls? Recognize any of the men here?
No, not him. No, none of them is the man I saw.
Well, if at first you don't succeed, try this section. While you're looking at those photographs, Mrs. Rawls, would you mind telling me how friendly you were with Sam Davis?
Friendly? Well, we weren't friendly at all. I like to make a bet or two once in a while on a horse. He handled a bet, that's all.
We've been told you liked him a great deal.
I? Like a bookmaker? Oh, Vance, please. Well, it's true that I am a widow, and I could like whomever I please, but a bookmaker? I'm surprised. Vance.
Yes?
This man here, this picture, that's the man who came to see me in my dreams, and it's the same man I met on the street.
Uh-oh.
What's the matter? You said if I found the man who came to me, you'd have the murder practically solved.
I'm glad I said practically, Mrs. Rawls. Unfortunately, this is Mort Wilson. And he had the bad judgment to get himself killed by an arrow early this morning.
This is District Attorney Markham. The nightmare murder case began when Sam Davis was murdered after Mrs. Grace Rawls had a dream in which she was told she was going to kill Davis. She has identified the man in her dreams from a rogues gallery photograph. But that doesn't help us at all because that man was found dead too. All we know is that Mrs. Rawls has no recollection of killing Davis, and that Davis had an enemy in Eddie Lee, a big-time gambler. I've sent for Mrs. Rawls in an effort to get to the bottom of this, and she's in my office. Mrs. Rawls, I don't have the patience that Philo Vance has, and I refuse to believe this ridiculous story of your having dreams that later develop into realities.
I'm sorry, Mr. Markham.
You're sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you won't tell me the truth, that you hated Davis because he wouldn't have anything to do with you.
And you killed him.
That's not true. I didn't kill him. There's nothing you have that links me to his death.
Except your visit to Vance, practically predicting Davis's death.
Would I do that if I were going to kill him? Would I get involved in a situation like this for no reason?
No.
Then I demand you let me go. And I demand that you leave me alone, and that Philo Vance does too, unless you can prove something on me. And you know how much chance you have of doing that.
I'm getting tired just hanging around, Mr. Lee. Can't something happen?
Like what, Pete?
Like you stop playing chess with yourself for a little while and tell me how we're going to make some dough quick.
It'll be made for us, Pete. With Sam Davis out of the way, most people who want to bet on anything in this town will come to me. You'll get your share.
Oh, I don't know. I think I'll hit the hay. I'm tired. You getting company, boss?
Apparently. See who it is, will you?
Sure. Are you home?
Why not? I got nobody to hide from.
You wouldn't say that if that girlfriend of Sam Davis's ever found you. But I'm here in case of trouble.
Answer the door.
Yeah?
Hello, I'm Philo Vance. Thanks for asking me in.
I didn't ask you nothing, but as long as you're in, what do you want?
If you're Eddie Lee, I want to talk to you.
I'm Eddie Lee Vance. Come in. Been wanting to meet you for a long time.
I wouldn't be so happy that I finally did if I were you, Mr. Lee. You know what I'm here about?
Certainly. It's about 2 killings. You found out that Sam Davis and I were business rivals and that Mort Wilson worked for me. You have an idea that I killed them both.
It's more than an idea. You could have killed Davis, had Wilson dispose of the body, and then killed Wilson so he couldn't talk.
Very reasonable, I could have. But you don't arrest people on pure logic, Vance. Don't you have to have some proof of some kind?
Perhaps I have that proof.
You're very resourceful, aren't you? Well, I like to think that I am, too. Suppose we make this a contest.
Look, Lee, I'm not playing around with words with anybody like you. You're a crook and a killer, and there's one way to handle guys like you and only one.
Physical logic, Vance? I never thought you'd descend to that.
It's the only kind men like you understand. Now, do you start talking about what happened in those killings, or do I go to work on you?
Now, Vance, I assure you I have no intention... You meant what you said about beating me up, didn't you?
I meant what I said about finding what part you had in all this. And if it means beating you up, I'll do it. Perhaps you weren't convinced with that one clip I gave you. Maybe this...
You know, Mr. Lee, no matter how smart a guy is, you whack him over the head with a gun butt, and down he goes.
Why'd you hit Vance, Pete?
Why? He was going to work on you, wasn't he, boss? Don't tell me you'd have liked that.
No, but I can handle myself.
Sure, but suppose you come in second. Suppose he got you to spill about killing Sam Davis.
What makes you think I killed him?
Well, it was you that told Mort and me where to find his body and take it out and dump it in the river.
Yeah, I did tell you that, but it doesn't mean I killed him.
Ah, you can trust me, boss.
Oh, I'm quite sure of that.
Well, then let's stop fooling around. What do we do with Vance?
Oh, him?
Yeah.
Oh, Pete, my boy, I'll take care of him. In my own way.
Vance, please. Please, wake up. Oh, brother, that bump on your head.
Hello, Ellen.
Hello.
How did you get here? For that matter, how did I get here?
Well, I can answer the first half of that. Somebody called the office and asked if I was your secretary. I said yes, so they told me to come to your apartment right away, that you needed me.
I certainly did. Those wet cloths you put on my head did the trick, Ellen.
Who did the trick of knocking you out?
I deserved that. I was very impolite. I turned my back on Eddie Lee's principal stooge.
Well, apparently they didn't want you dead, so they carted you here to your apartment and then called me. Now what?
Now we're no further than we ever were in this mystery, Ellen. That's a situation I guarantee ends right here. From now on, we're going to get action.
But Vance, I don't
Markham,
see...
listen. There are 2 alternatives in this murder case. One is that Mrs. Rawls is telling the truth, and the other is that she isn't.
Well, that's hardly an epic remark. Tell me how she could possibly be telling the truth. How could she dream about a man who later showed up to give her money and leave her a car, then tell her she was going to kill Sam Davis?
It could be done.
Oh, Vance.
Now listen. She wasn't dreaming, of course. We know that's not possible. But she might have been made to think she was dreaming. Awakened in the middle of the night, a man in her room. She wasn't completely conscious, and he might have talked to her, told her what he wanted her to think she dreamt, and then disappeared in the dark.
Why would anybody do that to her?
To make her think she killed Sam Davis. It was a clever plan and might work with an impressionable woman like Mrs. Rawls. In fact, it did work, if she's telling the truth.
And if she isn't?
Then she made up the whole thing to throw us off in the event that she killed Davis. Knew an association between her and Davis would be made by us and wanted to take as much suspicion off herself as was possible.
That's great, only how do we find out?
Ellen is finding out right now.
Your secretary, how?
There was one tangible element in this entire case, Markham. I won't tell you what it is, but Ellen is tracking it down.
All right. But, Vance, aren't you overlooking one major element? The death of Mort Wilson. Who killed him?
I haven't the slightest idea. But I'll find out, believe me.
Well, that's interesting.
I'll get that. I told Ellen she could reach me here, and it's probably she. Hello. Oh, yes. Good work, Ellen. Very good work. So it was bought 1,000 miles from here. Well, this murder was planned a long time. Well, thanks, Ellen. You did a wonderful job. Bye.
Well, Vance?
We've got what I wanted, Markham. Have Eddie Lee, Mrs. Rawls, and Lee's henchman Pete down here in an hour, and in an hour, this case will be over.
Waiting around, always waiting around. Hey, D.A., how much longer?
Vance will be here soon. Your employer doesn't seem in too much of a hurry to see Vance, right, Mr. Lee?
Matter of fact, I'm not, Markham. I like Vance all right, but he plays rough.
And how about you, Mrs. Rawls? What are your feelings about Vance's arrival?
I don't care one way or another, when, as, or if he gets here.
Hello, everybody. Guess I'm a little late. I had a stop to make.
Hello, Vance. Here are the people you wanted. And incidentally, your hour is up.
Yes, I know, and I won't be more than a few moments now. Pete, how tired are you?
I'm always tired.
Too tired to confess that you helped your boss kill Mort Wilson?
Yeah. Much too tired for that.
Well, you won't have to confess it. I can prove most of what I'm saying. Lee, you're quite handy with a bow and arrow, aren't you?
Never handled one in my life.
That's strange, considering that the leading sporting goods store in the city picked your photograph out of a dozen brought to them and said that they had sold you archery equipment for years.
I used to buy it and give it away.
I just came from your house in the suburbs, Lee. There is unmistakable evidence that an archery target has been removed from the back lawn. The holes were still in the ground. And here's an arrow I found in the bushes. A duplicate of this arrow killed Mort Wilson.
You found the arrow I lost, huh? Well, good work, Vance.
It'll make a good case, I guarantee that.
Thank you, Vance, for cleaning this up. So it was your secretary, Miss Deering, who checked the sporting goods shops, and that's what she called you about before.
No, that wasn't what she called about, Markham. Remember I told you there was one tangible element in this case we hadn't investigated?
Yes, but you didn't say what it was.
That's right, but you might have guessed. Finding where that one tangible element came from enables us to solve this case. So while you arrest Eddie Lee and Pete for killing Wilson, you can also arrest Mrs. Rawls for the murder of Sam Davis.
All right, Vance, what was this tangible element that practically convicted Mrs. Rawls of planning and killing Sam Davis?
You remember, Markham, that she told me some man had come to her in a dream and had given her money.
Yes.
Then appeared later and gave her an automobile. And still later to tell her to kill Davis.
Yes, I see. The money couldn't be traced, but the automobile could.
Exactly. Ellen traced it, found it was bought in a city many miles from here.
Mm-hmm.
When she called me to tell me that the purchaser answered the description of Mrs. Rawls, I knew she'd planned the whole thing, and that the story of her dreaming was all a lie.
We know why she wanted Davis dead, but not why she identified Mort Wilson as the man who allegedly came to her in her dreams.
Why shouldn't she? She knew Wilson was dead by that time because she'd seen the stories in the papers.
Oh, I see.
With Wilson dead, he couldn't very well deny it either. She also knew he was tied up with Eddie Lee, for that matter, and that her identifying Wilson as her sleep visitor might involve Lee.
That's very true, of course. And your finding that arrow and the archery was enough to get a confession from Lee after we worked on his accomplice, Pete. Lee killed Wilson, all right, but I don't know why.
I can tell you that. Lee had sent Wilson and Pete to carry off Davis's body. Lee had probably come to call on Davis and found him dead. Inasmuch as somebody had done him a favor by killing Davis, he wanted to do that somebody a favor by getting rid of the body.
And Mort Wilson was under the impression Lee had killed Davis, and Lee was afraid he'd talk. Is that it?
Exactly.
Well, it's all over now, but I still think that Mrs. Rawls made a mistake in coming to you in the first place with her ridiculous dream story.
All murderers make mistakes, Markham. The trick is to find them. She thought she was being very clever when she came to me in the beginning.
I wonder what she thinks now, at the end of the Nightmare murder case.
But Uncle David...
Now listen, Wanda. Stop interrupting me and let me finish. I didn't call you on the telephone to listen to you. Your husband has walked out on you, and it's a good thing. I'll buy him off so that he'll stay away and never come back. That's the least I can do for my niece. And another thing. Oh, hold the phone. There's somebody at the door. Wait a minute. People, if they aren't annoying you, they're interrupting you. Well?
Mr. Wilkins, I made you some soup, and I thought you'd like to
You
have
thought, did you? That's a fine thing. Serves me right. I say good morning to my neighbor once, and she thinks she can barge in here any time she likes.
Well, I wasn't barging in, Mr. Wilkins. I'm not. It's raining. I know you won't go out, so I wanted to see if you'd like some of the soup I made.
Soup you made. You said all that when you knocked on the door and I opened it.
Yes,
I was talking to my niece on the telephone and you interrupted me.
But I
For no reason. I don't want any soup. I hate soup.
Oh, all right, but I
But
didn't...
nothing. Now get out of here and stay out. Can't a man have some privacy in his own apartment?
Well, certainly, but all I did...
Goodbye. Now, you listen to me, Wanda. Better still, you come over here right away, and I'll tell you the rest of what I have to say in person. I know it's pouring, but you won't get too wet. Better hurry, though, while I still feel like helping you. What a night this is. Really a night for a murder. Night for a murder.
Mr. Markham, you know all about my uncle's death that I can tell you. I called the police when I heard the shot over the telephone as he was talking to me.
I know, Mrs. Taylor. Sometimes my job as district attorney isn't so very pleasant like now. Now, there are several things you can tell me about your uncle that might help us find out who killed him.
Well,
Oh, Vance, come in. Vance, this is Mrs. Wanda Taylor, niece of the man who was murdered. It was his death I asked you to come down and help investigate.
Hello, Mrs. Taylor. My deepest sympathies.
Thank you.
Now, Vance, this is the situation. Mrs. Taylor's uncle, David Wilkins, was talking to her on the telephone when he was interrupted by a neighbor, a widow living next to him. She had made him some broth, but he didn't want any, and he returned to the telephone. We have her testimony to that effect.
I see. Have you anything to add to that, Mrs. Taylor?
No. I was talking to my uncle when I heard a shot over the telephone, and our connection was broken immediately.
When the phone dropped to the floor, Vance, it smashed part of the mechanism.
Understandable enough. You called the police